No purchase required.
In San Mateo, cloudy, 55 degrees today.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky.
Take him out!
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Warriors with no timeouts. Draymond up the floor. Dribbles it, waits. Handoff Thompson, takes a three on the way. No good. Looney with a tip, no good. Tipped up, it's good! At the buzzer! Kevon Looney! Kevon Looney tipped it in. A scramble at the rim. The Warriors celebrate, jumping up and down, mobbing number 5 at midcourt. What a way to bring in the new year. 143-141, no doubt. That's a good basket. They don't even have to review it.
Oh, baby, we are back. We are back. Shasky in the building. Spinotti's here. Lubman, full squad. Monte Hill. What has happened to everybody? Happy New Year. And that's how the year gets started with Kevon Looney, Loon Dog, presented by the one and only Fit Aid, of course, with the tip in and double overtime as a gritty championship DNA. Golden State Warriors win another game at Chase Center. Their fifth in a row at Chase. Their sixth in a row at Chase Center.
Wow.
Fifth on this homestand, the longest homestand of the season, where they're 5-0. And look, that's how we're going to start the show. We got some 49ers talk with Brian Baldinger at 7:30. But it is good to be back. Happy New Year to everybody out there. Good morning on the graveyard shift workers. Haven't said that in a while because I've been sleeping in.
It's been a
minute. Teachers, cops, CHP, Shasky. Families, baby mamas, baby daddies. What's happening, bud?
Oh, my God. What a game last night. Klay Thompson just could not miss down the stretch. Jordan Poole, we'll get to him in a second. I thought he was awesome the 4 games prior. Kevon Looney with 20-plus rebounds.
Career
the putback, that was unbelievable. And then Dante's Inferno. I mean, Dante DiVincenzo has done so many little things to help this team win. He's just been an outstanding contributor. Your boy Anthony Lamb, who was on set with you guys last night, ripping the ball out of John Collins' hands at one point late in that game. Just a great win for the Warriors after playing maybe the worst third quarter I've ever seen.
I mean, back-to-back third quarters where the Warriors just come out of the locker room at halftime and just forget how to play basketball. Friday night,
seriously,
they give up 40 points to Portland. They had to come back in that one after,
that was a fun game.
18, down 11. You steal that one with a big-time shot from Dante DiVincenzo. A steal and then a dagger three-pointer against Damian Lillard. Wednesday night against Utah. Again, you give up 37 points in the third quarter. You come out the locker room, it's like, what's going on here? The Warriors in the fourth quarter are starting to play some defense. We see them Friday night, limit the Blazers to 16. But Dante DiVincenzo, Anthony Lamb's going to join the roast today, 8:30.
Nice.
It's going to be a roaster today at 8:30. Anthony Lamb, who had a season-high 17 points. I guess we start with Klay Thompson's 54 points.
Oh, my God.
There's so many stories on it. We've been out for so long. This homestand has been unbelievable for so many players. Kuminga, DiVincenzo, a little bit of James Wiseman.
Yes.
And they've done it all without Andrew Wiggins and Stephen Curry. But Klay Thompson on his homestand, or in his last 7 home games, Shasky.
He's been on fire.
He's averaging over 32 points a game. Wow. All right, he drops 54 yesterday, which is the most since he's had those 2 gruesome leg injuries.
I thought he was going to have to go for 60 for them to win that game. I thought it was going triple OT.
I mean, you think about Friday night, 11 to 22, right? He drops 30 plus.
Yes.
Last night, he's 21 to 39, and he gets up 21 3-point attempts.
I know.
What is the scouting report for the Atlanta Hawks? How is Klay Thompson getting 21 3-point attempts?
I mean, the one that he missed, I believe, the one he missed, he wasn't even behind the line. I guess his feet were on the line or whatever on the one where...
In the corner?
Yes, in the corner, and then it ricocheted around and whatnot, so I'm kind of glad I didn't make that one.
No doubt.
I mean, Draymond Green hitting that shot, but back to Klay for just a second. It does feel, I don't know, conditioning, I don't know, legs, I don't know. I'm not really sure. Are shots just falling?
Right.
For sure they're falling. it just feels like he's playing a better brand of basketball. Shot selection has been better.
No doubt.
I feel like he's done a really good job taking 1 or 2 hard dribbles, 2 or 3 guys collapse at him, and then he makes a skip pass, or he contorts his body and makes a little wraparound pass to Looney or whatever. He's done a really good job just keeping the ball moving, as opposed to just taking a floater or an off rhythm shot. And I think that's the biggest takeaway for me. He's playing great basketball. There's no look. I've been one of the bigger critiquers of Klay Thompson's game. There's nothing you can critique right now. If anything, be frustrated Jordan Poole didn't get him the ball to end the first overtime.
Well, you know what? I want to speak about that. Sure, should have probably got Klay Thompson the ball. On the flip side, that's Trae Young defending Jordan Poole. Trae Young is a stiff defensively. I'm actually okay with Jordan Poole trying to drive by Trey Lance. Maybe the move wasn't there.
Yeah.
But I didn't have a problem right then and there. I'm like, I'll take that all day long. Trae Young guarding Jordan Poole.
But you have to jump stop. Like Jordan Poole leaves his feet, then he didn't get a shot
agree with
off.
the move. I agree with the premise of going at Trae Young.
I hear you.
I thought he should have drove to the rack, maybe got the foul against Trae Young. Again, it's Trae Young. He's barbecue chicken on defense. I didn't like the move per se. And then I get where everybody said, oh, you should have got the ball to Klay Thompson.
It's the not jump stopping and then you leave your feet. Because when you leave your feet, you can only do one of 2 things. You either throw it away or throw it to a teammate, or you take a shot. And it just felt like in that sequence, if you're going to go all the way to the hoop.
Go all the way to the hoop.
Or jump stop, pump fake, and elevate. Go up and shoot it.
I wanted him to go to the rack against Trae Young. Trae Young can't play defense whatsoever.
His handle was loose, though, yesterday.
It's been loose on this homestand, but you know what? We'll get to that in a second.
I'm really tired of the criticism on Jordan Poole. Like, we do this thing with JP where we overly criticize this guy. Like, we expect him to be Steph Curry. You know how freaking hard it is to be Steph Curry?
No, you can't be Steph Curry.
It's impossible.
Steph Curry's 1 of 1.
That's what I'm saying.
Steph Curry's 1 of 1.
No, I know. He jacked up a bunch of shots yesterday, and the handle wasn't great. What about the 4 games prior?
Well, here's the deal with Jordan Poole. He scores 28 last night. He wasn't efficient, right? 11 to 31, 2 and 12 from the 3-point line. But he scores 28.
Yeah.
When you can get 28 on an off night, I'll take that. The handle's going to be loose. We forget that Jordan Poole is in his 4th season. These in-a-game situations where he has the ball in his head is something he's not accustomed to. And it's good that he's getting this out of the system now, like in Salt Lake City when he turns the ball over. Or last Wednesday against the Utah Jazz where he has a similar turnover against them. Portland, the end of the game. He slows down, plays under control. This is a new experience for him. He's never seen the top defender from the opposing team. He's never seen the DeAndre Hunters, the Herb Jones in New Orleans or whatnot. All these top wing defenders. This is new to him. But in the game situations, it's also new to him. This is all a learning experience. As much as we talk about Jonathan Kuminga and James Wiseman getting better by the rep, so is Jordan Poole offensively and learning how to handle the ball at the end of game situations. I'm not going to panic over Jordan Poole.
No, I'm not saying you are, but I do see a lot of people, like, any minute he struggles, we're all quick to, like, crush him. I'm like, dude, they're on a 5-game winning streak. He has been the catalyst. Him, Dante, Klay, Draymond Green, because Draymond had a nice game as well last night. I find it unfair. I think the way we've been treating Jordan Poole in general has been very unfair.
Honestly, I think you could throw Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole at that ball.
And I've been guilty of crushing Klay.
Because when Klay Thompson struggles, it's back to the bench.
Yes.
He's washed. He doesn't get it anymore. He can't play anymore. I saw him start this homestand defeating Desmond Bain. And I get Desmond Bain. That was his second game back against the Grizzlies. As you called them, the studio gangsters. They're frauds.
Tell me you like that.
I told you this. I told you this. Dylan Brooks is a joke. All right, until they trade Dylan Brooks out of Memphis, Tennessee, they're not going to be anything but a top 5 team in the Western Conference that maybe gets past the first round. Memphis Grizzlies are a joke, and they got exposed once again. The whole thing with John Morant, we got the West.
No,
the West is ours.
I'm good in the West.
I'm good in the West.
I could not believe how bad they played on Christmas, and that's a credit to the Warriors. First off, and for them to lose that game in that way.
Oh my gosh!
Come on.
And at that point, they were 9-10 in the Western Conference. Now I know they just beat Sacramento and they beat the Pelicans, but they're fraudulent.
I want them in the playoffs.
I want them again. Everybody was scared of them last year. It's like, dude, they're a joke. Jared Jackson Jr. will get in foul trouble. He'll check out. Dylan Brooks the best thing to happen in Game 6. The best thing to happen in Game 6 against Memphis was Dylan Brooks getting hot early.
Yes.
Because he just kept shooting and shooting and shooting. And you saw the Phoenix game where he had probably one of the worst NBA possessions of all time.
Well, I mean, Corey Maggette on line 1. He just drives me nuts. And he really thinks he's that dude. Like, you want to talk about, like, you got to have confidence to be able to play in the big leagues. You know, you got to be one of those guys that believes in yourself. Yeah, you also have to have a little bit, like an ounce of self-awareness.
Right.
That guy lacks all the self-awareness in the world. And John Morant, Trae Young does the same thing. I get a little worried about the NBA because there is a collection, not all, but there are a collection of young players who foul hunt all game long.
Trae Young's embarrassing.
So Trae yesterday, he goes in and like Fitz and Buki were doing the best to not sound like homers, but I feel their pain. Anytime you make any contact with one of these guys, the head kicks back. It's
you get the foul.
It's not basketball. Do you want to play basketball or do you literally want to live at the free throw line?
Yeah,
it's so annoying to watch.
So Trae Young,
he's a good player, but come on.
Yeah, but you know what? If I'm the Atlanta Hawks, I really consider building around DeJounte Murray and DeAndre Hunter and moving on to Trae Young. You see what's happened in Atlanta. Nate McMillan wants out. He wants to be fired. He's tired of it.
Well, he's known for defense, and that
they play no defense.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't even listen to him. 2, Travis Schlenk, longtime Warriors assistant GM, has stepped to the side. He's now, quote-unquote, an advisor. It looks like he's on his way out. Landry Fields has taken over the GM spot for the Atlanta Hawks. And guess what? He fires 3 executives right away, including Rod Higgins. So Atlanta is a mess right now.
I didn't know that.
They are a mess. Trae Young talking about, hey, I want to be traded. I would trade Trae Young. You're not going to win anything with Trae Young.
What a bad trade for them just to begin with, where they traded to go get Trae Young and passed on Luka Doncic.
I mean, not only that, you trade Kevin Huerter to Sacramento this offseason. You get, like, Horter's killing it in Sacramento.
Yeah, he was great in the playoffs a couple years ago.
Exactly, when they made advance to the Eastern Conference Finals against Milwaukee. So I don't know who's going to want to trade for Trae Young. Look, he's a scorer. He can get you a double-double, but he's going to help you win.
He's a ball hog.
Yeah, I wouldn't want him.
But I'm noticing this trend, and Ja falls into this bucket as well. Where and they're great players. They're extremely talented.
I think Ja's a better leader, though.
Okay,
a better leader.
I meant more like the on-court complaining all game long, searching for fouls.
Ja, I think, is a different breed. I actually respect Ja. Ja came to play on Christmas.
No, I agree with that. But I'm just saying, like, in general, I see that, and Luka does this every possession, whining and turning to the officials. Shut up and play basketball. Not shut up and dribble. Shut up and just play basketball. It's very simple. It's just, it annoys me. And you know who else is guilty of this? And I'll be Jordan Poole. There's a lot of times where Jordan Poole is caught in a conversation with the officials like, dog, get back on defense.
Right. Well, yeah, he that's when he gets himself into trouble.
Agreed.
When he's looking back at the referees, he's picking up technicals. But look, Jordan Poole, 28 last night to 6 turnovers. I believe he now has 27 turnovers in the first 5 games on this homestand. Look, it hasn't killed the Warriors yet. He's playing some good basketball. He's playing heavy minutes, 45 minutes last night. I'm going to give the kid a break. He's learning how to close games as the leader of this team without Stephen Curry, without Andrew Wiggins. No Kuminga last night. No Wiseman last night. No JaMychal Green. You got injuries up and down the roster. Jordan Poole's fine. Yesterday's headline is about Klay Thompson because, again, as much as we go hard on Jordan Poole, Klay Thompson has been special in his last 7 home games. Now he's getting the rest on the back-to-backs. We get that. When you get to the playoffs, there are no back-to-backs. He's going to have fresh legs. Defensively, he looks a little better. But just willing the Warriors back into that game in the fourth quarter, hitting big-time shots. Heck, he hit a big-time shot against Portland. We're all like, no.
Dude.
Where Kuminga slows down with the maturity, passes it back to Klay. He nails it. Klay Thompson, 54 freaking points last night.
In the last 10 days since we've been off, I swear to God, he's hit more off-balance floater threes, like just fading away. How about the one that he shot in Zaza's lap?
Yeah.
I mean, are you kidding me? Some of these shots. And then the great one was late. I think it was late in the regulation when he hit the little, like, dribble in, step in, little mid-range shot.
Yep.
Again, his shot selection, the rhythm of the shots right now are just really, really good. He hit a big 3 late in regulation to tie the game.
Yep.
I mean, he's just been spectacular.
No, he has been spectacular. Warriors are rolling right now. The 49ers are rolling right now. How about that? It was Operation 4-4. They haven't looked back since. Folks. The Niners are rolling. We're going to get to Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle. That defense, look, they had a bad day. I do have some concerns at the back end of the secondary, Shasky. I'm not going to lie here and say it's not concerning me. It does, especially if you had to play the Green Bay Packers in the first round of the playoffs. That concerns me a little bit with the way they're playing and the way the secondary is playing for the 49ers. We'll get to all that. But also some tough news yesterday on Monday Night Football. Damar Hamlin. Now, unfortunately, I wasn't watching it live.
Nor was I.
I was doing Warriors pregame live. And I got a note from Sackney, Jonathan Sackney, our producer down there at NBC Sports Bay Area. Is like, man, this DeMar Hamlin situation, they're going to postpone the game. Now, DeMar Hamlin, a DB from the Buffalo Bills, makes a tackle, I believe, on T. Higgins, number 85. T. Higgins puts a shoulder into him. Hamlin gets up. He collapses. He's down for 18 minutes. Ambulance comes. They postpone the game. They had to administer CPR on the football field. CPR on the football field for DeMar Hamlin. A scary situation, something I really haven't seen on the football field before.
I don't think anyone's really seen it.
And he collapses. The game has been postponed. We have no idea when it's going to play, but more so the concern is about Hamlin. And our prayers go out to his family, go out to him. I know he's in a critical condition right now, critical condition. I heard he's doing better. You just hope that he survives and he's able to see another day on this great world, on this great planet. So our prayers go out to the Hamlin and his family.
I mean, it's just, it's a tragedy. You know what I mean? Whether he pulls through or not. I mean, it's just so sad to see the young man on the ground like that. And I think that the reaction of the players is what hit a lot of people. I'm seeing, you know, when there's an injury in an NFL game, like when you're watching the red zone, we'll skip to the next game. Like they never show the injury or the cart coming out, or they'll go to commercial if you're watching a live game. To see all the players reacting in that fashion, I think that was the thing that really stopped everyone in their tracks.
Right.
Which is sad, but that's how we're wired as sports fans,
right.
Fair or not. Like, you can make your own judgments on that. My brain instantly went to, and I don't know if you know this story, but like two people immediately. Pete Maravich, who passed away on the basketball court of a cardiac arrest at like a church league game or whatever at like 40-something years old. And then Winters Patterson from Balboa, who I don't even know if it was a heart attack or a seizure, but he hit his head on the court apparently, and then he ended up passing away. And it's just like, no one should have to worry about those kinds of things. And unfortunately, it's like, to see that happen to that guy in that situation, he gets up, falls down. I mean, that's as tragic and as scary as it can get on a sports field.
No doubt. Winters Patterson, of course, the captain of that Jet offense with Balboa High School in the early 90s, lost to SI and NorCal State Division championships. Winters Patterson. I thought Lynn Bias, Loyola Marymount.
That's a good one.
That's, you know, guy was balling 35, double, dies on the court. They end up going to the Elite Eight playing in honor of Lynn Bias. That's a scary situation. Thankfully, he's still alive. I'm glad the NFL thing, because I wasn't watching it real time. We're doing the pregame show. I'm just glad the NFL decided to postpone that game. I don't know what took so long, but the fact is they did postpone the football game, because I couldn't imagine Buffalo trying to play that football game with Hamlin in the ambulance, not knowing if he's going to be able to take his last breath or not. You know what I'm saying? This guy basically stopped breathing.
Well, I've seen a lot of people crushing the NFL, and this. I'm not here to defend the NFL. We all know the game has got violence and tremendous amount of danger baked into it.
Right.
I would just say to a lot of people, like, throw their hands up. They're in uncharted waters.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what you want them to do in those situations. Like, and I'm not trying to defend them. I'm saying, like, if I was in that situation and I was running the sport, I'm not sure that I would have a feel on what exactly you should be doing in that situation. I do think listening to the players and the owners and the coaches, I guess they all came together and were in the locker rooms basically saying, we don't want to come back out there. Yeah, that's the right thing to do. You know, listen to the people that are the ones on the field competing. They're the product in this situation. And that sounds, I don't even want to say it like that because that sounds super heartless. But it's just, I don't know what they're supposed to do other than to cancel the game. I think it's the appropriate thing to do given the circumstances.
And I made a mistake there. Hank Gathers, Loyola Marymount. I'm thinking Len Bias, Boston Celtic #1 overall pick, who died today at the draft. My apologies there. Hank Gathers with LMU, Loyola Marymount, of course, best friends with Bo Kimball, who shot the left-headed free throw to start the tournament. Remember that? He shot that left-headed free throw in honor of Hank Gathers. So my apologies there about that one. This segment was presented by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Look, Baldy's going to join us at 7:30. Anthony Lamb's going to join us at 8:30 as the Warriors continue to roll. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by CalHope.org and Department of Healthcare Services. The roast is back, baby. We're back full strength. We're going to be rolling along all morning long. How about those dubs? 888-957-9570. I'll throw this question out to start the new year, Shasky. I go ahead and pull for 30. You betting on anybody in the West to beat this team 4 times in the playoff series?
It's a great question.
Betting on anybody? Are we really doing that?
Where is job?
More coming up on the roast.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Make the switch to green soaps and personal products and green cleaning products for the sink and shower. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
End this year on a high note at Big O Tires year-end sale. Get great deals on name brand tires for cars, pickups, and SUVs. Plus, save on auto care services with financing options available on credit approval. Visit BigOTires.com for all year-end sale offers. Ends January 8th.
At Rightway Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. Our design pros are artists, using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes, your home, their canvas, all inspired by your vision. Rightway Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. Check out their blowout sale. For a limited time, receive 15% off your garage door purchase, plus qualify for up to 24 months no-interest financing. Call 877-DOOR-808 or visit rwgaragedoors.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. Auto Trader.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
This is Clay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Not. How can we roast you after a 54-point game? I mean,
do you know this song?
54. No, it's probably some rock and roll, some. Who's this? Red Hot Chili Peppers.
That's not Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Starts with an R, close.
R?
Four letters.
Rock?
Rush.
Rush.
Canadian band. Neil Peart, R.I.P.
You guys going to do this to me to start the year?
Yes.
You guys know I damn well would listen to any of this stuff during the break. There's not a lot of music, actually, now that I think about it.
I was at the Christmas table on Christmas, and I was talking to a couple of my nieces, and we're going around, and I'm like, all right, what's your favorite show of the last year? And what's the best movie that you've seen? Who's your favorite artist? And one of my nieces was like, Drake. And I was like, oh, God.
Better than Rush.
Yeah, but I was like, I don't want you listening to Drake.
Better than Rush.
She's 16 years old, and I was like, God damn it.
What are you going to do? It's 16. Drake is hot with the 16-year-olds.
No, I mean, I know how popular he is, but
SZA is what I've been listening to. A lot of
Oh,
SZA.
dude, very popular. Yeah,
very popular. SZA's
You guys check out the
very popular.
the Rolling Stones top whatever greatest singers of all time.
I didn't know the Rolling Stones was still a thing.
It's
Who's
really
the top
nice.
singer of all time?
Aretha Franklin, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Also.
All right. I was going to call it fraudulent, but that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I think like Freddie Mercury and like Michael Jackson are like in like the 50s and 60s. I was like, all right.
All right, well,
come on.
MJ got knocked down because of stuff.
Yeah. Off the field stuff. Let's just say that. Off the field. Michael Jordan. And Michael Jackson, not a first ballot Hall of Famer anymore.
I contend he has 2 of the top 10 songs of all time.
I mean,
Billie Jean, Thriller. Like, I mean, we're talking some of the greatest songs ever.
I love Michael
Paul
Jackson.
Mooney, the great comedian, R.I.P. What did he say? He's like, he was no pedophile. He was X-Files, is what he said about Michael Jackson. That was that stuck with me. Anyways, back to sports.
Bonte, your music knowledge is pathetic. Yes, that's why I'm paid. Well, some people may say my sports knowledge is pathetic as well, but yeah, I'm paid to be a sports talk radio host, not a music knowledge buff. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Not a lot of rock and roll, but we can do that.
But you're
We can
sharp.
play Pandora's Bar.
Yeah, you're a sharp guy.
Anyway.
I'm trying to educate you.
Yeah, there you go. It's time for Taking Them to School, brought to you by Evergreen
Speaking
Valley
of school?
College, home of free tuition for spring 2023, beginning January 30th.
Thompson the catch. Shows the ball to Murray. Dribble drive, Clay slows down. Handoff, Lammy fumbled the pass. Throws it out to Draymond for 3. Good! Improbable! Incredible! And the Warriors lead by 5. Timeout Atlanta. 42.9 to go. The belief of Draymond Green and the grit and grime of Anthony Lamb made that play.
That was Taking Them to School, brought to you by Evergreen Valley College, home of the free tuition for spring 2023, beginning January 30th. That Draymond Green 3, you heard Tim Roy there on the call, 95-7 the game. Anthony Lamb with the hustle rebound after Clay Thompson missed the layup.
Yeah.
The Clay was fouled. They didn't call it, whatever. Lamb makes the hustle play. Draymond Green with his 5th double-double of the season, 7th game with at least 10 assists, 13 rebounds, 11 assists, and that big-time three-point shot is only 3-point attempt of the game. They call him Backpack Dre, but he nailed that with Shasky double OT.
When I think of flattest shots in NBA history, Shaq shooting downward on free throws is, probably at the top of the list. Somewhere on this list is Draymond's three-point shot.
Hey.
It's as flat as can be.
Hey.
But when it goes in.
Hey, top 5 in franchise history. Just surpassed the Hall of Famer Chris Willa for all-time three-point makes in Warriors franchise history.
I mean, wow. I got to let that sink in.
Got to let it sink in.
Wow.
You got to let it sink in, baby.
Mully's one of those guys. I mean, there's a lot of them who would have played. in the freedom of movement era, he just would have been such a more dynamic player in this era, which goes to speak how awesome he was in his era because you could hand check and grab and clutch, and you didn't shoot like you do now. I mean, what Magic Johnson take like 2 3-pointers in his career or something?
I mean, there were games in those days where they shot 4 threes.
Yeah.
Like the Warriors would score 160 and take 5 threes. There's that classic game when they lit up Sacramento back in the day after the Mitch Richmond trade, and they dropped. I think they dropped 162 or something crazy. They had taken like 4 threes.
Wow. Tiki Vandeweghe on line 1.
Old school, different Nugget teams there.
In the highest scoring game.
Yeah, McNichols Arena.
You know, the Warriors look so good right now, and like I think we've been so removed since that Christmas Day game. That one felt like they wanted that one so bad, and the way that they put it on the Memphis Grizzlies, and then the ending of the game with all the technicals and all of the drama coming out of that one.
Like Clay talking that talk to
I loved
Dylan
it.
Brooks.
Well, the way he's like backing up and he's like talking smack to him, and Draymond, and just the way that team was talking that talk and then backed it up. That one felt like it was worth a week's full of games. Like that's what it felt like.
Well, it was big coming off that 0-6 road trip. Think about what happened in New York City where they're blasted by a combined 68 points. The Brooklyn Nets game, you're down 40 at the half. You give up 91 points and come back home after a few days off. Memphis is chomping at the bit. They're doing a little dance before the game. They're talking. Dylan Brooks is throwing elbows in the first quarter left and right. It's very physical. Tempers are high. And they go out there and stun them. And then you win the back-to-back. You play the Hornets, and it wasn't a clean game. They were up big. They allowed the Hornets to get back into the game. You survive and win it. Kuminga played excellent fourth-quarter defense, snatching the ball from P.J. Washington. That was Kuminga's finest hour as a Golden State Warrior.
Was that the game? They're all jumbled in now. Was that the game where he hit the little baseline mid-range to a little two-pointer
that was
late in the
it.
game?
That was the game. Yep, that
and
was
then
the
to
game.
see him celebrate like that, and then Draymond on the bench, like giving it to him, like it was a coming-of-age couple of weeks for Jonathan Kuminga, and then you see him yesterday. He's got the trench coat and the boot
on
his
foot.
leg.
Yeah,
I'm like, I hope he's okay.
I'm hearing it's not serious, but whenever you see the boot, you're thinking, it could be a couple weeks, but we'll see about that.
As a guy who's battled plantar fasciitis, no, I'm just
yeah. I was waiting on that one. Hey, let's bring in a special guest for the first time all year, 2023. Couldn't wait for hour number 2. He had to get in right now.
Oh,
it's Papa Shasky. Papa Shasky, Happy New Year. First call of the 2023 year. Papa Shasky on line 1. What's happening?
Good morning, fellas. First of all, I got a couple of things I like to say is welcome back, Happy New Year. And this phone call is with heavy heart for the DeMar Hamlin family and himself, and also for T. Higgins and him, so he doesn't feel any guilt or pressure about what happened. Our hearts go out, and hopefully that he can recover from this thing. So our hearts and prayers are with him. I am here sitting in the hospital waiting for my urethology operation here in the next hour and a half. So I had to make my call in, tell you guys I love you guys, and this Warrior team that's been playing is incredible. I think this is going to bode really well for them going down the stretch, knowing that they'll have these games in their back pocket, knowing that they can do it with this group coming off the bench without Wiggins, without Clay most of the time, and also without Steph. So, and then I wanted to mention also the Brock Purdy. You know that you got to have a lot of luck. There was a play there where he got hit. The ball was supposed to go long to Kittle, and it went short to Jennings. And that, you got to have a lot of luck in this game. So I just want to let that out there, buddies.
Hey, you sound very reserved. What exactly is happening? What operation are you going in for right now?
They're having to remove a stone, so they have to go up through my.
Okay.
Papa Shasky, be all right, man.
Yeah.
Man, prayers up to you, buddy.
It's all that simple syrup you be drinking.
Well, I can't yell and scream like I normally. I'm in a little cubicle here.
You just had to call.
Are you in one of those 90s where it's open up and you're naked in the back?
Absolutely. My little booty's on, and I got the mat on that. Yeah, I got the whole shebang going on here.
Oh my goodness,
man, Pops! I hope you do all right, man. Call us back tomorrow to make sure that you're okay.
Nah, I'll be out of here. It's like a 45-minute, 50-minute operation. Marine's going to pick me up around 10:30. I'll be good to go. I just want to.
I'll have simple syrup by 1.
Pops, does Doreen know you're making this call right now? And what would she say if she knew that you were making this phone call?
She's probably thinking I'm crazy.
What's new? I mean, come on.
You guys already know that. So
Yeah.
it's all right.
Happy New Year, Pops.
Happy New Year, Pops.
Happy New Year, you guys, too, guys. You guys have a great day. I love you guys.
You too. Love you too. Pops, did you know he was going to the hospital today?
He had mentioned something about it, but he was very nonchalant about it, so I don't know. Did I tell you what I got him for Christmas?
No, what you get
So
him?
I got him a couple things, but we went to Dick's Sporting Goods, and he goes, I just want, because he's one of those OGs that in softball he wears one batting glove, right? Just on the left hand, like he's Jack Clark from 1973. Okay? So he goes, what? These batting gloves are $40 for two? I just want one. I go, Dad, you have to buy them in twos. Well, I only want one. I just want the left one. I don't want the right one. I go, Dad, you have to buy them in twos. You know, you have to
buy the pair, yes.
Yes, exactly, because you're a normal person. You understand this. He was like arguing with the Dick's Sporting Goods like employee who has no idea what he's talking about. Sir, you can only buy them in twos. So I ended up buying him the batting gloves, both of them, and he's like, I don't even need the second one. And so he wants to give the second one away. Because he only needs the left hand.
Well, the Shaskis, man. What is in that water?
The guy's crazy.
All you guys are crazy. All you guys. By the way, how's Pebble?
Oh, my God. Pebble was incredible. Pops birdied 18 in front of a crowd of people.
Are you kidding me?
I swear to you. He hit a shot.
Did he tip his hat?
I got to tell you. I blow a drive. I mean, just crush one down the middle. He hits this low drive that runs like crazy. He goes in front of me like a yard. He's like, outdrove you. I'm like, oh, God, because it was windy as hell on the last hole.
So he birdied and you didn't.
So listen, he hits his second shot. You've got water and nothing but bunker on the left. He hit it so far left. It hit a rock on the beach. I swear to God, the caddy goes, I've never seen a shot come back from that low. It hit the rock, bounced up, hit the stone wall that keeps the bunker in play, and bounced onto the fairway. It was like God himself blew this ball back into the fairway and then hits an approach shot and then hits the 18-foot birdie.
Wow.
Tiger.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
It was the most incredible thing I've ever seen.
You must have talked about that the whole way up.
What do you think?
18.
Hey, the food. Pebble Beach, let me say something.
How did Deli Boy play?
Deli Boy played okay.
JP Muddy?
Actually, JP, whoever that caddy was, I forget her name, that she needs to follow him around wherever he golfs from here on out. She had him dialed in. It's the best game of golf I've ever seen him play. I'm not kidding. I felt so bad.
How'd you play? Shout out somebody. I forget their names.
I played great.
You didn't brag about your game. Usually you brag about your game first. And usually you talk about your game first. You must have struggled out there.
No. I played very well, actually, for my first time. 83 at Pebble. I'll take that.
All right.
No mullies, nothing. And your boy started off double, bogey, double. So it could not have gotten any worse.
Oh, you were in your own head.
Yeah, so I'll take it, dude.
Beautiful conditions down in Monterey.
Bro, I swear to God, it was 70 degrees the day before. By the way, if you ever go to Pebble Beach, I mean this sincerely, go to the Hay. It's like a 9-hole little course, this little tiny little course. They've got food. I cannot say enough great things about Pebble Beach.
I'm glad you had a great time.
It is one of the greatest golf experiences of my life.
Shout out to Pops for birdie and 18. We're going to get to Coach Vallejo on the other side. Go to State Warriors, 888-957-9570. How you feeling about the Doves now? We've been away since we got in this 5-game winning streak. Before we left, there was a lot of chatter about maybe breaking up the roster. Is this a championship roster? Are they a threat in the West? What's going to happen on this homestand? Can they get to 500? Well, you know what? They're now 2 games over 500 with 3 home games to play on this 8-game homestand, the longest homestand of the season. They've got the Pistons Wednesday. No Cade Cunningham.
And Steph Curry's going to be in with Fitz and Buki in the second quarter.
Yeah.
I saw that.
How about that?
I was watching postgame.
You're up way too late.
I know.
I was scared to death.
I know.
Triple overtime, you boy, more than roast.
I thought it was going triple.
I thought
really
it was going
did.
triple, too.
I really did.
Triple. I was due for a triple. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on the Warriors. Coach, you'll be up first here on The Roast.
Hey, Joe, this is your dad.
What's the matter, Kate?
I think John is cheating on me.
Why?
He claims to suddenly have ED, but he used to be an animal.
Oh, maybe he has low testosterone, a normal part of aging. Ken had that problem, and at Balanced Medical Solutions, they ran labs and evaluated him for only $99, and he found a solution that revived him completely.
Guys, why suffer? Regain your vigor today. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Norman,
before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Ty Jerome. Poole this time lines up in the backcourt. DiVincenzo and Thompson far side of the lane, top and bottom, and Draymond Green toward the baseline on the near side. Draymond will screen for DiVincenzo. They both screen for Thompson, who catches. Corner three is on the way. No good. Poole runs down the rebound. Poole forces up a three. It's blocked. Tipped out. DiVincenzo grabs it in rhythm. Buried it! .6! He tied the game! Timeout Atlanta! The Hawks bench, they're looking around. They are stunned. The ball is deflected right out by DeJounte Murray. It was right to DiVincenzo, who comes through with yet another big three. But this game is not over. 0.6 to go. That's plenty of time for a catch-and-shoot situation for Atlanta, and they will move the ball to the front court.
Tim Roy on the call for 95.7 The Game, the voice of the Golden State Warriors, of course, on the radio side. Fitzgerald doing his thing on NBC Sports Bay Area. Dante DiVincenzo. Boy, did he get off to a rough start. You know, you think about the Denver game in the first week of the season. Bones Highland had his way getting by him, blowing by him all day long. Then he suffers a hamstring injury against the Sacramento Kings. Comes back, struggling, shooting 35% for the three-point line. But all of a sudden, in these last 12 games, Dante DiVincenzo looks like a guy who's replaced Gary Payton II. Heck, if you want to say Kuminga's replaced Gary Payton II, I think they're fine without GP2. GP2's yet to play a game.
Mm-hmm.
You see Dante DiVincenzo picking up full court on Damian Lillard, stealing the ball from Damian Lillard, hitting big threes. One of his last 12 games, he's grabbed at least 7 rebounds. So he's rebounded the basketball. Yeah. He's hustling from his guard spot. He's giving you nearly 11 points per game. But the percentages from the three-point line, he's shooting a career high over these last 12, 41.5% from three. Wow. And that is the difference. If he hits that three,
yes,
this guy's a player, man. And he's one part of your 7 to 8 man rotation in the playoffs. So really impressed with Dante DiVincenzo, especially over the last 2-3 weeks.
He's given them lots of different elements of players that have been very successful off the bench for the Warriors. Like his smarts in terms of when to push tempo, when to slow it down, reminds me of Sean Livingston, right? Because Livingston had that, like, hey, I got this. Like Iggy used to give you that. Yes.
Yeah, like, hey, chill out for a second.
Yes, like let's reset the offense. Let's get a good shot here. Like he has a really good basketball IQ. And then you talk about the GP2 elements that he brings to the table. How about his offensive rebounding?
Yes.
I mean, he is, like, I did not know that he was so scrappy as an offensive rebounder.
4 last night.
I mean, and the timely ones, it feels like. And then, obviously, the 50-50 hustle plays are outstanding. Defensively, he's done a really good job staying in front of people. He has been a great acquisition. As frustrating as JMG has been this year, JaMychal Green, for the Warriors, I feel like DiVincenzo has been a great addition.
It started on that road trip where his father traveled around with the team. He had some big nights in Milwaukee, big night in Indiana. And, of course, he played well in Philadelphia, hitting 5 threes in the first quarter. Look at his three-point shot just on his homestand. 5-9 versus Memphis. You get the 19 points. Against Charlotte Hornets, he goes 0 for 4, but he grabs 9 rebounds and 7 assists. Then you look at him against Utah, the back end of a back-to-back. He hits another 5 threes, goes 5-9. Struggles from the three-point line against Portland, but he hits the big three at the end of regulation, and he plays solid defense. How about him waving off Klay Thompson saying, I got Dame Dollar. I'm picking up full court.
I've noticed this. They did this with Draymond, too, last night, where Trae Young tried to get the JP switch, and then they fought through it, and I was like, thank you. Finally, fighting through the screens. My big frustration with the NBA, I feel like we give up the switch, just the league as a whole, gives up the switch too quickly.
Way too easily.
Right? Like, fight through
all the
it.
time. Fight through that.
I'm not saying that, like, you can't switch on times. Like, if Bam's out there or Draymond's out there, like, okay, you want to switch to get to one of those defenders, fine. But, like, fight through it every now and then. And seeing him fight through that and say, no, I got this, so refreshing.
So refreshing. And he's helping Jordan Poole play off the ball, especially so when you get Steph back and Wiggins back, that second unit all of a sudden looks stabilized with Dante DiVincenzo playing as a backup guard spot. He's helping out Ty Jerome. And he's speaking up at the podium. The way DiVincenzo talks, like he's been on this roster for 3 years, saying this is not Warriors basketball. We've got to move the ball around. We've got to clean up the third quarters. Giving up 40 points to Portland in the third is way too much. I'm like, man, this guy's speaking up now. Very good sign for Dante DiVincenzo as we get to the calls here for the first time in 2023. Real quick, Shasky.
I did not think that Anthony Lamb, Ty Jerome, even Patrick Baldwin Jr. as like key contributors to a successful homestand in December and January didn't have it on my success chart.
And you look at the standings. Memphis was ahead of them.
Oh, they're right.
You blow them out. You caught Portland already. All right? Utah, you're surpassing Utah. You're now tied with the Phoenix Suns at 20-18. What the hell is going on in Phoenix? The Warriors, folks, are knocking on the door again. I'm not betting against them to lose 4 times in the Western Conference in a playoff series.
They're 4.5 out of number 1 spot?
Yep.
Everything's right there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right there.
Everything's right there. Let's go to Eric and Millbrae, then we'll get the coach of Vallejo. Eric, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, fellas? Man, I'm pumped. Being at that game last night, I honestly thought they were going to lose that game 3 different times. And the way the Hawks
just 3
that way, and you're right about Trae Young, man. He's incredible to watch offensively, but man, that head bob foul that he likes to do, it's just bogus, man. These refs got to quit falling for it because he used that tactic and kept working over and over again. But nonetheless, they'll take that L. But I thought 6-2 was best case scenario. I counted the Grizzlies loss, and I thought Portland would probably get him out. But shows what my dumbass knows, and I'm gladly wrong. And I'm never going to count this team out at home, man. No. Even without Curry and Thompson, I just think the crowd, the energy, and the way these, especially the role guys play when they're at Chase Center as opposed to on the road, just makes this team so damn special. And in a roundabout way, this Curry and Wiggins injury has showed bench mob, hey, you guys can be part of the core rotation, and Curry can count on you guys in big playoff minutes. But guys, I'm really just pumped about what I'm seeing. Besides Clay having that 50-piece, I think Dante DiVincenzo has been one of the unsung heroes. Looney, of course, doing what he does with his attention as usual.
No doubt.
He's just incredible. So just hats off to what this team is doing. I don't think there's any other team who could probably miss their top 2 players this long and just battle and compete and win games like they're winning right now. So incredible to watch and keep this going, guys. They go 8-0, fellas. It's on the table now. I think 8-0 is doable. Thanks, guys.
No problem. I was thinking 6-2. You go on the road at 21-20. Now you can get greedy.
I know.
Now you can get greedy here with Detroit and Orlando on deck.
Can we start like this sentence by saying no injury to Steph Curry is ever a good one?
Nope.
No injury to Andrew Wiggins is ever a good one. No one wants those guys hurt. But in terms of silver linings, right? I feel like Kerr was kind of forced
to play the youngsters.
Yeah, and not just that, but like just to experiment and give people longer leeways and the ability to struggle a little. And what it's done, like even James Wiseman, and I know he's got the ankle thing right now, but like James Wiseman played really good in small, tiny little stretches, which to me is a quantum leap from where we were a month ago.
No, he looked playable.
All right?
He looked like he wasn't a stiff on defense.
Exactly.
His positioning was better defense.
He looked aggressive.
Contesting shots in the Memphis game.
Yeah.
Rolling to the basket, finishing with dunks, and he's smiling on the sidelines again. Wiseman got better. Kuminga, forced to play 20-plus minutes, and all of a sudden, I can't unsee what Tim Roy told us the first day he ever played for the Golden State Warriors this summer league, the California Classic, what Tim Roy told me. He goes, he reminds me of Ron Artest on the court. And now I can't unsee it. The strength, the physicality, the athleticism, picking up 94 feet. You got 2 guys now with Dante DiVincenzo and Jonathan Kuminga who are replacing GP2. This guy in the dunker spot, hitting the corner 3, going to the basket. Kuminga's here. He's here. He's arrived.
You brought up Ron Artest's name, and you know how like when you're off for quite some time, you go down the YouTube rabbit hole? I went down the YouTube rabbit hole on Ron Artest, and I forgot about the elbow that he gave to James Harden.
Oh, at Staples Center.
Where he said he was thumping his chest, and he went wham!
Yeah,
he hit him so hard.
It was one of the most vicious elbows I've ever seen.
In my entire life, I've never seen an elbow. I mean, that was UFC level. And then he tried to say, yeah, I was thumping my chest. Like, yeah, you thumped your chest, and then,
It was right. It was maybe a year after he started talking about his barber, because remember he started getting all the crazy haircuts. His boy Book in Orlando, we used to cut him up.
Yeah.
And then I remember he was on inside the NBA with TNT guys, and he got into it with Kobe. And that's when Ron Artest said, "Know who you messing with, dude? I'm Ron Artest, Kobe. What the hell you doing, man?"
It started with me searching for the Ron Artest story because he was talking about how physical the play was. And he's sitting down in his locker, and he just casually tells a story about how this guy broke off a table and then took the leg of the table and then jabbed it through someone's heart in the middle of a pickup game.
I know.
He's like, and that's why I'm accustomed to physical play. It's like, what?
Ron Artest, man, a different breed. Let's go to Coach of Vallejo. Coach of Vallejo, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, Vontae.
Good morning.
Jasky, and happy New Year to you both.
Happy New
I'm
Year.
going to let you get in. But my God, I know you're going to come for Jordan Poole. Take a deep breath. He was really good for 4 games.
Let him go.
I know you're coming.
Coach.
Thank you. Okay, here's what I want to say. I would look at the game differently. The Warriors would have won easily if Jordan Poole wasn't 8 for 31. And I've been watching the Warriors play a long time. That had to be a record. No coach would allow a player to continue to play when they're playing that badly. And
11 to 31 yesterday, Coach. 11 to 31. Give him his 3 field goals.
Okay. But both of you would have to admit, how many times during that game you said, "Oh no, geez, Jordan, you didn't do. How did you do that? Why? shot 3 or 4 air balls, 5 shots blocked, no defense. And again, what does that tell the rest of the players, that you can play so badly and still can't get on the court? I've never seen a Warrior player get as much leeway as Jordan Poole. And
let me ask you this, Coach. Let me ask you this, Coach, because I know you're crushing him. He's 11-31, 2 of 12 from the three-point line. I get it. He wasn't the most efficient. He scored 28 points. He's in his 4th year learning how to – and the turnovers. He's got 27 turnovers in the first 5 games of his homestand. That's not good. However, he's learning how to close games. These are situations he's never been in before with the Golden State Warriors because Steph Curry's been here. Don't you got to cut him some slack here? He's learning as well as Kuminga and Wiseman and Moody and Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb. Don't you got to cut him a little slack?
I will cut him some slack if we do not try to make him a superstar.
Okay, Coach.
Every promo.
Coach. I want to know, because I'm sick of hearing the Jordan Poole slander. It's unfair. Steph Curry, the first year the Warriors went to the playoffs, all right? The first year. How old was Steph Curry?
21, 20?
No, he was 24 years old. All right. It was his first time. Okay. It was his first time cracking 20 points a game as a player. 22 points a game he averaged that year with over 3 turnovers. Do you know what Jordan Poole's averaging at 23 right now? Over 20 points a game with over 3 turnovers. The numbers are. Now, I'm not saying he's Steph Curry, but what I'm saying is you're unfairly criticizing the young man. He's younger than Steph Curry. He's not given the autonomy that Steph was on that early Golden State Warrior first playoff-bound team led by Steph Curry. Let's just pump the brakes a little. He's been great for the Warriors in totality. Last night was a bad game.
Well, I'm glad you at least said that, because he's given more leeway than almost any player on that team. And you both know that they would have won that game last night if he wouldn't have played the way he did.
Well, I know they wouldn't have won the game if they didn't get his 28 points because he had all the guys out, Coach. He had everybody out. Now, I get it. Poole can be frustrating to watch, but he's still growing and developing.
Exactly.
He's still doing that. We can't forget about that. Nobody's crowning him. I mean, Draymond Green's playing some great basketball right now. I don't know how many players are playing better defense in the NBA outside of Draymond Green. Draymond Green has been unbelievable down the stretch. Block shots, defense on Trey, communicating. Draymond Green had 30 turnovers in 6 games against the Toronto Raptors in the NBA Finals. Now, you're not saying, man, the leeway, oh, my God, you're going to bench him and don't play him or whatnot. Turnovers happen when you're handling the basketball in the NBA. Sometimes he could throw a great pass and somebody doesn't cut. There's miscommunication. Well, guess what? The turnover, you get credited for that turnover, not the other player who mishandles a pass or whatnot. So, look, I get it. The turnovers down the stretch made us all scratch our head. He was doing some goofy stuff last night.
Steph's our favorite player of all time. We all love Steph Curry.
The around-the-back pass?
I mean, the around-the-back pass, Game 7. Like, the guy doing it around the back to the front row. That just happens.
I don't get why people are – why do we always have to be angry about certain players? Like, Clay and Poole this year, the way they've both been covered has been asinine to me. It's mind-boggling to me how much we're ready to rip these guys. First of all, Clay goes through a 4-game stretch, and it's, oh, my God, he's washed and yada, yada, yada. Mm-hmm. Poole has a couple games where he turns the ball over, and it's like, oh, man, he's a value scorer. Why is he playing? Well, you need him to play. You need the firepower. You need the threat. Not too many guys can stay in front of this kid one-on-one. He will clean it up, but he should be allowed some leeway here in learning how to close games. This is a great experience for Jordan Poole to learn how to close games, to learn how to go against teams' best defender. This is all part of the process for Jordan Poole becoming an all-star one day in this league.
The thing with Jordan Poole that I think that people don't like is arrogance. And I think that there is such a jump to comparing him to Steph Curry, which is so unfair. Steph Curry's a unicorn.
Come on,
but even then, we both agree. Steph Curry's probably the greatest Golden State Warrior to ever wear the uniform.
No doubt.
You want to say
Outside
Wilt? I didn't see Wilt, but yeah, fine, okay? I just showed you the raw data. Curry did not eclipse 20 points a game until he was a 40-plus minute a night guy as a starter on a team where it was his team, and he was able to wheel and deal, and they had no expectations, 2012, 2013. He was 24 years old, and he had more college experience than even what Jordan Poole had. Think about what Jordan's trying to do right now. He's trying to fill the shoes of Steph Curry. Yep. He's trying to also be that guy off the bench at times. Like, his role every game changes depending on who's available, who's out there. That's really difficult.
It is.
And I just think that we need to cut him a little slack and pump the brakes on criticizing him. Now, on Klay Thompson, look, I've been at the front of the line ripping Klay Thompson at times, and I feel dumb and foolish. I'll say this about Klay. He has adjusted his game, whether it's the legs, the conditioning. I think his shot selection has been so much better.
I think we could both agree his shots. He was hunting shots.
Yes.
He was hunting shots, trying to get back into rhythm.
Yes.
And he wasn't in a rhythm. That's not the way to play. He's letting the game come to him. And you see yesterday at 54 burger, where I don't think he forced too many shots. You are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMG FM and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It's good to be back. Shout out to YouTube. Shout out to Twitch. Shout out to the Xfinity mobile text line. It's so good to see you guys as we're back from vacation. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Joe Spadoni, Sam Lubman, and yours truly, Bonte Hill. Let's get back out to the lines and talk to Uncle Gene for the first time in 2023. Gene, Happy New Year. What's happening, brother?
Hey, Gene.
Hey, Happy New Year. Hey, I hope your dad's going to be okay there, Joe.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure. Hey, that game was so riveting last night. Even my dog watched the last half with her ears sticking out. So, and DiVincenzo, that kid is so good. He needs a nickname. So
Dante's Inferno.
I'll let you guys handle the nickname stuff. I'll let you guys handle the nickname stuff. That's out of my pay grade.
Dagger D with the Dagger D3.
Ooh, I like that.
My mind went somewhere else, but go ahead, Gene.
I want to say something about Green quickly, okay?
Yes.
I mean, in the middle of this resurgence, you can look at Green, who already had a good year up until this homestand. But these last 5 games, Draymond, I think, he's looking like the old Dre. I mean,
yes.
He's stuffing guys 5, 6 inches taller than him at the rim. He's got all the energy. I mean, he looks like he did 5 years ago. And it seems to me that he's finally reestablished himself as a leader on this team after that unfortunate incident in the beginning. I think we got our heartbeat back, and with Clay and his resurgence, and we just get Wiggs and Curry back.
Yes.
Kuminga. The sky's the limit, man.
Gene, I noticed a couple of things. The Memphis game, it felt like he let everything come out to the top in terms of emotions, which was refreshing because we needed that. And then I noticed in the Kuminga game, the one that you were referencing earlier, B, where Kuminga hits that shot, like Draymond was like screaming at him in a good way. And I don't know if Kuminga kind of flinched a little and then was totally into it. Seeing him empower the young guys and lift them up and get fired up with them, that to me was one of those Dre's back.
His team's getting close again.
Yes.
It's got the preseason Tokyo, Japan vibes once again with this basketball team. Just being around the team during the holidays, you can tell the vibes are up, the spirits are up, despite Steph and Andrew Wiggins being out of the lineup here. And I go back to, what game was it? Was it Charlotte or was it Utah? But anyway, we get the live feed from NBC, right? And so they show us the timeouts and the huddles.
Yeah.
And Ty Jerome's over there talking, and then Draymond's like, yo, no rotations. I got my guy. You stay there. You stay there. And I'm like, oh, Day-Day's back.
Good.
Draymond's back. And when he's aggressive offensively, they're so much better.
Yes.
But you look at the assist numbers, you look at the rebounds, you look at the critical block shots again. I thought Friday against Portland, I'm driving home.
The final 6 minutes.
The final 6, unbelievable. They finished the game with a 16-2 run, and I'm thinking to myself, is anybody playing better defense than Draymond Green right now? He's in the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year. Now, I don't like to get into awards. We do it. It's just what we do. But before the All-Star game, it seems a little arrogant, a little foolish to start talking about awards and MVPs. But with that said, I'm not sure anybody's playing better defense right now than Draymond Green. He's playing out of his mind right now.
No, he really is. And the thing that we didn't see a whole lot the last couple of years because they had Wiggins and other guys, we haven't seen him out on the perimeter against small guys in crunch time. And he's done that a few times here, and then also switching on to bigger guys and then meeting them at the rim.
He's had some big-time blocks.
Big-time blocks. He's been outstanding. And then offensively, it feels like he's done a really good job with that little shovel pass where he goes and screens. B, the other thing that I noticed was, and this was after the Portland game, the synergy between Clay and Jordan Poole and their chemistry and their friendship and their on-court balance.
Call of 3-1-1.
But doesn't it feel like it's starting to blend just right? Like, I don't think it necessarily was it was kind of clunky early on, and it feels like because of the Steph injury, it has enabled them to learn how to play together a little better.
I'm with you there. I mean, look, winning helps.
Absolutely.
Winning helps. But Fitz hinted at something yesterday on the broadcast before he signed off. He basically was saying that Clay had it. Actually, when they were interviewing Klay Thompson after the double overtime, and Fitz basically said, Clay, do you remember the bus ride from Barclays Center? And Clay was just basically telling everybody, saying, I know we got blown out tonight, but we're about to right the ship. We're close. And the synergy, they got tired of getting their ass kicked on the East Coast. They really did. The whole road thing, 3-16 is all weird. They got back home, and it started with the Memphis game. From Ty Jerome to Anthony Lamb, the synergy with Kuminga, Clay, Poole, setting the tone in the backcourt, and then Draymond Green. Everything, this is the Warriors' way. Playing with joy. You see Jordan Poole's locker right next to Draymond Green. I know they're conversing a little bit more and more after what happened in training camp. So it is right there. And it's great to see, man, because a lot of people were down on this team before the Memphis game. They're back now.
Oh, I was.
They're back. And let me tell you right now, the arrogance meter is high for you, boy. Oh, it's high.
Is it?
Oh, I
thought it was the outfits you were wearing.
No. Well, that too. The outfits.
You've been very dapper.
Well, even with Festus, like, I don't know what's
Very
going on
dapper.
there, man. You know, your boys try, man. New year. Say me. I like that.
Better you.
Oh, no. Akil in Dublin. Akil, what's happening? He's here to defend Jordan Poole before the break.
Thank you.
Akil, what's
Thank
happening?
you.
Hey, guys, thanks. Yeah, I'm on your side. I don't know why a lot of fans forget this. Defenses have to respect Jordan Poole.
Yep.
Jordan Poole can go off for 40 anytime he wants. I mean, I would argue that yesterday, if Jordan Poole was taken out early, Clay may not have gone his 54 points. Because if you watch that game, the Hawks had to choose, do they double Clay or do they double Jordan Poole? And without Jordan Poole on the court, Clay doesn't get those shots he gets. So, as you said, Joe, I mean, Poole is young, man. He's young. He's 23 years old. He's going to have bad games.
Exactly.
As Warrior fans, he's got to have some patience, realize he is part of our future, and he is a threat to any team out there. And with him on the court, Clay, Steph, Wiggins, all these other guys will get their shots because defenses have to respect him.
I'm with you there. I don't
call.
I don't get why we overreact to Poole having a bad game.
I think he's an easy person to criticize.
Both of them, for some reason. Why? Because Clay's had the injuries. He's had the struggles. And Jordan Poole's just in his fourth year, and we haven't seen him do it by himself yet.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So we get jaded by Steph and Dre and Clay and Kevon Looney, by the way, double-double. This is why plus-minus, I know we're going to break here, plus-minus is a flaw stat. That's all you need to know about last night. Looney scores 14, game-winning tip-in, grabs a career-high 20 rebounds, 10 offensive rebounds.
How many pump fakes?
About 1,500. He's a minus 20 in a plus-minus department.
Throw that piece
Plus
of
minus.
paper
Plus minus is a joke. Looney minus 20 yesterday against Hawks. You don't win the game without Lou, dog. What are you doing?
Are you ready to talk some 49er football?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it on the other side. We got Austin and Anthony. We'll knock them out. And then we got Baldy at 7:30 for the first time in 2023. It's been a while since we talked some Niners as they outlast the Raiders in overtime. 37-34. Brock Purdy, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk. And they're now locked into the number 2 seed in the NFC. Let's get into some 49ers right here on The Roast. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
I'm a roaster. Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
One 877
kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the Ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Did you hear a little water in the background? Yeah! He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Oh, want better visibility to get you through the winter? A new pair of premium wipers can help. Right now, you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum wiper blades. See better and stay safe on the road all winter long. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Ooh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
9 in a row for Kyle Shanahan's team. The Raiders are eliminated from playoff contention, and the San Francisco 49ers are very much alive for the number 1 or 2 seed in the NFC. 37-34 the final in overtime. Back with more in a moment.
was that? Kugler? Fox Sports? My guy Kevin Kugler? Mark Sanchez?
He was in his bag.
Yeah, Mark Sanchez in the GoldenEye bag. Talking video games, L2R2.
There was a hold on George Kittle.
Yeah.
And Mark Sanchez is like, oh, and it was the female ref who was getting berated by Kyle Shanahan. And Mark Sanchez is like, don't think that is a foul right there. It was hilarious.
Dude,
I was
Mark
dying.
Sanchez was bringing up references at the Rio and gambling all night and being drunk, and this is Vegas. I kind of like Mark Sanchez. I'm kind of a fan. And Kevin
the
Kugler.
headband, too, in studio?
Yeah, he's one. Dude, and you know what? Kevin Kugler will always be one of my favorites when he said, "Oh, my goodness," after Drake Kirkpatrick got trucked.
Who was was it Vucevic? Who was the guy who had the headband on the Lakers?
Sasha Vujacic.
Sasha Vujacic. That's
Dana
Sasha.
Sharapova.
He got cooked by Ray Allen in that game for it. Then they blew like a 26-point lead.
He also came off ice cold game 7 to shoot 2 free throws and win it for him.
It was the thin. He had the thin headband.
Yeah, he had the thin one.
Yeah, I think Dunleavy had that for a period of time as well.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of the thin one.
Well, it's more of a soccer look.
Yeah.
It's a Euro look.
Football.
I'm not a fan. By the way, Arsenal running away with the Premier League. Not good as Tottenham loses again.
At some point this week, can we discuss the week that was in college football? Today's not the day because I want to get into the Niners.
College football's been awesome.
No, college football was incredible.
Playoff was awesome.
I mean, and also I think I'm ready to switch my opinion on the greatest college quarterback I've ever seen. It might be Caleb Williams.
Oh, my God.
I thought it was Andrew Luck. Caleb Williams is one of the most fun athletes in sports right now. And I don't know. I don't know if he is, but I'm ready to start to pivot. He is an incredible watch.
Better than
Vince Young, Michael Vick. I can think of different players.
Matt Leiter.
Reggie Bush. Well, we were talking quarterback only, I guess.
Greatest quarter. No.
Dude, the way that he contorts his body. Look, does he hold the ball for way too long? Probably.
CJ Stroud.
CJ Stroud was
Trevor
incredible.
Lawrence,
I didn't know
Watson.
CJ Stroud could run like he did.
Deshaun Watson.
Deshaun Watson was incredible. I'm saying as a thrower of the football at the quarterback position. Yeah, I know you like that term. That's why I did it. As a thrower of the football. Blaine Gabbert.
Sam Bradford.
Oh, God.
No, but honestly, Caleb. Elite. USC can't stop a nosebleed on defense. Caleb, though, I mean
Caleb's
this.
Nice.
In terms of fun
I'm not
watches.
going greatest ever, but he is a fun watch.
B.
So is CJ Stroud.
He's up there.
CJ Stroud's good.
And Bryce Young's so much fun to watch as well.
Bryce Young was good. We need a band.
Will Anderson and Bryce Young.
We needed the 18 playoff. Yeah. 18 playoff this season would have been nice.
I'm with you on that.
Niners win 37-34 in overtime. 37-34.
What a game.
Again. He hasn't lost as a starter yet. George Kittle balling as always. Ayuk on his way to having 1,000-yard wide receiving season. Probably the best first-round pick at the wide receiver position since Jerry Rice. I mean, better than J.J. Stokes. He's already eclipsed J.J. Stokes' career high for receiving yards in the season. We know about Rashawn Woods. We know about A.J. Jenkins. Name any other first-round busts at the wide receiver position. Brandon Ayuk's been very, very good. And I believe, and I said this in training camp, or toward all season, he's the best pure wide receiver on his football team.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a good say. Although Christian McCaffrey's not too far behind. Whoa. Christian McCaffrey, wow. I mean, this guy, what doesn't he do? I'm asking sincerely, straight up. We all know he's great. He can catch the ball. He's an unbelievable runner. I feel like his patience and then his ability to sync up with Juszczyk is getting better each and every week. What's the hole in his game?
No, he doesn't have a hole in his game. I mean, the screen game, angle routes, Texas routes, fade routes,
toughness,
out routes, runs right through you, knows when to fall, I love the way he braces for tackles.
Yes.
He never puts himself in the position where he's going to get blown up. Maybe pass blocking is a weakness. I don't know. But this is the difference maker. Brock Purdy's going to steal all the headlines, and Brock Purdy deserves a ton of credit. Oh, he's playing so well to the point where I would be disappointed if the Niners weren't in Glendale, Arizona, playing for the Super Bowl. That's how well Brock Purdy's playing. And I know I say it week by week, but I would be disappointed if they didn't make the Super Bowl. That's how well Brock Purdy's playing. But the difference, again, is Christian McCaffrey.
Yes.
This is why I wanted him to swing the deal for a home run hitting running back. We always discuss Steph Curry's gravity on the basketball court, how it opens up the floor for Dre on those drives, or Klay Thompson from the three-point line, and everybody, Andrew Wiggins. Well, the gravity is Christian McCaffrey. Don't you see it, folks? Brandon Ayuk seeing one-on-one all day. George Kittle seeing one-on-one all day, running wide open. because of number 23, Christian McCaffrey. He draws so much attention, whether it's linebackers, safeties, corners. This guy's the real deal, man. He's the real deal. And that trade is going to go down as an all-time heist.
ESPN had ranked the trade the day it happened as a C- for the Niners.
They're idiots.
In terms of what they gave up and blah, blah. We overvalue the draft picks.
Right.
We all agree. But, like, this dude's a superstar. And like, I don't say this flippantly. Look, John the Jet Perry, Jimmy Johnson, Hugh McElhaney.
Yeah.
They've got John Henry Johnson. They've got some great Hall of Fame level running backs in their arsenal. Roger Craig, Frank Gore, Ricky Waters. I ask you sincerely, in terms of raw talent to do all the things we're talking about, is there a guy more talented than Christian McCaffrey ever in the history of the 49ers backfield?
The one who can make the argument is Ricky Waters.
I'll listen to that.
Ricky Waters was
to
a wide receiver at Notre Dame, so he knew how to run all the routes. I think people forget how dynamic he was from the running back position.
Well,
and the 49ers in the 90s were never the same once he signed with the Philadelphia Eagles. They were never the same.
He had 10,000-plus yards from scrimmage as a runner.
As a runner.
Just a runner.
As a runner.
As a pass catcher, add another $5,000.
His hands were great. He was bigger than Christian McCaffrey. The speed is right up there. He probably had more open field moves than Christian McCaffrey.
Yes. He was more wiggly.
Yeah, he's got more wiggle. Ricky Waters is the guy I put up there.
Okay.
And Ricky Waters is a borderline Hall of Famer.
I agree with that.
So that's where I'm at with Christian McCaffrey.
Think of what I just said there. Again, we have some all-time great. He broke Roger Craig's, most catches in the first 5 years or something like that.
Most catches in the first 6 years.
I couldn't believe that stat. I was like, oh my god! And he did it in like 25 less year games.
Yeah, I know. Well, they throw the ball a lot to him.
No,
He's out
I
there in
know,
the slot
but
stuff
that's
like
still.
That. And remember, Roger Craig was a fullback to start his career, but Roger Craig is a Hall of Famer.
No, I'm with you.
I don't get why he's not in the Hall of Fame first 1,000-yard player out of the backfield. But to see him eclipse that record is wild. Christian McCaffrey can do no wrong, and he carried that offense because Brett Purdy was checking it down a lot in that football game, and he got away with some no throws in that one. Got to remember he's a rookie.
5. I counted 5 in just the last 3 quarters alone.
Ooh.
Yeah, but that's okay. Like we'll get to that when we need to. But there was the screenplay where Purdy's got a guy in his face, and they're setting up for a screen. He gets rid of it quickly, which was a really nice play by him. And then McCaffrey, after a Brunskill great block, just like, whoop, whoop, boom, upfield. And you're like, oh, my God, that's a 40-something yard play that sets up the Jordan Mason touchdown. And it just, he flips the field so quickly, and he gives you that little, leak route. There was one, by the way, talking about the oh-no throws, where Brock went to the check down way too early and threw late to the flat, and I thought it was going to be a pick 6.
No, Christian McCaffrey this is why you make the deal for him. This is why we were so excited about the deal. Let's take some calls real quick before we get Baldy on. Baldy's going to join us in 3 minutes. Brian Baldinger for the first time in 2023. Let's go to Adam in San Francisco. Adam, what's happening? You're on the roast. Happy New Year.
So I got something for you guys. You ready?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right. First off, I want to give a toast. Shout out to the boys on the morning roast. They out here, and they're doing the most. Now let me dive in, and I'm about to boast. I don't know what's up with all of these haters. Niners went to Vegas, and they beat the Raiders. They kind of like Luke that makes us Vader. Brock Purdy's so good, he's going to evade you. 1 week to go. You got to close it out. This is AWOL, speaking straight from the mouth. Faithful to the Bay, you know what it is. Now hit that Mac Dre and show me that fizz. Happy holidays, boys.
Let's go.
AWOL. AWOL, and we're not talking about AWOL Records with Killa Tay. Oh, remember AWOL Records?
Fullies with Fullies.
Yeah, come on now.
Sebo.
Oh, man. Ludi Coleon.
Juice. They call me Coleon. What? They call me Coleon.
Wow.
Ludi Coleon had some hitters.
He had some hitters.
Wow, that was good.
Damn.
I was feeling that.
Antonio in Oakland, who tags me in every dance move he has at Levi's Stadium. Antonio, happy New Year. Antonio, man, you're dancing left and right, man. How you feeling this year?
Oh, I was dancing in front of my brothers and my dad's face because they was Raider fans, man, and they was giving me the business all freaking game. So, everybody knows about this rivalry, man. Growing up in Northern California, it feels great to beat the hated Raiders, and nobody wants to see us in the playoffs. And Christian McCaffrey, that dude, he carried us on his back. And then Bosa, a.k.a. the new DPOY, because he freaking bull rushed that dude like Justin Smith did that Saints tackle in that playoff game in 2011. That's what I have flashbacks of. and I'm just loving it. Woo!
Antonio, good call, man. Michael Hernandez, boys out here trying to get Doobie Awards early.
Yeah,
Doobie Awards.
Mark
by
that
the way,
for freestyle.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
there.
Doobie Awards, by the way, was a smashing success. I did not think it would be that. It would hit people that hard. The Doobie Awards is on. I saw Adam during the break. Adam at SF.
Oh, nice.
He dropped by the gatehouse a couple times. Gave me a nice 49er scarf. Thank you, Adam. Merry Christmas
Wow.
to you. Tyler Miller, I saw him out there before he went out to Vegas. The Doobie Awards is something else. People were not happy but not getting nominated. People were not happy with the roast of the year. People were not happy that they didn't get enough love. So the Doobie Awards, the second annual, coming in December, if this show is still around, it's going to be something special.
You were talking about gravity for CMC, and I think it's a really, really, really good point. When Colin Kaepernick came in and you saw that Frank Gore and him had the run game going, what that did was it opened up the middle of the field for Michael Crabtree, and he had his best year. This is going back 10 years ago. Vernon Davis was still very, very effective. I'm looking at this team right now, and what I'm seeing with what CMC is setting up, not only are they running the ball very well, but it feels like we're getting the best, most efficient version of George Kittle.
No doubt.
Doesn't it feel like George Kittle's more involved now than maybe he's been in like 3 years?
Dude, I mean, what was that?
I don't even know what that was.
That was funny.
But like
George
him
Kittle,
and Ayuk have been awesome, and they don't even have Debo on the field right
but
now.
all of a sudden, we're seeing George Kittle in what he does best.
Yes.
Which is run after the catch. When he gets into the open field, with the ball in his hands, he is we saw the Seattle game, we saw the Commanders game at Levi Stadium. In the open field, nobody wants to tackle him.
No.
And did you see the great throw by Brock Purdy, having the patience there on that first touchdown throw to George Kittle in the back of the end zone? Again, he's saying one-on-one for the first time forever.
I know.
The Rams game, I keep going back to the Rams game. It's so fun when McCaffrey ran a little out, and Ernest Jones, the linebacker for the Rams, number 53, all of a sudden was like, oh my gosh, where's 23 at? And Kittle's right down the seam wide open for a nice catch. Kittle's playing well. Ayuk's playing well. This offense is humming, and they pick up the defense as the defense gave up 34 points to the Las Vegas Raiders. I don't want to say Oakland Raiders, but Las Vegas Raiders out there.
If I hear the duel in the desert one more time.
That was pretty fun. You like that? You didn't like that?
I mean, it's just
duel in the desert, baby. New Year's Day.
The duel in the desert. That's the best we've got.
Oh, man, let's get the ball, D-Man, for the first time in 2023.
He breaks down plays better than anyone.
I mean, this is like Shark Week now. And you know what Baker Mayfield is? He's chum. Look at these sharks. You think you're getting away from those 4 angry sharks? It's Shark Week. It's time to eat. Make the read. Urgency. That's the name of the game right here. Urgency. Now, on it. He's on it. Touchdown. Beautiful throw.
He's our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, Brian Baldinger.
Oh, it's good to have Baldy back to start the year 2023. Happy New Year to you, Baldy. What a great weekend of football. You're looking dapper in the suit. You had a great college football playoff. You had a great NFL weekend. We'll get to our thoughts about last night, our thoughts and prayers. Actually, let's just start there to get it out the way, Baldy, because our thoughts and prayers do go out to Mr. Hamlin and his family. DeMar Hamlin, of course, the game was postponed yesterday in Cincinnati. I wasn't watching it live because I had basketball duties, but going back to watch it, just a scary, scary situation as EMT had to administer CPR on the football field, and the NFL did what was best. Postpone the game. We'll play another day. There's no way Buffalo's going to be able to play that football game after seeing one of their brothers fall like that and collapse on the football field. Just a tough, tough scene, Baldy.
It was horrible. It was horrible, and it's just, it's a reminder of just it's a dangerous game, and I've never seen anything like that. Although I hear stories now, car crashes and hockey players that have had similar type injuries. It's all about DeMar right now, but I don't. There's no way they could play. They made the right decision. It was pretty quickly. I've been down in the field when you have the danger. Really, is just the uncertainty. You don't know what is the injury, what is the severity, what happened. You don't know. If somebody breaks a leg, I mean, nobody wants to see a leg broken, but you know what it is. You know that he's going to be fine. It's going to be rehab. You got it. But when it happened to DeMar last, nobody really knew. And then once you saw the players really circle around him, because they knew how severe it was, and you saw just how quickly the EMTs responded, you knew it was really severe. And obviously we don't know the condition at this point. So there's still a great deal of uncertainty. But it's unsettling because you can't go back and play. Not like that. I've been out there where there's been a stoppage for 15 minutes and the gurney comes out, you strap somebody on, and you just want to see limbs move. You just want to see a finger move, You want to see the lips move, and then you go, okay, he's going to be okay. It might be a rough patch, but he's going to be okay. Last night, we never got that feeling.
Yeah, and I think, you've said a bunch of things there. Obviously, you've never seen anything like that on a football field, which is surprising because you played and you're on the field every single week. In terms of how the NFL handled it, what were your opinions on that?
I thought they handled everything. There's no book, exactly, Joe, what to do in that situation. But I thought, they administered the CPR like within minutes. They got to it. They were able to establish what the issue was. He's got a cardiac arrest now. We didn't know that at the time, but he got, they were able to get the heart, working again, and get him to the hospital in a matter of minutes. And then, just a decision to postpone the game and then to cancel the game. You postpone it and then you kind of wait and see what's going on. And then, the executives get together, and really it was kind of initiated by Zach Taylor, from the Cincinnati Bengals, and talking, to Sean McDermott, like, this is not going to be a situation where we can go back and play after this. And so I thought the players and the teams really kind of made the decision for the NFL about what to do, which was just it's the right thing. I don't know the future of the game and if it gets played. I don't know any of that. But that's not the important thing at that point. The important thing is the concerns for the players and the teams and for DeMar. And they put that as their priority, Joe.
No doubt. Well said, Baldies. We have Brian Baldinger on for the first time in 2023. Break down what happened last night in Cincinnati. Now let's get to Las Vegas here with the 49ers as they continue to roll. They haven't lost a game with Brock Purdy under center. Heck, they haven't lost a game with Christian McCaffrey lined up in the backfield as a starter. Defense let up a little bit. We'll get there to it in a second. But offensively, to see them score 37, rally from 10 points down in the third quarter. Christian McCaffrey carrying the load there. Look, nobody cares about the draft picks anymore in the Bay Area because of McCaffrey's doing in the run and pass game. The gravity that he creates, Baldy, I think was undersold when he got traded to San Francisco.
Well, probably because he really didn't have a whole lot around him in Carolina. I mean, there was DJ Moore. There was a couple pieces, but, they didn't have what they have here. And so then it's a question of, how does his role grow? How does it expand? What can you do with him? What are the packages you want for him? What kind of volume of, plays can he handle? So far, he's handling everything about as well as anybody could ever expected him beyond. But he's just, he's a special player. I mean, there's a lot of running backs in this league that can catch the ball, that can run the ball, but not many guys have the vision and the ability to take plays as long as he takes them. Just explosive plays that can come out of anywhere. The screen game, the run game, you name it. Like just the explosive plays that he can create. The type of plays that you get one on a drive, that your chances of scoring just go incrementally higher. And that's why they're scoring at such a rate right now. They're just getting these explosive plays out of McCaffrey and out of the quarterback right now.
Yeah, it feels like CMC. We were talking about the gravity of like Steph Curry on the basketball court, where there's so much attention goes to him that it opens up shots for others. I don't know if this is a byproduct of them opening the offense up, if it's Brock Purdy, if it's CMC, but I feel like because of CMC on the field, George Kittle's getting the rock all over the place down the field, and we're seeing an even more effective, explosive George Kittle.
I think if you said at the start of the season, over and under on George Kittle getting 9 touchdowns.
Under.
You'd probably take the under, right, Joe?
Yes, I would have took
take the under on that deal. And not to slight, George, but, there's a lot of options there on that offense. And, he just wasn't getting those type of touches. I saw you guys talking earlier, about his ability after the catch. I mean, he's elite. He's an elite player after the catch, the way we've seen, Kelsey, maybe Waller at times when healthy, et cetera. But not many guys can do that. And so it's a mentality of George. He's obviously he's fast, but he also has a mentality that one guy's not bringing him down. So all that has taken place. But I just feel like there's a rhythm to this offense that has been missing. And you can't just say it's the quarterback. It's the way the quarterback sees the field and the way that he goes through progressions and the way the ball comes out and where it comes out. I mean, he hit Jennings in the middle of the field the other day in stride. I mean, it's a rope in the middle of the field. And, Jennings doesn't have to slow down. He doesn't have to stop. He doesn't have to stretch for it. I mean, he hits him right in stride. And, you're seeing a lot of that right now from the quarterback.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, as he is every single Tuesday at 7:30. George Kittle, I believe he had 20 touchdowns coming into the season and over the course of his career. He's got 9 alone this year, Baldy, to your point about that over-under. We all would have taken the under there. But how about Brandon Ayuk, who's on the cusp of having his first ever 1,000-yard receiver? Look, I think as a pure route runner, he's coming into his own, seeing one-on-one coverage, going one-on-one there in overtime, hitting those quick slants, going over the middle of the field. Brandon Ayuk is growing up before our eyes. I remember last year, going into November, he was in the doghouse with Kyle Shanahan. Now this guy looks like he's worthy of that first-round pick the Niners spent on.
Oh, there's no question. I mean, he's really. I mean, sometimes it takes a couple years and takes a certain quarterback. I mean, it's a system and all those kind of things. But he's really emerged, and he's a go-to guy. He's beaten man coverage in overtime, play after play after play. I mean, they basically throw it to Brandon to get down the field to kick the game-winning field goal. One good throw after another, but it was also contested catches, the whole thing. And the touchdown route, to start the game. It's just a great route, and it's these red zone throws for touchdowns. They don't just happen. We see teams struggle in the red zone all the time. Like, it has to come out hot, and it has to come out with anticipation, and it's got to be thrown to a spot. Otherwise, there's just too many bodies in the middle of the field. There's hands. Balls get tipped at the line. Like, it can only happen one way, and the timing is just extraordinary. And when you watch it and slow it down and watch it over and over again, you go, that looks like great football right there. That looks like Montana to Rice right there, It looked that good.
Well, I'm glad you're bringing up some of these red zone plays. The throw that he made on third down and third and goal, I believe, after 2 stuffed runs to George Kittle. It was like a layered throw that he scrambled out to the left, flipped his hips, and then Kittle kind of clears back to the back end of the end zone. That was just an incredible play by Brock Purdy to hit him there. It feels like only George Kittle's catching it. We're learning so much about Brock every week. This week, little adversity, loses a guard, down 10 points. I mean, Baldy, at what point do we just tap out and say, this dude's just a really good football player?
Well, I think we should. I think that's established. I think, really, honestly, for every level of 49er fan, whether you're John Lynch or a guy sitting at Levi Stadium or you sitting in your living room with your dad, Joe, whatever level you're at, just enjoy it. Yes. I mean, it's fun to watch. Just sit back and enjoy it. And if you're one of those people that are just waiting for the shoe to drop, all right, be that person. But, I mean, he's thrown 10 touchdowns in less than 5 games. It's been consistent about what he's doing. Now, he threw for the most yards this game, but yard stats, all that kind of stuff. There's only 3 quarterbacks in the league right now that are averaging 8 or more yards per attempt. He's right there with Mahomes and Tua. So, he's getting the ball to his receivers. Yep. He's getting it down the field consistently. He's taking the checkdowns when it's there. But like to your point, to the Kittle touchdown. He feels pressure, he spins, he gets outside. Now, a lot of guys make that move. Tony Romo made that move to get away from pressure. A lot of guys make that move, but they don't get to themselves, feet set, and make a stick throw. I know Derek Carr against the Steelers, escape pressure and then throw just, a horrible throw down the middle of the field gets picked by Minka Fitzpatrick. A chance to win the game. Like not everybody sets their feet and makes the right throw. And locates George in the back of the end zone going from right to left across the field. Like, I was talking to Jake Delhomme on Sunday about him. And Jake Delhomme, he was just telling me he played in this offense with Gary Kubiak, and he was just telling me some of the things. And he says the thing that you have to understand about quarterbacks like this is they win with their eyes. What they see is not what you can measure in some pre-draft workout, or you go back and you watch college tape and you're watching these Big 12 defenses. Like, his eyes are in the right place. And you just don't know how a guy's going to see the game until he has to go play the game.
Unbelievable. Baldy here on the Morning Russ on 95.7 The Game. But, Baldy, the way Brock Purdy's playing, I would be disappointed if the Niners didn't end up in Glendale. That's how well he's playing. I've forgotten the fact that he's a rookie, forgotten the fact that he's a third-round pick. He's Mr. Irrelevant because he has such command and down 10 in that third quarter, still making big-time throws, bouncing back from the interception. You can't say enough about Brock Purdy and the command that he has in his offense, in which Shanahan now feels like he's in his bag. He's dialing up everything. We're seeing screens. We're seeing exotic play calls. Kyle Shanahan, I think, is having his best season as head coach of the 49ers, Baldy.
Well, there's always a relationship, Bonte, between the head coach, the play caller, in that case, Kyle, and the quarterback. and there is a dialogue that goes all week long and game day. And sometimes I have been critical of Kyle at times, just talking to quarterbacks that have played for him, where he can be too rigid. And Brett Favre fought against it with Mike Holmgren, and quarterbacks have fought against that rigidity of a coach and where the ball's got to go. Because sometimes the quarterback just has to feel the game. He's got to see it. You got to blow off a call. Got to go someplace else. And sometimes you make a mistake because of it, and sometimes it's the right play. And so there's a balance there. Like, you're not going to just blow the coach off. You can't do that. But at the same time, Kyle's on the sideline, you're on the field. You're seeing it, you're feeling it, and sometimes you just have to kind of take things in your own hand. And I just think there's a real good relationship between both these guys and how they're seeing the field right now, and what they're reviewing, what they're installing, what they're talking about, while the defense is on the field. But look, it's fun to think about Glendale and Super Bowl 57, but you just saw a quarterback make his first start for the Raiders, and you saw what a hot quarterback with really good receivers can do. And there's 34 points, and the game is in overtime.
Yeah.
That's what you're going to get in the postseason. That's what you're going to get, potentially with Dak Prescott. That's what you're going to get if Aaron Rodgers is in there. That's if Tom Brady is in there, with the way Jalen Hurts has played, the way Daniel Jones is playing right now. You're going to get hot quarterbacks. And so the league's number one defense didn't look like it on Sunday. But look, Devontae made one great play after another. Darren Waller's a handful. Hunter Renfrow, nobody could guard him. And they got the best running back in the league. So, you could say number one stats and all this kind of stuff. Hey, they got it handed to them because they executed. And they blocked the guys up front. And, that kid played great. Really great. And so that's what the postseason is. Who's going to raise their game? And then, at that in those moments and in those games.
Baldy, before we get to the defense, just one last thing on the quarterback, because I think a lot of people were like, wow, Jimmy Garoppolo's playing the best football of his career. And I felt like he was. And they were winning games, and they're on this huge streak. If you, an unemotional film studier, was comparing the two quarterbacks right now, what is it that makes Brock Purdy different from Jimmy Garoppolo that's adding elements to this offense?
I just think his general movement, the way that he moves, and the way that he gets himself set to throw. We have all seen Jimmy, when the clock is ticking and you're past 2.5 seconds. We've all seen those feet. We've all seen kind of the throw where he just doesn't, he's got a good quick release, but he doesn't really step into the throw. Sometimes, the ball is sailing on him, and in the middle of the field, we've seen some dangerous throws. I just don't see that from Brock. I just see calm feet, good feet, and I see movement that is the right movement. I'm watching Carson Wentz the other day. It's just one panic attack after another. There's so no panic attacks to this kid, and so maybe that's 47 games in college. Maybe that's just the way he was coached, the way he was groomed. But I don't think you're going to see a panicking quarterback regardless of who's breathing down his neck. I just think you're going to see smart decisions and the footwork that's going to be able to get him to a good spot to make good throws.
Paul, you bring up Carson Wentz. I was watching that game, Baldy. He
Ron
might be
Rivera.
done. He might be done. He doesn't look like an NFL quarterback anymore. It's embarrassing. The way Carson Wentz plays.
He's killing worms out there. It's the worst feeling in the world when you're throwing the ball to Brian Robinson. You're killing worms. He's sailing the ball. He can't make because his mechanics are horrible.
Yeah.
Right.
One thing about this Brock Purdy, people want to debate his arm strength. They did that with Joe Montana. Just watch the kid throw anything. Put a beanbag in his hand. Watch him throw a beanbag. The kid knows how to throw a ball.
Agreed.
Weight transfer, just mechanically.
Arm slots.
He's very sound.
He's using different arm slots. He contorts his body.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's done a really good job. Guys are coming in and boom, he'll hit the screen with that shortstop side throw.
Just throwing the ball away when he's evading a rush. He doesn't panic. He waits until the last second and boom, throws it out of bounds.
Look, the second play of the game, there's a complete breakdown of protection.
Yes.
Max Crosby's coming, and look, a lot of guys freeze in that moment. Here comes Crosby right down your neck, and you just have a suddenness to him to escape it and to throw the ball away, which was the right play.
And what we're waiting for, Baldy, is, hey, can he carry the defense if they have a bad day? The defense had a bad day Sunday against Jared Stidham with the Raiders. Bosa was special. But there's one concern, Baldy, that I have, and it's the back end of the secondary. Tampa Bay hits him big with Mike Evans and gets called back due to a holding call. We saw Dotson from the Commanders drop a deep pass that would have put Washington up 7-0. We know what Kansas City did. We know what Miami did deep down the football field. One area of concern I have going into the playoffs is the back end of the secondary. You're starting to get beat. We see Lenore getting picked on. Hufaga's getting picked on. Is that a concern that's valid, Baldy? Should I be concerned about that?
Well, I mean, look, how you play the ball in the air determines the outcome of these games on Sunday. And so everybody has concerns on the back end. I mean, whether it's pass interference or man coverage. I mean, you're trying to stop the elite players in this business down the field. I don't care what your name is. It's a tough day. It's a hard day. And there's no guarantees that on any given day that guys can't get behind you. It's just the way the league is. It's the way the rules are. And so, the Stidham was awesome. And the receivers that they had to tend to, even Foster Moreau, whoever it was. Yep. I mean, it was a tough assignment. And that's the best that offense has looked all year. And the quarterback got the ball out. He saw the field really well. Maybe he's the next Brock Purdy. We don't know. It was his first start. And so I remember Jared Stidham. He's from Stephenville, Texas. Art Briles recruited him to Baylor. #1 recruit right there. I remember doing his games before he got hurt his freshman year. Like, he was the most highly recruited kid in the country and went to Baylor and Art Briles. And then Art got blown out and he transferred. But like, this kid was all world in Texas growing up. And so, but I'm just, look, that's another story. But that's playoff football right there. You get a hot quarterback. I saw Brady just carve up the Panthers on Sunday. You just saw Rodgers do the same thing. Like, you're going to go up against elite players. You might have to overcome that and score 37.
Yeah. In terms of overcoming, and I know Bosa, we talked every week with you about Bosa. We know how great he is. I want to talk about the coach for a second. You are up front and you see Philadelphia all the time. You've been very praising of Jalen Hurts and Sirianni and the job that he's done. And I'm sure there are 3 or 4 other coaches that deserve recognition. I'm just looking at my backyard. To lose all these quarterbacks, to do what they're doing with Brock Purdy, to lose Deebo Samuel multiple times this year, to lose George Kittle at the start of the year, to lose Trent Williams, to lose another guard, to lose some of these guys on the defensive line. What they've done this year, to me, overcoming all that adversity, I feel like Shanahan deserves to be Coach of the Year. Where you stand on Coach of the Year right now?
Well, look, you have a good argument, Joe. All right. But, if you look at the roster, anybody better than Trent Williams? How many are better than George Kittle? How many are better than Christian McCaffrey? How many are better than Fred Warner? How many are better than Nick Bosa? I mean, they've got 8 elite players on that roster that are as good as anybody in this business. If you compare that roster to what the Giants are doing, who are going to the playoffs.
Well, Dayball's been amazing. Football. Yes, I agree.
And so, I mean,
I agree
it's really about what do you have to work with?
Yeah.
What are you working with? Now, you can certainly make the case your quarterback is Mr. Irrelevant, a 7th-round rookie, the 262nd player taken, and you're undefeated.
It's crazy.
So, look, there's a part of Kyle that deserves a ton of credit for all of this, and the organization a ton of credit. And so, I mean, it's going to be a fierce battle, to be honest with you.
Who's your pick?
Well, I mean, I just look at what the Giants are doing. I mean, they have 5 guys playing on defense that weren't on the roster, on Labor Day, that are playing, and their best player on defense, Xavier McKinney, on his bye week, rolled an ATV and broke, right. He's got a broken hand. So, I mean, it was just I would say Brian Daboll right now. Yeah. The fact that they're in the playoffs and playing great football, that have to just. What he's coached and what he's working with right now and how he's developed his quarterback into a frontline quarterback, that'd be my choice right now.
I mean, Dayball, Sirianni, you could say Dan Campbell in Detroit, what they're doing. Yeah. Pete Carroll's did a good job. Hey, you talk about the roster construction. Maybe John Lynch deserves credit for Executive of the Year. Also pulling the big deal for Christian McCaffrey here with those 3 picks in the upcoming NFL draft. unbelievable trade, swung things in the NFC as the Niners have won 9 games in a row, and they're now the number 2 seed in the NFC after Minnesota gets blown out in Green Bay. Going to be a lot of fun this weekend to see how the seeds play out here, who gets home field advantage, what happens, who's in, who's out. But a great weekend of football, and great to talk to you, Baldy, to start the new year as the Niners win their 9th straight game day in the season against the Arizona Cardinals, who may be mailing it in, getting ready for Cabo or Cancun. Who knows what's going on with the Arizona Cardinals. Baldy, always good talking to you, brother.
See you guys. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New
You're
Year.
the best.
Talk to you next week.
Absolutely. Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast. With that said, let's get to the injury report. Shout out to our friends at Boxer Gerson.
It's time for the injury report. It really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
You know, Shasky, I don't know what I was rooting for more on Sunday. A Niners win or a trip in the postseason on the road, courtesy of our good friends at Boxer and Gerson, because Hillary made the bet that if the Niners beat the Raiders, they will send us to any road playoff game happening in the NFC for the 49ers. Now, they may not go on the road. They may be at home throughout the duration of the NFC playoffs. Does that mean they send us to the Super Bowl? Glendale, Arizona? Ooh, how about that?
I've already prematurely looked at Airbnbs.
In Glendale? Yeah, I'm not going there yet. I'm not going to jinx it. I'll just be a last-minute type of dude for that one.
I'll be ship-sticking my clubs down there. I'll be ready for that one.
The Niners announced over the weekend that quarterback Trey Lance underwent a second surgery. What do you mean, Radio Row? You want to do Radio Row down there?
Well, Nash lives down there, and there's lots of golf. And that week, Super Bowl week, the Waste Management Phoenix Open. So I'm thinking like a quad burger.
To me, it's a weekend trip.
Yeah, the Trey Lance thing on the injury, I guess from the people that know these things, doctors, Dr. Rob Pondia, this is relatively,
par for the course.
Exactly, because I guess the plate was going up against the tendon and it was making him a little, aggravated.
Basically, he underwent a second surgery to remove a plate from a surgically repaired right ankle. This past Friday, the plate was inserted during the initial surgery. During the rehab process, the plate began to cause irritation due to its close proximity to a tendon in the injured ankle. The plate was removed to prevent any further issues from developing during the rehab process. So Lance is expected to continue his recovery and be ready for OTAs this offseason, which means he'll also be ready for training camp. So no need to panic. A common occurrence there with Trey Lance and the injury. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Do we have any updates on Greenlaw and Banks? That's what I want to know.
No updates on Greenlaw and Banks, just an MCL sprain for Banks, a back injury for Greenlaw. Do you need it, Greenlaw, for Arizona? I wouldn't mind sitting them out the Arizona game.
Oh, I would sit almost everyone.
Well, don't you want the 2 seed?
I mean, at this point, I think health supersedes. Yes, I would like the 2 seed, but
I want to be at home for Minnesota. Or if they do make it past the first round,
well, maybe the Giants, end up beating the Eagles.
Oh, maybe.
I told you the Eagles were fading.
Well, Jalen Hurts is hurt, and Minshew mania is now dead. All the people who said Jalen Hurts wasn't the MVP and that he's a system quarterback,
he's been amazing.
And you put Minshew in instead of Hurts and you don't skip a beat.
Well, and Lane Johnson, too.
Yeah, come on, Lane Johnson.
Yeah, offensive line matters.
Gardner Johnson at safety.
Another guy, yeah.
Anyway, what's coming up on the game sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Anthony Lamb at 7:30. Anthony Lamb, who scored a season high, 8:30. What did I say? 7:30. Anthony Lamb, 8:30. Scored a season high last night against the Hawks, 17 points. He joined us at the Gatehouse. He'll join us on the roast. We'll continue to get into the Warriors and your thoughts on the 49ers. Any concerns with the Niners coming out of that Raider game? 888-957-9570. More coming up on the roast, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Uncle, Kate's gonna leave me, and I need your advice.
What's the problem, John?
She thinks I'm cheating on her, but I'm not. It's just that I have ED now, and I don't know why.
Don't worry. The same thing happened to me. All men lose testosterone with age, and this can cause ED. I went to Balanced Medical Solutions, and they helped me rebalance my hormones. Now your aunt is happy again, and I lost weight, too.
Thank you. I'm gonna call them today.
Guys, stop suffering. Call Balanced Medical Solutions now at 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Bonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. 4th championship. Steph, Draymond, Clay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. They can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Throughout the 60s and 70s, cops hunted down key figures of the Dixie Mafia, including its enigmatic ringleader, Kirksey Nix.
I'm interested in making money. I'm not interested in hurting people.
15 years into Kirksey's life sentence, the Dixie Mafia was practically folklore, but that would soon change. I'm Jed Lipinski. This is Gone South, a documentary podcast from C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio. Season 2, The Dixie Mafia. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug. Brand new mug. Come here, kid. Give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is everyday.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Handoff, Curry takes another three. It's up and good! He hit it with a guy in front of him and a guy behind him. He's got 62.
A couple years ago, during that pandemic season with no fans in the crowd, Stephen Curry dropped 62 on the Portland Trail Blazers. A week after Damian Lillard was basically discussing how Steph Curry, man, he's going to fight it hard. Not having all that talent around him. He's going to know what I go through.
Oh.
And then Steph Curry dropped 62 on him. 2-year anniversary of that one. How about this? Yesterday, Klay Thompson drops 54, season high 54, the most points he scored since he's come back from the injuries and missing 2 full years of basketball. He drops 54 a week before his 1-year anniversary of coming back onto the basketball court when he came back against Cleveland. So Klay Thompson ahead of schedule there, dropping 54 last night as the Warriors win their 5th straight game, the longest winning streak of the season. They're now 20-18. They've won 6 straight at Chase Center. They're now 17-2 at Chase, an NBA best. Heck, in their last 31 at Chase Center, they've gone 28-3. One of those losses were was a catastrophic loss to the Boston Celtics, game one of the NBA Finals. So, look, it's good to be back. When we left, the Warriors were 15-18. 15-18. There was a lot of doom and gloom when it came to Dub Nation, and there was a lot of happiness when it came to the 49ers. Now, as we flip the calendar, we're humming. Warriors are humming. Niners are humming. It's a great time to be a Bay Area sports fan.
We were off for quite some time. What was the thing that most people were asking you about, just in general, that you would run into? What do you think? Because I can go right to one thing.
The Warriors turning it around.
Really?
Yeah.
Because they can associate you with the Warriors.
Too. It's Purdy. It's Purdy real.
I was going to say the
because
Purdy
my
thing.
mom, every time I talk to her, boy, that quarterback is great. Anna believes he's the next Tom Brady with a straight face. Like, all the casuals are all in on Brock Purdy. So I was thinking to myself,
I'm a diehard. I'm kind of in on Brock Purdy right now.
So this may be the first quarterback universally loved by this fan base since Joe Montana. Because I don't think everybody wrapped their arms around Steve Young. I don't think everybody wrapped their arms around Colin Kaepernick or Alex Smith or Jimmy Garoppolo or Jeff Garcia.
Yeah.
And universally, nobody's really hating on Brock Purdy the way we've hated on other quarterbacks.
Well, I watched back the game multiple times, okay? And I wanted to, not that I'm trying to, find bad plays or anything. I'm like, is what I'm watching real? Because it feels almost surreal when you're watching him. What he did against Washington in terms of being able to just kind of execute and
drive the ball downfield.
Absolutely, was outstanding. And then seeing what he did against the Raiders is like, all right, can he do this down multiple touchdowns? Okay, well, he was down 10 points in the fourth quarter. Now, they went right down the field. Boom, scored a touchdown. Can he lead this team to be in a position to kick a game-winning field goal with less than 2 minutes? Boom, he did that, even though Robbie Gould missed the kick.
They did it again in overtime. Well, they got the interception in overtime.
Yeah, thank goodness.
10.
But, every time that I'm looking for something that the guy can't do, he goes and does it. Can you win without Debo? Well, he's kind of proven he can do that. Right. Can you win with Christian McCaffrey being somewhat pedestrian? Well, they haven't needed to because it feels like every single game, 50 yards receiving, 50 yards rushing, minimum. Ayuk's been outstanding. And then seeing his synergy with George Kittle, it's like, what is there not to like? His ability to extend plays when it's clearly a broken play is outstanding. And then his ability within the framework of the designed play to just execute, he's been pretty damn perfect.
I told you this with McCaffrey because I think McCaffrey's a difference.
Oh, I'm with you.
To me, McCaffrey, they've won 9 in a row. McCaffrey's been part of all 9 of these games.
I don't even want to think of what it would look like without McCaffrey because he's that good.
Well, without Christian McCaffrey, I don't think we're seeing this version of Brock Purdy.
Or Jimmy.
The ability to have this type of safety valve.
Yes.
19 carries, 121 yards.
Yes.
6 catches, 72 yards. You can line them up all over the football field. You can run so many different actions with Christian McCaffrey. To me, he is the difference. And so you look at Christian McCaffrey, then you look at Brandon Ayuk seeing one-on-one coverage. Brock Purdy has been special to the point where I said this Sunday night because I watched the game right back, right? I couldn't get enough of it. It was electric. The Ravens-Steelers game was boring to me.
So boring.
I was like, I'm going back to watching the Raider Niner game.
Kenny Pickett, older, and a higher, first-round pick, 24th overall, I believe.
Yep.
I mean, Purdy looks better than Kenny
now,
Pickett.
I get it. I get it. Baltimore has a good defense, very good defense. It's a body bag game, rivals. This was boring to me. Huntley doesn't do it to me.
He can't throw.
Huntley doesn't do it for me. So I watched back the game, and I'm thinking to myself, man, the offense looks explosive. You don't have Deebo Samuel. Jawad Jennings is making plays. And look, George Kittle, outside of the touchdown, had a pedestrian day. 4 catches, 23 yards. Ayuk was special that day. But Purdy getting him the ball. Stand away from the no throws. Every quarterback's going to have no throws. He had a couple. He's a rookie. You got to remember that. It's a road start. You're on the road. That's the Raiders Super Bowl. It happens. But after watching it back, I said, man, I'm going to be pretty disappointed if they don't advance to the Super Bowl, even with Brock Purdy at quarterback. And I can't believe I'm there. I can't believe I'm there, Sasky.
I don't think I'm there yet. I see exactly what you're saying. I think it's so difficult to win playoff games in general.
Just think about it. If they lose in the first round, or if they lose in the second round with this personnel, with this talent, I'd be shocked.
But Bonte, the way the NFL works, like the Niners went in and they were barely into the playoffs last year and went into Dallas, a superior regular season team to them, and they thumped Dallas. And then still, after thumping them, almost gave Dallas an opportunity to try to win that game in the closing minutes. That's how thin the margins are of victory. I mean, they won a game in Green Bay against a dominant Green Bay team without scoring an offensive touchdown in the playoffs last year. I just feel like the playoffs are so unique and so different. Like Kansas City, I believe Kansas City to be one of the great teams of the last 5 years, just in general, like in the NFL. And that second half from Patrick Mahomes
had a terrible second half. So
things happen in the playoffs, like. Yes, I'll be super disappointed. I just don't know if I'm there in terms of them being like, should be in the Super Bowl.
Well, I'm saying not should be, but I'd be disappointed if they didn't make it. Who's playing better than them right now in the NFC? Philly has lost 2 in a row.
I don't think anyone.
We don't know
Maybe
about
Dallas.
Jalen Hurts.
Dallas playing pretty good right now.
They played pretty good, but even they struggled against Tennessee.
That's true.
Tennessee was in that football game. A win's a win, but Tennessee was in that football game. Tennessee was bringing it to Dallas.
With a quarterback none of us ever heard of.
Joshua Dobbs from Tennessee, and he's going to start this week against Jacksonville. Dallas is fraudulent to me. Minnesota, come on. Minnesota's a joke.
I don't know if they're a joke. I don't think they're a juggernaut. That I would go in the other direction. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they're a joke. I think they're a good team.
Basically, we say all this to say nobody is unbeatable in the NFC.
Agreed. But if I said to you, like, hey, the Niners have played pretty clean football, but then I look at the Raider game, right, for 8-9 weeks straight. Like their win streak right now is the longest they've had since the 90s.
9-game win streak.
It's crazy. What was the recipe? Because I saw a lot of Raider fans. Oh, the recipe's out. Here's the recipe. Run the ball against this front, which I would say that against any great defense, right? Run the ball well. It opens up the play action. It opens up ball shots downfield. Well, they did that. Josh Jacobs ran the ball. They blocked it very, very well.
Josh Jacobs is a baller.
And it wasn't just Josh Jacobs. I thought the other running back, Bolden, ran really well as well when Jacobs was on the sidelines. And then they had the unique thing of the 2 tight ends killing the Niners. Moreau made plays, and Waller's a superstar. Or, when he's healthy. And then Devontae Adams was outstanding. So can you get beat by a team that has that personnel? Right. Maybe. The other part of this, they played sloppy football. What, they have 9 penalties?
Yeah, a lot of penalties.
So, I don't know, man. Like, saying that the Niners should be the favorite, I hear what you're saying. They're a talented team. They play great football.
I'd be disappointed. You win 9 in a row. You're 12-4. They're number 2 seed in the NFC. You're going to have 2 home. Right off the rip, you get a home game. You advance to the second round, you get another home game.
I mean, but if Green Bay comes in week 1, let's just say hypothetically, it's Green Bay that comes in the first round of the playoffs. Who's playing better football in the NFC in the last couple of weeks than them?
That would be disappointed if you lost in the first round to Green Bay.
And they're a team that they owe you one.
They owe
you a couple.
That would be a crushing loss.
For sure.
A crushing loss.
But say this out loud. Rookie third-string quarterback loses to Hall of Fame back-to-back MVP Aaron Rodgers. I know.
He's not playing like it, though.
But I'm saying the general consensus around the country.
So you have a great defense. Everybody's calling it a great defense, one of the greatest defenses ever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not there yet. You have a generational pass rusher. Nick Bosa's producing one of the top 5 single-season individual defensive performances we've ever seen in a Niner uniform.
And in that game, he doesn't record a sack or a tackle. He had 7 pressures and 5 quarterback hits.
He forced the last interception by Stidham.
That was
Incredible. Frank Warner, Drake Greenlaw.
Stidham took shots in that game. I was so impressed with
taking
Stidham.
shots. Greenlaw and Warner are playing some of the best linebacker as a duo we've seen since Willis and Bowman. It's out there. All right, Hufanga has had an all-pro season at the strong safety spot. Now they're showing a weakness there. Mooney Ward's been a great free agent signing.
Mm-hmm.
You lose in the first round to Green Bay, it would be a nasty taste in everybody's mouth.
Agreed.
And it will feel like a wasted season when you have McCaffrey playing at the Super Bowl level. You have Kittle playing it right now over the last month of the season, playing at an all-pro level. Brandon Ayuk is coming into his own, and he's about to eclipse 1,000 yards for the first time in his career. When the last time we say, wow, Niners hit on a pick in the first round on a wide receiver? It's been since Jerry Rice.
I know. He's been amazing.
It's been amazing.
Well, and it's crazy to me because we've talked about all the different things they've overcome. Javon Kinlaw played in this game. He had a couple of nice plays.
Mm-hmm.
Ty McGill? Who?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Some of these defenses, they had Ridgeway earlier making plays for them. Eric Armstead playing on the inside. You and I have been screaming about this for about 3 years. He's an interior defensive lineman. Ever since they moved him back to the inside, we're seeing an elite level of play from Eric Armstead.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we need from him. But, I'm looking at this team, and I'm saying to myself, turnovers you can't account for. They've led the league in terms of plus minus, or at least been near the top of the league in plus minus all year. A couple of bad bounces. Their special teams is not that good.
Yeah.
And I feel like the margin of victory is so hard in the NFL. For me to say that I'd be disappointed if they lose in round 1, 2, 3, any point.
Listen, they're going to be favored possibly in every game in the NFC playoffs. They may go to Philadelphia and be favored by a couple
Should
points.
they?
With this defense, why not?
In Philly? I mean, they're battle tested.
They'd probably be a 2-point dog or 3-point dog.
It's just wild to me that we're saying that. Think about this. If they don't lose to Arizona, let's say they beat Arizona, right? And that's a big if. Let's say they beat Arizona. They will have gone, if they want to get to the Super Bowl, like a 14-game win streak, a 13-game win streak.
I know.
That's asking a lot.
That's asking a lot. But we're here. Play this cut, Spinoni, before we get to Bobby on 680. Steve Young yesterday at Monday Night Countdown was discussing the NFC playoff picture. And listen to Steve.
What did he say?
Basically said some team that other than the Niners are the best right now in the NFC.
You always say throw out the records. I think in this way, this evolution of the Green Bay Packers and Aaron Rodgers being the leader. If it wasn't Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers or Drew Brees or Peyton Manning or this is a guy that's done it so many times. Those young players have gone up. They've gotten healthy. Aaron's healthy. That's why we can talk about the record being 8-8. We can throw it out. We can talk about what they look like in September and throw it out. The idea that this is a same Packer team, I think if you look at the NFC, who's afraid of the Packers as they play today, who they've become, I think that you can make a case for the Packers being the best team in the NFC. Forget about the record. Just who's leading them, who they've become in the last month. How could you not see the talent that they have?
What about your 49ers, who have won 9 in a row, Steve?
I'm just saying you make a case. Relax. There's a lot of NFC teams.
I can't wait to
There's no way you can make a case. I love you, Steve. There's no way you can make a case to the best team in the NFC. No way.
Okay.
I'm with Steve there.
Well, I don't know if they're the best team, but we agree, in terms of who the Niners... I would want to avoid them the most in the first round is the way I would phrase it.
They're hot. They've won 4 in a row.
Yes.
Their defense is forcing turnovers.
Yes.
Jair Alexander is locking down anybody and everybody and healthy.
And Watson is developing.
Christian Watson is a problem. Alan Lazard as your second receiver is good. A.J. Dillon and Aaron Jones in the backfield. The line is coming together. Look, I was still favoring the Niners in the game. They still have Aaron Rodgers. Last year, they came to Levi Stadium. And they beat the Niners. They beat the Niners on Sunday Night Football. Now I get it. Devontae Adams.
Such a sick throw.
So it was great. It's John Rodgers. LaFleur knows his system. He knows the 49ers. Niners should win that game. But when I look at Diamador Lenore, he's getting picked on right now. The back end of the secondary is getting picked on right now. Christian Watson's getting deep over the top. He's taking the top off the defense. Lazard's running the intermediate stuff. Tanyan's now playing at tight end. He's healthy now. That game concerns me. It does. It's a very concerning game. And Shasky, if they lost that first-round game, we're not going to come here on Monday morning saying, you know what? You have Brock Purdy. It was a good riding. What a division.
Yeah.
We're going to be ticked off if they lose in the first round to Green Bay.
I admit, if the Niners lose in any spot, first, second, third round, the NFC Championship game, I'll be devastated. Like, I'll admit that on the front end. But in terms of Diamador Lenore, like, is that him getting picked on or the byproduct of having to guard one of the best players in the NFL in Devontae?
Well, it's not just Devontae, though. You know, you think about him against Miami. You think about him against Tampa. You think about him against Washington. Teams are going at Lenore. They're saying number 38, we're going to stay away from Moody Ward.
Yeah.
And we know Moody Ward's going to shadow the best wide receiver, whether it's Devontae's a stud. He's the best wide receiver outside of Justin Jefferson in football.
He's going to the Hall of Fame, probably.
He's an absolute
He's
stud.
ridiculous.
But it's the other guys making plays. It's Hufanga getting beat by Waller on a play-action pass. Hufanga, we see it at the Tampa Bay game where he's confused before the play. Mike Evans wide open for 75 yards. Got lucky with the holding call. Right? Dotson deep down the field against Deshaun Gibson. Drops a pass. Drops a dime. A little concerned about the secondary moving forward, and Rodgers will pick on you. He will look at the matchup, whether there's Lazard or Christian Watson saying, I'm going at this dude.
On the Hufanga thing, I think there's definitely a conversation to be had. He does give up a big play in every game, but he does
get you beat in the playoffs, Sasky.
No doubt. One play is that's the margin. That's why I'm so reluctant to say I know I'll be devastated if they lose, but to say that they should do this and they should do that, it's just really hard to win playoff games. I mean, Aaron Rodgers, we all think he's one of the greatest quarterbacks ever.
Right.
He's got the one Super Bowl appearance.
I'm not gonna,
it's really hard to win in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
So, getting back to the Hufanga thing though, he did learn from his mistake on that goal line situation and then didn't bite on the ball fake and then went out and covered Hufanga on the 3-down stop and then they went for it on 4th down. That's actually a sneaky part of the game that no one's bringing up is the Raiders went for it and didn't get it, got stuffed.
That was huge.
It was huge.
Did you not sneak there? My God.
Well, just take the 3. It's so early in the game. You know, I don't know. There's a time and a place, but there was a lot of things that broke the Niners' way. I mean, the ball that gets batted by Brock Purdy in that game. I mean, the same thing happens to Stidham, and it's an interception for the Niners.
No doubt.
Brock Purdy rolls out, throws I don't know where he was going. Some people say he's trying to go deep. I don't know. He throws, gets cracked, the ball goes up in the air, and Ayuk makes a hell of a play.
Well, didn't see the play-action pass where he's looking for Kittle on the right side. And
that one.
Robertson sneaks right under. That was a bad read. Purdy's going to see some things in the playoffs that he's not seeing right now. So, look, with all that said, again, with the way he's playing quarterback, with this weaponry, knowing that Debo's coming back, Elijah Mitchell's coming back.
They need Debo back.
You're
I
healthy.
agree.
I would be disappointed if they lost in the first couple rounds of the playoffs. I would be highly it'd be a massive blow.
I hear you. I hear you on that one.
Everything is broken right for the 49ers.
No doubt. Well, no, I don't know about everything breaking right. You're talking about around them.
Well, around them and with this team, they're getting healthier at the right time.
That I agree with, but they also lost their left guard, Banks, who's played really good football this year. One of the biggest question marks heading into the year. He goes down with a knee injury. Burford, a rookie. There's been a lot that hasn't gone well for them, and they've overcome it.
The Stars have a line for them.
No doubt.
Stars have a line. Let's go to Bobby at 680.
It's a remarkable season.
Bobby, 680. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, man. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Happy New Year to you guys.
Happy New Year.
And all that stuff. I just wanted to, I'm coming from a diehard Raider fan. Just watching Brock Purdy was awesome. It's really been really awesome to see. My wife's a diehard Niner fan, so
nice.
Trust me, I got to watch all the games. But no, just his presence and what he does is really, really unique to see. And it's funny to hear these top analysts say the Brady-like mentality. Some are saying he does everything week by week. He's kind of doing it methodically. You know, his game he had to step in when Garoppolo got hurt. He came in, he kind of roughed that one up, and I mean, obviously he played amazing. But then his first official start, he ironed it out with McCaffrey, and then the next week was Ayuk, and then that third game was George Kittle going off, and you could see this guy just methodically going through each player and say, hey, I'm going to take my time with the playbook and work your position and work that slot. And yeah, he's making his mistakes, like you were saying, Dante. But I cannot agree with what you guys are saying. And I promise you, with all I got, we're playing football with the kids in the backyard, and my friend's little son goes, "Purdy going deep," and throws the ball.
Unbelievable.
This kid is one Super Bowl away from a 30 for 30. All right, guys. Yeah.
No rookie's ever won the Super Bowl. I mean, it's asking a lot. It's asking a lot.
If they win one playoff game with this guy, it'll be remarkable. Getting to the playoffs with him and staying on a win streak is almost unbelievable. And it's like, let's take the temperature of Niner fans after Jimmy Garoppolo goes down and Brock Purdy runs out onto the field. If you'd have told me, Joe, not only are they going to win, they're going to score over 30 in just about every single one of those games. They're going to unlock Kittle. Ayuk's going to have a monster season. Like, no. I'm sorry. Like, even the biggest Purdy defender would say there's going to be more growing pains than what we've seen. He's been close to perfect.
I can't believe it.
It's insane.
I can't believe it. Like, they've looked better with Brock Purdy at quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo. Look better.
People are going to take that as a knock on Jimmy.
It's not a knock on Jimmy.
No, I think it's more an indictment of how amazing Brock's been.
Yeah, I mean, his pocket presence, keeping plays alive. Jimmy's not able to do that. When the play's dead, when the pocket gets compromised, Jimmy throws it away or he throws a yo-no throw. Not knocking him. It's just who he is. Purdy has the mobility in the field, which I didn't see. I did not see it. To know when to throw it away, throw it check down, throw it across the field to George Kittle for a nice little 5-yard gain. Those are the differences, those little paper cuts that you get hit with, where Jimmy's throwing it out of bounds in the 2nd and 10. Where with Brock Purdy, it's 2nd and 6, 2nd and 5. I'm blown away here. I'm blown away by Brock Purdy's performance.
I want to go back maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago when we found out that Jimmy was going to be out and there might be an opportunity for him to come back. I think in the back of my mind, I was like, okay, if he gets healthy and things go the right way, we'll see what it looks like with Brock. But yeah, I'd probably, if Jimmy can get up to speed, I would probably feel better as a Niner fan if Jimmy had the ball to start the game. If he was healthy and Brock was struggling a little here and there, that is the farthest thing in my mind. Like at this point, there's no, even if Brock has a stinker against Arizona, I think you have to ride this thing out.
Yeah, I don't think you go back to Jimmy.
I think he's played better than Jimmy. And I'm not trying to indict Jimmy. I'm not trying to crush him. I feel like he's played better.
I don't think you go back to Jimmy Garoppolo.
He brings more to the table.
I don't think
I can't believe I'm saying that.
I know.
And I'm not saying that as a backhanded way of disrespecting Jimmy. I'm saying that to elevate Purdy. He's been amazing.
He has. All right, Fast 5 coming up. It's going to be the Xfinity Fast 5 moving off. It's your chance to get on the morning roast.
God.
Brought to you by Xfinity. We're going to take the final 5 calls, the text of the show, then hit the close.
Oh.
So Fast 5.
Let's
Instead
do
of Flex
this.
moment of the show, it's the Fast 5. 888-957-9570. Your chance to get on the morning roast. We'll have texts. We'll have YouTube comments or your phone calls that end the show. The Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. That will happen at 8:53 this morning on the morning roast. But in the meantime, we've got Anthony Lamb joining the show. Anthony Lamb, 17 points, a season high. He's on a 2-way contract and playing some good basketball for the Golden State Warriors as they won 5 in a row. Their last 6 at Chase Center. They're 2 games over 500 before taking on the Pistons Wednesday night at Chase Center. Anthony Lamb joining the roast. That's all coming up. Sponsored by CalHope.org and Department of Health Care Services.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
What a wild way to welcome in the new year.
Coming in. Tipped out. DiVincenzo grabs it in rhythm. Buried it. .6. He tied the game. Good. Klay Thompson with a 3 off of 1 foot. Dribble. Knocked it down. Klay Thompson's giving the Warriors a 2-point lead. Draymond for 3. Good. Improbable. Incredible. No good. Looney with a tip. No good. Tipped up. It's good. At the buzzer. Kevon Looney. Kevon Looney tipped it in.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Norman, Before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
Shop limited time deals at the Truckload event at Lowe's, happening now. Save big on your favorites across the store. During this event, get up to 50% off select tools and accessories. Plus, find the perfect floor tile for your home for less. Get up to 50% off select styles while you can. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Valid 12/29 through 1/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Discount taken at time of purchase.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Make the switch to green soaps and personal products and green cleaning products for the sink and shower. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
In San Mateo, cloudy, 55 degrees today.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Looks for Thompson, beats Clay, takes Justin Holiday down low, shovel to the cutter, it's Lamb, nobody looking at him, he gets a left-handed layup.
How about Lamb? He's got 8 points already in about 5 minutes.
Jim Barnett, Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game as the Warriors win their 5th straight, their longest winning streak of the season, and Anthony Lamb had a big part in it. 17 points, 7 to 12 from the floor, 7 rebounds, 4 assists. Look, this guy scores a season high. He hits the weight room after the game. He walks to the gatehouse to join Mully and I and Festus Ezeli, of course, on NBC Sports Bay Area. And then he's waking up early to come on the morning roast for the first time, Shasky. Anthony Lamb, 2-way contract. What? Anthony, what's happening? Good morning, my man.
Hey, good morning. How are you doing, my guy?
We're good, man. We're good. You got the workout in after the game after scoring a season-high 17, and right now everything just looks contagious with this Golden State Warriors team. At home, you guys are 17-2 an NBA best, but you're also playing well. And I think it started that Memphis game. You felt real comfortable. You're taking the shots that are presented to you. Man, how's it feel right now to be on this role and contributing to this Warriors team, getting you guys back on track?
It's unbelievable, man. I think the way everybody's coming together and learning how to play together as a team, even without Wiggs and Curry, is unbelievable. Like our chemistry's growing. Everything seems to be falling into place at the right time, and it helps being able to play at home for this long stretch.
You know, you do so many little things to help this team win, whether it's, you know, that strip you had on John Collins late in the game, or you fumbling on the ground, ripping that rebound and kicking it out to Draymond for the 3. Where did that whole mentality come from? Because I'm looking here at your bio. I mean, it's an incredible journey to where you are now playing in the NBA. Where did that grit come from?
I think just being from upstate New York and being from Rochester, like that's how people are up here. Like they're tough, they're hard-nosed, blue-collar people. Same thing with going to college at Vermont. Like people work hard, they fight for what they get, and they appreciate each moment that they get. So I don't think I'm taking any moment for granted, and I'm just giving my all to help my team in whatever way I can.
Anthony Lamb here on the morning, also 95.7 The Game after scoring a season high 17 points, 7 rebounds, and the way you guys have won these games. The third quarters have been atrocious the last 3 nights, but you guys find a way to rally in the fourth quarter. Last night they took a couple double overtimes. How much left did you have in the gas tank after the game was over?
I was running pretty low, but everybody was, as you should be in games like that. But I mean, we did what we had to do to grit it out, even though we gave up the lead, and that shows like all our growth from the season, from where we were at the start to now, is leaps and bounds different, and it's showing how we're continuing to get better and continuing to put the work in, and it's showing in our results.
I mean, you get drafted 6th overall in the G League kind of draft there, and you're bouncing around. You get an opportunity with the Rockets, and now you get this opportunity with the Golden State Warriors. I mean, has your mentality just been to make the best of this situation? Because it's kind of surreal the way that you're playing right now, and then you're playing on the literal defending NBA champs. Like, I find it surreal. You must find it surreal.
Yeah, it's really been a crazy journey so far. Because like when I first got drafted in that G League and played in the G League bubble, like I didn't play at all. So there's a whole stretch of like had to be like 6 or 7 games where I played like 5 minutes. Like. Wow. Didn't really know what was going to happen. Didn't know. It wasn't for like any particular reason I didn't play. I just never really got a shot yet. So I didn't know if the journey is going to be like that. But all I said was like, all I can do is just be ready for when it comes. And I performed well in the bubble, and then made the most of my opportunity. Was able to perform well in the G League with the Vipers last year. And I'm just making the most of each chance I get. And that's really like in a person's spot that I am, where it's on a two-way, not really a secure spot, but trying to fight your way up. You have to make the most of each moment and just take everything as it comes and always be ready to play.
I mean, so take me back to Christmas. I mean, you're plopped into the middle of this rivalry between the Warriors and the Memphis Grizzlies, and here you are on Christmas Day in front of the national, entire country, basically making plays. That had to be unbelievable, right?
Yeah, it was so fun. Playing on Christmas was awesome. Being able to have my mom, my brother there was awesome. Just being able to feel the energy in the gym, feel how much people wanted us to win that game, especially with the rivalry developing, and then being able to do it on the biggest stage is like an opportunity that you pray for. So I'm so grateful that I was able to be a part of it and be a part of this team doing that.
Anthony Lamb here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game on a two-way contract, playing some really good basketball for the Golden State Warriors right now as they've won 5 in a row to improve to 20-18. When they left Brooklyn, New York, they were 15-18. Can you discuss what the bus ride was like coming from Brooklyn when you guys were down 40 at the half? You gave up 91 points. It was a real stinker. Everybody admits it. What was that ride back to the airport like, and that flight back to the Bay Area? Did you feel like you guys were on the cusp of turning things around?
Yeah, it was. I mean, we really got our butts kicked in that game. I'm not gonna lie, but like being able to take the positives from the road trip, I still felt like we were trending in the right direction. Even with like Curry going down, I felt that we were making a stand, even though it didn't show in that game. I felt like we were making progress. And the road's been really tough on us, and having long road trips is a really hard thing to go through that I'm learning in the NBA. But being able to get back and regroup at Chase Center has been unbelievable, and the progress is showing now in our games, even without two of our best players. So being able to do that and see the progress actually come through has been gratifying.
What were the stories you heard about playing inside of Chase Center or just playing the Warriors on the road?
Draymond.
Well, Draymond. We'll get to Draymond in just a second because Draymond's playing some great basketball. Just the home crowd environment, whether it's Oracle, whether it's Chase Center. What did you hear about before you signed on to a two-way deal with the Golden State Warriors about playing either against the Warriors at home or playing on the Warriors in front of your home fans?
Well, I've heard amazing things about Oracle, and I never really got to play there, which that's one thing I wish I was able to do. But like playing at Chase Center is like if Oracle is at that level or higher, Chase Center is just ridiculous. I've never played in an arena that has been as loud, as enthusiastic, as consistent as the fans are in the Bay. And it's just ridiculous how much they show out and show up every game for us, and just are always in our corner and always have our back. Like anytime we have a tough stretch of a couple of possessions, you start to hear them cheer, and it just gets you going. And then you hear all the support from the fans. It's unbelievable. Like I've never really experienced anything to this level. Like I could say like Vermont, but like we only could fit like 3,000 people. So like just doing it on this stage with these fans is unmatched. No one can match that.
All right, I want to know a little bit about you. I think a lot of people in the Bay Area, they're watching you like, who is this guy? I want to know something about you. So I'm going to do a quick little rat-a-tat-tat here so we get to know you. Are you a PS5 guy or an Xbox guy?
PS5 guy, gotta be.
Okay, so upstate New York, are you more sushi or pizza?
Wow, that's a great question. I could do both. I mean, if it's pizza from back home, then I gotta go pizza, but sushi from out here, I gotta go sushi.
Do they have sushi at Rochester, New York?
Not the way it should be.
I was gonna say.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna sprinkle in a couple of game ones. Last second shot, are you passing to Clay or Steph?
Oh my goodness, this is
man.
Closer.
So not
Coming
fair.
off a 54-point night, you're going to do that to Anthony?
Come on.
Whoever's closer.
Yeah, there you go. I like that one. Who's harder on you, Steve Kerr or Draymond Green?
Draymond.
All right. What's the spot that you now go to in the Bay Area? That's your go-to. I'm starving. I just got back. Because like for me and B, it's probably burritos. You know, you could pick our burrito spot.
You look at the way I'm weighing, Anthony, man. There's a lot of burritos going down the system.
He's looking svelte. What's your go-to? What's your new spot down here in the Bay?
So I actually just got an apartment in like relatively close to my apartment spot called Moshi Moshi.
Ooh.
It's this little like Japanese spot, and it's really good. Like that's why I'm a big pizza fan, big like sushi sushi fan, Japanese food, like Japanese curry, like one of my favorite meals. Like
Moshi looks good, man.
Oh,
I had to get some
really?
reservations
I didn't
tonight.
know that.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Real cool.
4.5 stars right here on Google Reviews.
Yeah. Do you get more of a kick out of a great pass or a great rebound?
Ooh, if I can get a rebound over Loon, there's nothing that fires me up more.
Why over Loon? Why Loon?
Because like since I got here, like Loon out rebounded me like one day. In fact, I was like, Loon, you're never doing that again. And then he consistently just continues to do it. Like even last night, like the game-winning rebound, he just got it right off of my back. And
That was so good. That was
like,
20 rebounds from Loon.
but I was also like, dang it.
All right, on your Spotify or whatever, I had Apple Music, but some people have Spotify. Who would be some of the top artists on your Spotify for last year?
Definitely J. Cole. J. Cole is definitely up there.
I like it.
I don't know if you guys know who Alessia Cara is, but I listen to her.
No.
Alessia Cara.
Is that R&B or is that rap?
R&B, I guess. She's a little poppy. I don't know how to categorize
That's
her.
right in Bonte's wheelhouse.
Nah.
Who else do I listen to?
We're gonna pull that up, Spadoni. You gotta pull that up.
Yeah.
Pull that music up. I want to hear it.
What's the best? Are you like? What's the best movie that you saw this year that you think? Oh, it could be on Netflix. It could be on HBO. It could be out at the theaters. What do you think was the best movie you saw this year?
The best movie I saw,
or TV show?
You go back in the wheelhouse.
Are you a Making the Murderer guy?
Yeah. What type of shows do you watch? Are you Game of Thrones? See, I like.
I'm a big anime guy.
Oh, really?
I love anime, so I know all the time. Like most of the time, I'm not playing. I'm usually watching anime, so I've been doing that a lot.
Dragon Ball Z.
Dragon Ball Z, the OG. That's the OG right there. But like I'm watching all types of stuff. Like one of my favorite shows is One Piece.
Okay.
There's so many different shows that like I could name off like 10 shows.
Are you a Star Wars fan?
Love Star Wars.
Thank you, B. Let's go.
Oh, man.
Let's go.
Anthony,
Mandalorian was off the hook.
I think we're going to hang
Come
up
on,
the phone
Anthony,
on you
wasn't
right
it?
now, man. Star Wars Night is coming up in Chasing soon.
I got to be
Yeah,
there.
it's coming up
I should be
soon.
ringing the bell.
So, Anthony, for Star Wars Night, you got to come in dressed up as Yoda or something? I don't know. You got to do something.
I don't know if I have enough clout to dress up as Yoda.
Hey, the way you're playing, you got plenty.
Hall of Famer right there.
Hey, man, you're playing well. You got to do something for Star Wars Night, Anthony. On
great
PS5,
guy.
what kind of games are you playing? Are you playing 2K?
Madden.
You playing FIFA, Madden? What's your game of choice?
Well, I'm big. Like me and my brother play Rocket League.
What's that?
Play Rocket League. It's like you ever seen the car soccer game?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so like it's really dope game. Like,
Nice.
like you're basically like driving a car around and you can like fly the car in the air and like try to score goals. But me and my brother play that.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I thought maybe you're a God of War kind of a guy because I'm stuck on Battlefront 2 and then God of War.
So I'm wondering, you're from Rochester, New York. You go to Vermont. I've never been up to Vermont. I hear people got to take like flights.
Vermont
with
cheddar.
Like 2
You've had
rows.
cheddar.
Yeah, no.
Syrup.
I know about the lobsters, I guess, are up there in that way. But what is one doing for Vermont for 4 years when you're playing for the Catamounts?
Yeah. You like what do you want to know about Vermont?
Yeah,
what do you
what
do?
is it like
Yeah, what do you
living
do
there?
for your off time?
Yeah. What was it like going to college in Vermont? Like Vermont.
It was it's an unbelievable place, man. Real small vibes. The falls are really nice. Like being able to see the whole mountainside with the trees turning colors is experience like nothing else. But being able to see that, being right on Lake Champlain, the school is on the top of a hill. There's a bunch of little homey restaurants where they have unbelievable food. Maple syrup, of course. Cheddar, of course. Bunch of ski towns. But all of it is really, like, if you go at the right time and catch Vermont in the right light, like, I don't know there's many places that can match it. And then just being able to be around the people and the way they treat you and show you love out there is unbelievable.
Before you get out of here, the last thing I want to ask you is, what's the thing that maybe you thought about the Warriors and their team and some of the guys on the team? It could be about Steph or the coach or whatever, or just the Bay Area in general, that you really had completely wrong, that you got here and you're like, wow, it's unlike what I thought it was.
I didn't know these guys had so much fun. Like you see it on the court, but like everybody has like their own personalities and everybody can be themselves, which is like been the most freeing thing for me. Like just being able to be myself and feel comfortable doing that from day one, made it feel like home. And I think that's been the most like there's not many other places where I'm a little dorky and a little weird. So like being able to be myself and everybody let you be yourself is something that I'm super appreciative of. So allowing me to do that from day one, even though they didn't know me, has been something I was super happy and super excited to be able to go into an organization like that where I could express myself and play the way I play and not have to change myself or adjust for anybody else, and just they value what I bring to the table. And I think that Coach Kerr and the front office does a great job of bringing people that they want in, and that shows how all the pieces just fit together and people can just be themselves and live in their own element, and everybody accepts you there.
Well said, Anthony. Well said. Last but not least, Klay Thompson took 39 shots last night. He scored 54. One, what it's like being on the floor with somebody who's that red hot from the three-point line or from anywhere on the floor. And two, have you ever attempted 39 shots in a game?
I don't even think I've gotten close to 39 shots. I think I took tons of shots in Vermont, like when I was like the guy. So I was like, to get to 39 is a big achievement.
And to see him score 54, have you ever played with somebody who was that hot from the floor? This guy's had 50 burgers before, but to see him score 54 in a game where you needed all 54 of those buckets, you ever play with somebody who got that hot in a basketball game?
I mean, that's the crazy part. Like, Steph and Klay make it look so easy that, like, to me, it doesn't even look like they get hot. Like, it just looks normal. And I think that's, like, I've sort of been spoiled with that, just be able to see those guys shoot the way that they do, because, like, they can just do it so consistently. It's like part of their makeup, and it makes you feel like, oh, like you got that guy behind you. As long as you can get them an open look, and they're going to be able to hit shots like that. So it feels pretty normal to see him shoot and just to knock down shots just so consistently. So that's why anytime I can, I'm gonna find Klay or Steph, just whoever's closest.
Did Klay say to Jordan Poole at the end of the first overtime, "Dog, throw me the rock. I'm red hot here. Like, come on, jump stop, pass it to me."
That was the right play by Poole. Trae Young's guarding him. That was food for JP, right, Lim?
No, yeah, I'm trusting both of those guys to take any shots that they think they can make.
I'm teasing. You're a good sport, man.
No,
honestly, Warrior fans have really grown to love you, and you're playing great basketball right now. And thanks for opening up a little. It's a lot of fun to get to know you.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys bringing me on. It's been a lot of fun talking to you guys.
Anytime. You're now a roaster, Anthony.
Hell
Good
yeah.
luck Wednesday against the Pistons. Is this a little revenge tour in the homestand? You guys now 2 games over 500, 6 straight at Chase Center, 17-2 overall at home. Guys play some really good basketball right now. Anthony, keep up the good work, man. Season high 17 last night.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to keep going for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Anthony Lamb here on the Morning Roast on 85-70 game. Not bad.
That was really
Not
good.
bad. Score 17. Hits the weight room after the game, comes to the gatehouse, and he wakes up early to talk to us.
I'm
two
a roaster.
jabronis.
I
Come
mean,
on, man.
It's incredible. And then he's into anime and all kinds
PS5,
of different things.
Star Wars guy.
I'm good with that. And I like that you asked him about being Yoda. This shows how little ego this man has. He says, no, Yoda is a Hall of Famer. I'm not there yet. I thought that was just a brilliant answer.
So you know what? This is what I'll do. We're here. Start the new year.
What's that?
New Year resolution, because I don't really do resolutions or
it?
goals or whatnot.
Uh-huh.
My resolution is to watch Star Wars.
All right.
To break it down. So asking you, before we get to the Fast Five coming up, 888-957-9570. Instead of the flex moment of the show, we're going to do the Fast Five. You're the audience, the Morning Roasters. Your thoughts on the Warriors, on the Niners, your last chance to get in on the Morning Roast, 888-957-9570. We'll take calls. We'll look at the text line. We'll look at the Xfinity Mobile text line and YouTube. Where should I start at? If I wanted to get into Star Wars and I wanted to get into the series and educate myself on the series that is Star Wars, where would I start?
I would tell you to start with the very first movie that was released in 1977, A New Hope, which technically is episode 4, but we don't need to get there. Let's start there. The original Luke, Darth Vader, Han Solo, Obi-Wan. Episode 4.
So no 1, 2, 3.
A New Hope.
A New Hope.
A New Hope.
Why start there?
Because that's the one that starts everything off. That kick starts everything. Well, I mean, am I wrong here? I think that's the Holy Grail if you're going to start. Spadoni?
I would... For Bonte, though, if he doesn't have any historical context, I wouldn't mind starting on episode 1. You'll get a more sense of the actual storyline as it progresses.
Right. You think?
If you wanted to be a purist, maybe
I don't think he'll like all the little kid stuff in Phantom Menace.
But I think if he just wants to understand the storyline, starting with episode 1 would make the most sense.
So people ask me, start from the beginning. Star Wars is great, Bonte, to start off with the Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, you're not going to 6.
That doesn't make sense.
You can't go before the reveal of Empire Strikes Back. Empire Strikes Back is the best of the entire thing.
What about 510 said, don't do it, Bonte. Xfinity Mobile text line. You're not missing out on anything. I feel like I'm missing out.
When I was wrong.
Like Star Wars Night is coming up at Chase Center. I'm going to see all these adults. I need to text Raymond Ritter about that one, but it's coming up. And there's going to be all these people in costumes.
Will anyone dress as Princess Leia when Jabba the Hutt has her?
I don't know. Probably, right? I mean,
I've been begging my wife to be Princess Leia for Halloween every year, and she's like, don't
even dress up for Halloween.
Don't even suggest. No, she will. No, she will. She's got a bunch of Halloween costumes, but no.
Does anyone really have a choice?
Exactly.
Episode 4 first, Bots. Hey,
yeah, I'm starting with A New Hope.
Episode order 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 6.
Yes, I agree.
All right, New Hope. I'm going to start Star Wars, I promise.
I think you should go episode 1, 2, 3, followed by Solo, then Rogue One, and then you go 4, 5, 6.
You guys give me a pop quiz. I'll watch the movie. You guys give me a pop quiz. I'll educate myself on Star Wars. I'll do that for you guys.
It's a trap.
And we'll see how bad it really is. We'll see if I turn a new leaf. See if I grow up and enjoy Star Wars. Mandalorian, the beat's dope.
The beat is sick.
The beat with Nick Friedell's intro goes on.
What's this Fast 5 that we're doing
All
now?
right,
Every
Xfinity
day?
Mobile. Yeah, every day, Fast 5. 888-957-9570. Your final thoughts of the day right here on the Morning Roast. If you got anything to say. And here's a release statement I want to read from the Buffalo Bills. This is from Damar Hamlin's family.
Okay.
Damar Hamlin's family just got released a few minutes ago. On behalf of our family, we want to express our sincere gratitude for the love and support shown to Damar during this challenging time. We're deeply moved by the prayers, kind words, and donation from fans around the country. We also want to acknowledge the dedicated first responders and healthcare professionals at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center who have provided exceptional care to Damar. We feel so blessed to be part of the Buffalo Bills organization and have their support. We also want to thank Coach Taylor and the Bengals for everything they've done. Your generosity and compassion means the world to us. Please keep Damar in your prayers. We will release updates as soon as we have them. Thank you, the Hamlin family. He's still in critical condition, but he is breathing now, so that is good. Hopefully he survives this. Our prayers go out to Hamlin and his family as Monday Night Football was postponed between the Bengals and the Bills as Damar Hamlin collapsed in the first quarter. They needed to administer CPR to resuscitate him, and now he is breathing. He's back in the hospital, and hopefully he is going to fight through this and be right for the Buffalo Bills and just for his health and his family. So our prayers go out to the Hamlin family as that is the latest there. All right, Star Wars, Niners win. They win 9 in a row. They're 12-4, number 2 seed as we make the tough transition from that. Warriors win again. They're 5-0 in this 8-game homestand. I guess let's try it. 888-957-9570. Time for the Xfinity Mobile Fast 5.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5. Your last chance to get in on the Morning Roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
Fast 5, Fast 5, Fast 5. Let's do it. Let's start off with Rhea in Lancaster. Rhea, Fast 5. What's your thoughts? What you got?
Good morning. Happy New Year, guys. I missed you.
I missed you, too.
Let me say this. Let me say the 49ers, the secondary, and what you said, I feel like you had a speaker in my house when I was watching the game because I said, Lenore, they're picking on you, baby. They're picking on you. I need D'Amico to get him help if that's going to be how we're going to go in the playoffs. He needs some help. Also, Drake Jackson getting this the interception or the fumble or whatever happened was exciting for me because I always feel like he's got his hands up and he's deflecting stuff every now and then. So I'm glad to see that he got a ball. And then also on the offense, Kyle needs to be even deeper in his bag. Jordan Mason was so excited to get his first touchdown, and I need him to be deeper in the bag, start playing chess. When these people are playing checkers, I need you to get touches to other people that these people are like, oh, I wasn't expecting him to get a touch. You know, I just need him to be deeper in the bag.
No doubt. Good call, Rhea. Way to start Fast 5. Jay in the Bay. What's happening? You're on the roast. What you got?
What's up, Bonte? Real fast, man. Hey, I definitely got to agree. You got to start on episode 1, dude. There's no way you're not going to like Darth Maul. But I have a quick question. Ty Jerome and Lamb are both on two ways, right? So they play in the G League also, right?
Yes. They can.
They can.
So that means they're not going to be eligible during playoff times, though, right?
They'll have to get signed like GP2 did last year.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, right on.
See you.
Anytime. Let's go to Schleprock in San Leandro. Schleprock. What's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, Dynamic Duo? Here it is. Brock Purdy is the second coming of Doug Flutie, maybe better, and Josh Jacob ran his ass off.
Yeah, he did.
He did run his ass off.
Baldy called him the best running back in the game.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree. That jump cut at the goal line was special.
Nick Bosa said best running back he's ever faced.
That is an incredible statement.
Wow, that is an incredible statement. All right, Fast Five. We got a couple texts here. It's a couple texts about Star Wars. 925. Xfinity Mobile text line. For Bonte, he needs to start on episode 1. If he goes right to New Hope, he's going to get bored without having the context. New Hope will hit the save for Bonte. I don't think New Hope will hit the save for Bonte like it did for us as youngins. That's Carlos in Concord.
I think the original number 4, the New Hope, is so brilliant. It's like a piece of art that it'll hit anyone, anytime, any place, anywhere. I personally think you can start there. We all started there.
All right. We'll start there. Then.
Bonte says, as Dib comes in, that he's going to watch Star Wars for the first time ever. And he's like, well, where do I start? And I said, episode 4, a.k.a. A New Hope, which is the first technically installment.
You've never seen any of those movies?
Seen one.
Okay.
It's a
trap.
Which one?
The original with Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, that's A New Hope.
Yeah, that's number 4.
Yeah,
I don't remember it, though. I mean, I watched it like
no
25
judgment.
years ago.
No judgment.
I don't care if you did judge me. Judge me all you want to about Star Wars.
I will judge you, but it won't be over your lack of Star Wars knowledge. And good morning. Good to see you guys.
Oh, by the way, real quick.
Yes.
Purdy. Let's get one more in. That's from YouTube. That is from Jay's.
Glad you squeezed that in.
Purdy. We got to do it for the Fast Five.
Okay.
That was a Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. And things are back to normal because Dan Dibley is in the building alongside Mark Willer, who's coming in from Vegas, not hungover. What's happening, boys? Happy New Year.
Oh, my gosh. Happy New Year.
Southwest delivered, huh?
Finally. Spent 7 hours in the Oakland airport on Christmas Day to end up in our own beds and in a car the next morning. But, be that as it may, they took care of it. They made that right, and they got us to Vegas and back a few days later. So everybody, the Southwest story, everybody knows the Southwest story.
Yeah, so my understanding was
that
the computers and guys didn't show up, or people didn't show up to work. It was like a combination of
it's an intricate system.
Not intricate enough is the problem. So they're using very, very old technology, and they had an internal breakdown of their communication system. So from what I was told, because I talked to at least 20 Southwest employees in the last week and a half, essentially, you know how you thank you. You know how
First
you get
drop of the new year.
I got a bunch of them today. But anyway, you know how you get a text when it's like your flight's been delayed or your flight's been canceled? The same way we weren't getting them. Like you'd get those texts a day and a half after your flight's been canceled. Oh, your flight's been moved to a new gate. No, that was 3 days ago. Why are you sending me this now? They said the same thing was happening to the employees. So you're supposed to be on a flight that's going to go now from San Antonio to San Francisco, and the pilots might be finding out about it 24 hours after it was supposed to leave.
Oops.
So the internal breakdown, and you had crews everywhere that had no clue where they were even supposed to go.
Wow.
So that's what happened.
Thus, no crews, no planes, no crews, no planes, no flights, no crews, no planes, no flights, no bags. I saw the picture of all those bags. The bag alert,
major bag alert. Oh my God, they're
trains and automobiles.
Oh, dude, much like that.
Oakland last night, 9 p.m. I mean, there is a room next to baggage claim. There's just bags, and I'm like, oh gosh, have they been there for a week and a half?
Yeah, a lot of
those
bags.
might be sitting there since December 22nd.
Yeah. Imagine your golf club sitting there, because that's what I always think about. Is like bringing my golf clubs, and I'm like, if they lose my golf clubs.
Thank goodness we hadn't checked anything. So of all the stories,
you can always ship it. They'll be there.
We were talking about them earlier.
Of all the stories, mine was not bad. In fact, when I did tell a gate agent, I go, look, just shoot me straight. Like, are these flights going anywhere? Because if not, I'm going to go home. She looks at me and goes, you can go home? If you can go home, you should go home. These people have been sitting here from Denver for 3 days. Like, go home if you can go home.
And
So
shout
I'm
out
like, all right, I'm gonna go home.
Southwest for reading the room. They're allowing free changes of your flights. And my son flying back to Santa Barbara this week hit me yesterday. He's like, "Hey, Dad, they got a free change policy right now because of the debacle that's gone on." So I was able to change his flight this week, push it back for an extra day. So Pooks will be in town for an extra day. So Southwest trying to make it right. They're trying to recover after a bad holiday.
I know Southwest hires the majority of their pilots are ex-fighter pilots, correct?
Oh, I don't know that.
Yeah, that's what I had heard. I heard they're ex-military guys, so they're kind of like, just get in, we'll get there, we'll be good. And that's why there's a lot of turbulence on a lot of Southwest flights.
A lot of the commercial pilots are former military.
I know that.
My
yes.
fraternity big
endorsement
brother
for Southwest there, Joe.
Well, no, I like Southwest.
I mean,
Who doesn't like Southwest?
That's going to make me want to buy
No, but you know you're going to get there safely because those guys
Southwest
are
Airlines,
overseas.
the airline that messes up and then makes it right.
Exactly. Sit down, we got this.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you could also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. How about those Dubs, huh?
Unbelievable.
You want to go Niners?
Unbelievable.
Purdy, Niners,
All of it.
McCaffrey?
Let's start
Dubs?
Dubs. I think we'll start with the Dubs. And, we can talk about the Buffalo tragedy a little bit as we get deeper into it, because that was about as scary as it gets. But that Dubs game was a nice respite from all of the bad news from watching the Monday Night Football game. That Warrior game was about 17 games in one. They won. They blew out Atlanta. They got blown out. They won a nail biter. They lost a nail biter. And that repeated itself about 7 times. And our guy, Kevon Looney, in typical Looney fashion where, okay, you missed the game winner, but then you get it and you get the game winner. Just an incredible sequence from Kevon Looney closing that baby out.
I'm kind of with you, too, about how it was what the soul needed after what we had experienced earlier in the evening. But any night that ends with a big Kevon Looney smile, I mean, that man's smile, my gosh, that fills up a TV set in a living room like nothing, man. So, yeah, that was it was a welcome distraction. It's not going to be a full distraction. Obviously, we're all thinking about Damar Hamlin, and we'll talk about that a little bit today. But, man, the Warriors, when they play right now, it just feels like a damn journey. Like, I'm not even, we haven't had a chance probably to talk much about what happened Friday night against Portland.
Oh, that was awesome.
Like, these games are just... It's like they're 4 mini games, sometimes 5 mini games
like
within the
game.
Seriously, yeah, it's like a
Those
bowl
games
game.
go on
It's like
forever.
a USC Tulane bowl game. Is that thing over yet,
dude?
But
I had a lot of fun watching 22 from Tulane. Draft him.
I mean, did you see how many? This was funny too. Watching the 2 semifinal games on New Year's Eve. How many people were like? They might be NFL people, NBA people. Like when you get to the playoff, here comes all the casual viewers. So I had a bunch of people who were like, hey, so these are the 4 best teams. Does anybody play defense in college football? Like, I've been watching all year. Yeah. Does anyone play defense? And I'm like, so here's the answer. No. Like Iowa. Iowa sometimes, they'll play a good 13-10 football game.
They had a shutout in their game.
Yeah, that's what Iowa does. But outside, I mean, it's unbelievable. These are the best defenses in college football, and everybody's getting 50.
The guy 88 for Georgia, his name's evading me, the defensive lineman, is going to be like a top 10 pick.
He's going to be a top 10.
And he did nothing in that game. And I'm like, well, what is going on? Because Georgia's defense was stout for the most part this year.
C.J. Stroud. Made a lot of money.
He did.
Marvin Harrison Jr. made a lot of money.
He's a baller.
Made a lot of money
in
in Ohio
the
State.
Rose Bowl last year.
Yeah, they should have won that game. Kicker hooks it left. Michigan.
That's a long kick. It's hard to put it on the kicker.
Yeah, it's hard. It's a long kick.
I know, but Ohio State's up double digits with like 7 seconds to go. Don't put it on the kicker.
No,
you know what I mean? Like, how about not leaving receivers by themselves 80 yards down the field?
How about the rumors with Jim Harbaugh once again going to the NFL?
Indianapolis Colts?
Denver Broncos.
Why would he want to go?
Panthers.
For just a second. Why would anyone who has options want to coach Russ and I'm asking sincerely, Russ and the Broncos? That feels like a very toxic situation.
It feels like I'm not 100%. I know this sounds ridiculous. I don't know if it's going to be Russ. You know what I mean?
Really?
I mean, look.
You saw the report that came out?
Which one?
Oh, on Sunday morning. He's going to completely revise his off-season training.
Great.
Yeah, exactly.
Great.
I just think he's a lot.
Listen, I know the dead cap figures. I get it, but I also know that the Denver Broncos are not going to just be like, so we're going to stink for 5 years.
Yeah, the Walmart family.
You got to do something. So I don't know what they'll do, but
what was the temperature on the Golden State Warriors before you went on vacation? Dibs and Willard.
How would you answer that?
Blown out
it would be much like the weather we've had of late. I was very cool on them. I was mostly out on where they were, and you look at what they were on the road, coming off of that New York road trip where they lost by 74 and 88 in those back-to-back games, and I know that they've been much better at home, and it was a softy schedule coming up, but no Steph, no Wiggins. I mean, I was very cool on the Golden State Warriors, without a doubt.
I think everyone was. And the youngsters, our opinion of the youngsters couldn't have been lower, just like 10, 11 days ago.
The stock was up on Kuminga coming off that road
trip. But he's been even better obviously before the injury.
Yeah.
And then like Wiseman, I'm like, he's unplayable. And a couple of small, decent stints. I'm feeling really good about where they're at.
Well, and Dib's vacation, yours started a week before mine.
God.
So my temperature would have been this. Like, we got to a point where, at least this is when I left, I'm like, it's like you got to find a way to hang on and just grab some wins when you can. It's hard for me to criticize a team or even assess a team. Their best players out. You make the argument the second best players out. And then the grab bag of like their third and fifth and seventh best players are out here and there, right? DiVincenzo gets sick and then, now Kuminga's hurt. Clay is there sometimes. He's not there all the time. I was just like, dude, if they can just sort of grab wins when they can and still be somewhere in the neighborhood of 500 when Steph gets back, I would take it. And so to then look at what's happened over this last week, it's wobbly. It doesn't look sustainable. But, like, they found a bunch of wins, and they're 2 games over 500. So the temperature was just kind of like wait and see.
But the way they throttled Memphis on Christmas Day.
Yeah, that was so fun.
It did not surprise me that they played well that day.
It did surprise me that they played hard and that they played with an edge. But the way they went about it, they throttled Memphis.
I woke up that morning and I went, Warriors +8? Oh, Merry Christmas. +8? I go, there's no way. I go, this is pretty money. I just went into the app and I'm like, oh, the boop, 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 whatever I'm willing to throw. Like, have you not watched the Warriors at Chase Center? I don't care how hamstrung they are.
Yeah.
They're going to bring a game, especially with Memphis, who's sitting there basically middle fingering them for 2 years.
And the entire Western Conference.
Right. Like, of course they were going to come
hard. We ain't worried
hard.
about the ass.
I'm good
We
in the
good in the
West.
West.
Did they get 8 technicals, the Warriors, as a team in that game?
I think Curry
the Clay tech is maybe my favorite. The way he's doing the slide, standing over.
I was like, oh, man.
It was great.
Brooks at
that was
half-court,
awesome.
right?
Yes.
That was awesome.
Oh, my God.
Missed some of it in the middle of the Southwest Malaise, but anyway,
Let me
I'm
ask you
following.
guys a question about the Niners here. Because Brock Purdy, it's insane.
Brothers.
Christian McCaffrey. Okay. Frank Gore, he brought up Ricky Waters. There's been some really good, like Frank Gore to me wasn't this talented. He wasn't the fastest, wasn't the biggest.
Not the two-way threat either.
No. And I look at him as like he's more of an overachiever. And I'm not trying to take anything away from Frank. I'm talking about what he can do on a field. Is Christian McCaffrey the most talented running back physically in terms of what he can do ever in a 49er uniform?
Roger Craig, and I heard you earlier
For sure.
say Ricky Waters. I thought Roger Craig was a better comp for me just because of his ability as a receiver. But watching Christian McCaffrey, I'm trying to go through all the plays in my mind, and I can't think of a play where he gives up yards that are there for the taking. Every time he has the ball, he is so efficient north to south, and when he goes east to west, he doesn't go east to west, and it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Every time he has the ball, he is so efficient with the way he gains yards. It's incredible.
You know who I was just thinking of while you were talking about that, Joe, was, and I'll explain, but Buster Posey, and here's why.
Please explain.
Well, so being at the game in Vegas, and it was 60-40 49er fans, but it might as well have felt 50-50.
Yeah.
Spadone, you jump in on this. There was no row in the stadium that wasn't represented by both teams.
Cool.
Okay, so it was actually a really cool vibe. The reason I bring up Buster is because even a Raider fan, when McCaffrey would make a play, they would just be like, respect, man. That guy's different.
He's
like,
so sick.
It takes someone's fandom away. There's nothing you can say. And it's the same experience I would have years living in L.A. going to Dodger Stadium when Buster was up. Like, if a Giant comes up and the uniform comes up, boo, just yelling, screaming. But they'd be like, But Buster, man, that guy's he's just the whole package. Like, you can't get mad. And the Raider fan vibe at McCaffrey was the exact same thing, where it was just like, I mean, respect. That guy is so freaking good.
So good.
At so many things on the football field. Right. And it's really cool. I know you guys have experienced this even more than me this year. But when you're at the game and you can see the all 22 or whatever,
crazy.
or the all whatever,
Yeah.
it's just like watching what that guy's doing on every play and how much he's moving. He's kind of the Steph Curry of the 49ers, never not moving to a spot to do something that helps the 49ers on that play.
One-on-one equals 5 to 10 extra yards. Every time. Which, how many guys in the league, in the entire NFL, does that equate to?
You asked the question, is he the most talented running back in the Niner uniform? Roger Craig should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
He's up there.
Yes.
I brought up Ricky Waters because Ricky Waters played right receiver at Notre Dame. It converted to being a running back with the 49ers. And you forget his year when they won the Super Bowl. Heck, all those years.
He was so sick.
5 touchdowns against the New York Giants in a playoff game. He was the difference maker. The Niners of the 90s were never the same when he bolted to Philadelphia because of his run-pass option. He could run between the tackles. He could run outside. He had breakaway speed. He could line up in the slot. Pound for pound, Ricky Waters is right up there with Christian McCaffrey, and he's a borderline Hall of Famer. But that's where Christian McCaffrey is. It's
I'm glad you said that
McCaffrey.
earlier because I didn't put as much respect on Ricky Waters' name as I should. And you rattled it off 10,000 yards, and the fact that he was a receiver at Notre Dame and what he meant for that Niners 90s offense in terms of the two-way impact. I think I definitely underrate his impact.
Mike Shanahan used him to, perfectly.
Well, then he went to
Shanahan-
Ray Rhodes in Philly. It wasn't the same.
I'd answer that that he has the opportunity to be.
Right.
We're still it's been 9 games.
But it's been it's been as amazing.
And he's the 9.5.
Right.
And outside of that half, they've won them all.
All of them.
Right. And that's not a coincidence.
Well, I think of Christian McCaffrey. I think about the gravity Stephen Curry has on
Yeah.
the basketball
Yes.
court, the
Yes.
spacing. Christian McCaffrey's allowing George Kittle to go one-on-one now. He's allowing Brandon Ayuk to go one-on-one now. Deebo Samuel, one-on-one. They're playing easy football.
All this is happening without Deebo Samuel. To your point, I
in
mean,
the last few games,
I mean, it's been 4 games
And
now,
you haven't missed him.
and you haven't missed Deebo Samuel.
Seattle, Seattle, Washington, and now the Raiders.
So this leads me to something that I want to throw at you guys and see how it grabs you. I'm going to hold this guy's name to protect him. But in all my flight escapades yesterday, there's a whoop
because it's a definite
There's a
whoop.
This
guy.
Yeah, get ready.
You and Pete Rose gambling in
No,
Ohio.
so we're a quick layover in L.A. last night. Okay, which is unfortunately it was actually right after we landed. We were walking to the gate when I see out of the corner of my eye the Hamlin thing happens live on the TVs at the airport. But I run into a friend who he is a former NFL player.
Spadone?
He is a former NFL scout.
Okay.
He is a current NFL media member, I guess we'll say it that way. Okay, so this is somebody who... Right?
Somebody who obviously I know, you know.
No, but whose opinion on this, I'm going to, Okay, so I go, man, we were at that 49er Raider game.
Get a plumber in here.
Get a plumber. We're at the 49er Raider game, and so we start talking about quarterback for both of these teams.
That's my
the 49ers and the Raiders.
All right.
First one he says, I go, what the hell happened to the 49er defense? This is one question that the 49ers don't, right? What happened to them?
No answer for Stidham.
Well, he goes, look, this is what a lot of us have not been able to say, but this shows you who Derek Carr is.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
Derek Carr is someone who takes the easy way out on every play. And therefore, not a bad quarterback, but it's check down, first opportunity to get the ball out of his hands. He does it every time. So what happened is when a Raider team came out and was ready to throw the ball downfield, the 49ers weren't ready for that. They hadn't seen any of that on tape. Like, okay, that's his take on the Raider quarterback situation. Then we go to the 49er quarterback situation. To wrap it up quickly, he says basically, look, Purdy's your guy. And Kyle Shanahan has now got a joystick in his hands. And that's all you're seeing. He goes, because what you have now, and this is different than Jimmy, is you basically have someone who's really, really smart. And you didn't have that before. So Kyle Shanahan now is able to fully do his playbook. And as many of us have said before, he, quote unquote, sees it. So Kyle's got a joystick and knows that he has somebody who, when it's drawn, he will see it and he will execute it. And so what you now have is someone who has maybe the NFL brain acumen that Kyle wants that Jimmy didn't have, and the accuracy that Trey doesn't have. That was his take. Purdy's your guy, and they're just going to have to eat what they did in the draft a year and a half ago.
Or have him as an insurance policy and hope that he can come in and make plays. And ultimately, if Brock is your guy next year, you still have, and go ahead and cut this, Spadoni, Trey's package to use in terms of, as a change of pace. Maybe he becomes your Taysom Hill.
Well, and his quarterback salary, the way I would look at it is your quarterback salary isn't boggling them down. Had he been making 15, 20
That's
million.
the beauty of it.
Who knows? Sure. And here's the other thing I've learned. Jimmy Garoppolo, Alex Smith, all the other. Look what's going on with Zach Wilson. You're done. Guy gets hurt. 2 weeks later, you're the starter for the next 2 weeks. To say that someone's done here, I don't know. In your point, I don't think it's right now. He's in the driver's seat. Brock Purdy. There's no way around it.
And let me play devil's. Let me push back because I still think Trey's a very talented quarterback. I don't think we've seen enough Trey to have all these final conclusions about accuracy and whether he can run an offense. What happens if the Niners lose in the first round of the playoffs with Brock and he stinks it up?
Well, then
it's open competition.
Yeah, then that's
I think no matter what, you go into next
conversation.
year as an open competition. You don't just hand the keys to the kingdom of Brock Purdy. You go into next year and it's open.
Wouldn't you say that feels hard to believe though? Now all of a sudden,
it does. Well,
the idea that Brock Purdy goes out there and quote unquote just stinks it up and loses you the game 3 picks.
Hey, listen, earlier today,
well, he almost threw 4 or 5 in that game.
Yeah, he threw some old throws.
I'm just being honest.
And that catch that Ayuk had, I mean, before Gold misses the field goal, why are we running that play in the first place? I mean,
he's throwing across his body down, and everyone's like, "Well, he's open way deep."
That was a bad play call.
It's a bad decision.
You run
a bad decision.
Reverse naked
He almost threw a pick on the first play.
It was a bad decision why Brock should have just tossed that thing out of bounds. They were already right.
He's young. He's a rookie. This goes back to he's a rookie.
I've become so impressed with Brock Purdy that I will be disappointed if the Niners don't get through the NFC. That's how Brock Purdy. That's how well he's playing. When he's running the offense,
we make that about Brock, but here's what I think all of us. And by the way, this comment was added by this person I was talking to as well. They're the best team. Yeah. So take the quarterback.
Agreed.
They're the best team.
Yeah. But the best team doesn't always win.
They don't always
win.
Which
is how the NFL
They don't always win.
Yeah.
And so we're going to have to be prepared for that and not hang that around like the NFL is a single elimination tournament. But they're the best team in the NFC.
But he's got big boxes left to check. He's never won a playoff game, obviously. He's never won a road playoff game, and he's never been to a conference championship game. There's a lot of things he's never done as the quarterback.
And playoffs are different, but he's surrounded. He's surrounded by people who have played in the playoffs before, number one. And actually, the last regular season box that we were asking for him to check, this is the beauty of the Raider game, that was it. We were asking for him to be down by double digits in the second half, and how would he handle it? Well, 37 points. That's how.
How he handled it was, hey, McCaffrey, where you at?
Exactly.
Carry us.
Exactly.
That's the difference.
McCaffrey screenplay. That changed that whole thing.
And the block from Brunskill.
Such a great block.
So feathery.
Yeah, McCaffrey's the difference. What else you guys got coming up?
I think I was getting feathery.
Well, I mean, we'll get to. I want to update everybody on Hamlin because the kids are still off of school. So before work this morning, my daughter had a couple friends over for a sleepover, and I took them to go get bagels before I came in. And as I'm driving back, these are 3 13-year-old girls, okay, in 8th grade. And my daughter goes, "Hey, Dad." Yeah, he goes, "I bet you'll know. Who's Damar Hamlin? And what happened?" So this is something that is so across the board. I know a lot of people are waking up this morning wanting to know the latest and what the NFL did. And so we'll get to all that. Mike Silver's going to come on, and Rich Ornberger, who had some very, very poignant things to say on Twitter last night. Like I always, right? Don't we always think in those situations, like, what is it like to be a player, right? And why do they all pray with each other before the game and after the game? And it's reasons like this. So we'll certainly get into all that. And then, I need to tell everybody about Allegiant Stadium. I bet Spadone is waiting to hear that. There's some really interesting stories about being at that game on Sunday. The Warriors,
did you see CC Sabathia?
I did.
Light the flame.
And Ice Cube and
nice.
Too Short.
Oh, you went to the concert.
No, they were there.
Not go to the concert. They get a stage.
I was teasing.
A stage right there in the stands. It's a beautiful stadium, but anyway, and then at some point this weekend we'll circle back to if anybody wants to redo their Giants Carlos Correa conversation.
You know what? No, we'll have this conversation later in the week.
Yes.
I'm ready for this.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Because
We'll look at this coming up.
Everything
Happy
that they
New
said
Year,
they could have
everybody.
said the day of.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
I wasn't just trying to be nice. I swear to God.
That was amazing. That was an amazing exchange with Bonta on his way out the door. First of all, that is it. That is a gutsy, an elite maneuver by you on January 3rd to ask someone if they've lost weight, because no matter who it is, if they have, hell, good work. Who the hell comes around on January 3rd? Like, usually the gym membership just started yesterday.
Yeah.
You can't have lost weight already.
I haven't seen him in 17 days,
Yep.
and I was looking at him during the changeover, and I thought, he looks good. I think he might have lost a little weight. I'm going to ask him on his way out the door. So Bonte's heading for the exit, and I go, hey. And he looks over. I go, you lose a little weight? And he goes, no.
No, but the pause was even better. He looks at you and he's like, he looked down and he's like, no.
Yeah,
no.
my fault.
It's tough to lose weight on January 3rd. But hopefully everybody is on that track. Happy New Year. Okay, 2023, here we are. And it's great to see you, man. I couldn't wait. I could not wait to get back today.
Yeah,
and
me
obviously
either.
this is going to be a little bit of an emotional ride. There have been a lot of ups and downs in our world since a lot of us have last gathered and talked. But a lot of us said it on social media on the way out. I want to say it on the air as well. Thank you to each and every one of you who make us in any way, shape, or form part of your day. Thank you for making 2022 such a wonderful, wonderful year. We got all kinds of things that we're excited about, that we're planning here for 2023. So welcome in and let's go. And it's good to talk to all of you, and it's good to see you.
It's great to be back, and be safe out there this week with the heavy rains coming, especially tomorrow when the storm hits, the absolute deluge that's coming. But yeah, I've been champing at the bit, Mark, to get back here with so much going on. The Warriors disheveled. Now they're back. The 49ers keep rolling. And, you mentioned the Damar Hamlin yesterday. My girl Supper, who doesn't normally watch a ton of sports, we spent about 90 minutes watching everything that took place after that scary, scary incident. And, our thoughts and prayers are with Damar Hamlin and his family and everyone out there, because, man, that's the kind of thing that just sobers you up, not only as a sports fan, but as a human being when you think about life and just how fragile it can be.
So for anybody who's hopping in their car for the first time or whatnot, you want to know the update. There's not a whole lot that's different that we know right now versus last night. But Damar Hamlin, there are reports that his vital signs were starting to return. He had a cardiac arrest situation on the field last night. Doc Chow said on Twitter last night, if you have something like this happen in your life, the number one place you'd want to be is a hospital. The number two place is an NFL field.
Yeah.
Because there's so many medical personnel. There's so much there where they are in a way prepared for something like this. And so they were able to perform CPR and get his heart moving again on the field. But then he was intubated and obviously whisked away to the hospital. He remains in critical condition. However, doctors have purposefully opened up the breathing passages, so he's not doing that on his own, at least not that we know at this point. But it feels like, again, this is just my feeling based on everything I'm reading, he's got a shot here. He's got a shot to recover and move through, and we'll worry about all the football stuff when it's time to worry about the football stuff. I know a lot of people, your brains do go to a certain place about, okay, are they playing this game?
Right.
People's fantasy championships were coming down to that game, and that doesn't matter, I know, but people are going to want to know at some point this week what they're going to do, and And we don't know. We don't know what they're going to do.
And first thing is DeMar Hamlin and, how he's able to hopefully recover from this. And you just don't know what his condition is or what his condition will be. And the one thing that struck me, Mark, is we've gotten a little bit further away from this. And this is something I want to encourage everyone to do. And I actually talked to our boss this morning about this. I asked him where our AED is, the artificial electronic defibrillator, which is the device that they use to help restart his heart. We have one here in the office somewhere, and I want to encourage everyone, get first aid and CPR trained, because this can happen to anybody at any time. And if you don't have somebody nearby, like you said, being on a football field is an amazing place for him to have been, because he had trained medical personnel with him within seconds of him going down. So I would encourage everyone, get trained. That way, maybe you can be somebody to save somebody else's life.
So the decisions that the NFL made, the timing of it, we'll address that coming up in a little bit. Also, the 49ers in Vegas, it was one hell of a ride, no matter how you took it in. We'll get to that. The Warriors continue to give us one hell of a ride. We will get to all of that. We'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Rich Ornberger and Mike Silver are both coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. And we encourage you to get geared up for the playoffs right now at 957thegameshop.com. You got your relevant shirts, your DPOY shirts, hoodies, all the gear, new gear from all the shows. It's there, 957thegameshop.com. All right, your calls and more on all of these stories coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
At Staples, you can count on every project being print perfect, guaranteed.
I need presentations and brochures printed, and they have to be perfect.
Your bounded presentations, brochures with the finest folds, and more will be done right every time. That's our Print Big promise. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more, plus 20% back via store bonus. Try Staples and see the difference. Ends 2/11. Rewards members only. Bonus must be redeemed in store. See staples.com/stores/printbig for details.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nail the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Without Prilosec, I wouldn't be able to enjoy all this yummy holiday food. Speaking of whoever made that apple pie, delicious. I just take one pill each morning and zero heartburn all day. So cheers to Prilosec OTC. Ooh, are those jalapeno poppers?
Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid that can cause heartburn, so you can enjoy the holidays. One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Warriors with no timeouts. Draymond up the floor. Dribbles it, waits. Handoff Thompson takes a three on the way. No good. Looney with a tip. No good. Tipped up. It's good! At the buzzer! Kevon Looney! Kevon Looney tipped it in. A scramble at the rim. The Warriors celebrate, jumping up and down, mobbing number 5 at midcourt. What a way to bring in the new year. 143-141. No doubt that's a good basket. They don't even have to review it.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Mark.
You got it, Lone. No, you take it away, man. You did that thing. That smile, I'm not kidding. That smile from Kevon Looney last night. Yes, it was a Warrior win, and it was a buzzer beater and all that fun stuff. But just, you get it. And I don't want to make it sound like the holidays weren't amazing. They were amazing. Like, he was so blessed, and there's so many fun things we got to do over the last week and a half, and so much family time, and getting out to go to the 49er Raider game in Vegas. Just incredible. So, it was amazing. But also, the holidays, they're just, gosh, you get to the end of them and you're like, I'm exhausted.
It's a lot, yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot emotionally. It's a lot physically. It's a lot financially. It's just all the stuff, right? And so you're like, man, there's just, my head is spinning a little bit. And then we're doing the fly back, like I want to get to the kids, and we're getting back, and the DeMar Hamlin thing happens, and I needed a loon smile. I needed a loon smile, and it helped. Oh, yeah. It literally helped me go to sleep last night. So I'm like, okay, that felt good. That was a feel-good moment, courtesy of Kevon Looney and the Golden State Warriors.
Even if they would have lost that game, and they did lose that game 17 different times, Klay Thompson had 54 points. I don't know if we should probably mention that. We're 35 minutes into the show. Klay goes 21 of 39 from the floor. 39 shots.
That's a lot of shots.
From Klay Thompson. But he had 21 of them. Shots. I mean, you'd be puking if you had that many shots. 10 of 21 from 3. Klay goes for 54. If they would have lost, Klay's back. Fine. Klay Thompson. But you lost to Atlanta. That would be a bummer. Wouldn't be that big of a bummer. But to have Kevon Looney win it in that fashion. DiVincenzo with a huge 3. Draymond Green with a huge 3.
Listen, we have done the fingers together and the hand in the air for DiVincenzo and Spadoni. Maybe you'll get some Italian music, and I think we've undersold it. This dude's incredible.
Oh.
I like the Dante DiVincenzo appreciation hour hasn't happened, I think, fully yet.
Well, it's because the holidays.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But I think we're getting pretty damn close. There's always that player on a good team. When good things happen to a basketball team, right? I think Leandro Barbosa has been this person before. Sean Livingston has been this person before, where like there's so much praise that gets thrown at Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green.
Yeah.
And right, there were times where it was Kevin Durant. And there's these headliners. But if you're going to win a title or even have just a good year, there's these little pieces that just always seem to pop at the right time. You're like, man, that guy is not out there always, but he does big stuff. Big things happen in key moments. GP2 certainly had that vibe. Otto Porter at times last year as well. Man, DiVincenzo's that guy this year.
He's starting to do things more frequently that make you say, all right, that's a piece. And as we talk about the rotation and you look at these last 5 games, 5 straight wins, no Wiggins, no Steph Curry. You look at that road trip, 1-5 on the road, and I know that I was thinking, okay, this is not going to be their year. It was more than just a bad road trip. This is a bad team on the road. And yeah, you come home, maybe you can lick wounds. With this homestand, you think maybe 5-3. You're not beating Memphis on Christmas Day. No way. The way you're playing, and you don't have Steph, and you don't have Wiggins, and now you look up and you've rattled off 5 straight. And it's not just against bottom feeders, which they have played some pretty bad teams. What they did to Memphis, to me, was a real eyebrow raiser. You throttled a team that was poised to come in and pay you back in a marquee spot.
I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this. Is there any, and I guess we could go to any sport, is there any precedent for best home record in the league, worst road record in the league? Has anything like that ever happened in any sport? That's bananas.
Yeah.
You can't be 3-16 on the road and 17-2 at home.
That's what the numbers are.
That's the
17-2. 3-16, 17-2.
Correct.
That's insanity. So they might they might be 41-41.
Right.
They might go 39-2.
Win all the home games.
I mean, my God.
It's just bizarre.
Yeah.
It's completely bizarre. So
I don't know if a team has ever had this much of a disparity between home and road. Normally, if you're that bad on the road, you're probably 500 at home because you're not a very good team.
Right.
But when you're this good at home, normally you're probably about 500 on the road because you're that good of a team.
I mean,
but what the hell?
This team is 17-2, like
3-16.
The analytics,
17-2.
Yeah, like it's one of these things where you dive into the numbers and you're like, huh? They're almost like they have a Minnesota Vikings feel to them, except for they've got a good reason. Like they've had a bunch of their players just hurt and not available and all of this stuff.
But you shouldn't be 17-2 at home with this many injured players.
Right. And you shouldn't be 17-2 at home and then have a negative point differential.
Yeah.
You have a negative point differential, but you've won 17 of 19 games in your home building. And if you start to think about them, a bunch of them are miracles. They're miracles. Even just Portland had them dead.
Yeah.
Atlanta, I know they had Atlanta dead, and then Atlanta had them dead, and all of this. But it's just like there's a bunch of stuff right now that doesn't make sense, and it actually is a source of optimism for me for this team because for them to have some of these things be true, 3-16 on the road, a negative point differential, a Steph Curry major injury, Klay still not playing back-to-back, Wiggins going into a vortex of injury and illness, and who knows what else. This team has had so much get thrown at it early in the year and have all of it not go well, and to sit here today and go, still got a winning record. It's like, wait, what? And so if in 2 weeks Steph comes back and you do get some sort of normalcy with your roster, I think there's every reason to believe that they can start winning 2 out of every 3 basketball games and end up in a top 5 seed.
Well, you just need to win 4 out of every 7 when you get to April. You don't even need to win 2 out of 3.
Yep.
You need to win 4 out of 7. And Bonte said it earlier, and I can't dispute what he said. And it was, I don't see any team being able to beat this team 4 out of 7 in the Western Conference in a short series. You saw what they did to Memphis, and Denver's a team that's always given them problems, but when you get Wiggins back and Draymond, and the way Kuminga now can defend, you feel like you can throw enough at Jokic defensively, and Denver doesn't have a ton elsewhere to beat you. You go through the Western Conference. Who really scares you? Dallas is a scary team, but you hammered them last year in the postseason. Yep. Sacramento, you're still going to have to show me. The Clippers, when they're totally healthy, they can be formidable, but I don't see any of these teams in a 7-game series where you would look at it and you would say, the Warriors are in real trouble.
No, this is the thing. I mean, the team with you mentioned the Mavericks, they're the 4 seed right now. They're 6 games over 500. The Warriors are 2 games over 500. The Warriors right now are 2 games out of the 4 seed.
Right. Just 2 games.
Missing their 2 best players, 2.5 best players, because Klay doesn't play sometimes. And the Jordan Poole experience is a damn roller coaster, okay?
Man.
It's a damn roller coaster. Because Steph is out, and he'll go out there, and he'll do what you sort of need him to do. Like, he fills up a box score. The problem is there's that turnover column that's just absolutely out of control. Do I have this accurately that over the last 5 games he's averaging like 9 turnovers a game? Is that the number that was floating around the locker room last night?
Is it 9?
Kyle, is that right?
His turnovers by game,
46?
6, 7, 6, 3, 5, 7 in his last 6.
Okay, what's the number? How many
15,
turnovers?
28. That's 34 in his last 6, which is almost 6 a game, 5.7 a game over his last 6.
Okay, that's not what I was saying, but that's a ridiculous number. That's way too high. But what would they do without his scoring during this time? When Steph is out, Wiggins is out, and Klay is sometimes out.
Well, last night's a great example, Mark, because he was 11 of 31. He had 28. Offensively, he made some huge, huge shots, including a 3, I believe, in the first overtime. But 2 different possessions. One, he goes in, gets contact, and does his Trae Young floppy flail, no call turnover. Then on a subsequent possession, it might have been in single overtime, he drives in, jumps, has nowhere to go, and just drops the ball, knowing that he's about to travel. Atlanta grabs it, another turnover.
I mean, he's one of those guys, and there are guys like this in sports. He's one of those guys where you'll hear people say this a lot. If you watch Warrior games with friends or whatever, this guy needs to slow down. He's just, it's too frenetic. You're moving too fast. Well, that's like telling Tyreek Hill, why don't you start running some out routes? No, like the reason Jordan Poole can score 30 a game is because he's moving too fast. He's moving too fast for the defense. He's also still a young player, and sometimes he's moving too fast for his own hands. So the Warriors have always, and I know Poole, this is a little excessive right now, but the Warriors have always been a team that is so beautiful offensively. So many passes, so much running, so many undersized scorers that you look at them and go, we just need to deal with the turnovers. They're a dynasty who often comes close to leading the league in turnovers.
They had 23 last night, Mark.
That's always been a part of their game.
I'm sorry, 19 turns.
Jordan Poole or not, this has always been a part of the Warriors game. Steve Kerr has talked about it at length. They were this team last year. I think they were one of the top 3 turnover teams in all of basketball, and they won the ring.
Yes. My issue with last night in particular is kind of a microcosm of Jordan Poole. Klay Thompson had 54 points. Klay Thompson was in Klaymaker mode. He was hitting unbelievable threes. He was an unstoppable force in that game. And you get down to crunch time, regulation, overtime. Get Klay the ball. Jordan Poole is trying to go one on everybody when you've got a guy, a Hall of Famer, your teammate, who cannot be stopped right now. His lack of awareness in those moments, to me last night, was frustrating. You're 4 years in the league. You should be aware enough to know that you're not having a bad game, but this is not time for a pool party. Get the ball to Klay.
But I'll give you this.
I
The
don't.
key to offensive basketball is penetration, and Klay Thompson is not usually, I know he can to a degree, he's not a shot creator as much as Poole or Curry
But he can't
are.
be a shot taker if he doesn't touch the basketball.
Right,
and
but
there were
if
possessions
Poole-
last night where Jordan Poole took it upon himself to try and do too much.
I know, but I think a lot of times he's also trying to penetrate and kick. Like that's how Klay Thompson gets a shot, which is somebody breaks down a defender and then everybody's got to collapse and it creates a shot for someone else. You're not wrong. I'm agreeing with you, but I also understand that, this is another one of those. It's like a necessary evil. I just think all Dub Nation, you're going to have to sit with yourself, do a little meditation if you want, and be like, look, Jordan Poole's going to tick me off 4 times a game. And you got to go into the game with that, but also realizing they can't do anything without him.
I definitely realize that, and I appreciate that, but it's late game awareness.
Sure,
and last night's a great situation where, and you could see Steve Kerr was a little frustrated after a couple of the turnovers, where get the ball to Draymond Green. Draymond Green will find a way to get it to Clay, and if things aren't going in that possession Clay's way, then you get it back to Jordan Poole with 7 on the shot clock. Now you can go Jordan against the world. He was trying to do too much, too early. He wasn't giving Clay an opportunity to even possess the ball on some of these possessions.
No doubt about it. I hear you on that. So, thank you to the Warriors. Thank you to the Warriors for getting us through to the end of the holiday, the end of just a topsy-turvy night and all of that. We'd love to take your calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. Rich Ornberger's coming up in about 15 minutes. Mike Silver after that in the 10 o'clock hour. Get to a lot of the 49ers stuff as well. Let's hear from Jonathan in San Francisco. Hey, Jonathan, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. Happy New Year, brother. How are you?
What are you doing?
Oh, what are you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy New Year. Yeah, just doing mailman duties. I was going to say, man, what a great sports weekend, college, and of course, our Bay Area teams having those bonker games, and of course, we all wish we didn't see that happen last night, Monday night. Wish Hamlin, fast and full recovery soon. Anyway, that was a nuclear Clay detonation sensation. What a monster game from Looney, just manning the paint, 20 rebounds, and ending the game the way he did. That was so cool. And Purdy, man, what can I say about Purdy? This guy's just checking all the boxes. And for the first time under Kyle Shanahan, he's winning with a quarterback other than Jimmy Garoppolo. And you know what else, too? With Brock Purdy as a signal caller, the playbook is wide open.
Thank you, Jonathan. Shout out Creed.
Yeah, that one went over about as well as a Creed song.
I give it 2. Actually, Jonathan's usually better than that.
Yeah. Well, look, we're easing into 2023.
We are.
It's fine.
That's fine. That's good effort.
Help with that deep voice.
Yeah, and man, I mean, what are you doing? Mark, I gotta hit you with a "What are you doing?" Because
I know, first call of the year.
You asked him, "How are you?"
What a false start that was.
What the hell's wrong with you?
Illegal procedure.
We have one catchphrase on this show, and it's "What are you doing?"
Delay of game.
It is your catchphrase.
Oh my God!
So I gotta ask you, Mark. What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm a little out of practice, okay?
All right. Okay.
I'm a little just off in the clouds right now.
Seriously.
There's a lot that's happened in the last 2 weeks.
Tons. Even the last 24 hours with you,
hey, man.
Trying to make it back.
Shout
out Southwest for getting you home.
Shout out Southwest.
Please.
Shout out Allegiant Stadium. Review in just moments.
I love it. I love it.
I had the best experience I have ever had at a craps table in the morning yesterday before we went to the airport to come home.
What time? What casino?
Oh my. So if you're out there, man in a red hoodie, I say this with all sincerity.
Thank you.
I love you. I love you. I love you so much, 44 shooter. I love you.
What time? What casino? Had to be about, knowing you're an early riser, 7:15.
No. Wasn't that early. We definitely did the little breakfast first. It's Vegas, so I don't really know what time it was.
And you don't know what casino.
No, I know what casino.
And you don't want to shout them out?
No, Hotel Orleans. The Orleans, which is off strip. We had a phenomenal experience there.
Is that where you stayed?
That's where we stayed. That's where we played.
Look at you, man of the people.
We left that place to go to the game, and that is it. We did not leave that place outside of that. All encompassing. Had a great, man, we had some Chinese food after the football game on Sunday night. So good. The whole thing, really, really fun experience. But my man in the red hoodie, at about, who knows, maybe 10:30 in the morning on Monday, this guy could not stop hitting the hard ways. Oh, he could not stop hitting the hard ways. And when you got that $10 bill out there on 44 hard 8, and he just keeps hitting it like 4 times, I mean, This thing, when you get one of them craps runs that just like
it's a heater.
But I mean, it goes for like a half hour.
It's like Klay Thompson last night.
Right. It just goes and goes like no, he won't crap out.
Did you get in early?
I was there the whole time. In fact, it was one of those like it was a crap out, and the lovely Christy's like, I'm gonna go play something else. She goes, do you want to come? I go, one more. We're going to do one more.
And then
roll.
it got to the red hoodie.
And the red hoodie.
Oh.
The red
Little
hoodie.
Red Riding Hood.
The red hoodie. The guy next to me won 4 Gs.
Large.
4 large on that roll.
Man.
I didn't do that.
Of course.
Nah. This man's playing some money.
Yeah. You're more of a nickel dimer.
Gosh, there were so many stories came out of this trip, and I want to get to Allegiant Stadium and all of that. But as I said, it was during a layover on the way back that we see the Damar Hamlin thing. And before we get to Rich and Mike Silver, I did want to say this real quick because I know that Twitter, for example, can become, in moments like this, it becomes a very immediate place. It can become a very angry and opinionated place. And last night was no different. And I understand all of it. This was very, very hard to watch, the Damar Hamlin situation. And if you are just joining us, he remains in critical condition. There is a lot of woods he still needs to travel, but I think there are words out there that the vital signs have been improving throughout the night, and hoping that recovery has begun. That's the hope. And the Bills have gone home, and nobody knows what the hell's going on with the game and whatever.
You just don't know about his recovery until he's able to regain consciousness.
Obviously, right. But this is medically induced to open breathing passages, and that's what we know at this point. So when that all goes down, immediately you get the, damn it, NFL, cancel the game. How are you not canceling the game? NFL, you got to cancel the game. Oh, my gosh, this is so gross. NFL, gosh, Roger Goodell, what? Oh, yeah, I hate you, Roger Goodell, cancel the game. And then,
Speaking of gross, Skip Bayless with his tweet. That's
was
beyond
gross.
disgusting.
That was gross. And I understand that he's tried to work his way out of that. I'm clear that the executives at Fox got to him. But we don't even need to repeat it. If you want to go look at that tweet, you can.
Disgusting.
But Skip Bayless has earned his reputation. Let's put it that way. He's earned it very well. I just want to say this, though, about the NFL. They did make the right decision in the end, and we don't know what needs to happen in order to get to that decision. Troy Vincent has come out. I don't know whether to believe this or not, but Troy Vincent, who handles discipline and other things with the league, and by the way, never forget, is a former player.
Right.
He is a part of this community that goes out there and puts their bodies on the line. And he said this idea that the NFL said, oh, everybody take 5 minutes and then get back out on the field. He said, I have no idea where that came from. It's not true. And it was Bill Barnwell, I think, who made a great point that was if the NFL cancels that game right away and tells all the fans, sorry, game's over, head to your cars, guess what? You're creating a massive traffic jam for the ambulance that's waiting for Damar Hamlin to get out of there. So I'm not going to rip the NFL today, and I don't think you should either. These are not situations that everybody is immediately prepared for. There are very complicated decisions to be made, and there's a lot going on, and they made the right choice and got the ambulance out first. So I'm not here to say it was perfect, but I don't think that's the right lane to pick.
No, it's not.
Today.
And what is perfect? This is uncharted territory. And Brian Baldinger earlier with the morning roast with Bonte and Joe said it perfectly. There's no playbook for this from an NFL standpoint. You see the episode happen. He's badly injured. You're resuscitating him on the field. You put him in the ambulance. You take him away. The teams are off the field. You don't know at that point. You don't have a blueprint to follow. Like when we see a player get carted off and it's really serious and the player does the thumbs up and then that the player is all right, they can move their extremities, now we resume the game. We've been through that many times before. There haven't been many times where you've seen a player drop down like that and basically be lifeless, be dead for a moment on the field. There's no blueprint on how you proceed from that. So ultimately they got to the right answer as to how to proceed. Whether or not it was the coaches or the players themselves that told the league what to do, we may never know. how that went. But what we do know is that they did the right thing in terms of not resuming that game.
The looks on the faces of the players and coaches was all that we needed to see and needed to know. And obviously that's how you knew this one was different. Your point is well taken. The major injuries happen all the time. And this one was different. And that's why the NFL made a very different decision than they normally would.
And there'll be time for in the coming day or the coming days to decide. Then the league will have to decide how they proceed. But today, I don't think is that day, and I don't know if they'll make any decision until we can get some sort of recovery from Damar Hamlin.
So, what is this like through the eyes, hearts, minds of people in the NFL player community? That and much more with our good buddy and former NFL player Rich Ornberger, who joins us next. Mike Silver is right after him. Stay with us. We want your calls, 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
What a wild way to welcome in the new year.
Coming in. Tipped out. DiVincenzo grabs it in rhythm. Buried it. .6. He tied the game. Good. Klay Thompson with a 3 off of 1 foot. Dribble. Knocked it down. Klay Thompson's giving the Warriors a 2-point lead. Draymond for 3. Good. Improbable. Incredible. No good. Looney with a tip. No good. Tipped up. It's good. At the buzzer. Come on, Looney. Kevon Looney tipped it in.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Are you looking to make a difference in your community? Interested in learning more about a career in law enforcement? The Concord Police Department wants to hear from you. Explore a rewarding career path and be the change for your community. Look forward to competitive salary earnings up to $190,000 annually, full benefits and annual incentives. To learn more about what it means to be a part of the Concord PD, take the first step and contact a recruiter today or go to joinconcordpd.com. Serve the community you love. Your career starts today.
Growing up, you were always warned not to get carried away. But in the world of Corteo by Cirque du Soleil, it's all a part of the festivities. Join us in the mysterious space between heaven and earth for the world-class acrobatics, imagination, and humanity of Corteo, a joyous celebration of life. Join us at the Chase Center from August 23rd to August 27th. Corteo thanks its official partner, Air Canada. Get carried away and find your tickets now at CirqueDuSoleil.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Changing your oil. You know, an oil change is a great way to get more MPGs. Right now, you can enter for a daily chance to win a $200 AutoZone gift card when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 Full Synthetic and an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
No purchase required.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
End this year on a high note at Big O Tires year-end sale. Get great deals on name brand tires for cars, pickups, and SUVs. Plus, save on auto care services with financing options available on credit approval. Visit BigOTires.com for all year-end sale offers. Ends January 8th.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
So, you've unwrapped a new device this year. Don't forget to take your favorite stations and podcasts with you.
No matter where you go.
With the Odyssey app.
Stream the music and shows you love on your phone, tablet, laptop, smart speaker, and more.
Create an account to save your favorites across devices.
And jump back to the moments that matter most with Rewind.
Your favorite local listening. Available when and how you want.
Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative, due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn. Qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny and Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to my two guys. I actually feel like I do a show with them on the changeover. Willard and Dibbs, right here on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we may need to go back and redo those where we're all like, it's Guru from Steiny and Guru. Like, we know, right? Wouldn't it be weird if they're like, right? Everybody knows who Guru is, right? Right?
Not everybody. You got to think about the new listeners to the program. You got to think about the P3s and the P4s out there, Mark, not just the hardcores.
Lay off.
Let's find out what number Rich Ornberger puts next to his listening pleasure. Are you P1, P2, P3, P4? Rich Ornberger, state your name and your preference, please.
Are you talking about in terms of listening to Willard and Dibbs?
Yes.
Exclusively Willard and Dibbs, yes.
I'm a P1000. I am a robot from the future who has listened to all of your shows. I'll tell you what, you guys are going to love how this whole situation ends up.
Start calling you Ornbot, Rich Ornbot.
Exactly. P1, yeah, P1000. That sounds like something that we should buy for our kitchen, and it would just make cooking dinner a lot quicker.
It slices, it dices.
Somehow it always ends up with food. When nice. You come on, Rich, it never takes more than 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, listen, I mean, it's I'm actually hovering over a sandwich as we speak, so can we make this snappy, huh?
Yeah. We'll get in, we'll get out, we'll get on. I don't know how to transition from the fun and the laughter to last night. I really, and this is always true, I think you're a phenomenal social media follow. I think one of the reasons we love having you on, one of the reasons it was great doing a show with you, you're very, very authentic. It's easy for people. You let people in, and you're an authentic human being in addition to being a former NFL player. So take us through, if you would, Rich, what goes on in the mind and the heart of a player when they see something like last night take place?
Boy, it's, players play through everything. We really try to. I mean, if you can just tape it and get me back on the field or shoot it up and get me back on the field, I'll do it. And that's happening. I promise you, at every single one of the 16, if there's no bye week contests going on across the NFL every single week, there's somebody who's got a broken this or a sprained that, and they're stepping into, a side room off the locker room at halftime, and they're getting an injection, or they're getting they're getting taped up, or they're finding a way to fight through whatever it is. When something like what happened yesterday occurs, and it's something tragic to that level, where an ambulance is on the field alongside your teammate, and you're watching a guy fight for his life, that's a whole different story. Because even with neck injuries, and I've been there numerous games where somebody was bodyboarded and taken off the field on a cart, and the little thumbs up whether they're able to or not, and then later on you find out what the circumstance is going to be moving forward. Like, even those instances, as scary as they are, the game continues. The most jarring thing about last night is they postponed the game. The NFL doesn't postpone games. I mean, when's the last time we saw postponement? 9/11? I mean, they didn't miss a single game during a worldwide pandemic. Like, we didn't necessarily know if it was safe for people to be out there and playing football. And they said, look, this is what we do, so this is what we're going to do. And they found a way to fight their way through an entire season without missing a game. It was profoundly jarring seeing the scenes of a player being resuscitated on the field, because you were aware with the urgency that the first responders were reacting to the situation with, that the circumstances were dire. And then seeing the visuals of, Josh Allen and Joe Burrow and teammates of Damar Hamlin openly sobbing on the field, I'd be right there with them, because that is the most uncomfortable position you could be placed in, is realizing that, for this game that you've loved and played your entire life, that you've created your identity around, you could pay the ultimate price for it. And that's a reality that everybody's faced with today, whether or not they've played football, a single snap or never in their life.
And Mark actually told a great story about his teenage daughter who asked him about the player not being a football fan. And my wife herself, who doesn't watch football, we spent about 90 minutes watching the aftermath last night together. And this hits all of us as human beings, Rich. But the question for me to you about being a football player is, how do you go on? If you're a Buffalo Bills player, even if you're a Bengals player, how do you find a way to strap it up again and get back out there, knowing that your teammate is in critical condition, or even if he gets better, how do you find a way to move forward?
Well, it's an interesting question, but the answer isn't that interesting. So the answer to that question is you just do it. Like, at some point during that whole incident that occurred last night, the players were made aware that the game was going to continue. I'm convinced of it. And regardless of what the NFL is going to say, to keep their PR clean, I mean, ESPN reported it. I know Westwood One and ESPN Deportes, they reported it as well. This game was going to continue. And then it seems to me like it was that conversation between Zach Taylor and Sean McDermott that led to the players and the coaches leaving the playing field. And then the NFL executives who were on site then had discussions with, players and coaches, and came to the decision that the game would be postponed. But up until that discussion between Taylor and McDermott, it appeared to me that players were starting to rally the troops. They were starting to warm up and get ready to go back out there and play. Now, do I think that would have been the best idea? Absolutely not. And I'm very, very happy that the game was postponed. But football players have this insane ability to compartmentalize. It's really strange to say this today, but there's a sense of humor about injuries when you play a sport as dangerous as football. And I'm sure this is shared with boxers. I'm sure this is shared with mixed martial artists. I know this is shared in law enforcement where the stakes are much higher. We're talking about lives on the line. In the military, where there's this dark sense of humor, this gallows humor about injury. And you just have to sort of almost like laugh in the face of danger in order to get to the next day, to the next play, and not be rational about what you're doing because you wouldn't be able to operate. So I'm sure if the coaches were on board and there wasn't any sort of, revolt or discussion amongst players, that game could have been finished last night, but I'm so glad it wasn't because I don't think anybody was in the headspace to play a competitive football game. I don't think that's what's best for Hamlin, for his family, for any of those players on that field. So the right decision was made, but I promise you the NFL is going to find a way to play that game, and I also promise you the players are going to be eager to finish that game.
Yeah, that's a very interesting thing you just said there at the end, Rich, because before the show, Dibbs and I were in the other room kind of talking about what do you think the Bills want? Because they've flown home. They've got another game this weekend. It's already Tuesday. Seeding is on the line for the AFC. I'm sitting here saying all of these things that people know, well, that's irrelevant because we're focused on DeMar Hamlin, and that's true. But at a certain point, the Bills have, right, they've worked so hard to get to this point, and I think we're acting today like all of them would be willing to just be like, yeah, never mind, forget the rest of the season. And I was like, I doubt that's what they want. What do you think the Bills want this to look like over the next 2 to 3 weeks?
I think what they would want is some time to process what they all experienced, but I also believe that they would want to finish what they started against the Cincinnati Bengals. And I think the Bengals want to finish what they started against the Bills. So I'd imagine a circumstance where even if it meant short rest heading into the postseason, however the whole playoff picture shakes out, these players are going to want this game played. Because like you said, what do you finish the game in a tie? The Cincinnati Bengals were leading by 4 points with 5 minutes left in the first quarter. So do they win? Do we just act like the game didn't happen? Those aren't great answers to a very complicated question. And what we saw during the pandemic that we never saw in the history of the NFL are so many rescheduling of games logistically where many people thought, well, it's impossible on short notice to play a game on a Wednesday if it was scheduled for a Monday. Well, it's sort of like a says who. We've never tried it, so let's try it. And they did it, and they were successful. Now, obviously, we were in a different time 2 years ago when all that was happening. What happened last night, we're talking about a young man fighting for his life today, in the backdrop of this conversation. But, let's live in a world for a moment where DeMar Hamlin comes out of this successfully today. And he's conscious, and he's coherent, and he can express his thoughts. Do you think he wants the Bills, to cede that game to the Bengals? Do you think? I'm pretty sure, based on the sacrifice he just made, he wants to see this thing through too. I don't want to speak for him, but as a football player and knowing that brotherhood and knowing what the men in that locker room are made of, I'd imagine that would be the argument. So. I like I said, what led us to this part of the conversation. I really think they find a way to get this game played if it means postponing the final game of the season for the Bills and their opponent, which I believe is the Patriots, for Week 18.
Yeah, the Bills are at home. Cincinnati also at home for Week 18. But what if it takes longer than just today, Rich, for him to come out of this? What if it's 3 days or 4 days and he continues to be in critical condition heading into the weekend? Is it unrealistic to expect Buffalo to go out and play a Week 18 game, or does this come down to what you're talking about with the compartmentalizing that football players must do?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously gonna take a discussion within that organization amongst those players to come up with the answer. But again, this would be mere speculation from my standpoint, just having been in locker rooms with players, and this is a prideful group of people we're talking about. I'd imagine they'd want to play, and who knows how well they play, or if they are completely into the game whenever it's scheduled to be played. But I'd imagine they'll want to finish what they started. And there's a part of me that I keep trying to put myself in the shoes of the players, out there in Buffalo and think like, how would I feel about this? Well, I think the way I would try to wrap my head around all of this is the best way to honor Damar Hamlin is to go out there and compete just the same way he did before this unfortunate incident. And this is something that potentially could happen to anybody, if it is, commotio cordis or, there's some speculation that this might have just been unlucky blunt force trauma shot to his chest that caused arrhythmia in a ventricle at the exact right millisecond during the heartbeat that caused this sudden cardiac arrest. And if that's the case, it's clearly an extremely rare occasion that this occurs because there's 200 tackles made a game. And this is the first time we've ever seen an instance of this in the NFL, at least in my lifetime. So, considering the rarity of the event, if it is, suspected that that's the case, and with more information coming out from the hospital room and the condition of Damar Hamlin, I'd imagine that group is going to want to go out there and honor his sacrifice by beating the Bengals.
Interesting stuff. Rich Ohrnberger with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, the player perspective after what happened with Damar Hamlin last night with the Bills. Rich, but before you go, we'd love to hear your perspective on what has been unfolding with the 49ers and their quarterback position. Do you see it as many others do, seemingly, that Brock Purdy has just come in and the whole Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance conversation that happened over the last year is maybe going to be rendered irrelevant? This is the guy going forward, and what kind of chance do you give him in the playoffs?
Well, I would say this. If he plays the way he's played during the regular season, I give him a good chance in the playoffs. But we got to see him when the lights are the brightest, when the season is literally down to a win-or-go-home standpoint. Because how many talented regular season quarterbacks have we given the moniker, they just cannot win in the postseason? I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo, I think he's taken this team as far as he could. And the reason why they drafted Trey Lance is because they were hoping for that ceiling to be pushed a little bit higher, to find a guy who has that it factor to get them over the hump in the postseason. So they moved a tremendous amount of capital to get Trey Lance in the building to do that. So I don't know how Brock Purdy is going to perform in the postseason because we've never seen him in the postseason. But if he plays like he's been playing in this regular season, he's done some things now that have really impressed me. I mean, that was a really good push by the Raiders, and he made some big boy, real deal NFL throws and really carried that team to a victory in overtime. That was an impressive outing. It takes that sort of intestinal fortitude to win in the playoffs. When the moment matters, can you rise to the moment? And he was really able to do that. But we're talking about a regular season football game. So can that heartbeat stay low in the postseason? Can he truly push the ceiling higher the way Trey Lance was supposed to for this franchise? When he was supposed to replace Jimmy Garoppolo, we'll see. But if he replicates what he's been doing in the regular season, there's a good chance that this conversation could potentially be over as to who the next quarterback leading the San Francisco 49ers will be, because he's won over the locker room. We'll just see if he can win, in later on in January.
Yeah, we're here for it without a doubt. Rich, last question, most important question. What kind of sandwich are you hovering over?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked.
Thank you.
It's a chicken salad sandwich, and I put ranch Doritos on it.
That's crazy.
There's something about like a perfectly made chicken salad sandwich. It's got the green onions, the scallions.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got some watercress in there, like what are they called? Like the water chestnuts in there.
Exactly.
I like a little crunch. I mean, this is. I'm not saying that I'm enjoying this conversation, but what I'm about to do, I'm going to enjoy much more.
Yeah. Be honest. Did you take any bites while we were asking questions? Be honest.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Hey,
it's good
Rich,
honesty.
Yeah, it is. It's a good conversation, too. Rich, thanks, bud. It's always good to hear you. Happy New Year.
gone.
Oh, he left. He ate.
Yeah,
He's gone.
I've never been a fan of chips in the sandwich. Chips with the sandwich, yes, but I've never
put chips in the sandwich?
Not in the sandwich.
Have you tried it and not liked it?
I have, yeah.
Really?
I prefer to eat the sandwich, but also eat the chips.
Like Doritos you put Fritos in a salami sandwich?
Nah, I'm good.
Come on, bro.
Fritos on the side, sure. Cool Ranch, I like a Cool Ranch Dorito, but not inside a chicken salad sandwich.
My lovely daughter, the one who asked about Damar Hamlin coming back from the bagel shop this morning, her Subway order is literally to get just a turkey sandwich, pretty plain, and a bag of, as she calls them, blue Doritos. Those would be Cool Ranch Doritos. Yeah. And she's not eating the Doritos separately. Those Doritos are then lined on the turkey sandwich, and she goes to town, brother. She goes to town.
On that turkey sandwich.
Absolutely.
With the Cool Ranch on the inside.
On the inside. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm not
Two
hating
Doritos
on it.
inside.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
It's just not the way I roll. And
it's fine. I need you to be authentic. I want you to roll the way you roll.
And I do enjoy a Cool Ranch Dorito. Better than the nacho cheese, certainly.
Oh, man, this is going to be so interesting. It's now going to be, and I guess it'll last at least 2 weeks. I don't know what's going to happen with the schedule with the NFL. There are all kinds of things on the table. It's possible that the playoffs get pushed a week. That's certainly on the table. It's possible the 49ers aren't going to play in 2 weeks because they end up the 1 seed.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many things. And so during that time, what Rich just said, and you said it too, is going to be the Brock Purdy thing. I've heard it now for 3 weeks. Well, let's see what happens if he's got to outscore somebody and they're down by 10 in the second half. Poof, you got it.
He did it.
And he did it, and you can do but it was a screen pass to McCaffrey. You can do all you want.
Yeah.
You watched it.
You play to win the game.
I was there. Did he throw a pick? Did he get away with another one? Sure, that's what quarterbacks do.
That's football.
Jarrett Stidham threw 2 picks, and everyone walks away going, this guy's amazing, and Derek Carr stinks. Including the pick that lost the game. And I get that, Nick Bosa threw an alignment into him and all those things. Brock Purdy was, again, really good. This stuff doesn't happen by accident. You don't win 4 or 5 games in a row in the National Football League.
It was really good after halftime. Shaky first half. They didn't throw it a lot.
They didn't ask him to throw it a whole lot.
Lot of checkdowns.
And the Raiders were on long drives that were surprising.
Yeah.
Like, believe me, being in the building, this was the question everyone was asking themselves, and you probably were too at home or wherever you brought it in. It's like, what the hell? You kept expecting the 49er defense to be like, okay, like the Raiders get the first touchdown, and it's the same
knife
as
through butter,
right? Just like Justin Herbert did, and you're like, okay, the Niners do that sometimes. A little soft, to come out, feel it out. D'Amico Ryans, bow. They're not going to score again. Next drive, right in the field, and the next drive, right. We get to like almost the fourth quarter. I look at Christy. I go, the Raiders punter hasn't come off the sideline yet.
Exactly.
The only time the Niners stopped them is when they got the goal line stand at the 1 yard line. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And it actually felt that way all the way to the end. The Raiders go on a drive to send it to overtime, all of that. And then only when finally Nick Bosa got in there, banged the lineman off of Stidham, forces the pick, 49ers win the game. But that's going to be the new thing. The new thing is, okay, Brock, green check on everything we could have asked.
So far.
Now do it in the playoffs.
Well, and also, Mark, there's one thing he hasn't done yet.
What's that?
One on the road. Because that was not a road game. That was a neutral at worst. And I'm talking hostile environment.
Yeah, but I don't know if that exists. This fan base is so crazy. I guess if you go to Philly, sure, that's going to be a hostile environment if you end up in a playoff game there. And I know the playoffs are different because home teams will keep their tickets. But I could not be.
And I guess he did win at Seattle. I should give him credit for that.
Right, but the 49er fan base, something's happened over the last 5 to 10 years. Right? Did you see, what's the ticket outlet that always does the predictive, it's going to be, I think it's Vivid Seats or something like that.
That sounds right.
60% 49er fans in this game. They did some year-end award. The fan base of the year is, I don't even need to tell you, you already know, it's the San Francisco 49ers.
Highest percentage of road attendance, I think.
Everywhere. Yeah. Travel everywhere for these games. It was unbelievable in that stadium.
Yeah. And, you had the Raiders needing to go to a silent count. You could hear the Niners on TV. When the Niners are on defense, you could hear the and it was incredible.
Yeah. Uber driver on the way over goes, wait till you guys see this place. It's going to be so loud. And it was. Like that, man, they did a great job.
And I want to get your Allegiant Stadium take here on the other side because you said you loved everything about it except you did see the one thing that is Allegiant Stadium's kryptonite. I'm looking forward to hearing that.
Yeah, so Mike Silver's coming up in just a few minutes.
We can push him. I want to hear this.
Yeah.
What's he got to do?
But I will say this. Allegiant Stadium was great, but I found its kryptonite, but then I also found something on the other end of the spectrum.
Is that Three Doors Down with kryptonite?
It is so... I will blow your mind with something that is so great about Allegiant Stadium. I literally left the game 3 hours after I had seen this, and I still couldn't believe that it wasn't a mistake.
Troughs in the urinals?
You would not believe this.
Okay.
Chris and I still looking at each other at the end of the game going, there's no way. How is that great? Okay, so
I know what it is.
Don't
I won't. No, because I think you shared it on. You shared it on one of the platforms. Maybe it was in our show thread.
I might have.
I thought it was a typo.
Not a typo.
Not a typo.
Not a typo.
Not a doctor.
All of that is coming up. Mike Silver's coming up. Your phone calls on DeMar Hamlin, Brock Purdy, Klay Thompson, or whatever you want to talk about. 888-957-9570, 957thegameshop.com as we get ready for the playoffs. All of the gear. You got the relevant shirts, the DPOY shirts, hoodies, all the gear from all the shows. 957thegameshop.com on Willard and Dibs.
Klay just took over. He just made shot after shot, made play after play. He was incredible.
Thompson trailing. It's a three ball, and it's good. Klay fires. Hits a three, falling out of bounds. Knocked it down. Klay Thompson's giving the Warriors a 2-point lead. Good. Klay Thompson with a three off of 1 foot has tied the game at 126. Thompson for three. It's up and good. He got it. It's a 1-point game.
The only place to hear Golden State Warriors basketball.
95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Blocking the 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
Okay, JP. Got through that one nice and cleanly. This just came down from Adam Schefter. And then Mike Silver standing by. So we can loop Mike in here on Willard and Dibbs. Glad you're with us. And just pass along the breaking news. And, Mike, we'd love your reaction. Here's the NFL's update on the Bills-Bengals game. By the way, the Bills also updating Damar Hamlin. Quote, he spent last night in the intensive care unit, remains there today in critical condition at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center. Grateful and thankful for the outpouring of support we have received thus far. So no major change there in terms of his condition, but continuing to work and fight and hopefully move toward recovery. The NFL has this update on the actual game and the Week 18 schedule. NFL continues to be in regular contact with the medical team for Damar Hamlin. After speaking with both teams, the NFLPA leadership, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell informed the clubs today that the game will not be resumed this week. The NFL has made no decision regarding the possible resumption of the game at a later date. The league has not made any changes to the Week 18 regular season schedule, and they will continue to provide additional information as it becomes available. Mike, what do you think about all of this?
Well, first of all, obviously the biggest concern is Damar Hamlin's health, and we're all praying and hoping that he's going to be okay. And that's still in the balance right now. And you know, I speak for everyone in the NFL community, I think, because I've been communicating with players and coaches and executives and owners, and it's, you know, that's the paramount concern. And yeah, you know, they have to, it is a business, and they have to figure out how to go on, and they will. And whether that game is played or not, there will be a way. It won't be perfect, but you know, it's certainly understandable that they would not try to wedge this game in. Now, you know, the NFL has insisted that they were never considering continuing that game. It sure looked otherwise in terms of what was being reported on television and the radio and body language. But I've been through a lot of scary situations covering the NFL as long as I have. There have been near deaths. There have been tragedies preceding games, and there have been tragedies that transcend football, such as 9/11. And in almost every case, the impulse from the league, at least initially, has been the wheels of commerce don't stop. We will play. We have to play these games. That includes COVID, by the way. And in most cases, the players have had the right instincts, which is, hey, calm down. Let's take a beat. This is heavy. Let's get our bearings and then decide whether we're going to deal with football or not. And, I know players get stigmatized a lot as these kind of, self-centered, myopic, shallow people. And I'm just telling you, in my experience, they've been the ones who've been on the right side of it and who have perspective and who get it. And the people in charge of the business have tended to be on the wrong side of it. So with all that said, I'm just glad they didn't keep playing last night. I'm glad they're not going to play this week. And, I think we're all just kind of on pause while we wait for hopefully some good news.
That's well put, Mike. And I think it gives everybody in the NFL time to focus on what's important, which is Damar Hamlin and hopefully his speedy recovery and his eventual recovery to being able to get out of the hospital at some point and just make it back to being a healthy human being. And there's really no easy way to transition to football on the field, but we're going to have football again come Saturday, week 18, and a 49er team that's going to look to maybe secure a top seed. But first, let's look back at that Raider game. What were your takeaways from a defense that gave up 500 yards to the Raiders and Brock Purdy, who seemed to take another step toward being the real deal?
Well, as far as Brock Purdy, it's kind of what we've been waiting to see. And through no fault of his own, he had not really played from behind. I guess they were technically behind when he came in for Jimmy against the Dolphins. But, he hadn't had to gut out a game, hadn't played from behind, hadn't been, in that tough of a circumstance. And here he was, and he brought him back from down 10. Wasn't perfect, threw a pick, got some help from the defense when they intercepted it right back. Put them in position to win in regulation. Again, got some help on a ball that popped up into the air that Brandon Ayuk was able to track and catch. And then even after the missed field goal, the defense, for all of the yards they gave up at points, they did make a big play, both pushing Colton Miller into Stidham, the ball going up high, and then whereas Brandon Ayuk had been in position to bail out his quarterback, there was no one in position to bail out Stidham. And, you can't take those interceptions for granted, as I'm sure every 49er fan would agree who witnessed the NFC Championship game last year. So Tayshaun Gibson went and made a play and caught it and went 56 yards. So good win for them. I don't think people need to freak out about the defense. They've been so good for so much of the year. You're not going to be dominant every single game. If you're going to have a game where you get messed with a little bit, much better to have it be now than 2 weeks from now or after that. The Raiders do have a ton of weapons, and Stidham was getting the ball out. And, I'm sure it's human nature to maybe ease up a little bit, and that's the thing. Football is an intense game, and not to bring it back to the circumstances of last night, but I just think people on the outside don't always realize how heavy it is and what these guys have to do mentally and emotionally to get into that space to have that edge. And the 49ers have been a team that has been able to find that edge over and over through long stretches after it hadn't been there. Last year, we saw that happen after the 3-5 start. This year, after a 3-4 start. And it's really, it's not something that should be taken for granted. It's really, really hard to do collectively, individually. And, they go to a pretty crazy space on Sundays. And so, with Hamlin, it's obviously paramount is his health and how's he going to be. But when I say they shouldn't play, I'm thinking about the people who were there on both teams, and especially the Bills, who saw as someone that they work with and care about, who saw that happen. And so there is a mental health issue to, be reckoned with too. It's something that happened at the workplace, and their work is different than we can fathom. And they really do go into these games believing that it could be the end, and maybe the end is a torn ACL they never recover from, or maybe it's worse. And they know that on some level, and they go to that space for our entertainment. And, I just think asking them to go back out after they've been eyewitnesses to that and are dealing with the aftermath of that is a lot. And I bring this back to a 2012 game in Kansas City that I covered for Yahoo when Javon Belcher, then a linebacker for the Chiefs, on Saturday had murdered his girlfriend in front of their 3-year-old, went to the team facility, and then took his own life with a gun with his head coach, Romeo Crennel, general manager Scott Pioli, and another coach standing there, right there, trying to talk him out of it. At the workplace. I mean, I just can't imagine anything more traumatic. And the players knew about it, and we're right there, not eyewitnesses, but it happened while they were at work. So they played the next day. I was not in favor of it before that happened. I still can't believe they did it. I covered it. I wrote about it. I talked to players afterwards and saw the raw emotions, and it was a lot. And I just hope we're getting to a place where we can take the mental health of the people who experience this in the workplace into account as we make these decisions.
Yeah, no doubt. I think it's all well said. Mike Silver with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. There's so much going on and involved in all of these, the decisions that are being made, the experience the players are having, that it's hard for us to really understand, I think, at a fully educated level. Soldiering on with it, I know your original answer was talking a little bit about the 49er Raider experience, and you said something in particular that stood out about the defense. You said, I don't think this was a game where fans should freak out about the defense. I had a former NFL player tell me that he sort of thought this said something about the play of Derek Carr, that Derek Carr checks it down so much that the 49ers got caught not expecting this, not knowing what was coming because none of it was on tape, and that's why Stidham was allowed or able to throw the ball downfield as much as he did. Do you agree with that assessment?
Well, look, I've heard a lot of things leading into this about the flaws with that offense and that scheme and the play calling, and that's not just people on the outside. That's coming from inside the house, right? Players and others have been saying that, and then you saw Jarrett Stidham, a very unaccomplished quarterback, come in and do it differently, and all of a sudden the offense looked a lot better, and the playmakers were getting the ball, and that would be the counterpoint, right? So I know Josh McDaniels really well. I know Derek Carr really well. I respect the heck out of both of them. And, something wasn't working in year one of an offense with a veteran quarterback and a coach who's had a lot of success calling plays. The Patriots have gotten worse with Josh McDaniels gone, and the Raiders certainly would have been worse for most of these last 9 years, without Derek Carr. I just, I think we still need to kind of sort through the pieces, but clearly there was a disconnect, and I'm not saying Jarrett Stidham's going to do this every week, but there's a different approach, when you have Josh Jacobs and Devontae Adams and Darren Waller that, can hopefully for the Raiders be effective.
Just Devontae Adams. I mean, the more you think about the performance that he put on, would you put him on the short list of best receivers in the NFL?
Oh, yeah. And I have been for years. And, receivers don't have total control, right? They have to. DeAndre Hopkins is an incredible receiver. Does he look as good with Trace McSorley as his quarterback? No, he does not. But when we look at receivers, Devontae Adams, he's incredible at getting off the ball. Is incredible with the ball in the air, as we saw in that game, and just one of the truly good people who cares about his team and his craft and is accountable. He's had some bad moments, like when he collided with the camera guy after the disappointing loss. He apologized for that, but for the most part, he's an incredible story for East Palo Alto, and experienced a lot in his childhood and has done it the right way. So really proud of him in general. He's also a guy who, came to the Raiders partly because his dream was to play with his close friend Derek Carr, his college teammate. Obviously, things have not gone well, and Derek Carr got benched and will never play for the Raiders again, most likely. And he could have pouted or not been himself. If anything, he just raised his game. So you got to give him a ton of credit. And look, the Chiefs shredded the Niners. They were not fully healthy that game, but that was an eye opener. This happened with Jarrett Stidham. That is going to freak some people out. I don't think it means that they've been exposed, but you always wonder, right? In 2018, the Rams, I covered that game in Chicago late in the season, that Monday night game where they, Monday night, Sunday night maybe, and they just, they did not play well, and the Bears defense messed with them, and that kind of became a blueprint that Belichick was able to draw from in that Super Bowl, and ultimately Sean McVay had to kind of evolve his offensive approach because of some of the things that Vic Fangio's defense in that game, made problematic for the Rams. So you always wonder, but I'm not a schematic genius, but it seems to me that was just one of those rough days.
Mike Silver with us, Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Mike, real quick, how do you think the 49ers play this weekend? They'll know what's going on with the Eagles. The Eagles game's at 10. How aggressive do you think the 49ers play this one?
Well, even if the Eagles, even if the Eagles win that game, I still think 2 is better than 3. And I think, because you believe you have to win, with Minnesota possibly winning and then taking the 2 back, I think you do play to win. Unfortunately, you're playing a team that I think, the cars will be running. They're not at home, but if the Cardinals were at home, their cars would be running at halftime. They'd be paying at halftime. Hey, start up for me because this one's over and I'm out of here. I think Kyle Shanahan has enunciated this pretty well. Every coach feels differently about it. I don't believe there's a right way. I'm personally a fan of not subjecting guys to injury. I remember when Wes Welker got a serious injury in a game he didn't have to be playing before the playoffs in New England, and I'm like, you just hate that. But I don't believe there's a hard and fast answer. I know what Kyle believes based on what he's enunciated, and I think it's reasonable. And he said, look, there's a risk in injury, but there's also a risk in telling football players to turn it off for a while, and this goes back to what we talked about before, that crazy edge, and then telling them to be at their absolute best collectively and individually, a couple weeks later when the playoffs start. You want them to keep getting better and keep having that edge. And so coming off a loss, technically needing to play, I think Kyle's going to play to win, but with the caveat that if it's somebody who is important and could hurt themselves more based on what they already have, if Dre Greenlaw's back is a thing, but you think he's going to be okay for that first playoff game, but he could hurt it more, then you try to win this one without Dre Greenlaw. You make that call on Debo, right? So he's got to make those calls. And I think during the game, if you start to feel comfortable with a lead and the way things are trending, you can try to, make some decisions. Purdy's an interesting case because you obviously feel like he's very, very important, but he has so few reps live that you also want to get him as much experience as possible. So I think you'll just see Kyle go in as though he's trying to win, with that caveat that, he's going to err on the side of caution with players who already have injuries and then try to vibe it out as he goes through it.
Huge competitive advantage knowing that the 2 teams that they're competing for seeds will have already played the majority of their games before that. Yeah.
Well, if Minnesota's early, then okay. I'm not looking.
Yeah, I think it's actually the other way around. It's the Vikings that are early. The Eagles kick is alongside the 49ers in the late window. Okay. So that's what it is now. Yeah.
If you decide you don't really care about the 1 and the Vikings lose, then you can not worry about it. If the Vikings win, you have to win if you want the 2. I think the 1's more important. The 49ers,
I agree.
The 3, they're going to go to Minnesota potentially if Minnesota wins and have to play in a dome. I don't think that freaks them out. Right. But I do think you can get the 1, the extra week of rest, and know that you're home the whole time. So I think the way the Eagles are playing with Minshew, I think you have to go for it.
Mike, great stuff, man. Thank you for coming on. Appreciate it so much. Thanks, always.
Mike. All right, thank you very much.
All right, there it is. Mike Silver, San Francisco Chronicle, with us every week on Willard and Dibs.
It's a joke, by the way, the way the NFL does this. You've got the Chiefs playing on Saturday. So the Chiefs are going to have a huge advantage over everyone they're competing against. They're going to have an extra day of rest. One of the few things that I love the most about European soccer is that even in the World Cup, you play those games simultaneously. In Week 18 in the NFL, every game should start at the same time on the same day. The 49ers have a huge advantage over Minnesota. They're going to know what Minnesota has already done,
right?
And they're going to be able to base their decisions on what has already happened in the Minnesota game.
My memory is either off, which is highly possible, or this is different. I thought it always used to be that everybody played on Sunday, the final week, so as not to create that edge. Now, here's the other thing to throw into that. Football now offers the Monday night game in the playoffs.
Right.
Which means inherently somebody is going to have more rest than someone else.
Yeah.
Now, usually those two teams are playing each other. I understand what you're saying, but yeah, you're right. I mean, this whole thing, if you want to bring the unfortunate situation surrounding the Bills and the Bengals, is they're sitting there going, look, we're both still in play for the 1 seed, but we have no idea what's going on with the game that we just tried to play. And the Chiefs are going to play on Saturday,
right,
and then potentially have extra rest while we figure out what's going on. I mean, Kyle brought up an idea earlier before our show that, and you pointed this out. I think
great idea.
It's
the most practical thing to do.
Based on what we're seeing today, this may well be the way it plays out. Instead of that 2-week window before the Super Bowl, just move all of the playoffs back 1 week. Only have 1 week between the championship Sunday and the Super Bowl, and use next week, which was going to be the first week of the playoffs, for a standalone Bills. Bengals, go finish your game.
Resumption, yeah.
And then we'll have all of the seeding for the following week. That may well be the case, but so many logistics will go into that. Are stadiums available that weren't supposed to be used that following week? All of that stuff. So,
but even short of that, the Chiefs play Saturday, and if they win against the Raiders, which is no guarantee, but the Chiefs will be heavily favored. They go to 14-3. So now the Bills have to find a way to pick themselves up and go out and win, and it's
twice.
They got a home game against the Patriots,
right?
Divisional rivalry. Patriots are, still playing for something.
A ton.
Yeah, and so then you're going to find a way to come back at some point, resume a Bengal game, win that, and then head into the playoffs the week after that. And meanwhile, Kansas City, they're going to have a Saturday game, and if they get the 1 seed mark, they may wind up not playing for 2.5 weeks or so.
And I don't know if that's actually an advantage or not.
Exactly.
That's almost too much rest. So a lot still to be figured out on that whole thing for sure.
And Jags and Titans too, a Saturday night thriller.
And the winner goes.
Yeah.
The winner wins the division.
Winner wins the South.
And then obviously the Sunday night game, same thing the very next day with Detroit at Green Bay. And
Have
that's
you ever
basically
been a bigger
in.
Lions fan in your life?
Well, okay, let's talk about that for a second.
I want ayahuasca out.
You want him out?
Well, plus my neighbor, Cameron Davis, I've told you all about
right.
him.
He's on the staff.
I'd love to see the Lions in the offs.
I think America will be rooting for the Lions. It's a road story. It's hard knocks. It's biting kneecaps.
To all
right?
That, yeah.
They're at Lambeau Field on a Sunday night in January. It'll probably be freezing cold, all of that. But what if I asked you this? Who scares you more right now as an opponent for the 49ers?
The Packers.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think the Lions are a way better football team right now, at least on the offensive side of the ball.
Jared Goff against the best defense in football doesn't scare me.
Does Aaron Rodgers, because we've watched that story before, he's had how many he can't score on the 49er defense. Yeah. We've watched it for 2-3 years in a row.
Quarterback's the most important position in football, and Aaron Rodgers is a better quarterback than Jared Goff.
Not this year he's not. This year he's not.
The last month he is. The last month he's been unbelievable.
Goff has too. Goff has been the most underrated quarterback in this entire league
Shout
this
out
year.
Fantasy football.
Yeah, nobody has. Even just if you want to just go into stats and quarterback rating if you want, whatever, they've been very, very effective. I think the 49ers would torch the hell out of their defense, but I think they would torch the hell out of the Packer defense too. Like, these teams don't really, really scare me, but there is a new deal with that. We were expecting
Shout out FDR.
That first game. If you go back to 3 weeks ago, you're like, oh, is it Daniel Jones, Geno Smith, or Taylor Heineke who's coming in here for the first game? You're like, whatever,
right.
and whatever. And now all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, is it going to be Aaron Rodgers or this Lions team that's only lost twice since the start of November? I mean, it's different. It's different. I don't think I think the 49ers will beat any one of them.
They'll be favored by probably 8 points over either one.
I agree.
More than a touchdown, I would imagine.
I agree with that. All right, look, some of you want to weigh in. If you're on hold, stay right there. If you're not, let's get on the phones. 888-957-9570. In addition to more on the Warriors situation and more on Brock Purdy and the experience in Vegas, I have got to tell you some stories from inside Allegiant Stadium. I told you the story during the break. Did it blow your mind or did it blow your mind?
It blew my mind.
Okay.
I don't believe you, Mark. And you're not big on lies.
I'm a truth teller.
Yeah, you are.
Dan Dibley. And so that's
full name.
Yeah.
You must be serious.
What's your middle name?
I'll tell you off air.
It's coming up next. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game.
Oh, hey, Dan Dibley.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
When you need to know what's happening, it's time to get in the huddle.
You're fraudulent. You're not in the business of winning football games. You're in the business of trying to prove your own asinine decisions correct. We can talk about the Irsay thing. Do I think the Saturday thing is the biggest joke in the history of the NFL? I do. But at least he was willing to say, this ain't working for me. I don't care that I just gave him extensions.
Listen to In the Huddle. Available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Let me guess. Unknown caller. You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, Steph, you get well better soon too, okay? Geared up for the playoffs right now. The way to do it is 957thegameshop.com. Relevant shirts. DPOY.
Exactly. And he did that.
Of course he did.
He did that after his, I don't even know if that goes down as a pressure. It doesn't go down as a QB hit, although he hits the lineman into the QB. Whatever it was, he put the hands up early like Saccaroni.
Well, and actually, I don't know if you saw this video, somebody caught an angle of it where the second Bosa shoves the old lineman into Stidham, he turns around, and not only does he do the hands up, but then he's kind of celebrating, like arms go up, like he knew. He knew right away. He's
yeah.
You just threw a quail up into the air.
Oh, man.
He's like, somebody go get it. And he turns around and sees that, again, from the angle, and I don't know if you could see it this way on TV. I'll share this story with you about Allegiant Stadium. And just the experience of being there. I was kind of at an angle. We were up in the 300 level, and I was at an angle of like where Stidham threw that ball was directly
your corner.
at us.
Okay.
So I could see right away. The second he let the ball go, it was like Gibson.
It was either Gibson or you were going to pick that off.
Gibson turns into it's like a fly ball to center field.
Can of corn.
Gibson is camped under it, and there is no one within 15 yards of him. So the second the ball releases from Stidham's hand, I'm going, yes, yeah. And I think there were people next to me going, what the hell? Because it felt like it was in the air for like 5 seconds. Lands in his hands.
So gently.
And off he flies down the right sideline, and I'm losing my cookies just for all the normal reasons of being a 49er fan.
Throwing up?
Yeah, I mean, like, I almost fainted. I'm not kidding. There was so much energy in the building, and so that game had been such a topsy-turvy ride. Plus, I had been to the Bears game earlier this year, so I got all of you, all 27 of your texts telling me I'm never allowed to go on the road to a 49er game ever again.
Choke artist.
They're like, Robbie Gould Willard, you are never going into a road game ever again. I got all of those texts, and I'm sitting there going, God, I don't even, do I need to, I got to walk home? What the hell's going on here? So Gibson catches that ball, and he's heading down the right sideline, and I am jumping up and down, like a freaking child, and he goes out of bounds at the 4 or whatever it was, and I stopped the jumping, and I turned toward Christy, and I did a wobble. Like, I almost went down. It was like, whoa, head rush.
And you weren't drunk either. You don't do that.
I did a beer and a half.
Okay, you were drunk. I take it back. I take it all back. You were half in the bag after a beer and a half.
That's exactly right. You're like, wait a minute. You had a second?
That's crazy, man.
What the hell are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, man, beer and a half. It was crazy.
Whoa, bro.
Had a hot dog, too, which leads to me blowing your mind about Allegiant Stadium. Look, here's its kryptonite. I've never had a harder time getting out of a stadium in my entire life.
Really?
Candlestick,
Have you ever been to
Levi's,
Candlestick?
Forget it. I'm telling you, you walk out of the stadium, it's Vegas. Like, you want to go to the Uber lot, that's a 2-hour wait, okay? Plus, you're right across the freeway overpass from Mandalay Bay.
You can walk to Mandalay Bay.
That's what everyone wants to do. So you get 70,000 people at once who want to walk to Mandalay Bay. Let me tell you, LA traffic got nothing on standing and trying to walk out of Allegiant Stadium. You're just there. Your chest to back and not moving.
Are you outside the stadium at this point?
Outside, yes. Getting out of the stadium was also
50,000
difficult.
people outside?
Outside. Allegiant Stadium, on the way out, you got the side-by-side escalators. They still got the one on the right coming up. I'm like, can we make both of these go down? So that took forever. Then you get outside, and I'm telling you, you just stand there for 45 minutes.
Really?
Not moving. Then we ended up going on it. Anyway, I don't need this. So that was its kryptonite.
Because you're going to walk to the strip.
Yeah,
and it's about a mile and a half.
But you can't even do that. You can't even do that. You can't get an Uber. There's no way out. The freeway is blocking you
Shout
one
out
direction.
Kevin Costner,
The
no way
desert
out.
is on the other side. So anyway, that's its kryptonite. Other than that, amazing experience. The stage that's in the stands is used for all kinds of things, and at halftime it was used for Ice Cube and Too Short. It was incredible. The acoustics, the sight lines, everything, the Vegas-ness of it all, the show, just amazing. And then Christy says, you know what? I got a hankering for some nachos. I said, you sit right there, you lovely lady, and you watch this game. I'm going to go get you some nachos. So I head up to the concessions. Practically no line because there are tons of them. And I'm standing there.
Game, like second quarter?
Well, it was some break. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I think it was a quarter break. And I'm looking at the board there at the concessions, and I go, well, that can't be right. So those must be those numbers up there must be denoting something else. Turns out, nope, they were right. I got a souvenir Raiders water bottle, a nachos, and I'm like, while I'm here, I'll have a hot dog. I need some protein. I'm about to have 2 freaking drinks, Bob. Give me some protein.
Me something. That bun, soak it up.
I get back to the seat and I go, Christy, look at this. Now I got a water bottle, souvenir Raider water bottle. I have a hot dog, and I have your nachos. I would like game show music, please. You tell me what you think this costs. So she looks at this thing.
Da, da, da. Did you immediately burst into song?
I'm like, hey, on the stage, game show music, please. How much did this cost? She looks
$1 million.
Right. She looks at the water bottle. She's like, well, that's 18. And then she looks at the nachos and she's like, 14. And then she looks at the hot dog. Good Lord. That like Vegas. But she turns into Bochy and she's like, 15. And then, right, add it all up and she's like, and I don't even know what all the adds up, but she goes, I think that's
$47.
$47 and 50 cents. And I go, this in my hands right here, $13.
Wow.
And the souvenir water bottle was $9.
Jeez.
I'm not kidding. It was like going to your son's Little League game. You want a hot dog? $3. You want nachos?
You get a snow cone, too?
$2. If you would like extra cheese sauce, $1, please.
Really?
Would you like a soft pretzel? $3. Everything that's in the non-alcoholic bin over here, unless it's like a fancy, like we went over to the chicken place and got them to carve something up. Unless you're doing that, everything was $2 and $3. I bleep you not.
That's crazy, man. I mean, that's like 1970s prices.
It was unreal. It's like the Masters, like we've pointed out so many times.
Hello, friends.
Hello. I was like, hello, friends. I'll be back.
Did you get a pimento sandwich?
No, but I got 27 more hot dogs. I'm like, are you kidding me right now? 13. I haven't checked out at a food concession stand at a game for $13 since I was a little kid, and it doesn't matter what you're getting. Can you get one item anywhere for $13? One item. Like maybe you get a pretzel, a popcorn, something like that.
The only place where you can get away that inexpensively in terms of food is Costco. And I did go there over Christmas.
But you got to buy 30 of them.
Well, hot dog, $1.50, and you get a 20-ounce drink with it. So, but I mean, that's the only place where you could go and get a hot dog and a drink for that kind of price. But to go to an actual,
holy smokes,
even like a college sporting event, even a high school sporting event, I defy you to go to your local high school and get nachos, a water, and a hot dog and have it be much less than $13.
Well, plus, it was Las Vegas. Like, we're trained. It's like, look, if you leave your room in Vegas, that's going to cost you $150. I'm sorry, right? It's New Year's Day, right? We're going to go to a restaurant, whatever. I'm sorry. That's going to be $450,000. Like, I mean, right? And you're in Vegas, and the Raiders are playing the Niners, and they're like, you want nachos? That's $2.
Well, it used to be in Vegas where you would just get free drinks. Like,
that's true. While you're gambling.
Exactly.
While you're gambling.
Exactly. But they used to, hand out drinks like, Halloween candy.
Can you imagine?
If you're at the actual Raider game.
Right.
Do they have, like, slot machines and other things?
No, that question came up a lot.
In the stadium?
They don't, but I sort of was like, give them 5 years. It is a new stadium. You know what I mean?
Right.
Although.
Well, I just remember when Vegas had an arena football team and they played at the Orleans Hotel. They have an arena there at the Orleans, and you would see fans not watching the game. They'd be up on the concourse playing slots.
Exactly, which I don't think anybody wants. They want you, they want you engaged in the football game, even though they're 6-10. Anyway, yeah, incredible experience. And then obviously an incredible football game that I think brought up all kinds of answers and then all kinds of questions as well. The number one answer on the board, and I know Christian McCaffrey was again incredible, and this is the acquisition of the year. There's no two ways about that. But people wanted to see Brock Purdy do one thing, and that was play from behind and play a high-scoring game. This game for Brock Purdy was his version of Jimmy Garoppolo's Saints game, the year that the 49ers went to the Super Bowl in 2019. It always gets referenced. Oh, when is Jimmy Garoppolo going to ever put up big numbers and big points in a high-scoring game? Jimmy Garoppolo needs to win 23-17. He's never going to win the 45-42 game. Everyone always brings up the Saints game and the fourth down throw to George Kittle that set the 49ers up for the win in that game. This game was that game. Even though I know Purdy's stats don't jump off, he still didn't even quite get to 300 yards. They didn't need to throw a lot in the first half, and that led to that. But, yes, a few mistakes in there. Any game like that will have those. But he continues to have so much guts in situations where you're like, I'm terrified for you. I'm in the stands, and I'm like, I can't breathe. It's a tie game. It's overtime, whatever. Here you go, Brock. 2-minute drill, tie game. Can you take him down the field? It's just check, 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 check.
He came through big time in the second half.
Every single time. It's incredible.
Example one why I hate quarterback rating. His quarterback rating in the first half, 115.8.
Now, what's wrong with that?
He was 7 of 10 for 38 yards.
Yeah,
so you look at the QB rating, 115.8. They were all checkdowns, and he had the 2 touchdowns on passes that were inside the red zone, and the great throw to George Kittle. Unbelievable throw, which, by the way, not to disparage Jimmy Garoppolo, but that's not a play that Jimmy Garoppolo ever makes, even in his wildest dreams, where he rolls left and he buys time and he has the chutzpah to find George Kittle in that fashion. But Brock Purdy, he was fine in the first half, a lot of checkdowns, and we can look at the positives of Brock Purdy in that game. I'm a little bit more troubled by the other side of the ball, and something we saw again from Talanoa Hufanga, the Pro Bowler, for probably the 4th time this year. He got caught. He got caught looking in the backfield. He got cooked on that opening touchdown, and that to me is a bit of a troubling sign. Your defense gave up 500 yards to Jarrett Stidham, that to me is a little bit more troubling than Mike Silver would allow you to think.
I agree with you. There's no question that's the number one question coming. Did the 49er defense just have a bad day, or did somebody find something that other playoff teams are going to have an opportunity to take advantage of? I thought, you're almost underselling what a tough game it was for Hufanga. He was better in the second half, but he got torched on the opening touchdown. He definitely played a role in the breakaway Devontae Adams touchdown that made it 24-14. He was one of two players covering Devontae, and you see him
covering Devontae.
Right, you see him stop, and he looks, and he decides, I'm going for Stidham. And he gets to Stidham, but not quick enough. Yeah. Too late. Adams is by himself down the field. It's a touchdown, and then don't forget the face mask play. The defense was absolutely, that was their big moment where they were about to finally stop the Raiders deep in their own territory, force a field position punt, and on third down, he continues to have undisciplined moments, I think is the takeaway here.
Yeah.
He's a Pro Bowler. He's had a great year. He's a phenomenal player and a talented player, but it's almost Jordan Poole-esque where you're like, dude, you got a lot of ability, but you're committing too many turnovers out here. And that scares you as you get ready for the playoffs because one play can turn a game.
Now, defensive positives, Eric Armstead on that goal line play, when he takes the Raider offensive lineman, throws him aside, fights through the second block, and still makes the tackle. He's starting to play at a great level. I'm a little bit concerned about the pass rush, not including Nick Bosa. And the Raiders did a fantastic job of containing Nick Bosa all game long. The Niners weren't able to generate a lot of pressure on Jarrett Stidham, and the Raiders were able to run the ball against this Niner defense. So I know it's just one game, and the Raiders played fantastic. I don't want to take anything away from the way the Raiders played on offense, but there were some troubling signs with that 49er defense. Like you said, Hufanga, and to me, pass rush outside of Nick Bosa has been lacking.
Bosa made the comment that Josh Jacobs, that was the best running back he's played in the NFL yet.
Wow.
He made that comment after that game. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully this was, the Niner defense was very good in 2019 also, and they just had one of those damn games against the Saints, and the 49ers were able to survive it and win, and maybe this is that day. Maybe this is that day. But that defense has not looked like that since they played the Chiefs. I think it's incredibly encouraging that they still won the football game.
Absolutely.
And by the way, you pointed to something about Purdy, and then we're going to go to the phones here in just a sec, 888-957-9570. But you pointed to something about Purdy, and I've decided this is the fair thing that we can say when we compare Purdy to Garoppolo. A lot of people want to talk about Purdy's feet. They are better than Garoppolo, right? Experience, you'd give the nod to Garoppolo. But we all can feel like, gosh, the offense just does feel more dynamic. It moves better. They seem to score 30 or more all the time now, and they didn't do that before. Here's what's happening if I was to really whittle it down to one sentence. When Purdy is in instead of Garoppolo, they are so much more effective in the red zone. That is the difference. It's not just the fact that he's making the throws. It's the fact that he's having those throws called. You can tell that Shanahan has the confidence that red zone mistake, when the field gets small, interceptions become much more likely. He trusts Purdy. Now, Purdy threw one to Kittle at the goal line that was a little bit too scary for me. It just got knocked down. It's okay. But the bottom line is, even the simple ones, the Ayuk first touchdown, which looked like a simple throw. It's like you get down to the 6-yard line, and instead of going, well, we're just going to try to punch it in for 3 runs, and then we'll be 4th and goal at the 1, and I'll kick a field goal and tick everyone off. Instead of that thing that's been going on for 3 years, you get Kyle Shanahan going, dude, drop him back. I'm confident he's not going to mess this up. Yeah. And so far, he hasn't. So the Niners are taking some of those 3s, and they're turning them into 7s. And instead of having 24 points at the end of the game, you got 35 or 37. And that's all the difference in the world. That's number one for me as far as the difference is Purdy is throwing touchdowns in the red zone.
Red zone confidence. They were 4 of 6 in the red zone. And, the red zone efficiency, by the way, hasn't been that much better. They're 19th in the NFL in terms of touchdown percentage and 46% in the last 3 games that were the Purdy start. So it hasn't gotten a lot better, but I like what you said in terms of Kyle Shanahan and his confidence ability. And the throw to George Kittle is a great example where he was able to buy time, roll, and then make that tough throw in a play that I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo makes. In terms of the defense, the Niners defense, I'm far from panicked. I'm not even really necessarily worried, but I just thought that there were some troubling signs that developed in the way that the Raiders were able to go through them. And like you said, opening drive, fine. We've seen that a number of different times, but the Raiders just kept going, and they had the Niner defense on its heels all game.
No doubt, no doubt. You know, they run the ball sometimes on first down. They're just gashing for 6-7 yards a lot of the time, and we're not used to seeing that. So it was jarring. No two ways about it. Rich in Roseville here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Rich, thanks for calling. What are you doing?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my phone call. Love the show. I just want to chime in today about Hamlin. I hope he gets better. God praise him. I just want to say something to the NFL. They need to wake up. There's a report done in 2000 about the hits from NFL players, and it equaled 1/10 to 2/3 of what a car can do to you per hit, depending on what player hits you. Like a corner and a safety, they're about 1,900 to 2,500 pounds of pressure. And then linebackers are about 3,500 to 4,500 pounds of pressure. Linemen are 5,500 to 6,500 pounds of pressure per hit. And if you guys remember the cornerback from the Raiders who had that chest injury where he just took a knee to the chest and it ripped his artery off his heart. Almost what happened last night. That was not even close to a concussion, guys. I don't know what everyone's saying. That was a spear to the chest, and then he spiraled in the air, and then he landed on the helmet with his chest.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Rich, let me ask you this, though, real quick. Like, I want to be clear on what you're saying. I mean, do you want football to go away? Is that what you're saying?
No, I want to. You know, we need to get better pads. We need to maybe put a speed limit in there because you know.
I mean, Rich, it's just not realistic.
Thanks, Rich. Appreciate you listening.
It's not realistic, and I understand what you're saying. These moments, they hit us in ways that make us very, very uncomfortable, and that's a good thing, by the way, because we're humans, and sometimes it's good, especially with the way the world is now, to be reminded. Oh, that's right. There's humanity. We care about each other. You should see what's happening to the GoFundMe.
Oh, it's amazing.
That Hamlin started years ago for a toy drive, and I think it's just been kind of dormant for a little while, is making millions millions of dollars from fans, from other NFL players. Trey Lance jumped in and donated $1,000. I saw that earlier today. So,
and let's be honest about what the NFL's done in terms of making the game safer, and we all decry what they've done with roughing the passer and how they protect the quarterbacks and all the rest of it. But beyond that, trying to eliminate the helmet-to-helmet hits has been a good thing in terms of the concussion. And what happened last night in the Buffalo game was an absolute freak occurrence. I was talking to my wife, the lovely Supper, about this, and she said, you know, don't they have pads there? And I said, well, that's like one of the few areas on the body where there aren't pads between the shoulder pads, unless you're wearing a flak jacket,
I mean,
which
there's
very
just
few
that,
players do.
Yeah, there's that sort of fiberglass portion, but it's not that padded.
Right,
Yeah.
it doesn't pad, you know, your entire chest, and that was just really kind of a freak accident in terms of where that impact happened.
Look, it's so hard to say because it sounds like it sounds crass, but you're not gonna take danger out of football. So if your point is you want football to stop, I actually would hear that point. If that's your point, that's your point. But the players themselves are fully aware of how dangerous this is. It's good for us sometimes to get a reminder of how dangerous it is and the humanity that we should use to lead many of the things that we say about this game and about these players. But I mean, is auto racing done? Auto racing, it feels like once every couple of years, somebody dies. Somebody dies, okay? Not injured, not torn ACL. Somebody dies. One of the most famous names in the history of the sport died in a car crash in the middle of a race. And so to me, the good news about it is years ago, this was so dangerous, mainly the head impact, and nobody knew. Nobody knew what CTE was. Players were told to get your butt back out on the field, and they did. There is an assumed risk when you sign up to play in the National Football League that I feel like players are now aware of. It doesn't mean we shouldn't have total compassion, but if you like football and you want this to continue, we're gonna get dangerous plays.
Things happen.
And we're going to get ambulances on the field every now and again, and it's awful, right?
5 years ago, which happened on the same field, by the way, and he was down with a major spinal injury. And every single game, every single weekend, Mark, somebody gets hurt in some sort of way, far worse than what would happen if they didn't play football. But you're right about the assumed risk of the sport. The sport's not going away. If you look at the 50 most popular television programs from last year, I think football comprises about 45 or 46 of them in the top 50. So the money involved, the attention that it draws, the amount of fantasy football interest, football's not going anywhere. We're just trying to make it as safe as humanly possible. And a hit like we saw last night, there's no way to legislate that sort of activity out of the game.
And by the way, send a prayer to T. Higgins, too. Sure, yeah. DeMar Hamlin, but T. Higgins just playing football, who now is sitting there, as the one who was involved in that play, did absolutely nothing wrong, and then you end up with this kind of feeling and thought in your bones. I mean, it's just it's really, really tough. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Keep heading over to 957thegameshop.com. Get your relevant shirts, DPOY shirts, hoodies, gear from every show. 957thegameshop.com. I want to bring it up again, the conversation I had LA Airport last night, former NFL player, on what he said about the Raiders quarterback situation and the 49ers quarterback situation. That's right. You could double dip because we talked about both. And I really want to dive into that and see, Dibs, if you agree with the assessment that was given. We'll talk about that coming up next. Warriors on the table as well, and the changeover looms. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What a wild way to welcome in the new year.
Coming in. Tipped out. DiVincenzo grabs it in rhythm. Buried it. .6. He tied the game. Good. Klay Thompson with a 3 off of 1 foot. Dribble. Knocked it down. Klay Thompson's giving the Warriors a 2-point lead. Draymond for 3. Good. Improbable. Incredible. No good. Looney with a tip. No good. Tipped up. It's good. At the buzzer. Kevon Looney. Kevon Looney tipped it in.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
All right, what's going on? It's Mark Willard for the Game Time app. This is so appropriately named. Why? Because when sometimes is the best time to buy tickets to a game? Game Time. This app is so fantastic. You can jump into it. In fact, anytime leading up to a game. I'm looking at the Cardinals 49ers game this weekend right now. You can get in for $64, but it's not just games. It's concerts, it's events. Globetrotters, SAP Center coming up this weekend. $40 you can get in. The whole idea behind the Game Time app, which, by the way, fastest growing ticketing app in the U.S. My son used this for a Padres-Giants game down in San Diego a handful of months ago, just last summer. The whole idea is just keep on walking right up to game time, and as it gets closer and people are wanting to unload their tickets, the prices get even better. So the best, most cost-effective way to get into a game is the Game Time app, and it's not just the prices, the amazing last-minute deals. It's fast and easy to use. I downloaded the app in just seconds. You can get real images of the views from the seat you're trying to buy right there on the app, and it is incredibly easy. Search the city, and you will find all of the sporting events, concerts, shows, everything going on in your area. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and redeem the code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, create an account and the redeem code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Hey y'all, this is your girl Cheryl Underwood, and I want to tell you something. My digestive system used to make me feel sluggish, but those days are over. Now I feel great. That's because I increased my fiber intake with the Metamucil 2-week challenge, and I'm still hooked. I just took Metamucil every day for 14 days, and it's really that easy. Metamucil traps and removes the waste that weighs you down, so you feel lighter and more energetic. Now I never want to go back to that heavy feeling. Are you ready for the Metamucil 2-week challenge? For a coupon and daily support, sign up at Metamucil.com today.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount, at any time. Learn more at Discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
He missed at the end of regulation. This from 23. Good snap. Good hold. Redemption for Robbie. And the San Francisco 49ers win their 9th in a row. 37-34 in overtime over the Las Vegas Raiders.
Now, back to Will and Dibby on 95.7 The Game.
That's Kevin Kugler, Fox Sports. And yeah, the texts were coming through to the phone before they go, okay, if he misses this one.
Jesus, Willard.
If he misses this one, you're banned. You're banned. And you know what? I would have been
like Mitch in Jersey?
I mean,
you banned me? Am I banned?
Yes.
I'll give myself a 4. It's an insider's 4 right there.
That is a very big insider.
Because he did get banned by the station. And then one day he called it, am I banned? Did you ban me?
Well, I don't know.
You got banned, Mitch.
I don't know if he took it too hard because he called every other station in America later that day. So,
how you doing, buddy?
Yeah.
Mitch in Jersey. In my band?
Yeah, you
yeah,
are.
I'm at your band. By the way, that whole Niner game happened. Robbie Gold, I'm kind of mad at you, Robbie, because I had a waking baby syndrome in the other room as he's lining up for the field goal. And I'm thinking, all right, make this, and I don't have to worry. And I hear on the monitor, yeah. I'm thinking, all right, hold on, baby, hold on. Niners about to win this game. Snap, hold, kick. Oh, God.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Now I got to pause it.
Yep.
Because we're going to overtime, and now I got to, waking baby syndrome. And so now I got to deal with the waking baby. Had the game paused, and then I had to go back and watch the resumption therein.
It's one of those things, there's no fix for it, but can I just, quick aside, I kind of hate this about football. It's football's version of the World Cup going to PKs. It's like, gosh, I can't stand in a game like that, right? There were so many good things, so many bad things. The roller coaster we experienced. And then it's like it all comes down to Robbie Gold. Robbie Gold. Robbie's been sitting over on the sideline. He's been an afterthought in this whole thing. He kicked one field goal, cool, or whatever it was, cool. Right? You know what I mean? Like, okay, Robbie Gold, that's fine.
He was 2 for 2 at that point.
Yeah, good for you, Robbie Gold. Right? And then all of a sudden it's like, okay,
Robbie Gold.
Like even when we were talking to Bonte a couple hours ago, and we referenced the Georgia-Ohio State game. And he goes, oh, that kicker. I'm like, really? This kid is lining up from 52 yards with a trip to the national title game on the line. And that's what we're going to remember from this game, even though Ohio State had a double-digit lead like the whole time, including with just a few minutes to go. Like their defense totally gagged that thing up. I'm not coming down. The kicker's road. I just hated that. I was like, gosh, can you? I mean, even at the end, Gibson goes out of bounds. Was there any thought in your mind? Just punch it in. Like, I don't even want to. I don't want.
No, I know that's an easy one. That's a layup.
I agree with you.
That's a 99.4% kick. If you look at the history of the PAT, which is what that was.
Well, it's even shorter, way shorter than a current PAT.
No, I mean the old school PAT.
Yes.
The last year that they had the old PAT, it was converted at a 99.6% rate.
Right.
That's what that was.
Yes, and it's a way riskier. You risk a fumble, you risk a penalty. There's all kinds of things that can happen if you just try to punch that thing in. But I had a bunch of people on my phone saying that because they're like, you get scared. And now if Robbie Gold in the playoffs lines up, you're down by 1 with 2 seconds to go. And Robbie, how are you feeling now?
Oh, you feel confident.
He's
one of the best to ever do it. I mean,
he's very good. Yes,
this is not a shaky kicker who's made a lot of bad kicks. This is a guy who had a very makeable kick, and he missed it.
I know, but we do this to other players, and we don't do it to him, and maybe it's because of longevity, and I don't mean just him. But, certain players, we decide, oh, you're no good when the lights come on. Like we were even saying it about Brock Purdy right now. What's the one thing? Well, I know you've done everything, Brock, but haven't done it when the lights are on, as if these games aren't huge.
When the lights are bright,
right?
Mark.
Like the play. Oh, can he do it in the
you've
playoffs?
Already clinched the division. I mean, who cares about a Raider game?
By the way, why have they clinched the division? Because he's really good, and he keeps beating good playoff teams out there. He beat the Bucs. He beat the Dolphins. So this guy has done everything, and we're like, yeah, but what about the playoffs? Well, we're not doing that to Robbie. Oh, you kicked all of your easy field goals, but when it was the game on the line, gack. We don't do that to him. Why not?
Because he's come through more often than not.
Yeah.
Now, if it's Cody Parkey, and we remember him from the double doink and other famous misses, we always talk about Scott Norwood. Oh, he pulled a Norwood. You go back and look at Scott Norwood's career, and you look at Scott Norwood's season, the year that he went wide right. He had an unbelievable season, and yet we want to pin that loss on a guy who missed a kick by about a foot.
Yeah, a foot. That's true. Robbie missed it by more than a foot. He's in a dome. It's 40-yarder. Like, there really isn't that much for a kicker.
I think the wind was involved. Somebody broke wind.
Yeah, that flame behind the stick.
Actually. The autumn wind, yeah. Right. The autumn wind is a kicker.
I will say this, a little smoky in there after the whole Ice Cube Too Short incident.
Look at you.
I don't mean to call it an incident, but the stadium looked different in the second half.
A little second hand.
Yeah, well, no, and then also, there were just...
No wonder why you were getting nachos.
You're like, that's why you passed out when Tashawn Gibson.
When I said
That's why. Christy's like, I got a sudden hankering for nachos, honey. You know what? I do too.
Yeah, that's funny because I was about to go eat everything. No, there was no excuse. He just missed the kick. And you know what? People do that sometimes. But
that's the nature of the gig, though. And Robbie Gould has come through so many times.
No, he's a great kicker. Yeah, sure.
Luckily, he got a chance for redemption.
We'll get to Warriors coming up in a little bit, too. But I want to throw this back out and just see. Agree or disagree? So I run into my guy, former NFL player, former NFL scout, current media NFL giant in the LA airport yesterday. Whoop. And I said, okay, Niners, Raiders, what do you see? What the hell's going on here? What's wrong with that defense?
Did you physically run into him or you just saw him?
No, I attacked him. I dapped him up. And you're right, we hugged. Happy New Year. Because it was only January 2nd, Dibs. I don't want to tick you off.
I'll allow it.
What's the date that we're not allowed to say it anymore?
I think after January 7th. I'm giving you a full week.
Right.
You get a full week this year.
It's only the 3rd, right?
Yeah.
All right, Happy New Year.
Now, if you don't see somebody and it's January 24th and you hadn't seen him yet this year, if you say Happy New Year to that person, you're a bad guy.
Well, you better not say Happy New Year to me on January 24th. You shouldn't do that.
No, I've already seen you.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Plus, you should say Happy Birthday, not Happy New Year.
It's your birthday.
Yeah, January 24th.
Man.
Yeah.
You'll be one step closer.
Yeah. Oh, God.
One step closer.
One step closer.
You'll be 48 this year, right?
48, yeah.
That's nothing.
I know. Spring chicken.
Totally.
Anyway, so I'm like, what's going on? Why with the 49er defense? He goes, because now you know why the Raiders benched Derek Carr. And maybe that's a little unfair, but he goes, look, Derek Carr takes the first thing that's available. He's scared to throw the ball downfield. And so the 49ers didn't have any tape on this. They didn't expect this, and they got caught. They got caught pressing up against the line of scrimmage, and he kept throwing the ball right over their head. So that was his take on the Derek Carr, Jarrett Stidham 49er defense thing. Then we go to Niners. All right, what's going on? He goes, look, they're just going to have to eat what they did in the draft with Trey Lance. Brock Purdy's the guy. And what you're seeing is he's more accurate than Trey, and he goes like this with his hands. He goes, you got Kyle Shanahan with a joystick now. He goes, that's all this is.
Shout out Atari.
Video game for this guy. He is calling plays, and he's got a guy now who's smart enough to see it. We've always said, oh, Jimmy doesn't see it. They need someone who will see it. But he literally put the word smart on it. He said, I just think that this is what's always frustrated them about Jimmy is he doesn't have the acumen to see it. And now he has someone who does. That's his take.
And remember, we talked to Brock Purdy's quarterback coach, his personal QB coach, and he talked about S2 cognition. And I looked up S2 cognition and exactly what that is and all the tests that they put him through and what they learned about Brock Purdy through that cognition and those cognition tests is that not only does he see it, but he has an ability to process it in real time. And that's, I think, what your buddy, your airport buddy, your little airport buddy is talking about without knowing exactly the cognition that has gone on behind the scenes. And if that's the case, and you do have to, quote, eat it with Trey Lance, what an insurance policy Trey Lance would be.
And it's still very, very cheap. They would still be very cheap at the quarterback position. It's all sponsored by calhope.org. The good news for the Warriors, the bad news for the Warriors, plus why it was different to watch Brock Purdy live. That is all coming up next. Steiny and Gould jump in here as well. Willard and Dibs.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24
24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
There's something about that polished green stretching across the 8th hole that whispers, just tell them you're at lunch. Because it's not a hobby, it's a peace of mind. Let CertaPro painters bring the same tones and peace of mind to your home. Our experienced painters are here to make your next painting project as carefree as a day on the green. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Are you looking to make a difference in your community? Interested in learning more about a career in law enforcement? The Concord Police Department wants to hear from you. Explore a rewarding career path and be the change for your community. Look forward to competitive salary earnings up to $190,000 annually, full benefits, and annual incentives. To learn more about what it means to be a part of the Concord PD, take the first step and contact a recruiter today. Or go to joinconcordpd.com. Serve the community you love. Your career starts today.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can find options that fit your budget, because giving you options is the right thing to do.
Oh yeah, like when I hold the door for someone. Sure, it may be weird if I don't time it right, and they're a little too far away, and now they're running. And we're both asking ourselves, is it worth it to run instead of just, letting them open their own door?
But still, it's the right thing to do. So get options based on your needs with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Help Ukrainian children. Shazam this song.
Christmas not home, tide and beyond.
Scroll down Shazam. Open on YouTube. Follow the link and donate.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
Calm before the storm in Livermore, cloudy, highs near 54.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Ty Jerome. Poole this time lines up in the backcourt. DiVincenzo and Thompson far side of the lane, top and bottom. And Draymond Green toward the baseline on the near side. Draymond will screen for DiVincenzo. They both screen for Thompson, who catches. Corner three is on the way. No good. Poole runs down the rebound. Poole forces up a three. It's blocked. Tipped out. DiVincenzo grabs it in rhythm. Buried it! .6! He tied the game! Timeout Atlanta! The Hawks bench, they're looking around. They are stunned. The ball is deflected right out by DeJounte Murray. It was right to DiVincenzo, who comes through with yet another big three. But this game is not over. .6 to go. That's plenty of time for a catch-and-shoot situation for Atlanta, and they will move the ball to the front court.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, Dante.
Spadoni, good job.
Bellissimo. I listen.
Way to bring us back, Spadone.
You ever see the movie Kingpin?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, remember when they changed Munson's name to mean like a bat, like, oh, you got Munsoned out in the forest?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, so the opposite of that is now DiVincenzo. This means restaurant quality, okay? You get DiVincenzo'd. That means like getting upgraded on a flight, okay? Somebody comes up, you win that thing at the stadium, that little game they play up in the 300 level, and they're like, pow, you're watching the second half in row 3.
You got DiVincenzo.
You got DiVincenzo.
I like that.
Okay?
You get upgraded from business class to first class.
Exactly. Or if you're sitting at a craps table and some guy in a red hoodie starts throwing 44s like it's his job,
Willie McCovey.
You got DiVincenzo.
Yeah. And you're just riding that.
Oh, my
You're
gosh.
riding that thing.
Yeah, we were.
And it's a bailout for your guy Jordan Poole, who, I mean, trying to jack it up, force up some slop. You get swatted in Atlanta.
No, Jordan Poole.
What are you doing, Atlanta?
Well,
you're just gonna slap the ball out recklessly.
Okay, Jordan Poole. In the moment. I'm going to call this in the moment. I'm not going to label him this forever. We're still getting to know Jordan Poole. Right? He just became a revelation last year. And so this is still a young player who obviously has incredible gifts. But by the same token, we're not 100% sure, like, is this an NBA 1? Like, is this the heir apparent to Steph Curry? We don't know all this yet. So we're still getting to know this guy. But Jordan Poole in this moment has like a little Brandon Belt to him. In other words, you're like, yes, this is awesome. And then the next minute, you're like, this guy drives me nuts. The swing of Jordan Poole, very, very much like a clock. Like, I mean, it just goes back and forth. And so for some time, that may be our experience with Jordan Poole, where you're amazed by him and the Warriors need him and he puts up a 35 spot. And then the next day, he's going to turn the ball over 7 times and make you yank hair out of the side of your head. That just might be Jordan for right now.
Camilo Duvall for me, because unbelievable. Like Brandon Belt, he just flatlined. Brandon Belt is just, he's just there. He'll come through.
But he can carry a team and then,
but more often than not, he just stands there. He's either trying to draw a walk or he's striking out. To me, it's more Duvall, where it's like, oh my God, this guy's unbelievably talented, Jordan Poole. But then Camilo Duvall won't throw the fastball. You get stuck on the breaking pitch. What are you doing? And you watch the highlight last night from the clip that Spadoni played so artfully on the way back in, and the ball gets batted out. Jordan Poole tracks it down. DiVincenzo is standing there. There's no defender within 14 feet of DiVincenzo. He has his arms out waiting for the pass, but Jordan Poole, playing hero ball, dribbles it out, spins, and he's going to try to rise and fire from three-point land to tie the game, as opposed to, let me see if I can get a teammate involved. And he did this repeatedly throughout the course of the late stages of that game, and it's more than just the inexperience of a young player. To me, it's too much hubris. It's too much self-confidence and arrogance, not enough awareness of what's going on around him.
He did find a way to get the ball to Dante DiVincenzo.
No, he didn't.
He did.
Atlanta found a way to get the ball to DiVincenzo.
Well, I mean, the ball came
Jordan Poole found a way to give Atlanta the ball, but the Hawks slapped it out to an open DiVincenzo.
So, if you had tickets to that game last night, you got DiVincenzo.
You did, because you got free basketball. You got extra basketball. 10 minutes of free basketball.
Oh, my gosh. It was a thing of beauty. You got actually 2, right?
2 OTs.
Double OTs.
You got 10 minutes of free hoop.
Double up.
Without a doubt.
Absolutely.
And you got to see the rarefied Kevon Looney walk-off. Because when you think about game winners, you would think about Steph, Poole, you would think about Klay Thompson, obviously. You don't often think about a walk-off Kevon, especially after a Kevon miss. 20 rebounds for Kevon Looney.
Yeah.
Draymond Green took 1 3-pointer on a night where the Warriors took 59, Mark. The Warriors took 59 3-point shots. Draymond took 1. He drilled it, and it was a big one.
Yeah. I also learned last night, because one of the gifts for the boys for Christmas was those, like,
Gift or GIF?
No, gifts.
Okay,
with a T. Yeah. like the indoor mini hoops that hang over the door. And so last night after the game, both boys were practicing their Draymond Green three-point impression, where they grab the ball right in front of their stomach and then kind of squat and then throw their entire body toward the hoop.
Yeah.
They do some pretty good impressions. But Draymond's been hitting his three lately. So, man, keep on shooting that thing. But I just think there are always players like that. And at least in this moment, until Jordan Poole becomes a little bit more refined, he's one of those guys. Steph Curry never drives me crazy. Klay Thompson, even though I know he's struggled, there's always context to it. He's never driven me crazy.
Steph, early in his career, would drive you a little crazy
I guess.
with his one-arm passes, his behind-the-back shenanigans. He was reckless with the ball earlier in his career.
Sure,
Let's not forget.
And we talked about this earlier. The turnovers have always been that's something you just deal with this particular group and the way that they play. But there are always players like that. I guess Draymond is like that because brilliant defensively, such a quarterback on the court, but also his attitude and whatnot sometimes can drive you a little nuts. Jimmy Garoppolo was one of those players where it's like, oh my gosh, he took us to the Super Bowl, and then you missed throws, and you just kind of drive me a little bit nuts sometimes. I mentioned Brandon Belt. I think he's one of those players. There are other stars who are not that. Right? Buster Posey never drove you nuts. You never pulled your head, oh, this Buster guy, I just can't take it anymore.
Crawford the same way, I think.
Right. It's
pretty
just
steady.
Yeah, he's kind of the same deal. Like Jordan Poole right now has got that thing where you're just it's going to be a pendulum, and you're going to have moments where you are out of your seat, amazed with what he does, and then you're going to be driven to drink because of what he does. That's just going to be part of this deal, I think, for a little while.
In one of his growth areas that I see watching him play, forget the defensive end where he's got a lot of growing to do, offensive awareness. Last night, Klay Thompson was on, I don't even think you could call it a heater. It was beyond a heater. He kept you in it. He brought you back in the fourth quarter. He had 54 points, Jordan. And I know you saw it because you were out there playing with him. Get him the ball. And late in the fourth quarter, crunch time, in overtime, in double overtime, Jordan Poole was trying to go solo dolo, and Klay Thompson was all but begging for the basketball, and Jordan Poole was trying to take it upon himself to get it done. I'd like to see a little bit more maturity, a little bit more awareness in those moments when a guy is on an absolute heater.
So what do you give me for this? Jordan Poole's on-court demeanor and Draymond Green's off-court demeanor. And when I say off-court, it does happen sometimes on, but here's what I mean. The non-basketball portions of Draymond. What have we said 1,000 times?
Drives us crazy.
Drives you crazy.
He's out of control.
But not just that. We want him to pull it back. And we know that his response would be, if I pull it back, and we saw it earlier this year, if I pull it back, you're not going to get the full Draymond Green. Like, part of the reason I'm good is because I have this streak in me that sometimes is going to ride the line, and sometimes it's going to go over the line, and it's going to tick you off, and I'm going to get a T, and I'm going to get thrown out in Indiana on a Tuesday in a game that we should have won, and you're going to have to deal with that. I think Jordan Poole's on-court decisions are very similar to Draymond's referee decisions, where it's like you can't have the Jordan Poole moments where somebody just gets like defensively driven to the floor because he's so fast and on the verge of being out of control all the time. You're going to get the moments where it is over the line, and he is totally out of control, and he's going to turn the ball over 6 times a night.
But I don't think that he's earned that. He hasn't earned the same amount of leash, and I think that, Draymond Green, for the most part, when it comes to those moments, they don't happen to where it cost him the game. Now, we've seen it a couple of times in these past few years where Draymond's gotten thrown out, he's gotten teched up, and it actually has cost him ball games. Last night, to me, was a great example where if I'm playing alongside Klay Thompson and I'm an aggressive player like Jordan Poole, got to have a little bit more of an increased awareness of what's going on around you. Klay Thompson was on an historic clip, and yet he couldn't get the ball late in the fourth or in the overtimes. It's something that Jordan Poole will learn, hopefully, and grow from, but 3 ghastly turnovers in the end of the game and in those overtimes that were largely avoidable.
It's not January 7th yet, right? right?
That's the third.
Okay, perfect. Then we can say Happy New Year.
Of course we can.
We can say Happy New Year to Steiny and Goo.
What's up?
Who are in here in the room. My brothers, I miss you guys. How you
Gentlemen?
been? What's going on?
The feeling is mutual. Listen, I was off, but I missed you guys. And we got a lot of talent here. Different voices. I had to get back. I'm like Steiny and E. But Willard, when you put that you were going to Vegas, I felt like I was going to Vegas. I love that. And you had to have a good time.
Oh my gosh, it was
You
an
had to have a
amazing
good
time.
time.
We had a good time. As I said, you end up at a game like that. And what are we doing when we go on vacation? What are we really looking for on vacation? We're looking for a memorable experience. I think that's what you're doing when you go, and you don't always get it, right? Sometimes the kids end up driving you nuts, or you end up having a problem with a rental car, or I don't know, a flight that never leaves. Sometimes that happens, and it happened to a lot of us over the last couple of weeks. But, man, you end up at a game like that. And then we had a great time surrounding the game as well. I don't know if you heard me telling Dibs. I ended up at a craps table with a guy who just went
my game.
He went on a heater. And that's a beautiful thing. So,
over 10 minutes with the dice?
Oh, way over 10. Way north of 10. I mean, I'm tall.
Little Joe.
Well, I mean, to the point.
Even backdoored Little Joe.
I couldn't find Christy by the time I was done. I don't even know where she went. Just gone. The day, went from sun to dark. But anyway, point being, memorable experience. That football game, that stadium, everything about it. I didn't want the Niner defense to look like that, but we will never forget that day. So, real quick, obviously, as Steiny and Goo jump in, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. What's happening? Hey, Steiny.
Bittersweet day.
Why?
You can't ignore what happened last night.
Sure.
It just kind of cloaks everything. But, when we left here, the Warriors were in shambles after that, coming back from that trip. And now they look like, what's that, about 4 games in a row now that we're tight down the stretch. They won them all at home.
What do you guys?
They don't even have their 2 best players. Yeah, maybe they got something here.
I mean, what do you make of a team? Because I don't know if you guys can remember anything like this in sports. We mentioned it earlier.
Never.
What do you make of a team that is the best home team in its sport and the worst road team in its sport?
And it's
I don't
not
think I've
even,
ever seen that
and
before.
And the split, Steiny, and you've been around the association for the better part of 3 decades or more. Mark mentioned it earlier, and I still can't believe it. 3-16 on the road, 17-2 at home. And I know you've covered many a Warrior team that was 3-16 on the road.
True.
Those teams would have been 5-12 at home.
Right.
I mean, have you ever seen anything like this in the association?
No, not really this dramatic.
This far in.
Actually, there's not one thing or another to whatever, point the finger at. But I do think that the veterans, it was going to be really hard for the veterans to come out of the gate smoking. They won it last year. They started fast last year. So this year, if you really think about it, you know what? The veterans aren't going to be going nuts early because they'll, give them a couple months to get into it. But I think I don't have an explanation other than the only way you can win on the road is when everybody's got to be into it. And I just think if, you got some young players and then you have some veterans who maybe aren't quite where you want them, it's so early for those guys and they know how early it is. There's something about coming home. It's easy to get up for. Look, they have a 5-game trip, I believe, after the Phoenix game, which is the 8th of the homestand. They're going to win 2 or 3 of those games. And I think they're going to start to get rolling a little bit on the road.
Starting on the 13th.
Who they got?
San Antonio.
Win.
Then night off. Then Chicago.
Okay.
Back-to-back to Washington. Then 2 nights off at Boston. And back-to-back Cleveland.
Okay, I know this won't sound good, but can you get 2 of those?
I think that sounds great.
Yeah. I mean, 2 and 3.
The Boston Cleveland back-to-back.
That's going to be hard.
That feels like 2 L's.
Yeah.
Right? And so can you get 2 of the other 3? I'm not saying it will, but that's tough. Those are hard. And at the end of a trip and a back-to-back, those are hard.
Yeah.
Can you get 2 of the first 3? Yeah.
And obviously it's one of those you shoot for 3. Well, you shoot for 5.
You shoot for 1 at this point. You're 3-16 on the road.
That is
Curry will be back.
Think about this, Steiny. If they were just mediocre on the road, let's say instead of 3-16, let's say you were
That's incredible.
6-13, you're in first in the West.
Yeah, no doubt.
You are leading the conference. If you aren't historically god-awful on the road.
What do you think it is?
Well,
I mean, it sounds to me like you don't think they're going to win on the road.
I think it's two things. The first thing was the first road piece, which was veteran hangover, and you lost, I think, 3 games to bad teams in really weird ways, like late game collapses. And then this last road piece was you were victimized by not having Steph and not having Wiggins. The young guys were yet to really bear fruit, other than Kuminga, who was coming into his own. So I think those 2 big road chunks were god-awful for 2 different reasons. I think you're right about the first one. The second one was Steph and Wiggins being out, and I do think they're going to do better than 1-4 on that.
And I'm going to put a rat on the table.
Early rat.
Because this will be the last time in 23 I go to this, but I believe early on, that punch, there was some residue from the situation. And we saw Benchgate where guys didn't look happy or whatnot. And all that is gone. And I told Steiny this morning, and I really mean this, Draymond, and this me from the outside, to me, it feels like he's won the trust back from the team. The thing that Looney said he had to do, check, because it looks like he's like they're just playing free, man. And I'm like,
he looks and sounds like Draymond
I told
again.
Steiny, I don't care what metric it is. Who's playing better D than Draymond Green right now? He's guarding 2 or 3 minute times, but I think that all was part of, they were dead men walking on the road, but Chase has a soul now. And Dame, Charlotte, Boston, Memphis, they're like getting lemon booty in like the last 3 or 4 minutes at Chase. So now you got to go take it on the road when you do embark on that journey. But man, don't stop believing.
To your point, Steiny, to your point, like 1 5-game win streak, and it's a streak that comes prior to you being anywhere close to health. All of a sudden, and you point out what happened before the season even started. You add in, Draymond punches Jordan Poole, and Steph Curry has got a semi-major injury. Klay is still not playing back-to-backs. Jordan Poole largely has not quite been what you had maybe hoped him to be.
Wiggins has been out a month.
Wiggins has been out for a while. All of this happens, and you're 20-18, and you're currently 4.5 games out of first place in the West. When you look at it like that, after that 1 5-game win streak, you start to see the scenario of last year play out again, which is that if they do all sort of come to health at the same time, and by the way, remember what Boston was. Boston did not start last year.
Break them up
till January. It was January when Boston became Boston. So can the Warriors become the Warriors in January? The scenario is there.
Without a doubt. And if they go 2-3 over the next 3 at home, and they very well should, I think they could win all 3, you get to the halfway point. At the end of this homestand, you'll be 41 games in.
Man.
And if you're sitting at 22-19, you're in a pretty darn good spot heading down the stretch, last 41, getting healthy. And like you said, Goo, just a minute ago, break them up. You got to make a trade. I mean, I don't know what you do. You may leave this team untouched with the way the bench is now playing.
I asked Steiny, what's the situation with the two-way players with Jerome and Lamb? I remember I was like, give those minutes to such and such. Now I'm like, Steiny, how does that play out? Do they got to allocate? Like, how many games can they play?
Well, they only get 50 games, and at that point, you got to give them a roster spot, right, Stein?
Yeah, there's one open roster spot, so they could theoretically just sign a guy to the rest of the year. That's 15. But then there's the other guy. If you want them both, well, then you would have to make a decision probably on either JaMychal Green or Iguodala. But I heard Iguodala scrimmaged yesterday.
Yeah,
I saw that. You're ready.
No, but I think there's an underlying message that we're getting every year from the Warriors, and I know that this will get to some people in some way, whether it's because they buy tickets or because it shouldn't be this way, but you got to trust the Warriors. They've earned it. And last year, we learned the lesson. They know what they're doing to give themselves a chance when it matters in the end. And this has been a very different year because of the great start last year, but the same thing holds true, whether it's Iguodala and when he's going to play, or whether it's Klay doing back-to-backs.
Incredible.
Like, trust the Warriors. Trust that they know what they're doing and that they're going to have their best foot to put forward when it matters in the end. And I know, right, buy tickets and games in December and January should matter too, but I just think there's a method to all of this clearly, and it's worked a number of times.
Wow. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I go back to is the New York and Brooklyn games. So they're 15 and 18, and at that point, clearly something happened because even though they're veterans, they know, and it's still pretty early, with that 8-game homestand, Draymond knew at that point we could go 2-6 at home if we keep playing like this. So now you go 2-6 at home on that trip, and you're 17 and 24 at the halfway point. That's a problem. So I have no doubt that they put an emphasis on this 8 games, not as a make or break, but we got to start winning here, and then then we can kind of build from there. You go 7-1 on this homestand. Now you go get a few wins on the road. Now you can say that's who we are. This is who we are, and this is who we should be moving forward. The one thing that I am impressed with, and we were talking about this before you left. Little semantics.
Yeah.
When I was like, I think this is Draymond and Clay have got to step up.
I remember this.
We had one day. And you said everybody, and I said, sure, whatever. I wasn't so sure that Draymond and Clay could do something like this.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like they have led the charge.
Well,
they have been phenomenal.
5 games in a row without Stephen Wiggins is crazy, and I don't care.
I agree.
No, come on.
I don't care who's on the schedule or what building.
I'd have
you're
been like
in.
1-4.
It's totally.
Yeah.
5-game win streak with no Steph and no Andrew. That's crazy.
And to see Clay go for 54 and to see it happen in the way it happened with him taking good shots, but also making some of those impossible Clay falling right, 3-point, stanky leg.
And hearing Fitz.
Dude, Fitz going crazy, yeah. And just to see him back and to see the fist pump after he hit the big 3 to, I don't know if it was end regulation or overtime, and he turns and the big fist pump. It's like, Clay, look at you. You're back. You're feeling it.
Now, tell me if this sounds like negativity, because it's not, but my mind wanders when they're whole, when Wiggins comes back and Curry comes back. I know this. Jordan Poole's a different player when he starts than when he comes off the bench. And he's not serviceable when he comes off the bench, but you can just tell he got lucky last night. Boy.
Bailed out.
I mean, man, how you didn't get the ball to Clay? But we'll get to that. But what about when that comes to fruition? Clay might not get all those opportunities. Jordan. So I'm wondering the trickle down. How does that balance? Because right now Clay knows they need me to shoot these shots. Poole, I'm getting my shot. There's enough. We can all eat. But when everybody comes back, that's where I'm like, then what happens?
Gotta come off the bench.
Yeah, but you go back to where we were when they were healthy then, and it didn't feel like they had figured out the rotation fully yet. Right. Now you come in with new information, because at that time, Kuminga wasn't Kuminga yet. Clay didn't even, Clay was still searching for his shot.
6 minutes.
Right, and so now you come back with a little bit of new information, but there might be a period of time, similar to when Clay came back into the rotation last year, where you got to recalibrate a little bit, might lose a couple games.
All right.
But I'll go back to the point I just made 5 minutes ago. Trust the Warriors. In April.
Wow.
In April.
Yeah.
Be ready to go.
Who's going to be the 4 out of 7?
Well, and I think that right now Clay feels a lot better about his game to where he doesn't have to press. His shot attempts in the last 4 since Steph was out, 39, 22, 22,
39!
and 25. He shot the ball 39 times
Yeah, I know.
night.
Put the ice on.
Well, wait a minute. I
that.
thought you had a tweet last night. How come Clay doesn't touch the ball? He had 39 shots. I'm sorry.
This was
Jordan Poole's got to get him the ball.
I'll let you take it.
He had 54.
What happened? Get it to the hot man.
I mean, Jordan, are you not watching what's going on around you?
I couldn't believe it.
I mean, and he gets the ball back, and look at the sequence, Steiny. Do your homework, for God's sake.
39 shots.
On the shot where
trouble finding the ball. Had trouble finding him.
DiVincenzo bails him out, and he's standing there all alone, and Jordan Poole's trying to rise and fire over a 6'10" guy. Pass the rock, JP.
Yeah, he got lucky last night.
Bailed out. Bailed out like a flooded basement.
Before we leave, I have a completely unrelated question to ask you, especially, Steiny.
Okay.
Are you ready to bury the Minnesota Vikings yet?
No. Of course not.
Are you ready to say that they do not belong in the conversation with the Eagles and the San Francisco 49ers?
Why would I?
Because it's real. Okay. I just wanted to know what you thought.
I mean,
you don't have to be. It's a question. You can answer it however you want.
You may end up being right on that prediction. You may end up being right. I just don't. Why do they not get to stub their Here's what I was saying. I was saying to this. Who the heck was I talking to?
Point differential is negative 19 for a whole year.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
If the 49ers were having the same kind of year as the Vikings, you don't think that here in the Bay we'd say, man, this team's clutch. This team.
Are they
this
clutch?
Team went,
It wasn't very clutch the other day.
Well, I would just say if the 49ers were 9-1 in one-score games, you would look at that as a positive, right?
Yes,
okay.
but of course you would. I'm not saying that the Vikings are now suddenly the Panthers. What I'm saying, though, is there is a method to being 12-4 or 13-3 or 11-5 or whatever these teams are right now. The top teams in the NFL. There's a stat that runs through all of them, and it's the point differential. How are you doing against your opponents? The Bills, plus 157. The Chiefs, 109. The Eagles, 127. The Cowboys, 145. And the 49ers are 148. There's a method to having 12 or 13 wins. And the Vikings are minus 19. That is so insane.
I get what it
means.
It
is so incredibly insane for them to be 12-4.
Don't forget, they lost one game 79-3 against the Cowboys.
I understand that. And then they lost another one by a truckload of points the other day.
They know when to see. This is what I mean. Quitting gets a bad name. They know. Why waste the energy?
They loved it.
Let me tell you something.
I mean,
so you guys getting out of here now?
Well, I mean, you just said why waste the energy?
No. I mean,
I guess we should go.
No, I mean, waste the energy after you know you're going to lose.
Gets a bad rap. I'm going to quit.
No, I mean, Brock Purdy. Let me tell you the most impressive play he made. The one where he threw it away. That play where he drops back.
Man.
He actually scrambled to get to the side of the field where he could actually get some mustard on the ball. Incredible play.
There were at least 4 plays.
Incomplete.
At least 4 plays.
Best play of the game.
Watching Brock Purdy live is different. I suggest if anybody gets a chance to go to a game, because you can see right on TV, you're just like, oh, he threw it. And then there were at least 3 plays where he threw the ball and I went, oh no.
Oh man.
And then like a receiver that I didn't even see, like he is anticipating at such a level. And I don't think TV does it justice. He is so under control out there. And to your point, Steiny, there were at least 3 or 4 plays where I watched and I went, if that had been Jimmy, he would have been cut in half. Yeah. They would have been sacked. It would have been fumbled.
17.
Like totally. So
like he's not fast, but he's quick.
Yeah.
Like he
moves well.
He's got a really quick first step, and then he can evade long enough. And he doesn't make a mistake in those situations
He's
so
elusive,
far.
Yeah.
And that's
he's definitely
a great
elusive.
The best throw, though, was the throw to Kittle in the back of the end.
No doubt.
That was a great one. And Pittsburgh, he caught it. For that. That was a great throw. My revelation is, and this is why people should be worried, football teams. For so long, this Niner defense was ahead of the offense. And I'll take the victory lap 12-3. For the weaponry that the Niners had.
It all started with McCaffrey.
The weaponry that they have.
Right, they finally got a star offensive player.
Now,
go ahead.
The defense slipped. That didn't look like the Niner defense. It happens. My point, Dibs and Steiny, now the offense, to me, on a good day, can be as dominant as the defense.
They can rescue the defense.
That is a problem.
The defense gave up 500 yards to a quarterback making his first NFL start.
That's incredible.
I mean, that's not
what
great.
happened? I thought you were like, this is not the Niner D, Christie.
Brock Purdy has walked onto the field, and the Niners have scored fewer than 33 points one time.
Oh, my goodness.
One time they have scored fewer than 33 points
downfield
in 5 games.
Yeah.
Yep.
You want to get out of here before the 25?
I got it.
Okay.
We didn't know.
That's cool. I just wanted to, since you started with the first jab of the new year.
I did.
Yeah, with the Vikings.
Question.
That qualifies.
Okay.
It's a pointed question, but it's a question.
Quick jab.
What's a
10-8 wheel it round.
I'll tell you, what's a worse look? The Giants not getting Correa or Maybe the greatest baseball mind the franchise has ever known.
Oh, man.
Brian Sabian going to work for the Yankees.
We saw
How do
that.
you go from Sabian and Boch, Farhan Kapler? Oof.
Yeah.
That's a body.
We already. I'm going to stick to the
right.
station's policy that we're going to save the Giants stuff for later this week.
Oh, nice.
We do need to have a correct conversation, though. We do. All right, Stein and go. Here we go.
Night.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I mean, I want to get off no victory lap for you. What's the victory lap?
The weapons I use.
What weapons?
Kittle. They're all
Right.
balling.
Don't you get it?
I'll
Tell you what, by the end of 2023, that's going to be.
Steiny, you didn't drop a few.
No
I ain't seen you in about 3. Boy, you're looking good.
No chance.
I wish I
There's
could say
no
the same.
chance I dropped a few.
I'm looking at you.
I
was dangerous.
You know what I think, though? And you're gonna hate this, but it's like a basketball team.
Okay.
Christian McCaffrey was traded to the 49ers, and he was like a star. He is a star, like an NBA player.
Yeah.
And guess what? He makes everybody better.
I hate that you could say that.
You know what? They were able to move Kittle and Debo and even Elijah Mitchell to a degree, Ayuk. You know, those guys are all really good, but they're not carriers. Christian McCaffrey's a carrier. And he has then allowed really good players to kind of play off him. And now they look unstoppable.
Yeah. Man, Steiny, they do offensively. And defensively, we know that wasn't a real Niner team. But, man, I couldn't believe that game was so close. But I'll say this. When the Niners brass, Lynch and Shanahan were talking about, hey, we need to make this move, or any team tries to bring in or incorporate a player, this is what you want.
Hey, no doubt.
I mean, Steiny, you know what? That didn't even sound like shade. McCaffrey's come in, and we saw Jimmy look different. But Brock Purdy, Steiny, I don't know where it's going to end. If he's the future quarterback with no competition, I don't know. But right now, Steiny, if you said, Goo, who you betting on to go to the bowl out of the NFC, it's Frisco. I'm going to get out there. I mean, you can understand that, right?
Of course.
Philly's injured.
They're the best. They've won 9 in a row.
Yeah.
They're the only team in the NFL that's on that kind of a winning streak right now. My question is, if you're a 49er fan at 888-957-9570, you know, to me, I never like to make a huge deal out of one game.
Right.
But my question is, does the result of that game kind of invigorate you because the offense was so good? And I know that, you know, it's the NFL. Guys are going to score. But does that game make you any less confident because of how the Raiders move the ball?
It's the first thing you said, because it inspires confidence from this vantage point. Now we've seen Brock Purdy and this offense come from behind. I don't see another scenario to where Dallas, Minnesota, any other in a Green Bay, who I'm not worried about them, Steiny, if they match up with the Niners. It's not defense or bust anymore. So the offense showed me, hey, we can come back. Now you talk about the weaponry. They can go toe-to-toe. Styles make fights. What if that was Kansas City? What if that was Buffalo? Offensively now, my confidence level in this Niner offense is that to where, okay, defense, if you happen to wet the bed, which you're not, but if you did, you can win it that way. And I don't think they could do that with Jimmy.
I kind of agree. It's hard not to agree with that. I mean, Brock Purdy's looked better than Garoppolo.
Why do you think? And it's no shade. He looks down. He's a little cocky.
Well, first of all, maybe he's better.
Too,
maybe he's just better.
And you know what?
And maybe Kyle Shanahan just didn't start the better quarterback. You know, I mean, look, you can't look at it. It doesn't matter now.
Okay.
But, you know, why was Purdy the third string quarterback? I mean, he looks better than the first two. Okay, that just happened. Okay. No big deal. But to me, Purdy plays with a I mean,
I call it moxie.
I think Garoppolo always is a little conservative and afraid to make a mistake. And Purdy's like, well, I'm the third string quarterback. So if I stink, everybody thinks I should stink. And he's playing with a little more carefree. Not carefree, because that makes it sound like you're sloppy. But just he's playing. I think he must be playing the exact same way he played in college in terms of confidence. And just saying, let's just play that way. And, he's really smart.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe there'll be a playoff game where he makes three bad mistakes and they lose, but he doesn't look like that kind of guy now.
This is what I want you to do for me, because I missed you. Give me a letter grade on what I'm about to tell you. And it starts with Gary Payton Sr. He's a Hall of Famer. Gary Payton was badass. But one of the beautiful points about Gary Payton to me is he thought he was better than what he was. And that's half the battle. And that leads me to Brock Purdy, Steiny. He doesn't have the strongest arm. He's not the fastest, but he believes he is. And he believes he can fit the ball in these tight windows. And that doesn't mean he's not going to make a mistake. But that's what, when he did the double guns to Draymond and the pointed to his arm with the veins when they scored, I'm like, dude, you're
So you just compared Brock Purdy to one of the greatest defensive players in NBA history, who's a Hall of Famer.
But his mindset is what I'm comparing.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
It's not talent. Brock Steiny, he feels like he belongs, man.
He does, right?
And I'm gonna go here. I don't think Kyle made an error to where we could say, why didn't you start the best quarterback?
Yeah, sure.
Because he never saw him. You know what I mean? He didn't go to it. But really, Steiny, that Gary Payton thing,
you heard.
Brock Purdy feels like he belongs out there, man. And right now it's looking good.
Listen, I know, and this is just my jab, but it's going to be, but I believe it. I don't believe Shanahan started the best quarterback, and I think he knows he didn't start the best quarterback. That doesn't matter. Brock Purdy's the quarterback right now, and they've won 9 in a row.
All right.
I'll tell you what. Did you hear the show where I said my opinion of Shanahan has changed?
Lord, no. But
you don't listen to the show when you're gone?
I did tune in one time. You kind of took a jet. Little Durrell was in the car. We're headed to open gym. And you go, Craig Valentino, born off extraordinaire. You go, our show, we got 2 D3 guys and 1 D1. I never felt left out like I did that morning.
Yeah. Out of sight, out of mind.
I didn't like that, Steiny. You could have threw in, well, Goop comes off the bench, 24-hour fitness.
This happened about a week or two ago. Well, the story came out a week or two ago. You hear what Shanahan did earlier this month when the 49ers played the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
No.
I'm telling you, I've changed my opinion of him as a person. I always thought he was a pretty good coach.
I can't wait to hear
I'll tell you exactly what it was. We got a break right now. But listen, tune in tomorrow. Bob Myers joins us on the Executive Show, brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal, less mess, reduced stress, budget-friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com. And believe it or not, at the Steinmetz household, I know you think I'm kidding. We've used the Yellow Sack 3 times. So I will talk more about Yellow Sack on the other side.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the Ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Every week, Damon and Retto go inside the 49ers locker room. The great Trent Williams.
He's always been regarded as one of the better backs in the NFL, but to actually have him and see him up close and personal, you kind of see why his reputation is what it is.
Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Retto. Bang, bang, Heineken! Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill markets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital.
Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I want to be able to keep my plans.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Oh, want better visibility to get you through the winter? A new pair of premium wipers can help. Right now, you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum Wiper Blades. See better and stay safe on the road all winter long. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
Third and goal, empty backfield. See if we get that chip again. Purdy spins out of the pocket. Throwing back at the end zone. It's caught. And the toe tap by George Kittle gives the 49ers the lead.
No way.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny, why do I feel happy for George Kittle? Because he's a selfless ball player. I've advocated for him. Like, you know what? He don't have an ego. But, man, all of a sudden, and Steiny, you've been on point today in regard to you're giving flowers. And you see that he's a big part of the passing game. I'm happy for him.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons, thank you. I think it felt like a short break, but
for some of us, Kyle just helps you out. Kyle's the
You know
man.
what? I talked too much at the beginning of the break. Yeah. I got to get my breath, bro. I just ran 100 yards.
Kittle and Ayuk, Stein.
Because Kittle's a good guy.
This is without Debo.
Because Kittle's a great guy. Yeah. He's a great teammate.
And I'm going to give Kyle Shanahan, his other Kyle, his flowers, Stein. He has something to do with Brock Purdy and this offense and the concepts. We talked to Baldy about the spacing.
They keep talking.
I just cannot wait for 2 weeks, man.
I got to get in shape.
Steiner's made. You got it?
Yeah, so in case you don't.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so usually we have 6 minutes. It always goes slow.
Yeah, I was
get
like,
coffee,
where's he at?
go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
I guess I must have talked and then left, and then now I'm all the way down the hall, and I hear them playing the 49er highlight.
And you ran back. See, golf don't help your win, though, right? See, that's the one thing I don't like about it. It don't help your win.
Brought golf up.
What happened?
My new year got off to a terrible start. Just terrible.
Some would call that D3 conditioning that came from John in the back.
Fair.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm going to tell you seriously why Shanahan.
Yeah, you left us hanging.
To me today, it's a lot easier to root for Shanahan than it was 2-3 weeks ago.
This is a big deal.
You think I'm kidding? I'm not.
All right.
Before that, every once in a while on Mondays, I go down and to KTVU and
Sal.
do a hit with Sal Castaneda for the 9.
Yeah,
all right?
For the 9.
So about 2 weeks ago, Castaneda goes, "Hey, any chance you can come on January 2nd?" I'm like,
"We're off."
Is that a Monday? He's like, "Yeah." He's like, I'm like, "Okay, Monday." Yeah. I looked at the schedule. It's like, okay, the Warriors play. Sure. Yeah. Okay, I can do it. He doesn't say anything. It's the 25th. It's 26th. It's 29th, 30th. I realize, Monday's a holiday. I'm off.
Yeah, we're off.
But it just, I kind of forgot that I had said, I'll do a 9:15 hit on Monday.
Okay.
Last week I'm coming in here and I'm like, I double checked with Evan maybe 4 times. I'm not working Monday, right? No, Steiny, you're not working Monday. You're not working Monday. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. My boys, it's raining all week. Sunday, there's a window. We're golfing, baby.
Let's do it.
8:06 tee time. I wake up at about 6:45. I'm a little hungover, I'll be honest with you.
I'm hurting.
Not hurting, but I was like, that's fine. Nothing cures a hangover more than a round of golf. So I roll over, 6:50, and there's a text from Sal Castaneda. And he goes, "See you at 9:15.
Oh, my God.
And I got a tee time at 8.
You need an assistant.
And I'm like, I said, what? Oh, my God. I'm like, I totally forgot.
No way.
I said, I thought it was January 9th. And he goes, nope, it's today.
So now we're talking priorities. I don't know how this ends. Please tell me you went on the tube.
I went on the tube.
And no golf.
I didn't golf.
You hurting?
It's
in your face. I can see it.
It was one of those things where I have nobody to blame but myself. Sal felt terrible because I show up there. He's like, "Hey, thanks for coming in." I'm like, "Dude, I forgot I had a round of golf today."
So you had to shave, do your hair.
Exactly. Put on nice clothes.
Yeah, right. Oh, my boy. You made it, though.
I was supposed to play my first round of golf on January 1st. Or, I don't know, 2nd. It was Monday the 2nd?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Big homie's going to be fine, bro.
Well, we'll see. Kyle Shanahan. So last week, Matt Barrows, who writes for The Athletic, wrote a story. Do you realize Kyle Shanahan led a reporter into the locker room before the game and at halftime just to observe what they do and write a story about it?
I read the story.
That's totally cool. Here's the part I love most. Apparently, every once in a while, writers make requests, and most of the time it's like, we can't accommodate
Not
you.
that.
Like, it'd be something like, Slater or a beat writer saying, can I spend the day with Jonathan Kuminga? Just to see it. And they're usually like, no, don't worry about it. No, Jonathan doesn't. Anyway, so Barrows goes to Shanahan and said, I got an idea for writing a story about what goes on before a game and at halftime.
Damn.
I'm sorry, but most coaches right off the bat go, no, you're not going to be
Greg
in our locker room
Popovich,
at halftime.
He just came to my mind.
Exactly. Anyway, Barrows tells Shanahan, like nobody really knows what goes on. Everybody thinks there's like a like a Vince Lombardi speech, win one for the Gipper. And Shanahan was like, you know what? I think that's a good idea because most people don't know. And of course they said, you can't, there's certain things that are going to be off limits. Anyway, honest to goodness, I feel different about Shanahan.
And what about?
I just think
that's dope.
It's like
he ain't insecure.
Shows me, he's more comfortable than you think. It's like,
what about Matt saying that some of the players were like, "What are you doing here?" Like, dude, you dweeb, get up out of it. Not, we love you, Matt, but you know what I mean.
Well, he did. Apparently, the first thing Juszczyk said, "What the hell are you doing in here?"
Yeah, there's some
and
big
Barrows
cats.
is like, just right. Anyway,
I didn't like the point though.
Nothing happens.
In my, I'm a sports romantic. You got to give a speech.
There
Don't come back and tell me.
There are no speeches.
Come on, man.
None.
That's what
I'm willing to say this. I don't know about what goes on at the college level. Professional coaches do not give win one for the Gipper speeches. That's for the players. The player can do that. Kyle Shanahan has never revved up his team like that.
There's no way.
I'm telling you.
You might as well stay on the sideline then and have Capri Suns and have that. Some stuff is, when it ain't going good, stuff is said. I got a game 4 for the Warriors in Boston. Stuff was said.
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly what was said.
I want winners.
Right. What, we're down 2-1. We got to win a game in Boston Garden. We're getting ready.
It.
Guys, we got to execute. We got to execute tonight.
With that funeral. You sound like a director. Dude.
Giving Steph Curry a win one for the Gipper speech would be a reason a coach should be fired.
Oh, my goodness.
Steph Curry does not need a win one for the Gipper speech. 3-time champions do not need that.
The rest of the team?
Well, that's for the veterans. That's for Curry and Clay to bring them along. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. Lorenzo Neal, 1 o'clock.
Man,
and we're going to obviously have to touch on Damar Hamlin last night. Cardiac arrest during the Bills-Bengals game.
CPR administered on a football field.
He's in critical condition right now.
Still scary, man.
And now, what do you do? What do you do if you're the NFL?
And what if you're a teammate?
I don't know.
Is Sunday come too fast?
Well, that's the thing.
No, seriously.
Goo. When you say every question you ask, I'm thinking to myself, I don't know. What do you do? Do you replay the game? I don't know. I don't know what you do.
They didn't know last night either. It took a little long for me, but this guy's battling for his life. How can I, just a consumer, come down on the NFL? But I was like, there's no way they're going to play this. And as a fan, Steiny, I felt dirty watching the Warriors, but then I thought about it. That's the essence and beauty of sports. The Warriors and Clay, they took me out of this. And, everybody in every other city didn't have the Warriors available to them like we did here at, a home game. But I was like, man, Steiny, I hope he pulls through. And the longer we go, and I'm not trying to be negative, Steiny, with no news, I worry more for him.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's a good sign, what's a not so good sign. I know that
kudos to the coaches. They made the decision, Steiny.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah.
That's what it seems like. So we got a couple great guests today. Lorenzo Neal. Man, you want to talk about somebody who played more physically than just about any other player who's ever played, Lorenzo Neal. And I got to believe I don't know if he's ever seen anything like this, but I'm anxious to get his perspective about what may be going on in those locker rooms when play stops. Man. And then Ross Tucker at 1:30. Mm-hmm. Ross Tucker joins us every Tuesday, 95.7 The Game's Odyssey Insider. So looking forward to talking to Ross Tucker. We didn't even really mention the Warriors. 5 in a row at home. Clay with 54? What did he end up with? I don't even know.
You got it.
54.
Yep.
And Looney tap in at the buzzer. They beat the Hawks in double overtime. And we did a show last week, Goo, where Evan, after 3 wins, I think, was saying, do you think the Warriors have turned the corner? And most people that called in said you can't say they've turned a corner until they start winning on the road. So technically, a lot of people don't want to say they've turned the corner, but they're going to win some games on the 5-game road trip. I'll bet anybody right now they'll win 2 of those games.
And you know why?
And 2 and 3 is not that bad on the road. I know it's not what we're used to as Warrior fans, but
the reason I was going to say, you know why, to your question is they're defending champs. And what's different, nobody can rob me of this, Steiny. We talked about what goes on, what doesn't at halftime in NFL games or just in sports in general. I keep going to this. The Warriors had a team meeting, and I know it was before the road trip, but to me, that just gave everybody, they knew what Kuminga, what do you need from me? Wiseman, what do you need from me? Now I feel like they're whole in regard to this is what we need you to do. And I will no longer ever say another, and I never said a bad word about Lamb and Jerome.
Yes, you did.
No, I just said those minutes should go to da-da-da.
So are you going to say you were wrong, that they shouldn't have?
Yeah, I was wrong.
Right.
Because they are fixture.
Yeah, they're
they
better
are
than
part
the
of
young
what's
guys.
No doubt. Now, I am worried about this two-way thing with the Bucks because one might get left at the altar.
Oh. But you mean one guy who didn't think he'd be in the NBA at all might not be on the roster, but he's established himself as a pro player.
But the intangibles that they bring.
Now they have intangibles.
Growth with his defense, not just that I don't know what's up with his toe, but, everything's coming into focus. And now, when I left here, we talked to Bob Myers before. I heard you guys with Zaza. You did a phenomenal job. He said, where was I at? But, Steiny, I'm telling you, Bob was so real. He said, Goo, Steiny, I don't know if it's going to be a trade. We got to kind of watch. Well, if he's watching, Bob's got to be somewhere like, we're not done. Nothing's off the table, but things are coming into focus, Steiny. They are going to be a problem. And at home, 17-2, I'm watching some of the greats succumb to the Chase Center home court advantage from Jaylen Brown. They came in on a high. Tatum, Dame, last night, like that. I can't overstate the Warriors are defending champs, and I was too nervous. And now I'm like, you know what, Steiny? That bet that
you're
I was
gonna win
about
that
to
bet,
we
huh?
got a bet. You gave me a chance to get out of it, but I stayed true, and now I'm feeling good. Look at
you. You think they're going to win it all?
Bet.
You still think they are, though?
Oh, no, I'm not being Danny fanboy. Nobody's beating this team 4 out of 7. Nobody.
All right. We'll see. We'll see.
Last night was it? What about Clay?
All right.
Let's talk. We got to talk about Clay.
See, this is where because
we got to talk about Clay.
I don't.
Mama call him Clay. I'm gonna call him Clay.
And this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is what I can't stand, and it's my New Year's resolution. And if the New Year's resolution can't be, if I can't do it,
right,
then I'm going to quit. I'm going to quit the business. I'm sick and tired of talking about crap in black and white. Steiny, admit it, Clay's back. Clay had a great game last night. Yeah. He's had a great homestand.
No doubt.
Okay? Let's wait until the rest of the season before
you're talking to
we look back and say he had a great year.
He won't even tell you he's back. But what I took from his post-game presser, Steiny, and Kerr talked about it. He says he's taking his time now. Remember, I was like, his legs under?
You know why? Because he's not thinking about himself first.
All right.
How about that?
I ain't mad at that.
And then here's the other thing. And this is kind of what,
he is a fuego.
Here's how I'm going to set it up. Last week we had Lowe on, all right?
I missed it.
Lowe says something that I kind of nodded at, and 49er fans went nuts. Lorenzo Neal talked about, before this last game against the Raiders, not that it matters, is, for whatever reason, through no fault of their own, the 49ers schedule has been weak. Okay?
Gotcha.
Those are facts.
Yeah, we talked about it.
They played Kansas City, they got hammered. Lowe says, listen, they're good, they're playing well, this, that, and the other thing. And what Lowe says is, you know what, though, I'm telling you right now, if they get beat, before they get to the Super Bowl, everybody's going to say, well, they weren't tested in the regular season. So that gets everybody upset.
All right, gotcha.
That gets everybody upset. So the 49ers have won 9 in a row.
Damn.
And I'll now go back to the Warriors. The Warriors have won 5 in a row. They're back. This is unbelievable. I can't believe it. Let's be realistic.
And I am. Go ahead, Steiny.
They won 4 close games.
Against Charlotte.
And if the Atlanta Hawks have any common sense, the Hawks win that game last night.
Had a foul to give.
So, and Portland, Damian Lillard gets picked. I mean, Damian Lillard gets picked. But here's my point. Right. It doesn't mean the Warriors don't deserve to be on a 5-game winning streak. They won close games. They finished games. They did everything. All that stuff's true. But how do you weigh in the good fortune with they're doing it without Curry and Wiggins? Yeah. Like, they needed to do this. But to me, they got to continue to do this.
Okay. And
if you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean. And listen, you're black, I'm black, you're white. But let's take it deeper, Stoney. I'm not telling you they're back. I'm different. And let me tell you why I'm different. Last year, the Warriors won it all. And you lost Gary Payton. You lost Bielitsa. You lost Otto Porter. And through 20 games, you felt like that was worthy Mikal and Kareem. But the core is still here. So that's why I never gave up, even though it was looking bad. Like, damn, what's going on? And the same thing with the Niners, Steiny. Them getting to the NFC Championship game, the residue doesn't just go away. Now, here comes your third-string quarterback. I'm like, oh, you might be done. But now, are they really? And they're not. So I'm not ready to go, oh, they're back, because they're only 2 games over 500. But when you look at it in its totality, what are they when you go back to last year, if anybody would allow me? Niners were 1 game away from the bowl, and the Warriors won it. So are we really shocked? And I'm with you. We still got to see it on the road. But now we're talking about Kuminga, Wiseman. We're talking about PBJ, my new fave. Now, I'm going to say this about Patrick Baldwin Jr. I'm going to give you your flowers because you don't even know you deserve them. Early on, you were like, "Goo, man, this kid's big, yada, yada, yada." But I'm telling you, when you see something from a physical standpoint on in any game, you know it looks different. This dude is long. This dude has a wet jumper. I'm all in on what he and his ceiling can be. But he even stepped up hitting threes through these games that were close. But at the end of the day, Draymond Green, from the punch to Defensive Player of the Year, in my estimation now, Steiny, you got to give us that. You got to give Devin that he's a candidate.
Well, fine, he's a candidate.
Okay, right. He's guarding $2 or $3 million.
Right. And you know what?
No.
Right. And
just
anybody else,
that at your
it's a contract year. He's opting out, and you know what? He keeps playing like this. He's going to get a multi-year extension.
He ain't going nowhere. He keeps playing like this.
From the 510, Guru, what makes you think the Warriors can't be beat in a series? They're 3-16 on the road. Let's get to 500 on the road, or start winning half our games.
Hey, I give you that, because they stunk, and they stink on the road. But if you're looking at me and really eye to eye asking me that question, just like you said, Goo, they're going to put some makeup on this 3-16 record, especially when they get back whole, because they've blossomed. There's been growth, and it will start to show on the road.
Yeah, I think they'll win at least 2 games on that 5-game trip coming up. And I know people would say 2 and 3. What are you talking about? It's not, you know what, 2 and 3, it's not easy to win on the road, regardless.
What about Poole's turnovers? Because he as great as they need him, Steiny, but I mean, man.
I love Poole.
I love him too, but you got to slow down. Slow down.
No. He has to play that way when Curry's not playing.
45 turnovers in
what?
I think in 9 games. Okay. 9 games, and he's a different dude when he starts.
That's 5 a game.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Yeah. Get off Poole on his turnovers. Nobody gave a rat's behind about Steph Curry's turnovers for 12 years.
But Stoney, last night, Curry. You didn't give the ball to the hot hand, number 11, and you take it off my knee, and then one where he just let the ball sit in Atlanta, took it
and this is kind of what I'm
JP's our
and this
guy.
is what I'm talking about. This is and
we're just talking about what we saw.
I can't. Like, I'm not doing this in 2023. I'm not looking at tweets by you saying Clay can't touch the ball, then look in the box score and see he took 39 shots.
But
I can't take it anymore when you text that Dak Prescott is garbage. The Cowboys are one and done, and they're not going to be able to beat them. And they win by 2 touchdowns.
I did hear you say
I can't stand that. What are you doing?
Man. I'm going to be better, but I did hear you say I got to chuckle at it. You think it is over. They must be down 10.
Oh, my God. It looks like who, the Jaguars? No, the Titans.
Yeah.
Boy, Titans must be beating the Cowboys. No, they're not.
But it's just a different
I know. They didn't
prism.
win by 30.
Steiny,
they stink.
You look big picture.
Rich is in Fremont. What's up, Rich?
Happy New Year, Rich.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I tell you something. The one thing that stuck out about that game, because I'm going to tell you something, I'm glad they got the win. But the one thing that stuck out about that game to me is that, first and foremost, if I'm Steve Kerr and I'm having a meeting with these guys, I'm telling them, you know what, guys? I'm glad we got the win. However, the way we got the win, I'm not happy with. And I'm not happy with it? I'm not happy with it because, first and foremost, we traded baskets with that team, okay? We did not execute defense well, okay? That's a 50-50 game. And when you have a 50-50 game, it can go either way. It just so happened the ball bounced our way and we got the last shot. And it went into double overtime. That helps you appreciate how lax we were on defense. So I'm sitting with the guys. I'm telling them, okay, look, moving forward, our defense has to get better because there's teams out there that can trade baskets with us, and we don't want to trade baskets, especially with the superior teams, because there's teams out there right now that can outshoot us.
Rich, I hear you, but they had 10 healthy guys. No excuses, but they still got the dub. They had 10 healthy guys.
They got the dub. They got the dub, Guru, because the ball bounced their way one time.
All right. I'll give you that.
Thanks, Rich.
And it's been happening that way, Steiny, these last 5 games.
Right, and all I'm saying is, you give they're 20
with
and 18.
no Wiggins and Curry, the ball it's a different bounce without those two. Maybe you're not in a close game, but the Jordan Poole shade is there's some people out there mad.
See, this is what I can't stand. Guru, Poole is horrible. Or JP almost lost the game twice last night. I never saw one text during the first 10 games of the year that said, Clay lost us a game last night.
Right.
Well, guess what? Clay lost you about 4 early in the year. Jordan Poole has to play a certain way if Curry's not there. And it's going to be higher risk, higher reward because he's going to get more attention. Of course, he didn't shoot the ball last night well, and he had too many turnovers, but that's not his normal role. He comes off the bench usually. And the fact that he can start games, does everybody forget he's already had games on this homestand that were the reason the Warriors won games?
No, you preaching. And we got to mention one guy, Mr. Villanova. Remember, he came over and they made the announcement that they got DiVincenzo. I don't know another addition that is almost perfect like
Otto Porter last year. Gary Payton the second last year.
And that's who he reminds me of. Not how they play. No, this is Steiny. This dude is just
Sean Livingston.
The shot he gets. And why would D. Murray tip the ball out like Divock?
They've given up.
Oh,
that's the other thing.
And the coach might McMillan. If you're thinking about resigning, guess what, Steiny? You resigned. You got a foul to give, and you're not going to use it. Yuck.
I hear you. They're 5 in a row, though, at home, and they got Detroit tomorrow, then they got Orlando, then they got Phoenix.
Payback.
An 8-0 homestand is absolutely positively a possibility at this point, and nobody would have given them an 8-0 shot after they left Brooklyn about 2 weeks ago. Hey, get geared up for the playoffs right now at 957thegameshop.com. Relevant shirts, DPOY shirts, hoodies, gear from all the shows right here on 95.7 The Game. You go to 957thegameshop.com. Lorenzo Neal next on 95.7 The Game.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
So yes, it was after midnight and the glue on your kid's mission project refused to dry. But once everything was finished, you realized the smooth white and terracotta make this piece of history beautiful. CertaPro Painters has good news. Your home paint project doesn't have to come with the frustration and panic of your child's 4th grade project. Skip the stress and still end with the look you love. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Shop limited time deals at the Truckload event at Lowe's, happening now. Save big on your favorites across the store. During this event, get up to 50% off select tools and accessories. Plus, find the perfect floor tile for your home for less. Get up to 50% off select styles while you can. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Valid 12/29 through 1/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Discount taken at time of purchase.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure for fast, powerful nighttime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. NyQuil High Blood Pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use as directed.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
33. It's McCaffrey. Oh, what a hole! A gaping hole! McCaffrey, one man to get around, and he's tripped up inside the 5.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, 49ers beat the Raiders 37-34 in overtime on Sunday. They have the second seed now.
Man.
So that means as of now, they'll have 2 home games and 1 road game against the Philadelphia Eagles if the Eagles can get that far. We'll see.
Quarterback hurt.
Yeah. Steiny, I've been critical of JP all season. He's playing, but you can also say he contributed. Yeah. I do want to make a point about Jordan Poole, but I think Lorenzo Neal is poised. But if he's not, so I'm looking at Jordan Poole. This is what we got him. Nah, see, I can't.
We'll get back.
Yeah, but I you know me, I lose my train of thought. All right, we got him. All right, well, Lo Neal, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? How we doing?
Happy New Year, baby.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Lo.
Merry belated Christmas. It was great, guys.
Absolutely. Lorenzo, we got to go to the big story, obviously, with DeMar Hamlin. What have you ever seen anything like it in your time in the NFL?
No, I have not, guys. It was watching the game last night. I mean, hey, this is for the AFC #1 seed, and I wanted to see a great game. You looked at Cincinnati, great first start. Buffalo comes down, scores their 3. And this was going to be a dogfight. It's going to be a great game. And Guru and Steiny, the thing I was taken back, it was a, Guru, you've hit harder than that. And Steiny, you've probably been hit harder than that. That's the thing that struck me. At first glance at the hit, guys, I'm telling you right now, that's a routine tackle. The guy threw him over his body. And it was like, I was like, okay, did it? And you've seen him stand up and he falls out. And it was like, what happened? I knew it wasn't a concussion. I played football long enough to know that it's not a concussion. I played football long enough to know that, hey, this is not a concussion. It can't be broken neck or nothing like that, because the guy just turned into him. He didn't hit him underneath the chin. It didn't, and it's like, and then you saw the guy stand up and collapse. And in my 17-year career, guys, high school, college, pros, I've never seen anything like that. And I think the thing that just like struck me was the aftermath. That when watching these men cry and weep, when you see a guy, is trying to resuscitate him, and the magnitude in which it happened, and just to watching guys weeping and praying and coming together and understanding both sides. And the game meant nothing. Didn't care if they got to watch the game. People didn't care. It was just the fans were cheering, and everyone understood that moment that there was a life that on a field that, a grown man playing a kid's game, getting a king's dress. It does not supposed to happen like that. And my thoughts and prayers is with this young man and his family and both these teams, and his mom and his father and, the loved ones. I reached out to Kelly Skipper, who was a running back coach for me at Fresno State, who was my coach with the Raiders, and been knowing him for over 30 years. And, he just, said praying. I said, I'm praying for you guys. He's a Buffalo running back coach. So, it was very concerning to me. So it was just, I've never, to answer your question, guys, never seen anything like that. Know that he was, in pretty bad shape, and just haven't seen anything like it ever.
Lo, I'm with you. And unlike you, you're a former player, Steiny. I'm a fan. And I was on my couch watching what I deem, these guys are gladiators to me from different sides, weeping and holding each other. And I tweeted this out, Lo. I felt like there's no way, and you could say it's selfish, but just from my vantage point, there's no way this game should continue. And then you heard the comment Joe Buck talk about, hey, they've been given 5 minutes. And I give kudos to both coaches, because I'm not in the know, but I feel like they made the decision, like, we can't continue to play. Can you share with us what was going through your mind? Like, did you think, okay, after that ambulance left the field, are they going to actually try to continue this game? Because I did.
Yeah, you know what, guys? Here's why I said no. Because you guys have seen guys get hurt bad on the field, blown knees, guys get knocked out. You saw Tua. You see guys' hands when Tua got knocked out, his hands crossed. But you see guys get carried off the field in on the stretcher, and the thumb goes up, and they resume play. See, guys, this was different. That's why I'm saying, and like you, to your point, Guru, this was something I've never seen. I've seen guys get carried. Hell, Guru, you guys laugh at me. I got knocked out and was out. No one cried. But they knew that I was going to be okay. Tua, get knocked out. You see him go cross-eyed and get knocked out, and hands go, and he's hurt. but you still see his thumb go. You see guys with a stretcher that's sometimes maybe even paralyzed, and you still see them a thumb up, or they're conscious, and guys still able to play. But last night when you saw life leave him, guy, and they stopped breathing and doing mouth-to-mouth on the field, and people are crying and saying they can't breathe, he can't see. You couldn't play that after that. That's the difference. And we've seen guys horrific injuries. Daryl Stingley, Jack.
Yeah.
So we've seen horrific injuries, but the way that they saw this guy go lifeless, and the way that they stopped breathing and bring the ambulance, you didn't see the ambulance actually came on the field and did see that. If they would have played last night, what if another guy get hurt? The mental attitude of those games. What now? Someone gets any injuries, anything? The NFL couldn't let that after last night. It was an eerie, different feeling, and that's why I think you and Steiny and everyone's talking about across America is because it was different. It was eerie. If we've seen big hits, guys, they know that was just odd and a different. And I don't think it's two things. I mean, when I watched it 50 times, and I'm not a doctor, but I can tell you, either he's getting ready to make the tackle. If you see him, he was not really thinking the guy's going to turn into him. So maybe his body's just lax, and then all of a sudden he surprised him, so it hit him like in the chest, and maybe boom, it hit his heart. So it's like, okay, it skipped a beat, or he had some type of aneurysm or something like that, because it wasn't a helmet to helmet.
Right.
It was not a violent blow.
Yeah. Lorenzo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. He joins us usually on Mondays. And then you can also hear him Mondays at 6 on the Football Hour with Sean Salisbury. Let's turn our attention to the 49ers real quick. Low, they won 37-34 in overtime. Probably tougher game than a lot of people thought. But let me ask you this about Christian McCaffrey. I felt like when the news came out that the Panthers would entertain something with Christian McCaffrey in terms of a trade, I almost felt like, how do I put, like he's been a little banged up, but like they have gotten the Christian McCaffrey who's a superstar. You know what I mean? Like he's better, not than I just thought he was, but I feel like maybe the 49ers saw that he's still a great, great player when maybe other teams were like, he may have lost a step. You know what I mean?
It's very simple, guys. I say it all the time, Guru, Steiny, you guys always know I say this. I say, if all things being equal, players make plays, but coaches make decisions that can help determine outcomes of the game. If Jerry Rice is lined up playing man, and you're playing, you as a coach say, if you as a DB say, I'm going to play man-to-man, have fun, because Jerry Rice is going to make a play. The coach's job is to doubling, bracketing, do other things that's going to help determine the outcome of the game. Because if you lined up and said, I'm going to go man-to-man all day, coaches, he's going to eat you up. So the coach has to make a decision that's going to help determine the outcome of the game, and that's take Jerry Rice away. You take certain guys away. McCaffrey, guys, when you see what Kyle Shanahan has been able to use him as a chess piece and move him around the pod and move him around the board, line him up in the slot, line him up at the X, line him up at the Z, line him up at the F. They move him all over and run the ball, throw the ball, all the things he can do. This guy, to me, guys, is one of the closest, and I'm not saying this just because he's a Niner and we've covered the Niners. He's the closest thing to LaDainian Tomlinson in a long time. Now, he doesn't have he can't cut on a dime and leave 10 cents change. He can cut on a dime and leave 9 cents change. He doesn't have maybe as much wiggle, but as far as the speed, route running, be able to beat guys in the route, passing tree, you can't guard him. He's too physical and too fast for safeties, and he's too fast for linebackers and too physical for safeties. How do you line him up? This guy is a nightmare. So McCaffrey, to me, when you think about just what he's brought to the offense, he's made this offense, in my opinion, guys, unstoppable. It made this offense way more consistent, Guru, because the versatility you can get from McCaffrey.
Dude, I just told Steiny and the listeners pretty much the same thing, Lo, and I'm going to be real here. You know I like to play the ponies. It was 9.5. Coming into this game, I just knew the Niner defense was going to slaughter the Raiders. But we talked 2 weeks ago, and I said, you know what, Steiny, Lo? The Niners D, they've been getting a good whistle. I've been seeing some plays made, and they've been called back, and this is just one game. But this Niner defense, I didn't recognize them. Now, they got a game against Arizona, and, Arizona, they're not playing for anything, Low. But going into the playoffs, I got to believe whoever the Niners tangle with, they're going to look at this tape and the Kansas City tape But to you, a former player, have you lost any confidence in this defense and mainly the secondary with what you saw Sunday?
Great question, Guru. And Steiny, every time I come on, I always ask. And Steiny, you and I, we go out, but we say, you only can play the teams that's put in front of you.
Yep.
They played against a team in the Raiders that only lost if they lost one game, got beat really bad, and that's by the Saints by 20. But besides that, it's been one-score games. This Raider team, that was a playoff game for the Raiders. The Raiders had, if they had any hopes, that was a playoff. The Niners played a playoff game. Now, I've always said that, hey, I don't know if this defense is as great as everyone. No, it's not.
Right.
And it's not as great as everyone. I will say everyone's, this is like the Bears. No. Right. They haven't played anybody with a great offense. They played Kansas City. You see what happens. And you've seen when you played against great teams, not great teams because the Raiders not great, but teams that can score and put some points on the board and have some weapons, you struggle. Now, here's the deal. I'm not saying that they're a bad defense. It is a good defense. I'm just saying, let's not hold on when we talking about this as Ed Reed and the Baltimore Ravens and Ray Lewis. And that's what people just got to be a little bit, back that down just a little bit. Now, it's a good defense. Now, let's face it. Nicky Bosa can play on any defense, and he would be good in any area, and he would be great in any area. At the end of that game, Nicky Bosa, he closed that game for him. He put the pressure, put his tackle, the tackle in the quarterback's lap, the quarterback throw the ball up for grabs, and that one. There's the interception. But I'll tell you right now, to me, this was the best game for the Raiders, guys. This was the best game for the Raiders of this year, by far. This was the best team game that I've seen them play. Because your defense did make plays. Your offense had to make plays. Brock Purdy had to come from behind. You got to see this offense. But Guru, didn't you enjoy it? Because when the defense needed to make a big stop, it did.
Right.
When they were down double digits, they needed to get a stop and a turnover, and they got the ball back. Offense got 3 points, 7 points. They made plays when they needed to. I loved it because you got to see Brock handle pressure, have to delegate and put the ball in different spots, have to be down, have to go down to drive to win, have to go out back and take the lead. You got to see the ebb and flows of a football game, and you got to see a quarterback that's a rookie that taken offense. They said, I want to see how this guy plays from behind. I want to see him in a pressure situation. The guy was unflappable. I got to see something from the offense as a team that gives me more hope in the playoffs than I've ever had. Because we all said if this team gets down by 10, we all said if a team gets 30, we always said the first team to 30 or 28 loses. Now the Niners can't come back. You see now, we've got to see this week that you can see a team that can be down but have the ability to score and to strike at any time. That's what I loved about the Niners.
Yeah. Lorenzo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. Let me ask you about, and I know we don't talk about the Raiders a lot, but when they released Carr and told him to, go away, not to be a distraction. Derek Carr's been their quarterback for a decade or so, and my initial thought was, okay, that's the franchise quarterback. He's a class act. He seems to be loved by his teammates. This team is really on the edge this week. I'm talking about the Raiders. It could have been a 45-3 game. John Dickinson, our man, says to me before the game, he says, you know what we're going to find out a lot about today? And I said, what? He goes, might find out a little bit about Derek Carr. And I said, what? And he goes, you know what? We're going to find out about Derek Carr. Because if this thing was so emotional and the team was so distraught, they might have given less than 100% effort. But, that was a real... that was a professional. Those guys won. That was a big game for the Raiders, even though it was in the aftermath of something where, the organization was getting criticized for not caring and all that kind of stuff.
Rightfully so. But I totally understand. Here's the thing. They were professionals, but at the same sense, they're going to go out there and they play for sense. And at the same sense, they understand that these guys, that they still had a chance to get in playoffs. They still lost like the Raiders. They still made it a one-score game. Tell me how many games the Raiders lost, just like the game that we saw this past Sunday. Tell me how many games that the Raiders, Carr threw an interception at the end of the game. Tell me last week against the Steelers. So did we not see a carbon copy of what the Raiders have done this whole year, a one-score game? So I get it. So for me, it's not necessarily a Carr. I think that it's the coach. I look at this coach, and you think about what he's done. Last year, Carr takes them to the playoffs. They almost beat a Cincinnati team in Cincinnati, and now all of a sudden it's Carr. What about this head coach McDaniel? This is his second trip. What has he done? This team they went out and brought Devontae Adams, brought in more weapons. Why did this team underachieve? I just think, look, if you want to turn the page on Carr, that's fine. That's the NFL, and that's your prerogative. If you're a coach, you're an organization, but you just don't handle a guy who's been in your organization like that. That's not class. I don't think you handle Derek Carr and say, "Oh, don't come to the stadium. Don't do this. Don't do that." He's a pro. You don't do that to an individual. We don't want you to stadium. We want you nowhere apart. That's just, to me, that's the part that I'm like, God, could you have handled that a different way? If you don't want to start him, fine. Don't want to see, that's fine. Hey, Derek, you understand this is why we're doing this. But I just think for you to say stay away and do the way they did, I just think that you owe the guy more than that.
No, that's great stuff, Lo. You know what? Not only want to put you on the spot, but it's the last thing in regard to Hamlin. So Buffalo has a game this week against New England, Lo, and Cincinnati for that matter. And right now, by all reports, he's fighting for his life in a hospital. They don't know what's going on. Can you just walk us through what you think today and this week will be like? Like, this doesn't just, let's get back to work, especially, since we don't have the prognosis of him doing better. Can you put yourself in Buffalo's shoes of, like, how does the organization try to get ready for this weekend?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, we had a guy, Stephen Foley, you know him very well. Guru, that, Steiny, you as well. He gets shot. He gets Stephen Foley, outside linebacker, one of the best linebackers in the league. He's having a Pro Bowl type of year. He gets shot. We're at the Chargers. One of our brothers gets shot. And he was a big part of our team. And we lost him. Marty Schottenheimer was the coach, and we had to rally. And it's tough. But this is a tougher situation. But guys are resilient. This is a situation that, that, hey, I was doing radio and, and lost my father. And I don't know if athletes are built different and do the things, Guru and Steiny. We know that sometimes the show still has to go. Now, you can say, okay, if you ask, if I understand what's going on, this is horrible. But it's like the Buffalo Bills feel they have a chance to win a Super Bowl. They have a good team. Do you say, can we just postpone the season and say, we don't want to play, we just want to stop playing for the rest of the year, we don't want to play next week, the week after, we don't want to go to the playoffs? You can't do that. Cincinnati had a chance to be the number one seed, or possibly number one seed. So the show has to go on. I know personally. I can speak, like you said, Guru. I played this game and I've been in some tough collisions. C4, C5. My neck's jacked up. They want me to do surgery. Didn't know if I was going to have to retire. Been knocked out and all those different things. I can tell you right now, if I was unconscious, I can tell you now why I'm not. I would want my team to play, and I would want my team to rally. I would want my able to be tough, and I would, if I could talk, if I could say, I said, guys, go win it for me. I would say, guys, go and play. I would not, as a player, even though your heart's heavy and you're just, lost Junior Seau, one of my best friends, at his restaurant. This was a brother to me. Even with a heavy heart, guys would still want guys to go on and live their life and play a game that's what he got hurt, playing a game that he loved.
Yeah, Lo,
good stuff, man.
Appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you next week, buddy.
No worries. Cheers, guys.
All right, that's Lorenzo Neal, former NFL fullback.
Yeah. I shouldn't have asked him that, but...
Should ask him what?
The last question, just about, Stein, could you imagine you or I just, we have stuff, and I'm more than you, but I share all kind of stuff going on with me. I lost my cousin to Rondi Strada this morning.
Yeah.
Rest in peace. And I come in here, I ain't seen you in 2 weeks, and the first thing I say to you and Evan is that. But I appreciate you guys, and I love you, man. But I mean, how do you go forward? And especially Steiny, they don't know what's he facing. It's one thing where Steiny's doing good, but this is still up in the air. Yeah, we're talking about his life.
I mean, I think there's two things going on. One is respect for the player who's on the verge of death. Okay, so you must think about your actions in light of there's an NFL player who's teetering.
Man.
So, yeah, it's great if you're a player that has a mentality of, we gotta somehow overcome it. there's another thing, too, is, I mean, if you're an NFL player and you're asked to play, there's two, maybe you're like, I'm not playing when we don't even know if this guy's going to live or die.
Gotcha.
But then the other thing is, how does it affect a guy who's got to go out there thinking,
that's real.
What if it's me next?
That's real talk.
Like, it's not crazy to think, you know what? Some guys may just not play the rest of the year. I do not want to minimize this at all.
No doubt.
And it just depends on everybody's perspective of it.
And Lowe talked about the if I can say this, Stoney, violence of this hit. I thought about Reggie Lewis. I thought about Hank Gathers. Like, those were, and I wasn't there but that's how, that's what happened to them, cardiac arrest, Stoney. So I'm rooting for him, man. And like you just said, if a player was like, I can't go on, you would understand it.
Yeah. I mean, you would. Unfortunately, in the society we live in now, if they want to play a game next week and kind of just move on like the NFL likes to do, if you're a player that's thinking to himself, I just can't move on like this.
Right.
I mean, come on. This is ridiculous that we're just moving on. Yeah. A lot of people will say, that guy's soft.
No, I
hate to say it, but football is just relentless in terms of not wanting to upset the status quo.
And the money.
Exactly. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl, the Guru Johnson with you. Happy New Year, everybody. Guru and I haven't been together for a little bit.
How was Santa to you?
He was good. He was good. Ross Tucker coming up in 5 minutes. How was Santa? He was good. He was good.
You got something?
I got golf rain gear. I would have been able to wear it, but
man. I got some LeBron new hoop shoes that I've tested out twice from the wife.
Wait a minute. Some
new shoes, basketball. Boy, I'm out there, Snotty.
Okay, so I don't get this. So Warriors World, they have a website that's dedicated to the Golden State Warriors. Runs by Rashid.
Yeah.
And he once, I don't know why, but just because he's a nice guy, sent me some curries. This was about 10 years ago.
Oh, I feel better now. I thought it just happened this Christmas.
So
Go ahead.
I was playing back then a little bit. So I used them to play, and everybody was like, how can you play in those? I'm like, well, they're...
You got to be kidding me. I'm with you. I'm balling.
I guess some people just, no, you don't wear them to play. You got to wear them
I'm with
style.
You. No, please. I've been playing, Snotty. I ain't falling down. I feel faster and lighter. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Santa was good.
So you got new sneakers.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I got
an underwear and socks.
Some socks. Yeah. I got some socks.
Yeah.
I gave
two socks or regular dress socks.
Dress socks. Yeah. Well, they came with a pair of shoes.
Okay.
It actually wasn't from my family. It was from something else. All right, we got Ross Tucker. Ross Tucker coming up on the other side, and also Warriors Wednesday. That's tomorrow. That will be brought to you by Friedman Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Bob Myers coming up tomorrow on a Warriors Wednesday. It's going to be sponsored by Friedman's Appliance. But up next, Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Are you looking to make a difference in your community? Interested in learning more about a career in law enforcement? The Concord Police Department wants to hear from you. Explore a rewarding career path and be the change for your community. Look forward to competitive salary earnings up to $190,000 annually, full benefits and annual incentives. To learn more about what it means to be a part of the Concord PD, take the first step and contact a recruiter today or go to joinconcordpd.com. Serve the community you love. Your career starts today.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent. But then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try Babbel for free. That's Babbel.com.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie-cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie-cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Motion from McLeod. Purdy, play action for the end zone. It's caught. Ayuk, touchdown.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, joining us right now is Odyssey's NFL Insider, 95.7 The Game's NFL Insider, Ross Tucker. Ross, there were about three things I wanted to get to you today. I want to talk Niners. I wanted to get a little into Penn State, but obviously first things first with Damar Hamlin. You played in the NFL. I'm sure you watched the whole thing. Just what goes through your mind as someone who's much closer to it than the rest of us?
Just really scared, probably like everybody else was. I've never seen anything like that on a football field. When Joe Buck first said CPR, that's when you get real concerned. And, I played 3 years for the Bills. You know how closely I follow high school football. DeMar Hamlin's a Pittsburgh kid. He went to Pittsburgh Central Catholic, and I knew about him, I don't know, when he was in 10th grade maybe. I remember watching him in the state championship in Hershey against Parkland High School, which is from Allentown, Pennsylvania. I mean, I don't know him. To my knowledge, I've never even met him, but I follow it so closely that you kind of almost feel like you do know him, if that makes sense. Because I've been following him since he was in 10th grade, and now he's a couple years in the NFL. And, there's a lot of emotions that come back to me, right? They mentioned that his mom's there. So, of course, I think about my mom and what it was like for her when I was playing. And, I think about how, it's funny. I think it's natural to personalize stories like this. And I said to my wife last night, we're both laying in bed watching ESPN, talking about it. And I said, gosh, I'm so glad I don't play anymore, because I used to pray before every game, to just keep everybody out there free from any type of serious injury. And I didn't even know that this thing was a possibility, whatever they're calling it. Commodio cordis is what several doctor friends of mine have said that they believe it is, and telling me about it in other sports and stuff. But I didn't know about that. But as a player, I think, you primarily think about paralysis and those type of things, right? Like, I grew up probably like you guys with Mike Utley from the Lions and Dennis Byrd from the Jets. So when I was a player, I was on the wedge on kickoff return. You kind of knew, like, keep your head up and bowl your neck because, the one thing I know for sure I don't want to have happen today is I don't want to come out of this game paralyzed.
No doubt, Ross. And as a fan, unlike a player like yourself, I've never seen a football game stopped. I've never seen it paused. And I told Steiny and the listeners I hadn't saw an ambulance on the field. And I'm like you, when I heard CPR, I tweeted out, there's no way they're going to finish. Not a play-by-play, but did you and your wife and the player in you think, what, are they going to even try to continue this game? How soon, can you share with us how soon you thought, what, this game's done?
As soon as I heard CPR. Yeah, as soon as I heard CPR and it lasted that long, and I saw the look on, like, Josh Allen's face and stuff, I did not think they were going to try to play. Because what if the worst-case scenario happened? Feels like it would be an awfully bad look if they're playing a football game and, God forbid, DeMar Hamlin had passed away. Although, I do think it's interesting. I've been thinking about this. I'm not comparing the two, but I actually was on the field one time when the ambulance came on the field. I was playing for the Bills. 2004, we were playing the Patriots, and our right tackle, Big Mike Williams from Texas, was motionless on the ground. He suffered a neck injury or neck concern or whatever. So they brought the backboard out, and they have all the personnel out there, and then the ambulance comes out, and you can't help but kind of look in the stands, and we all know Mike, and we know his wife, Anisha, and my wife was there. I think we were engaged at the time. You think about all that stuff. But what's wild is, with the neck and spine stuff, they took him off in the ambulance. We're all concerned about it. We don't know if he can walk or what. You're kind of talking about it. You're even talking with the Patriots about it. And then they take him off and you play the next play and it feels like slow motion and doesn't even feel like you're really playing. And then the next play after that, it's like totally back to normal, like nothing ever happened.
Yeah, man, that's I don't think that's something non-football players can even understand, to tell you the truth. But I appreciate that perspective. Ross Tucker joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Let's talk a little football. Niners They won in overtime, 37-34. First of all, now it's time to bring the Eagles in here a little. The 49ers now the number 2 seed. What's going on with Jalen Hurts? Is this more serious than people might think?
No, I don't think it is. I think that obviously he had a shoulder injury. They had 3 games to win 1. They have a really good backup. So they certainly didn't want him to have to shoot him up to play against the Cowboys. So they put Minshew out there. They played very well. Minshew played very well. They probably should have won the game. They lost the turnover battle by 3, and they lost. And I think they thought, yeah, maybe we could put Hurts back out there this week, but Minshew's a really good backup, and we're playing at home now, and let's just take care of business and be able to rest Jalen until the playoffs. But then they lost. Minshew did not play well. They did not play well. Credit to the Saints for coming to play. So my guess is that they probably play Hurts against the Giants. I don't know if the Giants are going to even play their guys because they're locked into the 6th seed. I'd be surprised if the Eagles don't win, but they do have some concerning injuries with Lane Johnson and Avonte Maddox, but just kind of feels like if they do have Hurts back out there, that'll provide a major spark, and that the Eagles, especially if they're going against the Giants backups, I would imagine that they win the game and they lock up number 1 seed anyway. And I don't know, maybe on some level it's a blessing that Hurts and some of these guys aren't resting for 3 weeks or whatever.
Ross, you being a former player, I need you to educate the listeners and myself on this. The Niners had an exciting win over the Raiders in Vegas. Bosa, he was in on the last play that caused the game with, an interception. He hit Stidham's arm. And I'm thinking to myself, and I'm sipping the Bosa Kool-Aid, but I thought about, why can't a defensive player get MVP? Lawrence Taylor got it last in 1986, and before him, Alan Page in 1971. But because they give DPOY, does that negate a defensive player getting MVP as well? Because, Hurts is hurt, no pun intended. But I'm like, if a defensive player did deserve it, I think we're watching Bosa deserve it this season. Your thoughts?
If they're going to talk about Justin Jefferson as MVP candidate, they should absolutely talk about Nick Bosa as an MVP candidate. Now, just by the nature of the sport, I don't think either one of those guys can ever be as valuable as like Patrick Mahomes or Hurts or Josh Allen or whoever, just because of how vitally important the quarterback position is. But, yeah, man, I mean, if you're talking about non-quarterbacks, I would put Nick Bosa probably ahead of Justin Jefferson. Jefferson's been fantastic, but the star has been the Niners defense. They've had the best defense in football. I don't necessarily know what happened against the Raiders. He's been the best defensive player this year. So I'll be curious. This is the first year where I don't know if they rank it 1 through 3 or 1 through 5, but this is the first year where you're not just voting for one guy as it relates to MVP. So I'll be curious to see if if you're only voting for one guy, nobody's voting for Nick Bosa or Jefferson. But if there's a 1 through 5, that actually gives them a chance where I feel like, maybe they actually will get a chance to get some votes. And, I wouldn't be surprised if Bosa or Jefferson ends up in the top 5 in the voting.
Yeah. Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's our NFL Odyssey insider. Ross, I'm out in the Bay and you're back east, but people that don't know us don't understand a pride we have in our hometown of Reading, Pennsylvania. And, watching Nick Singleton do what he did for Penn State in the Rose Bowl, I don't know about you, but it just made my day. Governor Mifflin product out of, outside Reading. How are you feeling about our hometown and just the plethora of just phenomenal athletes out there from our area.
Let me. I want to ask. I'm going to spin that Steiny on Guru. Okay, Guru.
Talk to
Where
me.
did you grow up?
Union City, California, here in the East Bay.
Okay, who are like some of the best athletes from there?
Kevin Mouton, Darrell Bird, who recovered the touchdown for the Raiders in the '82 Super Bowl against the Skins, Eddie House, and Roy Williams from the Cowboys from Oklahoma, the safety.
Oh, Roy was my teammate.
Yeah, we call it the Union, Ross, but it's Union City.
Right now because of Roy, because against the Redskins back then on Thanksgiving, he made an unbelievable play for a touchdown, and we beat him, which was amazing. That's funny. Well, so, okay, let's go back. Let's go to the Roy Williams. When he was balling out at Oklahoma, and then when he made those plays for the Cowboys, did you feel a sense of pride or not really?
Oh, the ultimate pride. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Because I think that is the way it should be everywhere.
No doubt.
You know, when you're from somewhere, I think you should take pride. There's a couple NFL guys, Chad Henne for the Chiefs, quarterback.
Obviously, the great Kerry Collins,
starting linebacker for the Detroit Lions. But yeah, Nick Singleton's an interesting one. They started telling me about him when he was in 8th grade. I would not be surprised if he's in the NFL draft in 2 years. I mean, Guru, he was the National Player of the Year. He's 5-star. I mean, he looked kind of like Kajana Carter and Saquon Barkley. Maybe by then, C-Mac will be slowing down and Singleton will be the next Niner running back under Shanahan to be piling up the yards.
Wow.
Nice. Wow. Yeah, I mean, like, I take pride, believe it or not, in Ross Tucker.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, you don't even understand that.
Now, does he take pride in Steiny?
That I don't know. But it's a year thing. I'm older than Ross, so. Hey, appreciate it, buddy.
Happy New Year, man.
Have a great New Year. We'll talk to you next week, man.
Yeah, likewise. Should get real interesting next week. I'm looking forward to it. See you guys.
All right, Ross Tucker, 95.7 The Game's Odyssey.
Question for you.
I get that nobody cares about that. Except I love it. That's
Evan,
this is why Ross is good, because he's smart, like most of the guys from my area. He knows. I was going to say that about Nick Singleton from Reading, Pennsylvania, of course, but he knows that nobody cares. Like, nobody cares out here about the Knicks. So that's why he said, Goo, who are your guys? And so then you get to mention some people that actually, people from the Bay Area have heard
Otis Amy, I forgot. Donnie Spragan. They played in the NFL. Hey,
where'd he play?
Question. Logan and play for the Dolphins, a couple other NFL teams. I mean what I'm about to say to you and Evan and the listeners and John back there. This is my first time seeing you in the new year. But at what juncture do you stop saying Happy New Year? Is it the 11th? If it's the first time, if
probably
it's
after
February,
today.
when do you
I think I'm probably done.
Not 6, not 7.
I don't know. You know what? Ask Willard during the changeover, because he seems to have a hard, fast rule. He and Dibbs.
Oh,
I think it's by Friday. Oh, you get till Friday and then it's over.
The 6th. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So, anyway. All right. That was Ross Tucker. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. Man, it's been a while since Goo and I have been together, and there's so much to talk about. Warriors win in double overtime last night, 143-141. Clay with 54.
Didn't have the most in the league, though. Mitchell had 71.
I know.
Good Lord. What are we? 71?
See, now you're.
No, I'm just like, man. I thought 17 more.
I don't want to start out the new year.
We love you, Clay.
Like this. But
on 34 shots.
39. Oh, Mitchell. Yeah.
Donovan
Mitchell.
Right.
11 assists.
Wow.
Yeah, apparently 99 points he was responsible for. That's pretty amazing. Yeah. That is absolutely pretty amazing. I don't know. Don't hate on me for this.
I missed you.
The NBA, you know me. I'm a basketball.
Oh, this is the lowest it's been.
I just don't.
Where you going?
63s the Warriors took.
Oh,
I know, 59 3-pointers.
Good God.
It's just not.
Oh, Patrick Ewing on line 2. Hakeem on 3.
Yeah,
Robinson on 4.
It's too much.
Kareem on 5.
It's too much.
Yeah. It's a new one.
All right, 831. Hey, Steiny, saw you on KTVU yesterday morning. You were looking disheveled, bro.
Oh,
Do they not have mirrors in there or what? Hey, 831.
I'm laughing with you.
Are you
not
serious?
at you.
Did you not hear my story about that specifically? I'm not going to repeat.
You're a gamer.
I don't
You
like any
showed
of
up.
it, to be honest with you.
No, I had to. I absolutely, positively had to. By the way, let's talk some Niners before we get to 2 o'clock. Then we'll switch over a little bit to the Warriors. Let me tell you what Brock Purdy is great at.
We got to get.
I'm telling you, that play he made, where he evaded and then threw it away. You know what? That game had so much stuff going on it, and I was watching it at a bar, so I didn't. Okay. I usually take notes.
Yeah.
So I know exactly the time and situation. Gotcha. But the one where he takes the snap and he turns, and there's a guy right on him, and he's got to turn the other way.
Jimmy would have been done.
And he somehow was able to elude.
That's a big play.
It's huge, man.
The series was at stake right there.
I know. He is showing a smartness that maybe neither of their first 2 quarterbacks have.
Where are you going with this?
He's got poise.
Okay.
I mean, look, there's a chance that he will get to the playoffs and something will happen and they lose. Maybe he throws 2
because that's going to happen to any of the quarterbacks.
Thank you.
Okay.
And especially a rookie quarterback. So,
but if he gets it done.
Yeah. I mean, if he gets it done, it's going to be an unbelievable story. But what I'm saying is, if he's like any other rookie quarterback and you get to the playoffs, it's like I don't expect much from him in the playoffs because he's a rookie. Like I always feel like young player, hey, they got to the playoffs, great.
Yeah.
Well, don't expect a young player to be dominant. Don't expect a young player to win it all. You got some growing pains. They're going to maybe lose a game or 2, and then you got to climb the mountain, so to speak. So
there were a couple throws the Raiders got.
There always are going to be.
But that's every quarterback, right?
Yeah,
he doesn't have the strongest arm, but either did Montana. But he knows what he wants to do with it, and I believe he makes up his mind quick. There is a scenario, because you asked Ross Steiny about Philly. I told you, I saw that hit and that weight that was on Hurt's shoulder. We'll see how hurt he is this Sunday. But with that said, if I come back Monday and see that the Niners have the number 1 seed, that's only 2 home games standing in their way to get to the Super Bowl. This is not one-on-one basketball when you talk about can Purdy get it done. Damn it, Steiny. I mean, I got my popcorn ready. Like, it's because what's getting lost is you told me your appreciation, and I appreciate it, about Kyle Shanahan and what you think of him with the Barrows thing, and it was awesome. But I feel like his flowers aren't being given by what he's asking and what he's doing, putting Brock in positions to win, too. This is his show. Everything they run or try to do, and McCaffrey, you talk about needing a Gatorade. He was doing everything Sunday, but still Kittle was eating. Still Ayuk was eating. And this is without your boy.
What happens when Debo comes back? Somebody's going to get hosed.
It don't even
Let me tell
matter.
You something. If the 49ers, like this is, according to you, if the 49ers win the Super Bowl, but in the Super Bowl, Debo only has 2 catches, you'll be mad.
Oh, no. I'm over it now because they're fast breaking like the Showtime Lakers. Who got Worthy, Coop, Kareem, Jamal? Like, there's so many. Who? As long as you eat.
Angry Black in Union City.
I was like,
what's up, Angry Black? No, that's his name. I assume it's a him.
I was in a good mood. I didn't know what you were saying.
What's up, Angry?
What's going on? Hey, here was the thing. Brock Purdy, if he continues the way Brock Purdy has been playing the last, 4 or 5, then you should be sold on him. I'm sold on him, and I'm a Raiders fan. But here's my question. If the Raiders kick a field goal when it was 4th and 1, that kind of changes the whole dynamic of the game, because at that point, I think they would go up by 13. They lost by 3. So at that point, the Raiders their destiny isn't to win the next game and go to the off and get a different seating. That's not it. To me, the coach should have been put as many points on the board against this rookie, and let's make it harder for him to come back. And I just want to see what you guys think about that scenario. I'll listen to you guys. Appreciate it.
Wow, hadn't even crossed my mind. But they were being aggressive. And do the Raiders got a quarterback, or do you dare say that in one game? He looked good. But Steiny, what if they would have kicked that 3?
Well, then I'm one of those guys that believes nothing.
Playing scared.
No, like that changes everything. Like, and here's my point is, it's like the game against the Commanders. Oh, 49ers, they blew a 37-20. Hey, dominant, great. Okay, it was 14-7 midway through the third quarter.
7-7 at half.
And Ron Rivera has a 4th and 1 at their own 40, and he goes for it. They don't get it. Boom. It changes the whole game.
Yeah, I'm with
you.
Now
it's a 2-score game when the alternative would have been he was impatient. Why not punt that? Maybe you get it. Maybe you pinned the 49ers at their 10. I'm not saying that's the reason they lost, but you can't. The 49ers are they're kind of like the Warriors as far as I'm concerned now in terms of winning 9 in a row. You can't make stupid mistakes against them. You can't give up points. Yeah. And it's almost like one of those things, who was it, Brady? Touchdown to, was it Mike Evans? Mike Evans, flag, it's coming back. Right. But guess what? You know what? I don't want to be overly dramatic.
Too, right.
Ball game's over.
Yeah, Saints had one too, and an INT. Hey, Ron Rivera, I mean what I'm about to tell you and the listeners. If you don't see me again and somebody say, hey, what'd you think about Guru? I honestly believe you would say, you know what? He cared. What do you care about? It don't matter. He cared.
Who?
Who? Know me.
No, who cares?
Me. About what
okay. But you meant Ron
Rivera, after the game, telling the media he didn't know if they could be eliminated, tells me he started Carson Wentz thinking, we got a game to trick off. And to me, Steiny, do you think he was playing? A lot of people in the industry were offended, but as a fan, that hurt me. And I thought about you. I know JD. I sent JD a text. Steiny, you got to tell me that bothered you, that Ron, it was perceived he didn't know if Green Bay had won and they lost, that they were done. That's why you started Wentz, because you thought you still were going to be in it.
Do you know that for a fact?
No, I don't. Okay. And I'm losing sleep over it.
Ron Rivera rang the cancer bell. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Man.
No, I like Ron Rivera. I do.
But even after this, boy, he was taking some Tuesday. Like, I didn't have to bring it up. People went in.
People always
go in. You got to
in.
know.
That's all people do these days. Go in. Go in.
I heard the segment on the words you two don't like. Evan, I never heard him. What? Evan said people got to quit using him. Remember the words you guys?
There's another one, too.
I never heard him.
I can't believe this is the one that I didn't bring up.
I got a kick out of that.
Somebody on Twitter said hater. That's a fact. That word's gone.
No, that's here to stay. That's all Twitter is.
No, it's not. Not in my book. You know what? That's
hater.
I can't stand that.
Yeah.
You're a hater. Why? Well, because you actually thought that my favorite player is human. Yeah, people are talking about Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
Oh, Jordan Poole.
We know he's great.
Shut up about Jordan Poole.
JP. But the highlight.
He turns the ball over like Curry turned the ball over early in his career. There's no difference.
Oh,
God.
Guru, the gullible strikes again. Well, I'm not gullible. I believe Ron didn't know that they lost.
Well,
they were.
You also.
I'm out of air.
415, and we got to take a break.
Nice job, Goo.
But this is something that's kind of your MO. Like the golfer who fell into the creek was not Michael Jordan. It was not Michael Jordan.
It's not to go on, man. After that. Thank you for your help.
How many? You know what? We should go back in our text threads the whole year and find out how many times Spadoni texted the group and said, "Not real, Goo." All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Moose And Basic Cam, we'll get to your calls. We will also talk a little bit about the Warriors. I'm going to stick up for Jordan Poole on the other side. We've got to take the long view, please. And tune in tomorrow as Bob Myers joins us on the Executive Show. It's brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for an easy waste removal process. Less mess, reduce stress, budget-friendly, and clean-friendly. Call 833-3-YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com.
I'm Team Guru for life.
Dub Nation, don't miss any games in the new year. Join us live at Chase Center to see the Warriors face the Detroit Pistons and Orlando Magic this week. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans directly, and recycle old clothes by donating them. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn, qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Changing your oil. You know, an oil change is a great way to get more MPGs. Right now, you can enter for a daily chance to win a $200 AutoZone gift card when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 Full Synthetic and an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
No purchase required.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Oh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Warriors with no timeouts. Draymond up the floor. Dribbles it, waits. Handoff Thompson takes a 3 on the way. No good. Looney with a tip. No good. Tipped up. It's good! At the buzzer! Kevon Looney! Kevon Looney tipped it in. A scramble at the rim. The Warriors celebrate, jumping up and down, mobbing number 5 at midcourt. What a way to bring in the new year. 143-141. No doubt that's a good basket. They don't even have to review it.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Thank you, Kevon.
Wow.
Nice play last night. Nice play last night.
Mr. Milwaukee.
But what about the minus 20, plus minus?
Well, numbers lie.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Holy
That's a great place to start. A lot of people on the, and I saw it dogging Jordan Poole. Why? Because he's turning it over?
No.
Why?
It's when he
okay.
Get the ball to the man that's in fuego. That's all. And if
21 for 39?
And if you go to the cup, don't dribble
50.
it off your knee. Watch Steph Curry's
Did you just
reaction.
say if you go to the basket, don't dribble it off your knee?
Yeah, right.
We used to say no S, Sherlock.
Right.
Okay.
My point.
Listen.
There's a price to pay. I hate
this is, can you just bear with me?
Yeah.
Steph Curry has had a turnover problem his whole career. All right? Particularly early in his career.
I get you.
Okay, why? Well, because early in his career, he was primarily a 1. And then over the course of his career, guess what? He ain't a point guard anymore. Draymond Green is. Mm-hmm. So Steph Curry's turnovers are completely a non-issue now. Why? Because you have Draymond to take away some of the ball handling duties. When Jordan Poole plays, he is not the player that Steph Curry is off the ball. So that means he's got to have the ball in his hands more than Curry does now, way more than Curry does now, because Curry's a genius off the ball.
Yeah.
So he's going to turn it over.
Draymond said as much.
Thank you. Jordan Poole.
So it wasn't just me. I love JP. It's not Draymond, the maestro that he is, talked about playing without Wiggins and Curry. Like, you're featured. They're coming at you.
Exactly.
But my only thing was get the ball to Clay.
Doesn't it look like he's getting guarded by the best player on defense, Jordan Poole?
Well, more reasons to give it up to a guy that's got 54. That's all.
Clay could also try to come get it.
Yeah.
I think Clay did okay. I think Clay got enough shots up last night.
Clay is back. Well, but you don't want backstart.
You can say that.
No, I'm just saying other teams now are looking at that performance and just this homestand like.
He's been great.
Oh, okay.
He's been great.
No.
He and Draymond Green have done exactly what they need to do.
People thought you were being super. Remember when you said that the way you said it?
Yeah.
Don't.
What a controversial statement. The Warriors are 15-18. They've been blown out by 40 points by the Knicks and then the Nets. Curry's going to be out the whole homestand, and I had the gall to say, well, this is when Clay and Draymond need to be stepping up, need to be the leaders, need to drag this team to wins over the course of this 8-game homestand. Oh, my boy, what a hater I am. Moose in San Jose. What's going on, Moose? How you doing, buddy?
Happy New Year, fellas.
Yeah.
I'm not looking to come down your road, Steiny, but I do have to put this one on your plate. You've been saying for a while the 49ers haven't really had an admirable win. They haven't really gone through any adversity. Purdy hasn't seen much because he's been playing with a lead. I got to ask you the question, how you feel. I know it's the Raiders at 6-9, whatever they were before the game, but look, this was an adversity win, and I think any game you play on a Sunday under the lights or whatever it may be, and there's all professionals making hard-earned money here. So the way I see it, every game has a little bit of adversity sprinkled into it, whether you have a 2-touchdown lead or not. Now this one, he's coming from behind, led a couple of drives late. I got to say, man, this kid definitely has a lot of moxie. That's my opinion of it. I want to hear yours. And now that you guys are talking about it, I just got to quickly comment on Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
It's less the turnovers. The turnovers, to me, look, you're a point guard. You made the point right there. You're going to have turnovers. For me, it's the 3-point shots with like 7 to 10 seconds left on the clock. I got to see the ball movement a little bit more. And you know what? To some extent, I'm not going to call Clay out last night because he obviously had his night, but he's becoming a little obvious with the threes. I mean, you knew he was going to chuck that one up at the end for that tie. Steph walked off with his hands in there. Everyone knew he wanted to take that shot. Of course, he's one of the greatest shooters in the world, so he's going to make those at times. But I just feel like he's becoming a little obvious in what he wants to do, and I'm worried that I was actually at the game against Portland as well. We're winning these games by the last second wins. It's not really sustainable. I'd like to see a little more ball movement late. And I know everyone's legs are dead. I get it, but a little more ball movement going to the basket. We were kind of just chucking up threes, and it was like, hold your breath.
No, I hear you.
Make or miss league. I get it, but.
All right, here's what I'll say. I'll let Guru then jump in.
Yeah. He played 46 minutes.
I mean, here's why they didn't have Steph Curry last night. That's 30 points, and they're playing without Wiggins. That's 18. So, Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole are going to have to try to do more.
Right.
And it's going to probably mean taking more bad shots, trying to put the ball on the floor and make a play. Without Steph Curry, everybody uses the phrase, they got to step up. Well, guess what? Stepping up means you're going to probably make more mistakes because you're trying to do more. So, you got to allow for that. You got to allow for that because they're not playing their typical game because their best player's not playing with them. That's why I'm not going to be overly critical of Jordan Poole having a turnover stretch here.
Right.
And even Klay Thompson, whose shot selection I think has gotten better, but it wasn't very good at the beginning of the year. It's you got to allow Klay more bad shots if Steph's not playing. You just do.
And it was natural last night. That 54 wasn't Michael J. Fox and Teen Wolf like we saw. You just alluded to it when he first came back. He was hunting them. Steiny's they need that. But Jordan Poole, Steiny, 46 turnovers in 9 games.
That's 5 a game.
Okay, but sometimes the over dribbling, those are the ones. It's come on, son, just, you know what I mean? Curly Neal. And that one where
people want it both ways with Jordan Poole. See this, and this is
the hot
and this
man.
This is why sometimes you drive me nuts. To get back to now we're back. It's no longer Happy New Year.
I
mean, you want the ha-ha, but you don't want the turnovers. Well, good luck. Good luck.
Well,
you want the ha-ha.
Okay.
You want the making a goof out of Miles Plumlee. You want the, look at him, cross him over. Well, then you're going to turn it over more.
I got you. But
He's
last night, I wanted the ha-ha from the guy that had 54.
He doesn't have
it
a ha-ha.
It was his ha-ha, but Jordan took that moment from him. And normally when a dude's hot like that, Steiny, you seek him out. And you're right, Klay could have did better. But I think Klay was this joker's going to give me the ball. He's not. Turnover. That's when I'm come on now. Rick Barry, come on, people.
So, you don't just give the ball to Klay Thompson and say go to work,
dude. Hey, I'm with you. But one of the shots at the top of the what was 6 dribbles and whop, Atlanta, they're done.
But
I'm saying it.
Do you really think the Warriors can win in the long term with Klay creating he created?
No, hell no, and that's why I wouldn't say this team can go back to back if this is who they were without Wiggins and Curry. They're coming back. So everything will be – they're better right now. Later, It's going to be greater later because all these guys are taking strides. I'm talking about everybody, Kuminga, the Wisemans. And when they come back, they meaning Curry and Wiggins, you got to be thinking, oh, my gosh, we have something here.
Unless the young players get worse when they don't play as much, which happens to a lot of young players.
That's on the table.
The other thing I was thinking about, 49er-wise, just to get back to Moose, it's like two things can be equally true. The 49er schedule can be pretty easy, can be among the easiest in the league.
Right.
They can still be a problem in the playoffs.
Well,
they can. But I just go back to what Lorenzo Neal said. I'm telling you, if they lose to the Cowboys in the second round, or if, God forbid, Rodgers comes in here and beats them 31-30,
gotcha.
Yes, people are going to say, they weren't really tested enough during the regular season. They're just gonna. That's all.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make them any less capable of winning it all.
But it's how I started the show. Then you're telling me, and I know things have changed, especially at the most important positions, Donnie, but this team was just in the NFC Championship. So they are good, led by their defense, which came back pretty much, led by Bosa. So I think we're past the they haven't been tested to phase for me.
They haven't played anybody. Like, why are you fighting that? Why do 49er fans fight that?
Because
they haven't played a tough schedule.
Right, no doubt.
So what? They're 12-4, and they have a shot at the number 1 seed. I would rather play an easy schedule and get the number 1 seed than get my brains beat in and be the number 2 seed.
Hey, there's some merit to that.
No, it's facts,
but when
it's facts.
Give me this, and this is where I'm coming from. When they played Miami is not going to make the playoffs now.
Okay.
But when they came in, that was the ultimate limit. That was the test. That was the SAT. And it's not your fault. Miami was hotter than a fish grease when they came in. Okay. Ooh, we can't wait to play the Dolphins. But now, look how that's went out the window. My point to you and the people saying that is when whoever they play in 2 weeks, if they don't get the number 1 seed, they won't have a game. I honestly believe the Niners and who they are and what they do, the outcome of that game is not going to have anything to do with who you played during the 17.
It might not. And you know what? If I wanted to be a 49er homer, you know what I'd say? Let me tell you something. I'm glad they had the easiest schedule in football by far. You know why? Because we are going to be healthy and we are going to be raring to go. We're going to be completely healthy in week 1. And guess what? We got the number 1 seed. Why? Guess what? Our schedule wasn't quite as hard as the Philadelphia Eagles, who were in a division with the Cowboys and Giants. 2 10-plus win teams. It's okay to I'm sorry.
I don't fight you on that, but
they've had an easy
I just feel like I know who the Niners are, even though they got. You're right. Let me see your schedule.
You're giving them the benefit of the doubt, right?
Well, they earned it.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
But all I'm saying is, if you're in Minnesota,
right,
and everybody in the country's laughing at your team, why wouldn't you be in Minnesota saying, well, they haven't played anybody out in San Francisco?
Because, and I'll go back to Willard.
My point is you can look at it any way you want if you're a homer.
Well, numbers don't lie in the sense that when you look at the point differential with Minnesota,
it better be.
You know what people are saying, Steiny, is they've gone to the well too much. And maybe, even though they got a good record, maybe they're not as good as their record says when you look at the point differential.
They're not.
That's all.
They're 10-7. They're a 10-7 team. Okay?
Yeah. But
that's not bad. They're still a playoff team.
But would you have confidence when just Minnesota in this instance, when they come here to Levi's? Like, forget
they're going to be 7.5-point favorites.
Right. Underdog.
Who's saying the Vikings are going to be the most likely team to run the table? Nobody.
Right.
I'm just saying, they're frauds. Okay. They're 12-4.
No, they're going to make the playoffs.
Break. Yeah. And as long as we're at it now, you ready for this?
Yeah.
The Bears, they stink. The Seahawks, okay. The Broncos, they stink.
Yep.
The Rams, they stunk. The Panthers, they stink.
I got you.
The Falcons, I'll give you a hint.
They're not a playoff
team.
The
Chiefs, by the way, we got blown out.
Nope.
The Rams stink. The Chargers, They're good, but
have the ball with a chance to win.
If you want to play the game of when the Dolphins came in here, they were the king. They were there.
Tua was horrible.
Yeah. Well, guess what? When the Chargers came in, they stunk. They were so beat up. Not even funny. Dolphins, okay, great. They're 8-8. Yeah. Dynamite. You beat a great team. Buccaneers, please. Good. Seahawks, okay.
Well, Buccaneers are a playoff team. Yeah.
Commanders, not quite a playoff team.
Need a coach.
Yeah, worst coach in the NFL.
That bothers me. But I'm telling you, and I'm not DMV to give you the license for you to do what you want with that. I'm not mad at that.
I'm not doing anything. It's sometimes there are facts, and you just let them there. Okay. The 49ers schedule has been pretty easy.
Right.
I'll walk out.
Yeah, no.
Like that, but there's no controversy there, and I'm not making a statement that it's going to come back to bite them.
Right, okay. That's where that's what it sounds like.
It might.
Okay, well.
I mean, it might.
Yeah.
But
you play who's on your schedule. I
get it. And they had a Division I AA schedule this year.
My guy, I think you're familiar. You follow him on Instagram, Travis King.
I don't know who he is.
Rapper, Niner fan. Sent me a text, listening to you and I, and says, was Sunday an anomaly for this defense, or should Niner fans be concerned? And I'm asking you, since you got black on, we both do. I got double black. But, Steiny, are you worried?
About who?
The Niner defense.
No. What?
To have their worst performance a week with one game left, and then you go in and play the Dallas or the Philly or the
If you ask me, because
we were talking all
right
time
now,
great, I was.
Steiny, you got to bet on one team to go to the Super Bowl in the NFC. I'm going to take the Niners.
We got the same bet then, because I'm with you.
But guess what?
I mean that.
The Niners have had an easy schedule, but I think they're going to go to the Super Bowl.
Right, okay.
Okay. See, 707, let me...
Watch yourself.
You can...
707, please...
No, you can't.
How dumb are people? How dumb are... Like, you can say the same damn thing about the Eagles. 707, how dumb do you have to be? The Eagles play the Cowboys twice.
Giants.
Last I saw, the Cowboys won 11 games.
Giants.
In the playoffs.
Yeah, I get it.
49ers schedule is soft, therefore they're soft. No, that's incorrect. 510. It's incorrect.
The McCaffrey trade is just incredible. Hey,
let's go to a base camp.
Yeah.
Base camp in Oakland. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, y'all? What's up? Hey, it's Basic Kev. Y'all know me. Y'all the homies.
Kev.
Guru, man. What's up, Guru? Hey, we missed you, Guru. Steiny, we didn't miss you because you was here last week. But you still my dog, though.
Thank you.
But look, I just want to send out my condolences and prayers on a serious note to DeMar Hamlin. That was definitely, tragic to see that. So we hoping for a speedy full recovery for him. And that's, I'm sure, I'm echoing the sentiments of everyone. That's my first point. But I got a mouthful. I'm going to say a little bit. For one, the Warriors, man, I'm so happy. Things look like they turning. I love what Jonathan's doing. I love what Lamb is doing. Look at TDP, baby. He's looking nice. Not TDP, but you know what I'm trying to say. But anyway, for the Niners, though, at quarterback, Steiny, tell me what you're thinking, big dog. I mean, now look at Brock, baby. I mean, he looks like a veteran. He looks like he's supposed to be there. I mean, to be honest with you, Guru, tell me, y'all, when is the last time we've seen this type of competence at the quarterback position? And it's no shade at Jimmy, because Jimmy, he was our guy, man. He definitely saved us from a disaster this year. But look what Brock is doing, man. He came back, Steiny. He's checking all the boxes, Steiny.
Absolutely.
What do you feel about him now? What do you feel about what he's doing? What's your take?
Yeah, this is where I think it's pretty simple. What you see so far, you got to like.
Oh.
So there's nothing to do now except let it play out.
Okay.
If he wins the Super Bowl and is like this.
This is incredible.
Then you got to.
Franchise quarterback.
I don't know. Is he?
Well, I believe if he wins the Super Bowl, something comes with that for next year. But the people in the back that are just Jimmy Garoppolo was 4-2 in the offs.
Exactly.
He went to a Super Bowl with his limitations. So Brock Purdy does have, and I know it's not a singular game, he does have something to live up to, Steiny. If they go one and done, and let's just say he has a bad game,
okay,
He showed you some promise, but if the defense take advantage of him,
right?
Let's not call here and just say he's better than Jimmy, though. That he's throwing the ball downfield, but the McCaffrey thing is everything to me. And Jimmy looked different for the couple of games that he had him.
Ask me, you know what? I'm going to do this. Yeah. I'm going to do it this way for for the small segment of 49er fans who don't get it. Ask me if I think the 49ers are going to the Super Bowl.
Steiner, you think the 49ers are going to the Super Bowl?
I think they have a damn good chance. Now ask me why.
Why?
Because they weren't tested this year. Their schedule was so easy that they have come out of this season. They are going to be healthier than any other team outside the quarterback position. All right? They have Super Bowl pedigree.
Okay.
We know that.
Speak to it.
So the fact that they didn't play a tough schedule doesn't mean they're any less of a contender, because we already know they've gone to the NFC Championship game 2 out of the last 3 years. So the 49ers have gone to the NFC Championship 2 out of the last 3 years. It's worked out that their schedule's been a joke.
Okay.
And they've parlayed that joke of a schedule to possibly a number 1 seed. Well, I'm going to favor the number 1 seed anytime in the NFL. And you know what? Because the Philadelphia Eagles quarterback is hurt right now as the number 2 seed. And again, 49ers going into the postseason, they're going to be pretty healthy outside the quarterback position. That's why I think they can win it.
All right. Hey, no, nothing here. Yeah. I'm going to just ask you this.
Yeah. They basically had an exhibition game schedule.
If Jimmy Garoppolo was their quarterback, would you still feel the same?
I don't know.
I do.
What would their record be now? I don't know.
It would be what they are, or if not better. That's what McCaffrey's done. There is no, Purdy doing this without.
The game.
I understand that.
Right, so they couldn't be better.
He's working with, what game did the Niners lose with McCaffrey? With Garoppolo and McCaffrey.
Well,
yeah, he was doing. You got me.
Yeah, but he only played.
You know what I mean?
No, but you know what I mean. You're right.
If they entered the playoffs with Jimmy and this off, they would be my bet to win.
Do you think they would not have lost the game with Jimmy at quarterback?
I'm going to say I don't think they would have lost the game.
Okay. They haven't lost with McCaffrey starting.
Okay. And I'm not ready to say.
You think if Garoppolo didn't get hurt, they'd be 12-4?
And I would still, in my gut, they're on their way again.
I kind of don't think so.
Again. And I like Brock Purdy. But I'm just telling you, the McCaffrey is that deal, Steiny, is the deal that changed it all.
So what you're saying essentially is Lance, Garoppolo, or Purdy,
and I ain't hating
can
on Lance.
Win it with as long as McCaffrey, as long as they're healthy.
Steiny, I'm not there because I didn't like the way Kyle called the game for the short amount of time we saw Lance. But I'm rooting for Lance, Steiny, and I hope he gets a chance. But with that said, I'm gonna stop there and just go with Jimmy and Brock. But then I'm like, why couldn't he do it with Mullins and Beathard? But they didn't have McCaffrey, Goo.
Those teams have Bosa?
They had Bosa.
Bosa's what, 4th year for Bosa? He got hurt. He had a great rookie year, missed the year, and then last year and this year, this is 4th year.
What about what I asked you like me?
When did they get Garoppolo?
2000.
They had Garoppolo for 4.
No, it's
17.
Yeah.
So in other words, when they had those Scribini quarterbacks,
I don't like that
even
word.
on the Well, we talked about that. It's acceptable.
MVP, Alan Page, 1971, for defensive player, and Lawrence Taylor, 86.
This is one of those things, Goo, where, what, are we supposed to give you credit for doing research, which is what you should do?
No, I'm just saying.
Hey, thank you, Draymond Green, for playing last night. Appreciate it.
Listen, the bigger point is he's worthy of winning it. Bosa, get the hell out of here with that DPOY.
Listen,
or
you know how I
does the
feel about
DPOY
Bosa.
signal a defensive player will never get MVP?
You know how I feel about Bosa as the guy who
I do.
Pinpointed him as somebody who's going to be a star. I mean, the guy is unbelievable. Here's the other thing.
He just gets low man wins.
You know, the other thing he does is he's like a basketball player where he's so great, it doesn't matter how he plays because late in the game, you're going to make big plays anyway.
Man.
You know what I mean? He's the equivalent of a guy who's going to make the big shot all the time. Yeah, I'm just glad. Yeah, I feel good about seeing him coming. And I know. And funny thing is if you all remember, nobody wanted Bosa. Oh, his leg. I'm like, don't you get it? Bosa's pop played football. Yeah. His brother played football.
Brother on his way back.
I said, don't you get it?
He's a bad dude.
Bosa's going to be good.
Low man wins, Steiny.
Yes, sir. All right. Warriors Wednesday. That's coming up tomorrow. And it's going to be brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. And Bob Myers, of course, headlines the executive show tomorrow on 95.7 The Game.
Feels great, baby.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary. Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Changing your oil. You know, an oil change is a great way to get more MPGs. Right now, you can enter for a daily chance to win a $200 AutoZone gift card when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 Full Synthetic and an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
No purchase required.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com, sponsored by Pfizer.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
I'll be there when I be there.
Who the F cares?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you.
First show of 2023, Jack.
Yeah, C-.
Dude, Chris A. on YouTube says Steiny's on fire.
Yeah, that's why it's a C-. Because when I get too wound up, then I make mistakes like Jordan Poole. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to do too much.
We give you two.
I'm trying to do too much today, quite frankly.
You're doing a good job.
He's the GMO.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's see. We have a lot going on. We got the 49ers, hottest team in the NFL. Warriors are the hot. No, they're not.
But
the Brooklyn Nets.
Good. My Brooklyn Nets.
You gave up on them.
Last year, I predicted them to win it all.
Right, last year. And then this year, you had already given up on them because of Kyrie Irving.
But I said, just give me my flowers now. I said, don't break them up. If Ben is half Ben, they got action.
He's about half Ben.
No, he's playing okay. I mean, he's out there. He played sick the other day. He played sick the other day.
Put that on.
Meant a lot to his teammates.
Ben Simmons' tombstone's going to say, he was out there.
So many teams I got questions about. Minnesota.
The league stinks.
What about Miami?
What about them?
What's going on in so many places? It ain't about one win here or there. Man.
All right. The 510 wants to know, what is the GMOT? The GMOT was coined by Rob Parker.
We got to get him on.
A talk show with Chris Broussard.
Yeah.
And you think...
Couple?
Yeah,
the Odd Couple's the name of the show.
And he's not a big Steph Curry fan, Rob Parker. He's the one who said Steph Curry's the GMO.
He's the GMO.
Which is
the greatest myth of all time.
I thought it was Mirage.
Yeah, that was. No,
yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Hey, thank you. I was like,
Doc a point to me. Yeah. Hey, by the way, did you hear when we were on last week, Evan hosted the one
I
show?
heard that.
Yeah.
Evan, don't forget about me. That's all.
Why don't you know what? We should do what we did once a week. You host.
Yeah.
It's kind of nice. You know what? It's kind of nice not having to carry once in a while.
Or call the plays. Hey, just go deep, Goo. I like that.
Sonny likes being Klay Thompson.
Yeah, run the go around.
God, it is unbelievable.
He did a good job.
Playing with Steph Curry, just pass. I'll just shoot. You just pass it to me, I'll shoot. Whatever you want. So we got Brock Purdy. Hasn't lost a game yet. Here is one thing. What's going on with Kuminga in the walking boot?
Dude, a sprained toe?
I understand it's an ankle.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's a
toe, I thought.
Yeah, it is.
But more than that, I'm more concerned about Wiggins.
See, this is where
talk to me.
I will. This is where you're being a little bit
overreactive.
Yes, thank you, because I was going to come up with a word that was not as nice. He's sick. That's all. Would you rather him have a broken leg or have a cold?
No, okay. Right.
You'd rather have him have a cold.
But when I hear sick, non-COVID, you think you'll bounce, you'll be right back. So maybe he's already ruled out for tomorrow against Detroit.
I don't know that, but he probably won't play.
Yeah, I can't wait to see him.
They play Detroit tomorrow. I'm going.
What?
Yeah, I'm going.
You and who?
The fam.
That's dope.
Yes, I mean,
dude, I'm proud of you. 2023.
Yeah, and then we found out.
We found out
my daughter has a soccer game that same night.
So
I know. It's
so you're not going.
And now she's mad. No, I'm going.
You ain't going to the soccer game.
Right.
R.I.P. Pele.
Pelé.
Him or Messi?
Pelé.
Maradona.
Wow.
Please. It's all about Pelé.
Yeah.
Polo's in Redwood City. What's up, Polo?
No, man, get ready to go home. Hey, I want to say this with these Warriors, man. Hey, when they got hit in the mouth hard by New York in the Nets with Kevin Durant, Steve Kerr really wanted that. When they got hit, that woke up Steve Kerr and showed what type of champion he is as a coach. And with that being said, with the Wiggins and Curry injured, do you see them coming back on the bench? Why the unit that they got going is smoking hot right now, and we want to keep seeing this to develop? Just ease Wiggins and Curry back in the game. What do you guys think about that? You guys think they should do that?
It's funny.
I'll let you. What?
Well, it's funny. I was going to giggle. at Polo, but nobody thought Steph Curry would come off the bench game one of the playoffs last year.
But if you want to measure like Wiggins, in your endurance, you want to get back into your starting role and see where you're at from what you normally do.
That's probably what's going to happen.
Because if you do it the other way, you don't really know how back you are.
Why'd they do it in game one of the playoffs?
Well, because Curry's a team guy, and he was like,
so he's not a team guy this year?
No, that was more caution on what he had going on, physical-wise, I thought. These dudes will be right back in the lineup. Starting lineup.
This is what I mean about. I didn't say they wouldn't.
Polo.
See, Polo
he
said,
was asking.
what do you think about coming off the bench? And I said, normally, I would laugh at something like that.
That's what I did, right.
But we know that in the past, Steph Curry has come off the bench. He came off the bench in the playoffs last year, Guru.
Yeah.
And then, if you'll also remember, in Portland 5 or 6 years ago, he actually didn't play a whole first half of a game and started the second half. That's why you got to allow.
It's regular season, though.
Exactly. So the games are less important than the playoffs.
But if you had to bet me right now, will he start, come off the bench, you would bet start.
But this is the kind of thing that if for whatever reason Curry comes off the bench, everybody's going to then make fun of you for laughing at the idea. That's what I try to guard against. Having you be laughed at.
Look at my guy.
Steven in San Leandro. What's up, Steven? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Good. Class of 90, Logan High, Union City native.
What's up, baby?
What's up?
Yeah.
Hello, Andy, man. We were best friends. Hey, so I want to talk about the Warriors.
Wait a minute. Goo thinks he's Handy's best friend.
Go ahead. Go ahead, baby. We listening. Lay off.
Hey, man. Kevon Looney, that's the key. I watch every minute of every game. And I'm telling you, that guy, beyond what happened last night, that guy, 6'8", 6'9", getting those boards like that, no one else on that team can do it. And I'm telling you, he's the key.
He's certainly one of them, Steven. Thanks for the call.
His first walk-off ever, CYO, anything.
He doesn't play baseball, Goo. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
What did Evan dub it today?
What did you say?
I've
never heard that.
A walk-off.
No, there was,
game-winning shot.
Yeah, the walk-off.
That's called a buzzer beater. There's no such thing as a
walk-off buzzer beater.
That doesn't exist. That's never been a phrase from the time Naismith put up the peach basket till yesterday.
I heard
That's
him say
never been a phrase, and it's never going to be a phrase on this show.
Is there a buzzer at the end of the 24-second shot clock?
Yes, he beat the 24-second shot clock buzzer.
He beat the buzzer.
Right. Fine.
And they walked off.
Yes.
And then he walked off.
That's not what it's called. It's called a buzzer beater that won the game. Or, he hit a buzzer. Who did it last night? DiVincenzo hit a buzzer beater to send it into overtime.
I thought he hit it with .6.
Hadn't hit one all night. What a great addition, man.
Making you miss GP2 less?
Who played his first game last night, but, dude.
Yeah, what? Go ahead. You all right?
No, I needed a Xanax last time we had Bob on about this Warrior team. And now when he comes on tomorrow, Bob Myers, help me out. Now I'm just like, man, you got to be feeling good. Nothing's done. But Steiny, Kuminga, he's getting passes from Wiseman.
He's
vice
hurt.
versa.
He's hurt.
How's Wiseman hurt?
He's hurt.
Yeah, bad luck. Yeah, but anyway, the Warriors are they're going to be a problem. And they're defending champs. I never once doubted them.
They're defending champions, but they aren't defending. You like that? What do I get for that?
I see what you're doing.
Give up
and they're not
141.
fouling as much.
That's because they're getting every call in the book.
Oh, look. You don't believe that.
I know I don't believe that. I was just kidding. Maybe we buried the lead. I think you could say, unequivocally, that where the 49ers are right now and where the Warriors are right now, it's the best point they've been at the season. There's no doubt the Niners are at their highest point of the season, and I think that's where the Warriors are right now. I know they were 3 games over earlier, but right now is the high point for both, and everybody should be feeling optimistic.
Okay, with that, because that's a 10 out of a 10, I got to be honest, and I loved it because I had this thought. The defense for the Niners moving forward, and yeah, people, I know it's going to be a playoff game, as lethal as your offense has become, there can be slippage from the D. But what I saw the Raiders do, Dallas, Minnesota, Green Bay, Philly, they're all going to watch that, Steiny, and I'm just telling you, I guess I've never been less confident in the D after watching that and what I saw when the whistle went your way in Tampa against New Orleans. But some whisper in my voice is saying, Guru, they don't need it. They can give up 20 points, and now they can score 30 like it's nobody's business.
So one game, and now you have doubts about the defense.
That's when I thought you know me.
I do know you.
I came in here in New Orleans. I said, hey, they had a couple plays. They got called back.
They scored 0 points.
Because of
the Saints.
Big plays got called back. Tampa Bay, we saw a touchdown pass called back. Little things. Now, I'm not saying this is something to worry, but I'm watching. That's all. Dude, Stidham was in his bag.
That's a phrase we need to lose. I can't stand that phrase.
When did it become a bag? He's in his bag.
You know what I realize? I'm starting to realize this. I think you're the reason I cannot follow through with a New Year's resolution.
Please.
I had nothing but good intentions for the new year.
We're off to a great start.
No, we're not.
I said no Red Bull.
I disagree with just about everything you say.
Dude, to be honest, I was getting a little worried. The first hour, we were on 2 peas in the pot.
That's over.
Yeah, right. Hey, I said no Red Bull. Had one this morning.
You had one or not?
Yeah, I did.
Did you make any New Year's resolutions?
No.
I'll give you a couple.
Go ahead, share.
How about this? Mine's going to be, and somebody said it on the text line, not going to touch the mic.
Dude, because it's...
Yeah, exactly. How's that going to happen?
I was listening to you guys. I could just hear it.
How jealous are you when you listen?
No,
you are.
No, I swear to... I'm not...
No, you are.
I'm a part of the show.
No,
you
you're
guys
not.
are my brothers.
Not then, you're not.
We go do stuff
Out of
outside
sight,
of work,
out of
unlike
mind.
a lot of shows. And I'm just going to say this. When I listen, I'm proud to be a part of it.
Yeah, you're not, though, at that point. You're just a bystander.
So you think I want to see you guys fail or the boss say, oh, this sounds awful? You guys sounded great.
I think deep down you might.
I'm Nick Foles. I don't want my team to win the Super Bowl without me. Carson Wentz. Yeah, but other than that, I'm listening to you guys.
So my mom always had this theory.
Mary.
There's she had a theory. There's a phrase. Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
That's mine. When I was dating and breaking hearts, that's what I used to say all day.
Well, she had an addendum to that fits. As it relates to you. Conventional sense would be absence makes I worked with Evan last week.
Yeah.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder for you.
Wow.
But that's not. As my mom says, I once said, yeah, Mom, absence makes the heart grow fonder. And she said, yeah, for somebody else. Wow. So, Evan, it was wonderful working with you last week.
How was the 4 hours?
It was unbelievable.
You guys
went faster than these 3.
I don't believe that. 4 hours. I was like, they still there. You guys did a great job.
It's hollow. When you say it's hollow, because I know you only listened about 17 minutes.
No, that's my New Year's resolutions. Next year when I'm off, I'm going to just go away. I was tuned in too much. I was listening to Damon, everybody. I love it. That's all. I just love what I do, what we do.
Let's go to Mike. Mike's in San Francisco, wants to talk about a theory for Jordan Poole. All right. I'm all ears, buddy. How you doing, Mike?
I'm cool, man. How you guys doing today, man?
Talk to us.
Hey, I was just thinking, man, Steve Kerr, Jordan Poole, man, to me is an old school Andrew Toney, right?
Wow.
And to me, he's always going to be a bench player as long as Steph Curry is going to start on that team. So why not start Moody and DiVincenzo when these guys are out if you want to develop that team even more, right? And I got a question for you.
All right.
Say like if there's a tie in the playoffs, how do they keep going or what happens?
Which sport?
I just wanted to throw that out. I mean, if it's football.
Oh, they got
in the playoffs.
Yeah, gotcha.
They keep going. It'll be overtime.
Oh, I thought he meant if you finish in a tie, like in the standings, and he meant like tiebreaker priorities.
Oh, Evan can help us. I thought he meant on the field.
Well, he might have.
You keep playing. So, yeah.
No, both teams don't get to advance. Yeah. All right. See, here's why. I guess I'm kind of a stickler.
Some people say you were loosey-goosey in my chair last week, Snotty.
Andrew Toney started
the Boston Strangler.
57 of 75 games his rookie year. Then he came off the bench year two. He started every game their championship year.
Who did he play for?
Andrew Toney?
Yeah, some people might not know.
Number 22.
Well, you know what? You see, that's where I wonder.
No, but he has that's valid. The old heads, you, me, we knew, but some people dropped.
Did you really know?
The Boston Strangler. That was his nickname because he had good games.
Don't tell me.
I'm telling the people listening, I loved Andrew. Him and Mo Cheeks.
Sure you did.
Well, they swept the Lakers.
Yes, they did. Andrew Toney, Mo Cheeks sealed it with a dunk.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Do you know that when Mo Cheeks was traded in Philadelphia, a news guy informed him of the trade?
No, that's hard.
There's a news guy standing outside his house, said...
outside his crib!
Mo Cheeks came up in the car, and he said, how do you feel about the trade? And Mo Cheeks was like, what trade?
It's like DeMarcus Cousins finding out he got traded on Twitter.
Yeah.
At the All-Star break. Yeah,
I thought
from the Kings?
Yeah, I thought it was like a Woj tweet that he saw.
I must have missed that one. Did he really?
That's wow. I don't know why he doesn't have a job, especially after the DeMarcus Cousins.
You know why?
On this Carmelo Anthony thing. Dude, you know what I mean, Stoney.
They're useless. They're useless in the NBA.
And I got to retire something I told you.
What's new?
Evan won't know this.
Mm-hmm.
I was the biggest Patrick Ewing advocate for him getting the head coaching job in the NBA, but when I'm looking at what's going on in Georgetown, Stoney.
What, they won a game this year.
It's bad. Man.
Do you know that they went all of 2021?
Why would I do Pat like this?
They went one whole year without a win.
Dude,
calendar year.
Come on, Pat.
They went defeated.
Yeah, they went
like Cal Berkeley men's basketball for
they
a little bit.
They beat UTSA.
Dude,
mm-hmm. You
I
think
must be a ride for Pat
I'm
Ewing.
right. They beat University of Texas San Antonio. There's only one college hoop team that deserves talking about, and that's the San Jose Spartans. You don't even know, do you? By the way, how's Santa Clara doing? What's their record?
26-11. Yeah, they're doing good. They just beat.
Oh my God, what is wrong with you?
What?
We're in January 1st, and you're telling me a college team's played 37 games already?
Look,
you don't even know.
Dude, they're 7 or 8 over. I'm gonna look right now.
Go ahead.
Stay in the gym.
13-4.
Oh, nice record.
No, it's more than that.
They don't get wins for a scrimmage.
Only reason I know that because they just took an L to St. Mary's.
Yeah, of course they did. How'd Mahaney do?
Damn.
Oh, he was cooking. Cooking.
26-11. What do you think?
What are you thinking? How much other stuff do you just make up?
Wiseman's future numbers.
Man. Dude, he's out.
Who?
Wiseman. I was like, you're getting surrounded, now you're hurt.
Yeah. No.
Hey, who you going to game with?
Thank you. I'm going with Susan.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going with my...
You won't be in Bob's seats.
And I'm going with my one daughter, and then I guess she wants to bring a friend. She can. But this is going to take a big toll on my relationship with my youngest.
I don't know.
And then I was like, okay.
Bring her something back. Courage
then I
jersey.
was like, all right. I can't, okay, should we... I try to redo it and go to Saturday's game against the Magic. And she goes, well, I'm not going to be here over the weekend because I'm going skiing. So now what? Phoenix? I can't play that game. It's just not right.
No, to hell with the kids. Look at you.
Yeah. So anyway,
this flew by, man.
How much time we got?
This flew by for me, Stoddy.
You got about 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
I thought he said 30.
Don't worry, you don't have another hour this week.
Yeah.
Go ahead, that extra hour.
Bring something up.
Thoughts and prayers to the Hamlin family. And I'm being honest, Donnie. I've been scrolling and checking. I just hate, and I'm trying to be positive. I hate no news.
I think you're going to have no news for a little while.
Ooh.
But I don't know. I mean, uh-oh. Another mistake by Gil?
What happened?
510 says Cousins didn't find out via tweet.
Evan brought that up.
Oh,
and you concurred.
Yeah,
and you
that was
concurred, but
Evan.
you said, yeah, you're right.
No, you should listen
That's
to
as good
the
as being
show,
wrong.
and you would have knew I didn't say that.
He was given an
I'm
interview
messing with you,
after
Evan.
the All-Star game about trade rumors to New Orleans. In the middle of the interview, a staffer whispered into. We have no.
He should be in the league. Is all I'm saying.
Like, the truth doesn't even matter anymore.
Hey, he should be
Just
in the
make
league.
stuff up. That's all we do now. Make stuff up.
I didn't bring that up.
Yeah, but you concurred. That means agreed.
No, I did. I was talking to Andrew Toney, Jack. Dude, my hoop shoes, Stoney, I'm back.
How much now?
Stoney, I'm getting by my man the new shoes. NBA players wear new cleats every game. You didn't know that? Did you know that, Stoney?
You think I'm still living in 1972?
Dude, imagine
And
that, a
so
new pair
do
of
NBA
sneakers.
players.
That's what I just said.
You said NFL.
Now we're really done.
You said something about cleats.
I called sneakers cleats.
He said NBA.
Yeah, thank you, John.
And cleats.
What are you talking about then?
In the streets,
That's
they
another
call
mistake.
new shoes cleats.
Cleats have metal on the bottoms.
But,
metal.
yeah, you got
That's
it.
what a cleat is.
Or
a
plastic.
cleat is not. No, those are spikes.
You got to have some swag to understand.
Like, for example, you guys, details just get
Remember,
lost.
you get
in
mad. I used to call tennis shoes cleats. They're not cleats.
Well, they're not cleats. You can go call them tennis shoes or sneakers.
45.
Cleats are what are worn in baseball.
I pitched. I know what cleats are.
Metal.
Right.
Metal.
Right.
Spikes, those
I
are
get you.
plastic.
I love you.
The original Spider-Man was only a spider. How much do we got?
30.
We got 30. Oh, my
Michael
David
Irvin.
Arado, baby.
Yeah, Damon Arado are back with Michael Irvin, 5 o'clock.
Who had an injury. Thank God he got up, but his career was
The one
over.
in Philly?
Yeah, where they, yeah.
Don't do this.
I should have
Because
brought it
you're
up
wrong
with
about
Ross.
this, too.
Stop.
You don't know what
They
happened to
booed
Michael
him.
Irvin.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, my God. Tomorrow, we're going to get two Philadelphia fans who debunk that stupid theory on 95.7 The Game. The original Spider-Man was only a Spider-Man.
Oh, my God.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Are you looking to make a difference in your community? Interested in learning more about a career in law enforcement? The Concord Police Department wants to hear from you. Explore a rewarding career path and be the change for your community. Look forward to competitive salary earnings up to $190,000 annually. Full benefits and annual incentives. To learn more about what it means to be a part of the Concord PD, take the first step and contact a recruiter today or go to joinconcordpd.com. Serve the community you love. Your career starts today.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NBA team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game, our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NBA team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn, qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So today, the first day back for just about everyone returning to work. Thanks to all who filled in for myself and Ray Ratto last week. Happy New Year, Ray. You ready?
Oh, God, no.
Man, we got a lot to get into today, obviously. A double overtime win for the Warriors over the Hawks last night was about as thrilling of a game that's been played at Chase Center in any regular season that Chase Center's been open. A overtime win for the 49ers on New Year's Day certainly needs an awful lot of thumbing through and recapping. Spectacularly entertaining football game, and that's because the Raiders, I mean, they gave the 49ers more than they wanted. And it actually, I think, was a great thing for the 49ers, Brock Purdy specifically, to have to go through to win a game left-handed when you're not on your best, when you're off schedule for an entire afternoon, to still come out and win it. That's a good thing for the 49ers, a good early test. And, I mean, the 1 seed is possibly out there for them. But let's start with the scariest thing we've ever seen on the football field, because that's what we saw last night. I mean, it was nothing short of the scariest situation most sports fans have ever sat through live on their own couch watching a game when a true life or death situation breaks out. We have seen horrific injuries, that ranged from everything from hard to look at broken bones to possibly paralyzed human beings. We have seen all of it. We haven't quite seen anything like what we saw last night, right? That was an extraordinary moment, I think, for an awful lot of people watching. Certainly an extraordinary moment for the teams involved. Obviously, it's an extraordinary moment for Damar Hamlin, who needed CPR and is still in critical condition as we wait for any updates as to his improvement, whatever. We can only hope that the incredibly talented doctors that are around him are what he needs to pull through this. But that was, look, we've been talking about running out of things that we haven't seen before in sports. We haven't seen anything like that on an NFL football field really in our lifetimes.
No, it was both horrifying and riveting simultaneously because you couldn't take yourself away from it. I mean, you're watching the most elemental sort of life v death. It's not a struggle. That's making it way too melodramatic, but that's what you're looking at when you see not just players reacting to that, but the fact that, medical staffs from both teams racing out at once. When you see an ambulance come out, you know that something extraordinary is happening. And the fact that everybody gathered around so that the cameras couldn't get in is another indication that A, there were that many people concerned, and B, that this was a moment in front of 70,000 people that they desperately wanted to keep private because it's the most elemental crisis you can imagine. So yeah, it was an extraordinary thing. And the fact that it took as long as it did just to get him stable enough to put him in the ambulance told you how serious it was.
How quickly could you return to work if you thought you had just seen a coworker die?
Depends on the worker.
And I appreciate moments of levity. It's how we get through things.
No, I don't know. I don't know that I'd keep on the job.
Yeah, well, I wasn't just asking you. I was kind of asking the audience in general because when we saw it flare up last night, a whole bunch of people who think that there's nobility in the tough guy crowd that says, scrape them off the field, keep on going. That's what football is.
Then you also had people along the same vein who you said, well, what about my entertainment?
Yeah.
I sat down for a game. Where's my game?
What about my 3-team parlay?
Yeah. But you know what? You know what made me think that people did well last night is the fact that in a game with that much charged emotion between two teams playing for,
a lot.
Playoffs. Yeah. I mean, a lot football-wise. The fans were quiet almost immediately, stayed that way, and then you heard anecdotal stories about Bills fans and Bengals fans walking together to the hospital. And the one thing about Bills fans, as lunatic as they are and as, drunk as they can get and as many picnic tables as they can jump through, they are also quicker to get to that human part than most other fan bases. They helped fuel that rush toward, Hamler's charity.
GoFundMe.
Yeah, the GoFundMe, to where the goal was $2,500, and right now it's somewhere around $4.5 million. And it was one of those things where this was so serious and so frightening that people who are built to be antagonistic to each other just came together as one. I mean, that's the one inspirational thing about this. That and how the coaches stood up to the pressures of, oh, what about the game? And they pointed out quickly that, no, the game's unimportant now. And them and the fans, I think, rose up big on a night where a very horrifying thing happened.
The thing that I'm going to remember most will be the conclusion to Damar Hamlin's story, no matter how it concludes. What happens to him next will be what I remember the most, because that's all that really matters going forward. Hopefully this young man has a recovery and a life and is not in a situation where he's already being kept alive but for the grace of the machines he's attached to. And the fact that we've got very little information means that could very well be the situation. This could have as bad of an ending as people have conceived.
It could,
and hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully it doesn't. No. What I will remember next is I've never seen fear on a football field. I've never seen fear in players' eyes the way that we saw it last night. And if that didn't snap you to attention, and you talk about how the fans in attendance were very much respectful of the moment, it's because those emotions, I believe, like it when it's that overwhelming, it starts to flow by osmosis, and you can feel the mortality just hanging in the balance. And that is why that stadium became dress right, dress proper instantly.
Yeah, but it wasn't dressed by, it was organic. It was just, this is something bad.
Social media, I think, helped because people could look at their phone and they could get some information. And that's, where I guess you can say this is a good aspect of social media. When we look at so much of the negative aspects of it, sometimes it can be used for good. Somebody says, what happened to Chris Pronger many years ago is similar. And we will talk about that because that's the first thing Ray and I were started, to talk about.
It's the most available comp because it was also sort of blunt force trauma only by a slap shot. And it turned out to be, fortunately for him, relatively benign. And by that, I mean, yes, he collapsed. Yes, he had to be wheeled off the ice and sent to a hospital. But he was conscious pretty quickly. And he came back and played within weeks. This, I think, is different. And it's a matter of milliseconds.
Here's two different things, though. There weren't 35 million people watching. 35 million people wouldn't watch that happen to Chris Pronger in the Stanley Cup Finals. You know what I mean? Like the amount of people that were glued to that Monday Night Football game dwarfs any hockey game ever. And that goes into the collective consciousness of the entire thing going down the way that it did. And I pardon me if I'm wrong here, Ray, I do not remember them performing CPR on Chris Pronger on the ice.
No, the only comp that I'm referring to is how he became injured.
Right. But but there was no,
but it was
it
not
looked serious right away. You didn't see the actual panic in on-site EMTs the way you saw that. Look at it this way. When doctors are running, when EMTs, when medical training staffs are running, something serious is happening.
Yeah, oh no, this is significantly worse than the Pronger injury. But again, it's only about a similar kind of injury. It's not a similar effect. It's not similar seriousness. But it is the one thing that you can go to and say, I saw something like that happen once before. And really, if you want to get to it, the hit that T. Higgins gave him was not an extraordinary hit.
No.
It simply happened at exactly the right millisecond, and I mean millisecond, where if you hit somebody right there at that particular moment when the heart is regenerating to begin another beat, that's what can happen. And so it was actually an accident of timing, not a matter of the violence of football.
Someone on the Xfinity mobile text line says, so are you saying there were not any players or coaches that wanted to finish that game? No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But I don't think any players on the field wanted that game finished. I really do think that there is a gladiatorial mentality that everyone needs to just have to be a professional football player. But that mentality, I think, can be stowed in the right moment. And last night, it was certainly the right moment to stow that mentality. And we will talk much more about this and a few of the other things. Like, I'll tell you, if sports can put you in a situation where you're feeling as emotional as everyone was watching that Monday Night Football game and as sad as everyone was, sports can also quickly put you in a state of euphoria. And the Warriors game and the way that ended was exactly the cherry on top of last night that sports needed, because everyone was ready to go to bed feeling terrible about just what they had seen. But if you watched the way that the Warriors went out and played, it was joyous and it was thrilling. And sports can be wonderful. Sports can be scary as hell sometimes. And we got it served both ways last night. We have an awful lot. Our only guest today is Michael Irvin, and he will be very interesting to talk to at 5 o'clock. I can promise you that. We have open lines to talk about what we saw, what you saw, how you felt as you were watching it all yesterday. I think everyone can weigh in on this. Michael Irvin joins us at 5. In the meantime, it's Damon and Ratto. It's great to be with you. We got an awful lot to get into. The merch store is still open, baby. The relevant T-shirts are officially moving at 957thegameshop.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
The easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today or donate online at carsforkids.org. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Did you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah! He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
For everything your business needs to make this year your year, Staples has you covered.
I need to organize all my papers and files from last year and the year before that.
Staples has you covered.
I need to clear clutter from my office, and my home office, and my home.
Staples has you covered with everything you need to get organized this year at amazing savings. Right now at Staples, get up to 50% off select file folders, file cabinets, file boxes, and storage bins. Make this year your year at Staples, the working and learning store. Ends 1/28 in store only.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
We're back. We're streaming on YouTube. You can find us there. YouTube.com/957 The Game. Otis Bird III and the gang locking it down in the chat. Good to have you all back. Happy New Year to everyone. What we saw last night was scary as hell. There's no way around it. And, you know, we were talking about the gladiator mentality that you have to be a football player sort of in the first place. You know, that applies to, well, that guy might have torn an ACL. Or that guy is, you know, maybe, I mean, God forbid, but, you know, has something wrong with his neck or his spine. Broke a leg. I mean, arms aren't supposed to be shaped like the letter Z. And God, that's a terrible break. And it's hard to look at, but you got to keep forging on. Look, I'm never trying to, you know, minimize a spinal cord situation. But even in those situations, it's not quite an instance of life and death. There's nothing like seeing the frantic application of CPR. Ray, my wife, and I were at a fish show earlier this year at Chase Center. And we did not see the fan fall from the upper deck or leap or jump or whatever the hell happened. But what we did see was an entire section cleared out and frantic CPR and medical response. Frantic. And the amount of that's going to change how you feel about everything around you going on that evening is extreme. It is what we saw last night on a football field is different than really any other sports injury. And, you know, someone said, what about Christian Eriksen? What about Hank Gathers? What about Reggie Lewis? I believe that happened in practice with the Celtics. You know, there are moments where death has knocked on the door of sports. But to see, with the coverage and attention that goes into a Monday Night Football game and the amount of people, and all of this now happening in a social media era, which allows us to share and allows, you know, people to say ridiculous things or supportive things. And last night just was officially more different than any other night I've ever spent watching sports in my adult life, child life, in my entire life. That one was a one-off and hopefully will remain a one-off, because one of the questions today has been, well, what can the NFL do to prevent that? The answer is truly nothing. And what you saw last night is such, it's such an infinitesimal chance of happening. Football's a brutal sport. To say it is every player takes the field knowing that they can die, that's not true at all. That's not true at all. They know that they can get hurt. They know that they could be severely hurt. They know that they could end up in the hospital for the rest of their life. But the concept of I might die tonight, believe me, is not running through any player's mind before they take that field. Could I get severely injured, hurt, life-altering injury? Yeah, that is in the back of their minds. Will I survive the night? It's like a 100% across the board yes of any NFL players, and the amount of statistical evidence of the players will survive the night is so massively overwhelming, there's almost nothing to even discuss.
No, the one thing the NFL did get wrong, and I believe that they were in a hurry because they didn't understand what the situation was I believe they told the officials to tell the coaches, once the ambulance is off the field, you guys get 5 minutes to warm up.
That is standard operating procedure.
It is standard operating procedure, but that's not something you need to tell the official at that point because you haven't assessed what the issue is, except that you know that there are 30 medical people around one guy and an ambulance is on the way. And it is to the credit of the head coaches, Sean McDermott and Zach Taylor, that they said, we're not doing that. You can't make us come out. We're worried about this. This is the thing. It's not when can we start the show again. And that's the one thing the NFL got wrong. Everywhere else, I think it is unavoidable. It's not unavoidable. That's not the right word. It's unforeseen and you're reacting with minimal information. So you just do nothing. You don't have to make any decisions except let's try to save this guy's life. And that was being done. Again, there were 30 medical people around Damar Hamlin. The ambulance was called quickly. They got him as stable as he could be. They transported him out. All the medical things that are supposed to be done by any analysis now were done. So the one thing the NFL, of all the things the NFL didn't do badly, the two things were they wanted to get back to business too quickly, and they didn't provide enough information for ESPN to inform the audience. I mean, when Christian Eriksen went down at the UEFA tournament, which is played before a far larger television audience, the information was provided quickly and comprehensively so that people knew what was going on. The NFL immediately went to, and they don't have to discuss the medical issue, because that's a HIPAA violation, but they can say, we're suspending this until we know more.
And it might be this. It could be that. It could, that's the thing. Speculation isn't, it's not a naive pursuit. You're not trying to fan the flames of false information or wrong information. You're trying to give everyone the amount of what this could be, might be. We're not reporting that this is any of this, but this is more likely, according to medical experts, one of two or three things. So let's go to those experts and discuss what the processes would be around those two or three things. And look, I don't know if this is a time to be painting with a big broad brush, but I'm going to say across the board, British broadcasters are better at their job than American broadcasters. And British news people are especially better at their job than American news people. And when you're asking a sports broadcaster to slip over into the seat of a newscaster, you see how difficult it was for so many involved. You saw how difficult it was for those covering the blackout at the Super Bowl when the Ravens beat the Niners. Like, I believe John Lynch was even on the field during that. Like, he was the sideline guy. And John Lynch is a brilliant, very charismatic guy. He had no idea where to go or what to do because you have teleprompter readers and people who can stick on script. But when you have to go off script, what do you do? I thought Susie Colbert did a pretty good job anchoring the situation.
with no information, because she was being provided no information. So she had to tap dance to no music for a long time.
I thought Lisa Salters did a very good job going down, getting the story, talking to people, and coming back and talking about it, emotional or not. You know, people are like, oh, look at Lisa. She's doing this with so much emotion. She did it with information. That's what I noticed. Of course, there's a lot of emotion in the room.
Ryan Clark was brilliant.
Ryan Clark and Scott Van Pelt did an incredible job, although they had time to collect their thoughts.
Yeah.
They had time to prepare for what they wanted to say. They were not reacting in real time. But this is what happens when you have a studio full of teleprompter readers being given a news story in actual real time. Susie did well. Booger McFarland at least offered perspective of a player and a player's mentality. Adam Schefter is absolutely useless unless he's reading off of his own iPhone something that somebody else had texted him. He was terrible last night.
That's not what he does, and he shouldn't have been put on in that situation. He shouldn't have been on. What's he going to say? I mean, the NFL was providing no information to anybody by design, and so the information guy with no information is basically helpless. I think they were slow to try to find medical people to say, well, what could this be? You know, based on the fact that he had CPR and was defibrillated on the field, explain what that probably means without giving us a diagnosis. They didn't do that. They said, we don't want to speculate. No, you want to inform. Based on the information you've got, you don't need to say, you know, this is exactly what happened to Damar Hamlin, because you don't know, because the people in the field don't know.
It's a puzzle. You're trying to piece it together.
Yeah, or at least you're trying to put the framework of the puzzle in. This is what you're looking at. And I think they did not have a good night doing that, because ultimately, yeah, this is entertainment, and yeah, this is a horrible thing that's happening in real time, but it's also information that you're trying to provide. And ESPN chose, either because they were shell-shocked or because they didn't want to ruin the vibe, they failed to do that. And I think they should feel bad about the way this came off in general. And I think the NFL should have been mindful of that. Because as I say, the Christian Eriksen incident, we were getting updates pretty often without anybody saying, this is exactly what happened. You know, this is the medical condition, because you can't do that.
You don't know.
But you knew that he collapsed. You knew that, heart specialists were on the scene. So you could, at least come away from last night feeling like, well, at least we got something. The first person to give any information about Darren Hamlin's condition was his marketing agent. How? How does that happen? He tweeted out, basically bare bones information, but that's not how that should be done.
People were asking me questions on Twitter as if, I'm sitting on my couch. I don't know anything, but just, what is the protocol of all this? And I can tell you that I do know enough as a broadcaster, because whatever little bit of training I've ever received in my career, it's simply this. You don't go talking about deaths on the air until family has been informed. There was an element of last night's broadcast that made me think maybe the worst has been learned, but the family has not yet been informed. And that's why everyone is being so evasive about really discussing here, but maybe they already know. But then I heard that his mother was with him in the ambulance. So there was
so that wasn't that.
Yeah, that wasn't that. And that alone, they should have gone forward with that information. They should have said, for those of you who thinking that we might have known something or learned something, that his mother is literally with him. So that would not be a hurdle for us to clear as a newsroom to be comfortable going forward publicly with the story. Again, it's just elements of journalism that what am I? I'm a sports talk show host. It's the bottom rung of journalism. It's the lower J journalism, if there ever was one. But I feel in a moment, if I had to go capital J, I could. There were people last night who clearly couldn't. since we're talking about lower J journalists, the question has been asked here, Damon, what about Skip Bayless? He's a monorail salesman. He's an absolute monorail salesman. He's a carnival barker of the first degree, will say whatever it takes to get more people leaning in, whether it's leaning in with admiration or condemnation. That's who he is. That is his job. And I'm going to tell you, for everyone saying, he's going to get fired tomorrow. I'm sure he got a 3-year extension today because in a 3-tweet sequence, he made over 150 million impressions. As sick as that is the way this industry operates. It doesn't matter how you fan the flame. If your flame burns the brightest, you've won the day in some warped, sick way. And I do believe that Skip Bayless carefully worded what he said, knowing that this is a teeter-totter of people defending it or outrage. Like, I really feel that he used a true on-field life or death moment for self-promotion. And if that's what it takes to be a $7 million a year sports talk radio host, I'm going to be fine never being that.
Yeah, and the error, and I'm glossing over what he actually did. The error he made was not in the spur of the moment speaking on the air. That was typing.
Right.
That's the thing that he started with. And he went immediately to, well, what about the game? When are they going to resume the game? Not knowing the moment. I mean, a lot of people are guilty of that. But he had time to compose what he wanted to say. And he wanted to say that. And one of the reasons he got as many impressions as he did was because the wall of condemnation was overwhelming. And I think a lot of people want to say, well, what the hell did he say? And you found out what, his partner, Shannon Sharp, thought about it.
He no-showed for work today.
Yeah. I mean, because at that point, what he's saying is players are just puppets. And, Shannon Sharp, like him or not, was a player. And he understood, look, this is bigger than your amusement. This is bigger than my job. I'd rather not look at you today. And he had to craft an apology. And I don't know that he's ever done that. And even at that, it rang hollow. Because the last thing you want to do at a moment like this, when you don't know if you're looking at death or not, is to blithely go and say, isn't it about time for them to kick off again? I mean, it's horrifying.
It is, but that's the math that the NFL was doing.
Oh, yeah. Well, the NFL has always established that players are not important to the business. They're simply, they're the cartoon characters that they need to trot out. And when they were in a hurry to, well, when can we start this again? Yeah, that's what they do instinctively. But it was, it tells you how inhumane or inhuman this game is when there are people in a position of decision-making who can say, okay, let's get this guy off the field and let's get back to work. And again, to the credit of the other of Hamlin's teammates and the Bengals and the 2 coaching staffs, they just said, we're not doing that. You can't make us do that.
Sean McDermott and Zach Taylor made the 2 best coaching decisions of the entire league year last night.
Yeah.
There's no really good play on 4th down that was a better decision than what they decided to say, we're done playing here tonight. And all you need to do is look at those players. I mean, Josh Allen, you could tell that he had pulled his head out of his hands long enough to show you how red his eyes were. How is he supposed to continue just go into the next play? There are certain times where that's it, folks. We're the theater's going dark tonight. And that was the time to do it. David Schuster, who is more of a regional NFL guy than he is a national NFL guy, but David Schuster, based out of the Midwest, said, based on a variety of reports, the NFL did not make the decision to suspend the Bengals-Bills game. Rather, players, captains, and coaches from both teams who had witnessed what Bills safety Damar Hamlin had gone through, getting CPR for over 8 minutes, they said that they would not continue the game. I do believe it was the NFL's intent to continue that game. And the players said, we will not. And I do believe the NFL got so once bitten, twice shy from that, they've yet to reschedule this game or figure out even a solution around how this game might be solved, because they know that even going forward with what is a line of thinking, because let's be totally honest. Everyone get out of your feelings for a second. There is nothing that's going to happen on any playing field in America going forward that will affect the condition of Damar Hamlin. But what goes on forward and the condition that his teammates are in going forward is something that the NFL is considering today. If not performatively, maybe they really even are.
Maybe some of them got religion, but when Troy Vincent did that presser last night and said, we never told anybody that when we were going to resume the game, I believe that to be a lie.
I do too.
I think they didn't realize how serious this was, so they just went right into business mode.
Too many people reported the 5-minute warm-up period, and we know that that's the official standard
Buck
protocol.
did,
Right.
and he didn't make that up out of whole cloth.
Exactly.
Somebody told him that's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
And the fact is, the NFL was so horrified by the notion that Sean McDermott and Zach Taylor were basically going to captain a mutiny. That's when they backed off. The players absolutely should never have considered going back. And again, it's absolutely to their credit that they would not have gone. And I think the NFL has finally decided they're not going to reschedule this game. It's going to be no game. Because the truth is, there's no place to put it logistically without disadvantaging both teams. And two, who gets the bye and who doesn't is not only irrelevant in this context, it's irrelevant in any context. You know, if Cincinnati fans feel aggrieved that they don't get a chance to tie, that their team doesn't get a chance to tie the Bills, okay, get over it. You have to play an extra game. You know, Damar Hamlin's fighting for his life. Nobody cares about your extra game.
Here's the thing. If you have to have conclusion, if you need a winner, a loser, flip a coin. Everyone agrees we're just going to obey the coin and do that if that's what need be done. Let's see how things come out in the wash in Week 18, and maybe it won't even be necessary.
But it doesn't matter. Whether you need to flip a coin or not. I mean, they have tiebreakers. They've already got solutions to all of that. And worrying about, well, what happens if they're tied? Well, they played one less game than everybody else. Happens all the time. And people come up with a champion anyway.
Someone from the 707 on the Xfinity mobile text line says, Damon, I remember you saying a few years ago, it will take someone dying on the field for the NFL to take player safety seriously. Do you think this changes how the NFL approaches player safety? I do not. I don't. Because I actually think that the NFL is almost relieved that this has gone down the way that it's actually gone down. And it was a completely routine happens in high school football practices level hit that caused this. It wasn't an extraordinary event that put the players' safety in harm's way. It was just an unfortunate, one bullet fired on one end of the universe, striking another bullet fired from the other end of the universe, infinitesimal chance of ever happening. It's never happened before it. And it's, safe to conclude that it'll probably never happen again in any of our lifetimes. Or it could happen tomorrow. That's the thing about random events and occurrences. I mean, things are called accidents because that is what happened. It was an accident. No one could have foreseen this. No one could have planned for this. I don't know if it was some sort of, someone asked today, should the NFL go ahead and give every single player in the league like the equivalent of an echogram or whatever it takes to, check everyone's heart? And to me, I feel that, hey, it certainly wouldn't hurt anybody if they did that, but that would also be an extreme overreaction. These are the highest tuned sports cars in the world of, physical attributes. And most of them just being able to put on the uniform prove conclusively how incredibly in great shape they are. So this is one of those just crazy, random, hope it never happens again occurrences. And I don't think it goes about changing NFL protocol or safety or concern or anything.
No, and also players, when they get their exams every year, they go through all of that. Do you want to give them another round? Sure. But if what people think happened last night did in fact happen, it literally is a matter of milliseconds between a relatively benign hit in a football game and what we have today, which is Damar Hamlin fighting for his life. Do you want to give everybody an echocardiogram? Sure. Knock yourself out.
Sure, go get one.
Yeah. No, there's nothing wrong with extra caution. But, this was by all means the smallest of accidents, which has had catastrophic effects.
When we come on back, other things in sports certainly happened in the week that we were off. We will get into those as well. A couple of calls. We'll wrap this up as best we can and get back into it with Michael Irvin when he joins us at 5 o'clock today. So stick around. Much more on the way here on Damon and Ratto. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Attend the largest sale of the year, the Mega RV Show and Sale at Cordelia RV Center, January 6th through the 16th. 10 plus acres of new and used RVs. Receive a $1,000 gas credit on all 2022 models. Cordelia RV Center in Fairfield. Free parking and admission.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Throughout the 60s and 70s, cops hunted down key figures of the Dixie Mafia, including its enigmatic ringleader, Kirksey Nix.
I'm interested in making money. I'm not interested in hurting people.
15 years into Kirksey's life sentence, the Dixie Mafia was practically folklore, but that would soon change. I'm Jed Lipinski. This is Gone South, a documentary podcast from C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio. Season 2, The Dixie Mafia. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn, qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, the Warriors are coming back tomorrow at Chase Center. Detroit Pistons, presented by AM/PM. First 10,000 fans receiving Andrew Wiggins' posterized bobblehead. They sent us a few today. I've even been told here, pick it up and show it. It's in the other room, so we'll have to do it later. Here's the thing. I'm not unpacking my bobblehead until I get home, baby. I'm not going to have it bobble and break. Ray, where's your bobblehead? Did you get one too?
No, I didn't.
Do you want one?
I'll give it to my kid.
There you go. Oh, here comes Mark Grandy. Like Vanna White to turn the letters and show us what's what. What do we got there? Here it is. Well, here's the box. Here's the box. They probably want to see the bobblehead itself.
Did you just stare at yourself in the screen?
Yeah, Grandy, get in here. Get a little FaceTime, Grandy. Show everyone how it
handsome. I
hands.
wanted to make sure that we were seeing it on YouTube.
There we go.
You lingered.
He's just looking at himself.
God. You contemptible narcissist.
Let's have a look. Oh, I got to take it out of a bag, too. That's, that's Andrew Wiggins. Actually, you know what? The front leg was more kicked out. It looked like he finished kicking Luka when he yammed on him so hard.
Well, then it doesn't float.
That's pretty good. It's a pretty good bobblehead, though. I'll give him that. And it actually looks a little bit like Wiggins, which in the world of bobbleheads is a win right away. There you go.
Oh, bobblehead technology has improved rapidly.
It really has. I like a good bobblehead. It's my favorite sports novelty giveaway, that's for sure. There we go. Styrofoamed back up and secured.
Now you just have to figure it out how to jam it back in the box. That'll take 20 minutes.
I'll figure it out. That'll be during a commercial break. But look, we can't sit around talking about something that was, who knows if it's a tragedy or not. It certainly felt tragic. It was the scariest thing we have seen in sports, a lot of us collectively in our lifetimes. And people are saying like, Damon, this has happened before. This happened to a high school football player a few years ago.
It happens to any number of high school football players any year because we don't pay attention to the fact that there are several high school football deaths every year.
Normally of heat exhaustion, though.
Well, I don't have the stats on that, but
But look, the difference is that of course is a tragedy, and everyone at that game probably will have it haunt them the rest of their lives. Millions upon millions upon millions of people were not tuned in, and that's a difference. Collective consciousness is a difference. And so, look, what we saw was such a one-off. Like, to me, it's, I've always said that the NFL it's a rough business. And it's so rough. Ray, there's not a lot of times I've ever been pulled into a program director's office to talk about the content of a particular show. And it wasn't even this guy. Wasn't even the Hagen. Wasn't even here at 95.7 The Game. When I was years ago going on a rant about how the NFL is just there for the money, I said something to the equivalent of, if the NFL could actually profit off of breast cancer, they wouldn't be like doing a pink initiative to stamp it out. If the NFL could actually profit from disrespecting the military instead of going through their whole, dog and pony show of honoring the military, they would do that. If the NFL was guaranteed $1 billion for flying a plane full of fans into the side of a mountain, planes would be going into mountains. I mean, this is a league that is built to make money at the expense of anyone involved. Someone was like, do you really feel that way? I was like, yeah, I said that because I really feel that way. And you should feel that way too, because that's what you're doing. That's what you're covering. Like, don't you get that? That's what this is. This is rough business, cutthroat at the $1 billion level, which is enough amount of money to get a lot of people thinking like, how many lives might you sacrifice for that pile of money? I would like to think that the vast, vast, vast majority of all of us, it's zero. Zero lives are worth that. But that's not how all of us think. And that's not how the NFL sees it. And Roger Goodell, when he was sitting there looking at that game last night, I'm telling you, he was as concerned about the game as he was the injury. As concerned. Before we demonize him, that's his job. That's his job. It's a job that pays him the kind of money to be the soulless person that it takes to be that soulless person to make that decision. Show business, show must go on. It is rare the show gets canceled. Incredibly rare. It almost never, ever happens. It certainly never happened quite that way in a football game. And it was the players and the coaches themselves that made that choice, not the league. So that's all you need to know. You got to compartmentalize things to like this sport.
Oh, you have to compartmentalize things to like nearly any sport when you get right down to it.
Yeah.
But no, this was another reminder that the real power in any form of entertainment is the entertainer. Because without them, you don't have anything. And the players last night and the coaches, and again, the coaches, their instinct is, well, we got to, next man up, let's go. For them to just say, nah, this is a human thing. This is not about the job. And for them to basically just say, we're worried about DeMar Hamlin. I don't want to run a pattern. I don't want to call play. I don't want to decide whether to punt on 4th and 6th. I'm not interested in that right now. And they can't be complimented enough for doing what I think they would all agree is, well, that's just the normal thing. But that's how sports does this. When people are normal and human and decent, that's unusual because the sausage must be made and the grinder must be turned. And so last night, as awful as it was also kind of inspirational for a number of reasons. And one of them was the players saying, nah, we're not just puppets that you can turn into sawdust so you can get more wood to make more puppets.
The only other thing that is maybe even, commiserate to, the players canceled this game tonight, was when the Milwaukee Bucks refused to play in the bubble. Remember that?
Yeah. And there were people who thought that, that's, how dare you put politics on? Shut up. Just shut up. They're the ones who get to decide. And there are too many times when they've gone along with awful situations delivered to them by their employers. So, there are times, and they buy into it. Yes, they do. But there are times when that's a bridge too far. And last night was one of those. And again, credit to them for standing up to the notion that, the game must go on. Of course the game must go on. The schedule is sacrosanct. No, it's not. We've seen the schedule is not sacrosanct. We've seen it over and over again. We saw it in COVID. We've seen it in player lockouts. Games are fungible. Human lives are not.
Right. There's never a moment where a league wouldn't cancel a game if it were if it were the negotiating tactic it needed at the time. They would, of course, do it.
They have.
Yeah.
Many times.
From the 650, Damon, I know it's not competitive sports, but Owen Hart died in 1999 during a live pay-per-view, and Vince McMahon didn't cancel the show. Well, when someone tells you who they really are, believe them. And if you needed any more evidence that Vince McMahon is about as unsavory and as awful a guy as ever, been given standing ovations in stadiums, he's that guy. Vince McMahon, he exited stage left right before a mountain of sexual harassment charges are coming down on, the WWE.
He'll be back.
Whatever. Yeah, of course he will, because he's a narcissist and he needs the applause.
Yeah.
And there will be those to give it to him.
But the other wrestlers would have been the ones to cancel that card because Vince McMahon wouldn't have cared. The fact is, nobody cared until the players and coaches stood up and said, it's not important tonight. It's not important, and we're not doing it. And they're to be applauded, period.
Somebody said, Damon, you're saying commiserate. It's commensurate. You're right about that. We will correct live in real time. That's what we do. How do you change the subject from something so important as an actual life and death situation as we all sort of watched it unfold to something as nonsensical as, man, that sports was fun? Well, you do it with a montage. Here we go.
Corner three is on the way. No good. Poole runs down the rebound. Poole forces up a three. It's blocked. Tipped out. DiVincenzo grabs it in rhythm. Buried it! .6! He tied the game! Thompson, pump fake. Takes a shot in the corner. It's good! Klay Thompson with a three off of 1 foot has tied the game at 126. Leads in. Pass blocked away by DiVincenzo. Lamb to Dante. 3-on-2. Dante comes middle. Left corner to Poole. Fires away. The new Millennium Fast Break leads to a three-point shot and a three-point lead for Golden State. Klay with a dribble. 17 on the clock. One-on-one with Holiday. Klay goes to work, backs up, takes a three off the dribble, knocked it down! Klay Thompson's giving the Warriors a 2-point lead. Thompson the catch. Shows the ball to Murray. Dribble drive, Klay slows down, hand off, Lammy fumbled the pass, throws it out to Draymond for three. Good! Improbable! Incredible! And the Warriors lead by 5. Hand off Thompson, takes a three on the way. No good. Looney with a tip, no good. Tipped up, it's good! At the buzzer! Kevon Looney! Kevon Looney tipped it in. A scramble at the rim. The Warriors celebrate, jumping up and down, mobbing number 5 at midcourt. What a way to bring in the new year.
I mean, I don't know. And by the way, Tim Roy, you're very good at your job. Let me welcome everyone quickly to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
That was a wild game. And depending on who you're rooting for, you can say that team had to win that game 3 different times or the other team had to lose the game 3 different times. But that was as good and fun and entertaining an NBA game when I was, in about as daubered down a sports mood as I've been put in a very, very long time, thanks to what happened on Monday Night Football. It was such a welcome kiss on the cheek from sports, which, look, last night sports wasn't an awful lot of fun until it reminded you at the very end of the night, if you were watching the Warriors game, how much fun it can actually be. And that was fantastic. Kevon Looney at the buzzer. You had Klay Thompson with a Klay 2.0 career high of 54 last night. Huge threes were hit. And just to pay tribute to Ralph Barbieri whenever I can, two things can be equally true. Huge threes were hit, Ray, and way too many threes were taken in that game on the way to hitting a few huge threes when they needed to be hit. That was a wild one last night.
Everything that has been good and bad about the Warriors was on display last night.
Yeah.
Very simply, they were hilariously entertaining, but they were also reminding you that their stuff's not close to fixed yet. For long stretches of that game, they were hopeless. They couldn't defend the Atlanta Hawks, who are as listless a team as the league is churning up this year. A lot of inadvised shots. A lot of their possessions were absolutely wasted. And yet, at the end, just because, there are times when this truly is a make or miss league, they made just enough shots. And I will say one other thing. If you are trying to keep up with a Warrior game by looking at Twitter and seeing Warrior fans react to things, you'll blow your brains out. You should never be on Twitter when the Warriors are playing if you're interested in finding out what the Warriors are doing. Put your computer down. Watch the game. Make your own judgments. Because those people are insane.
Oh, there's crazy people all over the internet.
But this is, listening to people screaming literally within the same minute about how Jordan Poole is one of the great players of all time and he's one of the worst players this year. Same people saying the same stuff. You just go, why do these people pay attention? They've got Tourette's.
You can't evaluate a basketball game by the possession.
No.
And you can't even really evaluate a basketball team by the game. Somebody was like, Klay could have had 70, but Poole was hogging. There's no doubt Poole should have absolutely been looking for Klay in a couple of moments where he wasn't. There's absolutely also no doubt to the fact that Jordan Poole is every single fundamental tool needed to be a great scorer in this league as soon as he possesses whatever tool that is going to allow him to just slow down a little.
Well, to be a good player.
Jordan Poole, he just needs to slow down a little bit. The old John Wooden saying, be quick, but don't hurry. He's hurried way too often. It's great that he's quick, but he is way too hurried.
No, it's who he is, though. That's the long-term problem with Jordan Poole.
He's still young enough to have it. There's a coachability inherently, I believe, in him where he'll figure it out. I do think that light switch is somewhere on his wall. The Warriors are the right team to maybe figure it out. Maybe he'll find it himself.
Maybe, but he's now had enough minutes and enough experiences where this shouldn't be the issue that it is. Last night, you're taking 31 shots, and yeah, it's double overtime. But how many of those were good ideas? It's not that he only made 11 of them. Guys will have good nights shooting and bad nights shooting. How many of those shots were optimizing the possession? Not very many of them. And that's the maddening thing about him. And that I don't know if that's something that can be coached out of you. I think the jury is still very much out on how effective a player he can be. Is he a scorer? Sure. But being a scorer is not nearly enough. If you're the best scorer you can be, you're Carmelo Anthony and you never come close to sniffing a title. Or you're Dominique Williams and never come close to being the impact impactful player you could be. There are levels at this game. And Jordan Poole is at a level where, yeah, he could take care of himself. Now can he take care of others? Because that's the next jump. And this is not about whether Jordan Poole was good last night or not. The Warriors in general were incredibly erratic. They just happened to be really fun, and it ended up well for them at the end.
Look,
if you want fun, Donovan Mitchell kicked the ass out of fun last night.
Oh, well, we'll talk about that because we have a rule on this show. You get name checked every time you drop 71.
Yeah,
we'll bring you up the following day.
But that's not. Well, I'll save it. But there was a great stat out of that game that bears repeating.
Looking forward to it. 888-957-9570. This is Vince in San Jose. Hello, Vince. You're on with Damon and Ratto.
Hey, Damon, Ratto. Good to talk to you guys.
What's up?
So I want to talk about Jordan Poole a little bit. You go over his stat line. Sure, he 11 for 31 from the field, but you also got to look at 2 from 12 for 3. And the Warriors were extremely lucky to come out with the victory last night, giving up a 21-point lead, playing very listless in the third quarter, at times in the fourth quarter. But my question, I think Jordan Poole can be an extremely effective player. The thing with the Warriors is, once they hit teams as a full unit, meaning once Wiseman is healthy, once Curry's 100%, once Wiggins is 100%, that's when the damage really happens. They were so lucky last night. I mean, this is why I don't bet on games, because, heck, I wouldn't even enjoy the sport. And, we all love basketball so much. Hey, it's my favorite sport. But, wow, what a roller coaster last night. The Warriors were extremely lucky.
They were lucky. And sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
It's always better to be lucky than good.
I mean, I'll take good and lucky.
Oh, no. Well, good and lucky is unbeatable. It's still undefeated after all these years. But if you had a choice, there are a lot of good players who aren't lucky. They end up going home early. Luck is great.
Last night, Steve Kerr was talking about winning a game they probably should not have won.
And that was kind of what we talked about early in the season, was that we're going to get some games back. And Mike Dunleavy turned to me after the game and said, that's payback for the Utah game, Salt Lake. You usually lose a game or two like that and win a game or two like that during the course of the season. And tonight was our night to pull one out. But I think there's a reason that things are going our way right now. We're playing tougher. We're hanging in there. In general, we're doing a better job not fouling. We had 2 reaches on Trae Young down the stretch. I think it was the end of the first overtime. Can't remember exactly the time frame, but allowed the game to keep going. I think if we don't reach there, we probably wrap up the game or make him make a tough shot. So the fouling kind of got to us in the second half. But for the most part, during this winning streak, we're playing smarter, we're playing tougher, we're sticking together.
You had the frenetic game. You had a game that is now in double overtime, his guys pushing minute limits. You had fatigue. You have star power fatigue. The Warriors don't have nearly the amount of star power that they're normally accustomed to without Wiggins or Curry even getting out there. But the big Ragu hitting a huge 3 right there. Draymond, he knocked down a massive 3 and maybe played his best defensive game of the season. And he was also as sloppy at the end as Jordan Poole was. Draymond tried to dribble 2-3 times off of his shin. He just was able to keep his fingertips on the ball. Last night was just one of them wild games. And sometimes you get into a wild game. Kevon Looney missing a bunny, only to come back down and knock down the bunny that was the game winner as the time was expiring, basically. That was nuts. And look, Jordan Poole, I'm just going to say this right now. It feels like he does take stuff off the table when he's putting stuff on the table. I think he puts more on the table than he takes off. I really do. I don't think the Warriors would be interested in trading Jordan Poole unless the package were so overwhelming that I wouldn't go trading Jordan Poole. I do see him for what he is, but I also see what he might be, what he still could be. And what he could be is a guy who's getting 32 a night in this league one day. I mean, that is not an easy to replace skill set. He's got a level of like he's almost, it's almost a level of psychopath that he keeps on shooting in poor shooting situations, but shooters got to shoot. Shooters got to shoot. Does he need to make better choices? Yes, he does. But I think he's a better playmaker than just pure scorer. I think he's got more wiggle into his game than Steph Curry has ever had. He's got more different ways to score than a lot of guys in this league will ever possess. There's something going on with Jordan Poole that is a special player coming if he can batten down the hatches in a few other ways. And I know we should probably feel like we should be there by now. We should be there on him by now. But he's going to work on his own timeline. He's not going to meet our timelines. And obviously, if he wasn't in the timeline last night, the Warriors would have lost that game. But because he was in the timeline, they were also able to win it too. Jordan Poole, he is 6 rebounds, and 5 assists, and 2 steals, with all the other things that he was also. Look, did he totally miss Clay in a moment where he should have given the ball up? Yep. Did he dribble the ball directly off his knee, which should have led to them losing? Yep. That all happened. But there's just, look at it this way. There is enough interesting in Jordan Poole where I think for those who want to throw up their hand saying, like, I'm done, plumbing this well for what it might produce, you're nuts. That kid is an NBA first-class degree potential scorer. And the only one in a Warriors uniform who can even give you a modicum of, I'm sort of replacing Steph Curry in the aggregate tonight. Because as great as Clay was last night, I don't know if he can do that over and over and over again. We'll talk more about that in just a second. We got a lot more along the way this afternoon. The merch store is open. Check out the Relevant t-shirt. It's the Brock Purdy t-shirt, and it's our best. It really is. 957thegameshop.com.
The new year with a bang! We're reacting to Trey Lance's first win as a starter.
Lance gonna wind up and throw, and it is complete inside the 15, 10, 5, touchdown.
And the Dubs battle the Heat tonight at 7.
Curry behind the back, takes a 3 right side. Money! Cold, hard, cash!
On 95.7 The Game.
7 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
No H2O is the leading waterless mobile auto detailer in the Bay Area, offering a full range of detailing services. No H2O comes to your home, business, or wherever is most convenient for you and gives your car a great wash with no water. No H2O auto detailing is ultra convenient and gets great scratch-free results for your car. And remember, no water is used. Call Brian today at 925-238-8182, 925-238-8182, or visit them at noh2owalnutcreek.com.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence. Contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Oh, want better visibility to get you through the winter? A new pair of premium wipers can help. Right now, you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum wiper blades. See better and stay safe on the road all winter long. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
143-101 double overtime win.
No, 141.
140. What did I say?
Yeah.
101. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. They won by 42 in overtime.
Man, they got hot at the right time.
They averaged 8 points a minute.
It was nuts. You should have been there. Now, look, what's crazy is the Warriors win a game in which they missed 43s. They took a franchise most 59 threes last night. If you would have ever told me that would have happened in a game, that Steph Curry wasn't knocking down 12 or 13 on his own doing that, I said, no, they're not going to do that. But they did that last night. It wasn't the way anyone would draw it up. That was not the way the coaches planned that one to go down. And look, the Warriors had that game in hand. They were sitting on top of the Atlanta Hawks until the Hawks dropped a 42-point third quarter on them. Then all of a sudden, they're in full-on scramble mode. So it got a little jittery. It got nuts. We have player minute totals of 46, 44, 45, 45. I mean, the guys really overextended themselves in a game which the Warriors were able to win. And that was nuts. And it was fun. Kevon Looney, that biggest bucket at the end, man, really, of his regular season life. That's Kevon getting it done. And his ability to look like he's in no shape for an NBA player, yet somehow maybe be the guy who's, in the second or third best shape on this team. His conditioning's unreal. It really is. For a big guy, he doesn't tire out. He just keeps coming.
I mean, he's in extraordinary shape, but he's slow and he's creaky. It's not about his conditioning. It's about the fact that He's leaving auto parts behind him every time he runs down the floor.
What do they say? You got to have quick twitch to play in the league. He doesn't.
No,
he's not a quick twitch player.
He's a classic old school big guy in that he gets where he needs to get, but he's not going to get there in a hurry. But once he gets there, things will happen.
20 rebounds. 20 rebounds last night for Kevon Looney.
Well, it's not like he lacked options. I mean, the way those guys were jacking up shots on both teams. If he didn't get 20, you'd have to wonder.
888-957-9570. This is Jimmy. Jimmy in Bayview. Thank you, Jimmy. You're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got?
Hey, guys. Great show. I was just trying to back you up, Damon, on what you were saying. Like, this team is a different team. You know, they don't need to be coming down and jacking threes in the first 3 seconds of the possession. I think this team has, like, a pit bull mentality, grind it out. They're getting to the foul line more than, you know, most Warrior teams have in the past. And I think Steve Kerr needs to, like, adjust the rules for, like, someone like Jordan Poole or something like that. Like, for every three you take, you got to go inside, because this isn't the, 50% shooting 3-point team of the past. But I like the identity that this team has, and I think they need to embrace it more. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Look, I mean, this game doesn't need to go to overtime or double overtime last night if the Warriors got the job done from the free throw line. They were 16 of 24 last night from the free throw line. That's 66%, 67%. It's going to make other teams linger. Knock down your freebies.
Well, but they're not close to being complete or whole. So, they're doing this by the seat of their pants. This is not some sort of master plan that Steve Kerr has suddenly drawn up. This is the way we want to play.
Right. No, this is not an evaluation of who they are.
No, I mean, this is, try to keep your shoes and pants on until your team comes back. And it is fascinating to me that even as they hit the halfway point, they are still almost invincible at home, even when they look the way they looked last night, and ghastly on the road. That you would think would start reverting to the mean at some point, but it hasn't. They don't win on the road. And they don't lose at home. And that's why they're where they are now, 20 and 18.
It's also why Draymond Green doesn't sound like a total lunatic when he's talking like this after a game.
This to get it. Like I said, we get in the playoffs. I told y'all this before. We get in the playoffs. I don't care who we play or what seed we are. Don't nobody want to play against us in the playoffs. So we just got to continue to get better, embrace the process of improving each and every day. And understanding that a championship is not won in December, it's not won in January, nor is it won in April, beginning of April. Then you start your trek mid-April. But we are always going to keep one eye open on it, just as competitors. But at the same time, we don't come in here and say, hey, man, we're right here in the standings and such. We don't. We come in and try to get better each and every day and go from there.
I mean, who wants to play the Warriors in the postseason? The answer is officially nobody. But if you got home court and the Warriors don't, for the first time, we got a bigger question than ever before, because they have to figure this out on the road. I wouldn't put it past them to do that, though. I really wouldn't. I mean, when you're talking about, how does this team get better? Well, it's really not up to the starting five to make this team better. The starting five has been getting the job done all year long. Dante DiVincenzo becoming a better Golden State Warrior needs to happen for them to improve. And you know what? That's happening. Anthony Lamb. He's a player, man. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I used to say, why is this guy on the court? Why are they throwing him out there before guys that they drafted in the lottery, for goodness sakes? The reason is because when he's out there, he makes good choices and he hustles and he gets he's their garbage man this year. Maybe we saw enough from Patrick Baldwin Jr. last night to buy him a few more minutes down the road. Ty Jerome is a Steve Kerr love letter that he needs to stop writing to himself. He's fallen way too much in love with Ty Jerome. But even he's played well over this handful of games when he's needed to play more. I'll give him that.
But it's not, look, they're not banking on Ty Jerome to be anything, but he's a decision maker, like you said. And that's what they need right now more than anything else. They need guys who can make decisions. Last night was not a night for that. Last night was a pie fight. And you're not going to have games like that very often. And you're not going to do well when it's a pie fight. Not with this team. It's, they managed to have that game against a team that bad at home, which is why they win by 2 instead of lose by 2 or lose by 8. I mean, last night is one more anomaly, like a bunch of their games this year. They haven't been who they are for very much at all this season, which is why they still are, when you look at their line in the standings, they're 20-18 in the most improbable way you can be, which is they can't do anything if they're not on their home floor. And yet, when they're on their home floor, they could do everything. And last night was just sort of this hilarious car crash that kept happening over and over again, and they just happened to win the last car crash.
And even though it wasn't pretty, games like that, I think, are really good for a lot of guys' development. I think that's just one of those, Jordan Poole might not rewatch a few games. I bet you he rewatches moments of last night's game to see what good he did and what wrong he did, and hopefully he learns from it. That's a game that makes Jordan Poole ultimately a better basketball player down the road in his career. The same way, and we haven't even really touched on this yet, the Las Vegas Raiders did one of the best favors to the 49ers that any team has been able to do for the 49ers. That is exactly the game the 49ers needed to play. Do you remember a couple weeks ago, Ray, I was saying, how to best land the rocket ship? Wouldn't it be great in these, feel less than ultimately meaningful, gots to have them games, because you've already locked up a home game in the playoffs. Now, who knew that there is a possibility that still could be the 1 seed actually out there for them. But that's a game that I was saying, it'd be great if Brock Purdy were put into a you're down by 2 scores situation before he finds himself in that actual situation in the postseason. Like, how he responds in that moment is a good thing to solve before you actually get to that playoff moment. And man, I thought in a game where he had his merits and demerits, he showed you that he is not going to be afraid of that moment. I thought that was an excellent near disaster for the 49ers in Las Vegas. It really was.
He showed why he was picked in the 7th round, and he was sort of what he's been. The thing that I took away from that was not so much his play, but the fact that all of a sudden somebody's figured out a way to tear their defense up. I mean, and the thing that jumped out at me was the way the Raiders sort of liberally used the inside screen, which you almost never see anymore, with Josh Jacobs, and ran wild with it. That sometimes that defensive line gets so keyed up on rushing the passer that, okay, take a couple of steps in, then we'll come in behind you. You can't react fast enough. And I think that's the biggest takeaway, is that the Raiders, as bad as they are, as dispirited as they are, as goofy as they are, figured out a way that other teams can exploit how to beat them. Like, I thought, you know what?
But if it were just as simple as put it on film and give everyone a guide now to how to do it, we would have seen a lot more rough outings post Kansas City. Look, there have been 2 quarterbacks who have kicked the 49ers defense's asses this year. One is one of the greatest living, breathing football players of all time in Patrick Mahomes. The other's Jarrett Stidham.
But it wasn't so much Stidham, it was play design.
Well, it was a great game plan.
Well, no, well, what I'm saying is that's why this matters. Because all of a sudden, Minnesota, who I wouldn't think has much of a chance against the 49ers, they have the one running back that they could do things with that way.
Well, and they got a Devontae Adams, too.
Well, no, Devontae Adams, fine, but they didn't beat him with Devontae Adams. They beat him with with Josh Jacobs. You know, they gashed him because they operated inside the gap that nobody else has been able to figure out how to exploit. And I don't know that there are many teams that can do that. But all of a sudden, I'm looking at Dalvin Cook and thinking, you know, Kevin O'Connell could figure out something like this. I don't know if Philadelphia can. And I don't know. I mean, Dallas has a shot because they've got Pollard who can catch the ball out of the backfield, and they can run it with Elliott. You know, all of a sudden, there are ways to go at the 49ers at the strength that everybody thinks is invulnerable, which is that defense, and especially that defensive interior. I mean, I thought it was a revelation yesterday. And, you know, with all credit to the 49ers for rolling up 37, they've been rolling up a lot of numbers offensively. A lot of the ways that they did in 2019 when they, you know, everybody talked about, the offense isn't quite what it ought to be. They had one of the great years in the history of the NFL offensively in terms of points scored. I think their offense is fine because Christian McCaffrey, you know, covers all bets. But the defense was the thing that they won games with. And yesterday they won a game despite the fact that their defense got exposed to a certain extent.
I think that's a good exercise to go through. I think it was good for the overall team's playoff picture than to just own every quarter, no problems at all. Everything is on schedule. The defense is unbendable, unbreakable. I think it was good to get the scare that they got. And how often do you get to say this? The Raiders' game plan was extraordinary. It was. It truly was, especially that opening drive where every play action, every pocket breakdown that came with an exit path built in for Stidham. And he just made the right decision over and over again. That middle screen to Josh Jacobs. I mean, it was 7-0 Raiders, and they hit everything early, and then they kept on hitting it. Then they kept on hitting it. And, you know, I don't think they've discovered anything that the best way to slow down an imposing pass rush is with a screen game. But, boy, they did it.
But nobody does that anymore. You don't see screen passes the way you used to. That's almost been phased out of the game. And it was it spoke to me of one of the reasons why Josh McDaniels got hired. Because I think in some ways he's a mini Belichick in that you put him in a room with a projector and he could figure out ways to beat you all the time. He's not a great tactical coach, and I don't think he's a very good people coach. But I think when you just make it an academic exercise, he could figure out stuff like that.
He's got X's and O's.
Yeah, I think he's got loads of those. He just doesn't have the rest of it. And the truth is, yesterday, the 49ers got X'd and O'd.
2 days ago. It was more than yesterday.
That's right. Time sure flies when you're not having fun. But that was a thing that I just said, can Kevin O'Connell do that? Can Mike McCarthy do that? Because none of the wild card teams are going to be able to do that. You know, could Tom Brady do that? Well, they don't have a running game. You know, Leonard Fournette is a better threat coming out of the backfield than he is taking a handoff. And they're not very good around that. But all of a sudden, there are live teams that the 49ers could struggle with because of what we saw the other day.
Jason in San Mateo. Thanks for listening, Jason. What do you got?
Hey guys. First, I want to say, I don't think the Niners got exposed. It's just the Niners and the Raiders give us what we like all the time is good football between them two. But that being said, I want to go with my Warriors right here. So my Steve Curry and Draymond Green, I feel like they needed Wiggins and Curry to get injured just so they can start dwelling with the bench. And the bench is doing so good as starters right now. I don't even think, Wiggins and Curry should come back right away, taking their starting spot back, even though that belongs to them. It gives the bench so much boost and confidence when they get back to see keeping this win streak going. They needed to get kicked in the mouth by New York and Kevin Durant for this to happen. That's all I got.
Well, look, Jason, thank you for the call. The minute Wiggins and Curry are available to start a game, they'll be starting a game. There is no doubt about that. But the gist of what I think you were, the point that you were trying to convey is that these hard times are going to come out good in the wash for the Golden State Warriors because that bench needed more priming, more exercise, more development, more reps. I totally agree. I do see the merits of having, how about this? Is there a bigger security blanket than Steph Curry? The answer is no, except maybe Andrew Wiggins. And so now you're down double your security blankets. Klay Thompson, like, God bless him. For those who want to say, no, like Klay has officially stuffed it down the throat of everyone who says that he was washed, that he was doing. Let's see where this goes. Let's see where this goes, because I really do believe that Klay Thompson needs to put more than 10 good games together before he's Klay Thompson again. Now, could he put 10 good games together was one of the questions. Has he answered that question? Yes. Can 10 games become a month? Can months become a half? That's the question. I thought John Dickinson, who I was doing a face-off with Friday. You weren't here, Ray. The Friday before we all went to break, I came in to wish Happy New Year to both John Dickinson and Guru. He was in for Steinmetz. And JD said it perfectly, I think. I want to give him all the credit in the world for saying, clearly Klay Thompson, with one of the purest jump shots ever, is going to have nights where that jump shot's fallen. The question is, can he summon it anytime he wants? I don't know if Klay is, I can summon greatness the way a snake charmer will summon the cobra out of the basket by playing the right tune. I don't know if he can just get it whenever he needs it. I don't know. How about Game 6 Klay is still in Klay Thompson? Can Klay make it arrive in Game 6? That's really the question. He's still got the goods. Can he show it to you whenever they need it the most?
I don't know that there are very many guys in the league that are like that. Curry is one of them. Giannis is one of them. Luka has his nights where he's not nearly close enough. Jokic can do it. Durant can do it. Maybe Jason Tatum?
Maybe Kyrie.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is...
LeBron can do it.
LeBron, well, yeah.
He can still do it, man.
But you know what?
Some big games lately.
Yes, and who's not been on the floor? Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
I think the question is, can he summon it on command? I think very few players can summon it on command. And that may be more of an ask than is reasonable. But he can give you that game. You might not be able to do it on order, but very few players can do it on order. It just, nights happen. And that's the one thing that I think, people have always imagined about Klay Thompson, that he can do this whenever he wants. And I don't know that offensively he's ever been able to do it whenever he wants. What made him such an asset is that he can do it often. But on the other end, you can't, he's always going to be a massive plus because he takes that away from you. And that's where the question for me really is how close to full-on Klay Thompson can he be at the other end of the floor? Because that's when he becomes the difference maker that he was before the injuries.
Well, and, Klay talked about, and I always thought one of the greatest merits, player comes with merits and demerits. One of the greatest merits of Klay Thompson, his entire career, his ability to tune out the noise, but to just be purely above it. Like it can't even reach him, even if it wanted to. Like Klay did not hear what fans were saying. He didn't hear what critics were saying. He didn't hear a fair assessment or an unfair assessment of his abilities or talents. And he even brought that up by saying he got a little too wrapped up in the noise around him and he is turned away from it, which has allowed him to control himself a little bit more.
I definitely am more relaxed than I was in the beginning. I think in the beginning I was just so eager to be back to those big nights like tonight and proving whoever wrong that I'm still great. And now I just it's going by so fast. We're almost at the halfway point, and after this year, there's only 1 year left on my deal. So it's I just told myself, man, I got to enjoy every day in a Warriors uniform. Like, this is such a incredible position to be in as defending champions, and to see the banners we've hung and just the brand that's been built here. I mean, I just had to remind myself daily, like, this is literally a dream I'm living, and what matters most is just having fun and playing hard. All the numbers, all the big nights will come as long as I do those two things.
Sounds like he's getting back to where he needs to be mentally.
Yeah, because he was listening to it. He was listening to all of it.
He was.
First of all, he was listening to himself. Then he was listening to people assessing him listening to himself. And that was unusual for him. And he always had the cover of Curry and Green. So he didn't have to sort of examine his place in the universe. And then once he did, as happens to a lot of guys, thinking paralyzes you. Now, if he can go back to that sort of cruise control type of game where he doesn't have to think about what he's doing, why he's doing it, or who's going to like what he's doing, yeah, he'll be fine. But that's hard to do. I mean, especially once you've started to do it and fallen into that habit. That'll be the most interesting thing about Thompson is, can you be the guy who's oblivious to all the noise outside? Because, since he came back, he has not been able to.
Our longest commercial-free segment of the entire show is coming up next, and we're 18 minutes away from saying hello to the Hall of Famer himself. Michael Irvin joins us normally on a Monday, but today, Tuesday, is our Monday. Here on Damon and Ratto, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Michael Irvin in less than 20 minutes.
Clay just took over. He just made shot after shot, made play after play. He was incredible.
Thompson trailing. It's a 3-ball, and it's good. Clay fires. Hits a 3, falling out of bounds. Knocked it down. Clay Thompson's given the Warriors a 2-point lead. Good. Clay Thompson with a 3 off of 1 foot has tied the game at 126. Thompson for 3. It's up and good. He got it. It's a 1-point game.
The only place to hear Golden State Warriors basketball.
95-7 the game.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Attend the largest sale of the year, the Mega RV Show and Sale at Cordelia RV Center, January 6th through the 16th. 10 plus acres of new and used RVs. Receive a $1,000 gas credit on all 2022 models. Cordelia RV Center in Fairfield. Free parking and admission.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
95.7 The Game is an equal opportunity employer, and we encourage local community organizations to refer qualified applicants to us. You can receive The Game and Odyssey job vacancy information by contacting Human Resources at 415-765-4011 or by emailing sfhr@odyssey.com.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Just one pill each morning and no heartburn all day. My holiday hero.
Prilosec OTC. One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Everything we do, our best content. You can find it all on YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game. Click subscribe. You get it all. Of course, go to the Odyssey app. It's all there as well. Damon and Ratto with you. It's good to be back. A lot of people getting back to work today, leaving work for that first time since you went on the holiday break. Welcome back. It's good to have you. Happy New Year. All right, enough of that nonsense. We got 12 minutes between us and Michael Irvin. He's joining us at 5 o'clock today to talk about everything that the 49ers did, obviously, in Las Vegas. A couple of other things that happened around the league as well. What Derek Carr's future might actually look like, because look, man, we'll have much more on the 49ers here with Michael Irvin. We'll obviously start by the scariest thing we've ever seen collectively on a football field, what happened last night. Damar Hamlin. By the way, I have been refreshing all sorts of, points of information to bring you the very latest on Damar Hamlin, and there is no new news. There is no new news on his status and what he, is going through. We do not know. The only thing I can tell you is this, is that the UC, University of Cincinnati Trauma Center, Ray, is a top-tier trauma center. It is a level 1 trauma center. Like, there are people who get into horrific car crashes in Indiana and in Kentucky and in Ohio, not necessarily, the Cincinnati area, who get flown to that hospital because the level of care in that hospital is extraordinary. So he could not be in a better place. And that's the only good news I have. because that's the only thing I really know about the situation, is he's in the right place.
Yeah, he's in one of the right places because most big cities have a trauma center or a heart center like that, but UC is among them.
Yeah.
So if there is such thing as best possible care, I will presume he's getting it.
Absolutely. And we, wish him nothing but the best. And the story that so many people have shared about the fundraising, his GoFundMe, where he humbly wanted to, raise about $2,500 to buy Christmas presents for at-risk, needy kids in the greater Buffalo era, has raised over $4 million to this point. The NFL community has absolutely circled its wagons. That community involves an awful lot of fans from every single team in the league who have reached out to make the simplest, humblest $2, $3, $5 donation, and it all adds up, and it's added up to an incredible amount of hopefully goodwill, and the good juju is all around him.
I haven't heard yet what the two teams are going to do. I mean, it would seem to me that given the rallying around this situation, that the Bengals and the Bills could, fire up something based on just the receipts from last night's game. Yes, his medical bills will be covered because that's part of, the contract with the union. But beyond that, you could set up trust funds for his family members. There's a lot that the teams can do. So far, individual fans have come up huge, but I'm waiting for the teams too, because I think they have an obligation here, just out of human decency.
I think it's coming. I'd be surprised. I'm
surprised it hasn't arrived yet, I guess is what I'm saying. I mean,
maybe they feel it's not the time to be taking a bow,
No, not taking a bow, just saying, look, here's money. We don't, we're with you in every way possible, and here's part of it. Because quite frankly, they've got the money for a game they didn't put on, and it just seems like that should be almost instinctive. And I'm not yelling at them for not doing something fast enough, but I guess I am yelling at them for not doing something fast enough, because that seems easy to me.
Well, everyone was yelling at the NFL last night for not canceling that game fast enough. And I understand that some T's need to be crossed and I's need to be dotted, but one of the misconstrued things that a lot of fans expressed, on social media was, this is in the hands of the on-field officials. They need to make the call. No, nothing could be further from the truth.
They can't make an illegal motion call without checking with New York.
New York is, and not even New York. New York is way too expansive of a region to say that this is where the decision lied. The decision lied on one man's desk, Roger Goodell. Roger Goodell is the only person who can cancel a football game, an NFL game. The only person. He has sole decision-making abilities. And the on-field officials last night, I'm sure, were probably as in their own minds and in their own hearts as the players and the coaches were, and they didn't even want to go forward last night. It's been reported that based on a variety of reports, the NFL did not make the decision to suspend that Bills and Bengals game. Rather, it was the players, the captains, and the coaches, specifically Sean McDermott and Zach Taylor, who said, no more tonight. And that's just it. And a real good way to get someone else hurt in a football game is to not have everyone's head in that game. And based on the stoppage of play and how long it took, and the chaos that comes with watching frantic CPR being applied, look, I'm one of the ultimate meatheads. Let's go, keep playing. That's who I am, that guy in my heart. I am. My heart did not even tell me to do that last night.
No, I think what happened last night is very simple. The injury happens. the NFL essentially says, okay, when this gets cleared up, tell them they got 5 minutes to warm up and then we're going to go again. Somebody told Joe Buck that, and he announced it based on the fact that it came from somebody credible.
He was given a 5-minute warning, which is why he shared it, because he was preparing his audience for what was coming up next.
And that didn't come from downstairs.
No.
That came from New York. And then all of a sudden, now the officiating crew has to walk over to Sean McDermott and Zach Taylor and say, this is what they're telling us. And they said, well, I don't care what they're telling us. We're not doing it. My players aren't ready. I'm not ready. Nobody should be ready for this. We're not playing tonight. And I think they went back with that information and then cobbled together that presser later last night where Troy Vincent from the league office had to say, oh, no, nobody ever told them there was going to be a 5-minute warm-up. That's nonsense. They didn't pull this out of thin air. They didn't realize how serious this was because they were 800 miles away. And they just assumed, well, you take them off the field, you get back to work, back to business. But the boots on the ground, which were the players and coaches, made that decision and made the league adhere to it. Because you know what? You can't have a game if players and coaches aren't willing to perform.
Yeah, they had the that remote camera, the suspended camera, in the bowels of the stadium. And once you saw players walking around without their pads on, I knew what the decision was. Players don't take their pads off for delays. They don't. They just don't do that. Once you see multiple players walking around, maybe one guy might say, all right, get me out of these things if I got 20 minutes to get out of them. But when you see player after player after player just walking around in their Under Armour and their T-shirts, it was pretty much evident to me what was going to happen. Everything you heard from Lisa Salters last night was her basically saying, we're done here, folks, without her actually saying, we're done here, folks.
No, the players, when they took their pads off, they already knew what was going to happen because they were the ones making the decision. They just flat said, don't even ask. And again, to their credits, Sean McDermott and Zach Taylor, who could have been football meatheads and just said, no, we have to play because the game must be played. They let their humanity be their guide. He said, I can't look at what I just looked at and function. So no, thank you. Fine us, suspend us, make us forfeit the game. Make us both forfeit the game. We're in this together. And that was the thing that was most impressive to me is that they came together almost immediately and just said, I'm not up for this. You? Nah, I'm not up for it either. Let's not do it. And I think this is what player empowerment actually is.
Well, and the Bengals had more to play for. Like, not that we need to score one against the other, but Zach Taylor almost gets more credit than Sean McDermott here because Zach Taylor had incentive to need that game more than the Buffalo Bills did.
Yeah, but again, it's not the fact that he didn't want to try to make an argument. He came up to Sharon McDermott and essentially said, what do you need?
Which is the right way to go.
I mean, I don't want to know how this went down because at some point it's going to turn into who gets credit and who doesn't.
Right.
But right now, they get credit for not impeding their team's wills to simply walk away for a night. And to their credit, the league has not tried to shoehorn this game into a Thursday night, and have these two teams play, 3 times in 8 days.
Right. You would talk about player safety in one breath and spit on it in the next.
Which they would. Yeah. They would cheerfully do that. But I think that, they know, on top of everything else, the optic is awful. You can't already look like you want business to conclude as usual when all you're arguing about is a bye in the first round.
I don't know how many.
It's not worth it.
I don't know how many people remember what was Michael Irvin's last career game. He laid on the turf at the Vet for an incredible amount of time. It's like one of the longest in-game stoppages I can ever remember actually watching because I was watching that game.
And getting booed the entire time.
Yeah.
Because Philly's got a Philly.
Somebody here on the text line says, how could they even restart the game? Like, what if there was another, traumatic event and the trauma team was no longer even at the stadium? That's a great point. I mean, yeah. How many ambulances were there to take a player to a hospital? I'm guessing one. What if it wasn't there and something else happened? That's a very good point I hadn't even considered. We don't need to consider any more speculation. I want to go right into the mind of a man who lived in his entire life in a football uniform. Michael Irvin joins us next as we enter our 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Time once again to talk to the Hall of Famer, the playmaker, Michael Irvin, here on 95.7 The Game on Damon and Ratto. And Michael, we've got a 49ers overtime win and a fun one on New Year's Day to talk about. A few other games from the weekend as well. But we have to start with the situation last night in Cincinnati. Everyone knows what happened. We still don't know what the ultimate outcome will be. But take us through your headspace as you were watching it unfold. What were you thinking in real time as we were all sort of looking on in Cincinnati at a situation that I think everyone involved was completely unfamiliar with?
Completely unfamiliar with. And even today when we're working, I talked about it. I said, our job is to bring our knowledge, but also our experiences to the desk. And this is something, and what we watch with DeMar Hamlin, that very few of us have real experience or real knowledge about. It's just a difficult and a different situation. Now, the closest thing I can draw, and I try to draw from it, was my moment in Philadelphia when I thought my neck was broken. I was paralyzed, and I remember looking up and having my best friend, one of my great friends, Dion, praying over me. And me not knowing the severity of me laying down there while I was laying down there until I saw their faces and seeing how afraid they were. That's what I saw last night when I was watching. I saw the faces of all the guys around, and it told me just how big, how deep that moment was, and how I drew back on that. And I was like, wow, it's just so hard to watch, man. You're risking bones. We understand ligaments and all of that. Not one time have I ever taken the field thinking that they'll have to revive me on the football field. I just never thought that kind of situation can happen. Yeah, you may break a bone, you may tear some ligament, mess up some ligaments, but restart your heart. That's a whole different world. And now I guess you have to take that on the football field with you too also every time you go.
Could you have imagined the players wanting to play once this happened? Given the fact that they didn't seem to want to play and that both coaches pretty much were backing them on that, could you imagine a scenario in which you'd be asked to resume playing football, and would you be able to say, no, I don't think so?
But we're so trained and so ingrained that you take the blow and keep moving, whatever it is. Usually even in practice, somebody gets hurt. Move the practice up 5 yards. Just keep it going while you're attending to that person. You just keep it moving. So you kind of get conditioned to it. But this was something different. As I said, you got to you resuscitate someone on the football field. It's even though you're trained to move on, let's keep it going, there's no way they could have gone on and played that game. They did the right thing and called it out. They did the right thing so far in saying, hey, we have no plans to reschedule this as of now for this week. Let's just focus on the health of DeMar Hamlin.
DeMar Hamlin's heart stopped. CPR was obviously performed. They discovered a heartbeat on the field, loaded him into the ambulance, and brought him to what is luckily for him one of the best hospitals in America, and I hope that everyone there will be able to do and create all the gifts that medicine has given us to just bring this man back to, a life, not even a football life. We'll see what happens. Right. It's very, very concerning. The amount of time that they stopped that game. I actually did think back to your injury because that was about you were on the field at the vet for about 15, 20 minutes, which in football stoppage time feels like a full day. Were you ever able to talk to your teammates about what they felt? Like you said, Deion Sanders was praying over you. Did you ever ask them how difficult it was to continue their day at work after you had I would say, Michael, that your on-field injury was about as scary an injury to a high-profile player we had ever seen. But again, it was not a matter of life and death. It was serious enough to think, will this man ever walk again? But there's a difference between paralysis and dying. Last night was an actual visit of the question, life or death. And that's what made it so scary. Do you remember talking to your teammates about what it was like to continue going forward, having seen what happened to you?
I did have conversations with him, and Deion and I were talking about that afterwards. He said, man, you have to understand what we saw. He said, man, this whole team, we've seen you get up. You've always led the team, and you were the heart and soul. He said, when we were looking at you, we saw fear in your eyes that was like, that we've never seen. You attacked the football field. I didn't know you saw fear in my eyes, and I guess you saw it because I was looking at them. So, it's such a difficult thing. When you go on the field, you know there's a possibility of those things happening. What we witnessed last night, you don't ever go on the field thinking there's a real possibility of you may lose a limb, but we never thought you may lose life.
Michael Irvin with us here on 95.7 The Game, and I'll tell you the one thing that was officially the sign that something was completely abnormal was the fear that you saw on the players' faces around him. I've never seen more two concerned teams in any sport, I don't think ever, and that to me was the message that the NFL probably should have responded to faster than they actually did. That this game is look, it was secondary before the evening began. Right now, it's absolutely secondary. Were you surprised that the league actually tried to play the show must go on card, having been involved in this league as long as you have, and knowing that, business in many instances is the priority even over player safety or mental health?
Well, I understand that there are other sides to the game that I grew up playing and love as a kid. I can love it as a kid. We can all love it as something we watch and everything. But the truth and hard facts to it is a very, very prospering business. That's the reality of it. So, no, I understand the NFL. They have to get these games played, and they were, trying to move you towards playing the games. I also commend them because obviously they did listening in. Them wanting to play that game and keep it playing. I expect that. That's their side of it. But at least they listened, or they received what they were getting from the players and everybody involved. That no, this got to stop. Right, we can't move forward. We can't play a game this time. As many times as we moved forward in practice when somebody got hurt or kept it going, this time you can't play this game. And I'm glad they did the right thing.
Given the crowd reaction in Philadelphia when you got hurt, were you at all surprised that the stadium last night immediately went from, football mode to concern mode, and that it stayed that way to the point where Bills and Bengals fans were going together to the hospital?
If I am surprised, and I don't think I'm real surprised, but it was a pleasant surprise to see. Even today, as we move forward, we talk about how we compete on the football field, but the truth is, we as players always talk about it's a fraternity, we're part of a family. You know, hearing how many times, and I've heard it quite a bit, and we just put it on our show, that his charity, that he wanted to raise $2,500, and now you see that that funding is over $4 million. They say it's the same thing that we feel inside when we talk about we are a fraternity, we're a brotherhood, we are a family, and in the NFL, that it's felt outside. Because that's all fans from everywhere, feeling this, that Buffalo and Buffalo fans and Buffalo players are going through and trying to do any little thing they can to help. So that says a great thing, I think, about the people out there.
Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. To the business at hand of the league that has nothing to do with how serious last night was, to the nonsense that is actual football games. The 49ers, I think, just went through a valuable exercise in Las Vegas because they won a game that they probably thought was going to be a little bit easier before they started playing it, but Jared Stidham had an awful lot for this defense. As a matter of fact, only Patrick Mahomes really had more for the 49ers defense. The Raiders had what was a glorious game plan that they executed very, very well. And the game basically happened in the opposite way 49er games have equaled winning equations this year. To put Brock Purdy in that situation, I think is a very valuable learning tool as he assumes the reins going into the playoffs, to make him uncomfortable, to make him play from behind, to not have a defensive control of an afternoon. I actually think that that's one of the more important games of the entire season for the 49ers.
Well, because now the needle has moved, or we used to call it goalposts has moved back and all that, you change it. But the reality is these are two fold games that you're playing now. There's no longer the one fold, hey, let's get this thing set up, let's get going into the playoffs. It's also what experience can we get going into the playoffs because of our quarterback, Brock Purdy. Now, see, so he's playing the games, but he has to learn certain things as he goes through these games to prepare him for the playoffs. So in that sense, that was a great experience for him, a tight game like that. Fight back, keep going. I got to go into overtime and make a play to win this game. To have that kind of thing hanging over you is absolutely, I thought, a good experience for Brock Purdy. Not something you're looking for the football team, but certainly a good win for your team coming out on that side and a great experience for Brock Purdy.
Are there teams in the NFC that can do to the 49er defense what the Raiders did yesterday? I mean, they fell in love with the inside screen to Josh Jacobs, and it did tend to not only hurt the 49ers at the point of attack, but it also made them a little more tentative rushing the quarterback. What other teams in the NFC could do that in a playoff situation?
Well, that's a good question. That's a good question because, now let me see, what we're talking about too. Now, San Fran, boy, who can do that to that defense? I don't see it. I don't see any team that could do it. And I was even looking at what teams pick up that can kind of run that offense. You know, you got the Packers that runs that same offense, but certainly don't have the running game. But I don't see it. I don't see any other team being able to give those kinds of weapons that Raiders threw at the 49ers and that kind of running game that I think it'll take. I just don't see anybody else in the NFC that has that. They could do that to that defense.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the best football players on the planet. I mean, there's just no way to deny his impact with the 49ers. This could go down as one of the greatest in-season trades any team has ever made. He has awoken their offense in a way You know, we're fascinated by Brock Purdy. You know, there's a reason why the director of the game cuts to a close-up of the quarterback and the head coach almost after every single play. But the 49ers have scored 30 points in 6 of their last 9, 33 or more points in 4 of their last 5, and more than 37 now in back-to-back games. And it's Christian McCaffrey that has unlocked this.
Christian McCaffrey has been a great asset, no doubt. But when I was watching today. I went back a couple weeks. I watched the game a couple weeks ago. Ray McCloud ran down that side. I was like, God, look at the speed. Then last week, you see Christian McCaffrey breaking off those long runs. I mean, you get long runs every week. Every week now. You know, teams don't get that. Those big 20-plus yard plays on the run from the running game. So, yeah, Chris McCaffrey has taken it to another level. I think he's added to what that offensive Kyle Shanahan, even Mike Shanahan, that offense they put out for that running game. But then you put a talented guy, because that offense has always been known to take a running back that's not the most talented and make him a great running back. Now you take a very talented running back that is real talented, put in the system. Now he goes to the next level, and that's what you're seeing in Christian McCaffrey. But I'm serious. Even watching the last couple of weeks, I'm sitting and watching. I tell you, I watch Ray go down that right sideline. I watch Christian McCaffrey, and then I sit back here saying to myself, "Damn, they don't even have Debo. Where did Debo get back?" You know what I mean? That was the thing I thought about when I watched Christian McCaffrey break up the middle in that game last week.
Given how the 49ers have sort of attacked their quarterback problem by basically working around it, and the number of teams that are not using the quarterbacks they started the season with, I think the number now is 17. Are you seeing the beginnings of a return to the reliance on the running game, even if it's not like the elemental run between the tackles kind of running game? Do you think this might be the beginning of a renaissance for great running backs in a league that has largely abandoned that in search of, high-powered throwing offenses?
Yeah, we're going to come back to it. We're going to come back to it. I tell you, we're in Germany. When we were in Germany and we were working and doing the Bucks game, that's one of the things that the Bucks head coach was talking about. He was talking about how cyclical the league is, and you get at top 3 good years before you got to start putting in other things, new systems, do other things, because people get so good at it. But yes, we are returning to the run game, was the great support run game, which is always interesting. And whenever you can win football, running the football, especially down in the red zone, all the red zone teams that are very good in the red zone, all of them, I guarantee, they're going to be very good at running the football.
Michael Irvin here with us on Damon and Ratto. What do you think would be the best outcome for Derek Carr? Because it looks like his era with the Raiders is over. If it were up to you to put him on another team to find success, where would you put him?
Oof. Now, I hope the team understands this too. Now, remember now, Derek's now in that, I guess he's the Josh McDaniels system, the Josh McDaniels system that he brought over. And remember what we always talk about with Tom Brady, that was always such, he played inside out in that system. Tom Brady played mostly inside. He had a good tight end. He had the Wes Welkers. He had the Julian Edelmans, my boy that I work with here. He had all this. And that Derek Carr, I've always thought, was an outside-in quarterback. He wants to play outside. That's his best friend out there, way outside, and Devontae Adams. So I'm like, okay, where if I take Derek Carr? I don't want to put him back in. I want to put him in a system more like the system that I had when I was in Dallas, more of that timing system where, hey, I'm dropping back 3, 5, and 7 steps. I'm making it easy to read. I'm letting this ball go. I think his arm and his arm strength will work better in that system as opposed to a system like Josh McDaniels has, where you're thinking so much as opposed to just letting your game play and your arm win.
What do you make of the Packers at this point? They shouldn't be in the playoffs at this point, but they kind of are. They just, hammered Minnesota. Is this Aaron Rodgers, suddenly rising from the dead yet again, or is this just a false positive in your mind?
Well, you start out those first couple weeks, you're talking about you beat Chicago and the Rams. I didn't go crazy when you beat Chicago and the Rams, but you came back and beat Miami. And I said, all right, it's Miami now. Miami had a pretty good team, but now they're on a 5-game skid. This last win was a good win for them against Minnesota. So I was shocked that Minnesota did what they did, played the way they played, and let Aaron Rodgers back in this thing. But I don't think that I'm worried about Green Bay doing a whole lot of damage in the playoffs. Even if we talk about the top teams in the NFC, everybody would have said Minnesota was on the bottom of that rail. So the teams I say they beaten are still not the top teams in the NFC. But when you got Aaron Rodgers, you got a chance. But that's the last thing the 49ers should be worried about. Aaron Rodgers, he don't want to see 49ers. He'd rather see anybody except San Fran on his run in the playoffs.
So let's just assume the 49ers, whether they're the 1 seed, the 2 seed, whatever, the playoffs have begun. Who is the best matchup coming to San Francisco? Who in your mind would be the worst?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Now, if Jalen Hurts is back and playing well and in a rhythm, that'll be a good match because they can try to match physical on physical. You know what I'm saying? Physical on physical. And if you can stop the run and put it on Jalen Hurts, you'll have a chance to win that game. I'd say that would probably be that toughest match. I don't want Dallas to see him. I don't want Dallas to San Fran. I told y'all that last year. I told you why last year until later on in the playoffs, because I just think the way they run the ball and the defense they play, that's the kryptonite for Dallas. But the only other team I would say is probably Jalen Hurts and the Eagles.
Let me just say, every single conversation we had with you last year was a pleasure, and every single conversation we've had with you this year. It's always a pleasure, Michael. Thank you, and Happy New Year.
Is that crazy to think we're moving into 2023, man? I just hope DeMar Hamlin and his family just have a great 2023. And, I wanted to start off the right way with us getting great news about his condition. Thank you, guys, and Happy New Year's to everybody else, too.
The one and only Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. Great stuff from Michael. It always is. Who is the best matchup? Who is the worst matchup? I mean, it's tough to start guesstimating who can go out and duplicate what either, and this sounds nuts, the Kansas City Chiefs or the Las Vegas Raiders did. But that does seem to be, either have what? Patrick Mahomes or Jarrett Stidham? That sounds nuts, but that's what we're looking like. I am glad, Ray, that they got to play that game with Brock down 2 scores. Like, what's that going to look like when that actually happens? And I don't think it was a great Brock Purdy game. It was a decent Brock Purdy game. He kept his composure, and that guy's got more composure than, most first-round players have, much less seventh-round players. But, on the very next drive, down 2 scores, they answered. McCaffrey dotted the I with a rushing touchdown. Ayuk had that big 16-yard run along the way. Brandon Ayuk might have played his best game of the entire year. And Purdy makes a big throw to Juwan Jennings to get back an awful lot of what was lost when they were looking at a first and nearly 20. That was maybe his biggest throw of the entire game. And look, I'm not even sure if Trent Williams had a bad game, but he had a really bad series in that game for sure. 2 penalties on the drive right before halftime that went nowhere fast. But then the offensive line kept on opening the running lanes all day. And they kept it up when Aaron Banks had to leave. And they didn't allow a sack yet again. I mean, so for a game that had a lot of flaws to it, the Niners still got an awful lot right.
Yeah, I don't subscribe a lot to those PFF grades, but they seem to like the left side of the 49ers offensive line a lot more than they like the right side. So I'm not sure if it was, so much Trent Williams as it was maybe the right side of the line that had a tough day. But I think we have to keep in mind yet again that A, Brock Purdy's a 7th-round pick, and B, he's now played another team that's not very good defensively. And the measuring stick for him, whether it's fair or not, is how does he do when the defenses get better? Philadelphia jumps immediately to mind. And I think Dallas, when it's healthy, jumps immediately to mind. And that's going to be the test, because he's been about the same guy in every game. And this is the first time that I think, they've been, they have not provided him with the huge advantage that comes from, a great defense. What he's done basically has been, wrapped around the benefits of Christian McCaffrey. And that doesn't mean that he should be penalized for that. But at some point, he's going to face a defense that is stouter than the Raiders or Washington, or the disarray that is Seattle now. And that's when you'll find out whether Brock Purdy's ready for this. Because I think who you play does matter. And so far, he has not been tasked either with having to provide extreme heroics or B, overcome a team that is beating the hell out of him. And I think that's coming at some point. Not this coming week, but once the chips get put in the middle of the table, that's when we'll get to find out whether Brock Purdy's up for this.
Look, the 49ers defense just played its worst game of the season. And for those who want to say, well, the Kansas City game was worse, no, it wasn't. Because Patrick Mahomes does that all the time to anyone. Jarrett Stidham's never done that at any time to anyone. So that was the worst defensive afternoon of the entire year. I'm going to put on the road in air quotes because that wasn't a road game for the 49ers. It might have been on the road, but that was not a home field advantage that the Raiders had, not even close. That place was 80% Niners fans, it looked like on TV anyways. Did Brock miss a few reads? He sure did. And this team still won. I mean, that to me, that's a really good place to be operating from. And to see what he looks like when all the chips are stacked against him, let's hope that doesn't happen in the postseason. Let's hope that the Raiders game was as close as that goes. But I'm not betting against him, man. I'm not. And I really do think that Kyle Shanahan he's halfway found his quarterback, dude. I mean, he really has. I mean, it feels like he is more comfortable asking Brock Purdy to take a deeper shot, make a bigger decision. And I do know this, since we're talking so much about Patrick Mahomes, Brock Purdy has turned George Kittle into Travis Kelce. It's been amazing. The awakening of George Kittle since it's been Brock Purdy time has been amazing. Really, really amazing. And this is happening without Debo even out there. They're not even at their full throat yet.
But yesterday, he only had 4 catches.
Wasn't yesterday.
Sunday. My
shame
apologies.
on you. No, shame on you.
I suck. No, but I mean, it's this is not about Brock Purdy. It's essentially about Christian McCaffrey. He's their offense.
He's extraordinary.
More than anybody else. And that's the thing that I think is the diabolical genius of Kyle Shanahan. As you look at the carnage of NFL quarterbacks this year, and I mean guys who either lost their jobs or gotten hurt, the 49ers are not an extreme case. But the thing that Kyle Shanahan has done has made his offense less quarterback dependent than almost any other team. And that's because he's got a defense that almost always dominates the other team's offense. And he's got, in Christian McCaffrey, a guy who can make the offense incredibly simple so that Brock Purdy doesn't have to be heroic. All he has to be is not lousy. And, he hasn't been lousy yet, and he gets credit for that. but he hasn't been extraordinary, and and I'm not going to punish him for that either. Kyle Shanahan has made this an offense that doesn't rely on the quarterback. And that might be the future of the NFL, because we're seeing now how many teams fall completely apart without their starter.
Christian McCaffrey, 19 carries, 121 yards, a touchdown, 6 catches, 72 more yards receiving, an absolute stud. He was asked about Brock Purdy in the afternoon that he had.
He was great. Not only was he poised, but he took the throne too and made a couple calls in the huddle and just was very definitive in the way he ran things, and everything was really smooth. And there's a couple things here and there, but not with him, but with our team. But once again, it was just a good time to have a game like that, and especially for him to be able to go out there and stay poised and do what he did, and for Ayuk to carry us on that last drive, and it was just fun to be a part of.
Look, it was a fun football game. There was not a lot of defense played on either side by either uniform. But,
although the Raiders' defense played according to Hoyle, because that's who they are every week.
Well, yeah, you're right about that. But look, what's amazing is the 49ers have only one more loss than they've had starting quarterbacks this year. That is not how this league is supposed to work. And you might be a little onto something with I don't know if we can call it a diminishing of quarterbacking importance, but the dependency on an offensive line, controlling trenches, running clock, running game, and a couple of you throw it to me for 5 yards and I can take it another 15 wide receivers, which, by the way, Brandon Ayuk is becoming and is right now. He's Deebo Samuel's a lot of things. I don't know if he's their best wide receiver. I mean, I might seriously be Ayuk at this point. Purdy even talked about this. He says you just got to go out there and make the right decision. You basically got to run the team like a point guard.
I mean, it just goes back to all the playmakers that we have. It's like guys have to dial things up to stop Christian, and then George, and then B.A., and then even Juwan and Ray. It's like, man, it's difficult. And so all I have to do is, like I said, trust in Kyle's game plan and just get the balls to those guys. And you saw it, you get the ball to a guy like Christian on a screen or whatever, and he goes however far. And same with Ray. So all these guys are playmakers, man. So I just have to do my job and be a point guard and distribute it to the right guy.
Like Michael Irvin was saying, there's two things happening now in every single 49ers game. Of course, you want to go out and you want to win the game. That's how this league works. They're looking for a 1 seed still, but you're also trying to develop a guy to face a speed and level of football that no matter how much regular season success he has had, he has not seen anything like what is waiting for him come postseason play. Speaking of a 1, a 2 seed, Kyle Shanahan had this to say.
I think it's real important. I mean, our first goal is to get in the playoffs, call it the tournament, and once you get there, you always have a chance for your ultimate goal. And everything about once you do get there is positioning yourself the best way you can. And, we don't know until we come in, but them just telling us, being able to tell the team that right now that we have the 2 seed, if we can take care of business, I know that fires the guys up. And, I think with Philly losing, it sounds like we got a chance at the other one too. So our playoffs have started a long time ago is the way we look at it, and we're going to keep it going.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, he would love to play one fewer game, and he'd like to play one fewer game with Brock Purdy because, that further decreases the chances that he's going to have that bad game against somebody good, especially if you're the 1 seed. I mean, who do you come out with? Probably the 4 if everything plays according to Hoyle. Well, who's the 4 right now? A very ordinary Tampa team, which means that they could get to the conference final before they play somebody difficult. And again, it's with Kyle Shanahan, it's about percentages. It's lowering the chances that you run into a team that's better than you are or has things that you can't stop. So, yeah, I can see where he'd consider that important.
Real quick, Robin in San Francisco. Hello, Robin. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to both you and Ray. 2 things real quick. It's so funny because I remember a long time ago, Cal was asked, I forgot the situation, what does it take, what does he look for in a quarterback? And he just said, really nothing special, just someone with the IQ to execute the plan, the game plan. I was like, whoa. And so now it's interesting to hear Purdy say, I just go out there and make the decisions and execute Cal's game plan. So I just thought about, that connection there. Second of all, what made me call in was Ray, you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the defenses or the teams, or maybe in this game, like to run or attack the left, and you don't think that has anything to do with Trent or whatever. And it's interesting because I was listening to Alan Stiles break down Brock Purdy the other day, and he said that he noticed, he was breaking him down to, what other teams might notice about his weaknesses. And he said what he noticed about Brock Purdy was that he doesn't like to go to his right, that he doesn't seem to have the arm strength or whatever, but he just noticed that he doesn't like to go to his right. He noticed that those underthrown balls in every instance has been to his right side, and he thinks that defenses will pick up on that, these defensive coordinators. Just wanted to get your thoughts on that. Peace out, you guys. Happy New Year.
If that's true, yeah, defenses will figure that out, because it does not take a defensive coordinator very long to spot stuff like that. I mean, I don't know. I haven't noticed it myself, and maybe that's because Stiles is smarter than me. But if it's true, defenses will absolutely force him to go right. And if you force him to go right, and that's a weakness, and I know that when he was at Iowa State, people would complain that his arm strength wasn't up to snuff. If that's true, yeah, the 49ers will have a problem that way.
Meanwhile, Derek Carr. Like, what a terrible way to say goodbye to a guy who, at times, really was the only positive thing the Raiders had going for them, especially when everything was falling apart. I mean, he was put in a bad situation right from the jump with Dennis Allen as his rookie quarterback, and then he got Jack Del Rio, or as his rookie head coach as he's a quarterback. And then he goes to Jack Del Rio, and then he gets Gruden, who, look, Gruden knew offense, but Gruden also gave him one of the single worst draft classes in NFL history. The guy goes from moving from Oakland to Las Vegas. He is the only, tangible credibility that the Raiders had when, Khalil Mack was getting traded. He helped the team move past, the Henry Ruggs vehicular homicide story. He had to deal with everything that was Gruden, everything that was Gruden's exit. He was the only consistently respectable aspect of really the entire franchise. And, at times galactically detached from the reality base that is Raider fans. Like, half of them turned on him too at the very end, because that's what happens. And having said all the woe is me about Derek Carr, his situation, and how he was always put behind the eight ball by a team that was, pretty much stunk around him, it was the right decision for the Raiders to say that'll be enough. I really do believe a fresh start is needed all the way around. And Jared Stidham, I'm not saying is the guy, but boy, he was. Look at it this way. There are two quarterbacks who have put 3 touchdowns on the 49ers defense all year. Patrick Mahomes and Jared Stidham. So the decision to say we're moving on, we're protecting, or we're basically, selling ourselves liability insurance by sitting you down now, Derek, because we can't have an injury make automatic your $40 million that we're owing you next year. It was the right choice. It's a painful choice. It's an inglorious ending to one of the best quarterbacks in the history of that franchise. But the cookie crumbles in nasty fashion sometimes in football.
I'm also not convinced that he's played his last game with the Raiders. Only because Mark Davis is the guy who agitated for this. Vic Tafer wrote a piece in The Athletic last week about it, which was pretty interesting, that he's been down on Carr for a while now.
In a show it to me year, he didn't show it.
Right. He has not had a good year. There's no question about that. But it's him wanting to get out from underneath the contract. But as we saw with Jimmy Garoppolo, if you don't have a better choice, maybe they come back to him at a greatly reduced price. And if Carr is sincere about all the times he said how if he's not going to play with the Raiders, he'd just as soon play golf, maybe the Raiders come back to him if they can't find a better alternative and say, okay, you can come back, but you're gonna play at $10 million, not $40.
If I am Derek Carr's agent, I'm in his ear saying there is probably no one in this league who is due for a fresh start somewhere else more than you. And I wouldn't be giving any hometown discount for any emotions that you might have about this franchise before we find out who else might be interested. Because
no.
I mean, the Jets, the Panthers, the Patriots, the Texans, the Colts, the Titans, they all become better football teams with Derek Carr.
There's no question that there's a market for him. All I'm saying is if Carr is that weirdly romantic about this team, and the other options aren't that much more appealing in terms of money or years, maybe this does happen. Maybe this does happen again. Because, the Garoppolo thing, I think, has opened a lot of eyes to how people make judgments on quarterbacks. And in the disarray that is the position this year, and it is profound disarray, you don't sit there and go, well, maybe I can make this happen with Ryan Tannehill. You're making a sideways choice and you're not better off. So, I mean, without knowing what the day-to-day dynamic of the Raiders in that locker room is, and not knowing how Davante Adams feels about losing one of his friends, because let's face it, Davante Adams is as important to that team as anybody. I'm just leaving the door open for the possibility that the Raiders will have to walk this back, but do it back in a way that will mollify Mark Davis, which is at a much lower number.
We have a few more things to sneak into the final segment, including the Correa situation and a couple of name checks from the NBA that have absolutely earned a name check based on what they have done either in the last month or just in the last night. So stick around.
And a small piece of news on DeMar Hamlin.
As soon as we come on back here to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game, we're brought to you by the Golden State Warriors. We're hosting Detroit tomorrow night on Andrew Wiggins bobblehead night. Come get one. Yeah, first 10,000 fans.
Dub Nation, don't miss any games in the new year. Join us live at Chase Center to see the Warriors face the Detroit Pistons and Orlando Magic this week. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
The Warriors are red hot at Chase Center.
Three on the way. No good. Looney with a tip. No good. Tipped up. It's good! At the buzzer! Kevon Looney!
And the Niners are hunting for playoff position.
He missed at the end of regulation. This from 23. Good step. Good hole. Redemption for Robbie.
Keep it locked on the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. Our design pros are artists, using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes, your home, their canvas, all inspired by your vision. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. Check out their blowout sale. For a limited time, receive 15% off your garage door purchase, plus qualify for up to 24 months no-interest financing. Call 877-DOOR-808 or visit rwgaragedoors.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can find options that fit your budget. Because giving you options is the right thing to do.
Oh yeah, like when I hold the door for someone. Sure, it may be weird if I don't time it right, and they're a little too far away, and now they're running. And we're both asking ourselves, is it worth it to run instead of just, letting them open their own door?
But still, it's the right thing to do. So get options based on your needs with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
At Staples, you can count on every project being print perfect, guaranteed.
I need presentations and brochures printed, and they have to be perfect.
Your bounded presentations, brochures with the finest folds, and more will be done right every time. That's our Print Big promise. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more, plus 20% back via store bonus. Try Staples and see the difference. Ends 2/11. Rewards members only. Bonus must be redeemed in store. See staples.com/stores/printbig for details.
Did you know Nissan EVs have traveled 8 billion miles? Just a quick trip to Pluto and back. And what did we learn along the way? Well, that an EV can take on the world, like the Nissan Leaf. It can move racing forward and take your breath away, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. We learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. Ariya not yet available for purchase. Expected availability late fall, subject to change.
Help Ukrainian children. Shazam this song. Scroll down Shazam, open on YouTube, follow the link and donate.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Well, let's start with a couple of thank yous. Thanks so much to John for filling in for Lucas, who returns not at all today. He's still under the weather, unfortunately. Thank you very much, John.
That's the green wave flu. Who's kidding who here?
What's the green wave flu?
Tulane.
Oh, you're right. I guess he couldn't shut down anything either.
No. So, he's not sick. He's just whiny.
Fight on, Lucas. Fight on. Grandy, thank you very much. Yeoman's effort today out of you. As we wrap up here, Ray, I said a couple of things will get you name checked on the show. Donovan Mitchell, and he basically needed every point. But when you drop 71, you get name checked on the show. And Donovan Mitchell hit 71 last night for the Cavaliers as they get past the Bulls in overtime. He was 20 of 25 from the free throw line. I wonder if Steph Curry could get to 71 on a night where he got 25 free throws.
He could probably get to 70 without that. I mean,
as long as the Warriors are shooting like 63s a game.
Well, sure, but they're willing to do that apparently. But the more impressive number.
This is amazing.
He was responsible for 99 points last night between his own and the 11 assists he dealt out. It's the second highest number in the history of the game, behind only Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game.
Did Wilt have any assists that night?
He had several, but he was on a bad team.
My first instinct was, what did Kobe do on the night he had 81? He's got to be third or fourth on this list, right? I mean, he's got to be. He only had 2 assists that night.
Yeah, but still, that's 85.
Not bad.
So, yeah, I'm guessing he's up there.
How about this? Remember how I fawn over Luka Doncic, and people are like, Damon, why are you so nuts about Luka all the time? Why does he go so bonkers? Here's why. Saw this from Chuck Cooperstein, who does their play-by-play. I follow him on Twitter. Luka in December became the 4th player in NBA history to record at least 500 points, 125 rebounds, and 125 assists, joining Oscar Robertson, who did it 8 times, Russell Westbrook, who did it twice, and Michael Jordan, who did it once. Starting with his 50-point triple-double at Houston, if you remember that a couple weeks ago. Starting with his 50-point triple-double at Houston, Luka is the first ever to have 225 points, 50 rebounds, and 50 assists in any 5-game span in the history of the NBA. Dude, again, if you need me to tell you that you're watching a special player, you don't know nearly as much about basketball as you think you do. And if you haven't figured out Luka right now, you don't know nothing. He is, Ray, if we had a straight-up NBA dispersal draft, based on his age, you'd be crazy not to pick Luka Doncic number 1 overall.
Not necessarily crazy. I'm not arguing with your point, but I think you could make a case for Giannis because he's not old yet either. I think some people would be in love with Victor Wembanyama, even though he hasn't played a game at all yet, and Nikola Jokic.
Jokic's pretty damn good too, man. Pretty damn good.
Yeah, Luka Doncic, I would love to see him on a better team or a Dallas team that has more options, because I think he can be a little heliocentric from time to time. But he's got everything else. And I think if he had options to pass to that he trusted, I think he could be as good as you rave about.
Well, that's the thing. You give him a team around him.
His numbers come down, but he becomes a better player.
Well, his assists go through the roof. He's averaging 15 a night, if that's the thing. He's a ball hog. Who does he have to share it with?
Yeah, he's a sensational player, but he is working largely alone. And some of that has to be his mindset, too, because I don't believe he trusts those guys yet. So that's up to the general manager and the coach to get better players or figure out better ways to utilize those players.
Speaking of general managers and coaches, Brian Sabean and Bruce Bochy are both going to be back in baseball, but neither in San Francisco. Brian Sabean has agreed to be the executive advisor to and the senior vice president to general manager Brian Cashman. So he's a Yankee once again. He's the guy who helped find Jeter. And Bruce Bochy is going to have the Rangers fighting with the Astros and Mariners for American League West title in year 1. I really believe that. Look at the pitchers he's got to work with already. It's a shame that neither one of those guys will be in San Francisco, but I do have to say this. The Giants look slightly better before Correa to the Mets stalled. Yeah, that's right. I mean, like we
they aren't worse.
No, but look, we said the medical's nonsense. That was a presumption. That was probably us projecting a little bit too much. The medicals obviously had something to them if the Mets are getting a little cold feet now too. But make no mistakes, the Giants have still failed in spectacular fashion this offseason.
Well, what it did, if nothing else, it revealed how they are viewed by top-line players and their agents, which is they'll be in the bidding war, so they're good for leverage. But if you can get out of it, do it. Because the idea that Scott Boras gave them a 12-hour window, whereas he's giving the Mets what is now, 2.5 weeks?
What's going on there?
Yeah, and I also think that the Giants played this badly by inviting Correa's family out and then pulling the plug on the deal.
I think that's how it got a little personal, too, because if I'm the Giants, you know what I do right now? I come in straight up, 3 years, $110 million. 3 years, $125. 4 years, $200 million? Do you want $50 million a year? We're going to go bonkers for you right now. Why not? Because I'll tell you why not. Because Scott Boras isn't even taking their calls on Correa right now.
No, I think he feels like he got double dealt. And I think in a way he did. And I think it's because Charlie Johnson either saw the medical and just said, I'm not doing this, and pulled out completely, or he was never that keen on it to begin with. And it got called to his attention fairly late in the process. Either way, the Giants were told, in no uncertain terms, we don't like your money. And if they don't like your money, and they don't like the team that you're putting on the field, and
they don't like the ballpark.
They don't like the ballpark. They may not even like the tax structure. You get to be the Detroit Tigers pretty quickly.
Let me tell you what's coming up next, Ray. By our good friends at Fremont Bank. It's Warriors Roundtable. Kevin Dana, Gary St. Jean, an hour of Warriors talk after last night's just incredibly fun double overtime win. And they've got an awful lot to pick apart and put back together because there was an awful lot put on the table by the Warriors and plenty taken off all at the same time. It was great. It was an awful lot of fun. Thanks to Michael Irvin for joining us earlier today.
Well, we did tease to this, so we should say it.
What? Yes.
DeMar Hamlin, according to his uncle, apparently he was been on 100% oxygen. It's now down to 50%, which is an indication that things are getting at least incrementally better.
There you go. It's not like he's not.
He's definitely not out of the woods, right, but he's cleared a couple of trees.
He's doing more on his own than he was asked to do on his own by the machines around him, and that is a good sign. Hopefully it continues to improve. Thank you so much for tuning in today. It was an awful lot of fun. We're back tomorrow. I know Peter King is going to be joining us. And in the meantime, for Ray, I'm Damon. Appreciate you listening. Happy New Year one last time. We're not going to bring that up again. But sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774-518.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever.
Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
End this year on a high note at Big O Tire's year-end sale. Get great deals